system declare, the traitor Xiao Feng of the Wanjian Sect has defied his master, oppressed his fellow disciples, and engaged in improper conduct, bringing shame upon the sect. After thorough deliberation among the elders of the law enforcement hall, it has been unanimously decided to strip him of his cultivation, shatter his will, and expel him from the sect. Just days prior, he was the most gifted disciple of the Wanjian Sect. Yet now, he finds himself akin to a prisoner in chains. In merely a year, he ascended from the postnatal realm to the pinnacle of innate perfection. Even the elders of the sect praised him as an unseen-a-century genius. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, becoming the most renowned swordsman in the world would have posed no challenge for him. In the 9 provinces continent where he was born, martial prowess reigned supreme. Those who reach the apex of their abilities can stand against the might of an entire nation. Even formidable beings can shift mountains and part seas with but a mere gesture. Regrettably, the ruler of Qingzhou, the great Liang kingdom, has seen its power wane, leading to a decline in control over martial sections. Consequently, entities like the Wanjian Sect have grown increasingly ambitious, claiming a territory of their own and becoming local tyrants. They commit heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, oppressing the common people without remorse. Some even use the flesh and blood of the populace as ingredients for alchemical concoctions, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. Xiao Feng can only lament his lack of strength. Had he the means, he would restore order to the world. What a pity to see such a talent wasted. Wang Yunfei, son of the great Liang prince, expressed his regret while observing Xiao Feng from within the law enforcement hall. Yet, after a moment's pause, he abruptly changed his tune. However, since he cannot be of use to me, destroying him now could be seen as a blessing. Senior brother Yunfei, the Wanjian Sect has never been short of talent. Individuals like Xiao Feng are merely an eyesore. On the other side, Lu Li, daughter of the Wanjian Sect's leader, spoke with a cool demeanor, mocking Wang Yunfei's earlier remarks. Indeed, as Sister Lu Li rightly states, our sect has greater matters to attend to. We must not allow a single rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Wang Yunfei nodded, his own intentions becoming clearer. As the Wanjian Sect gradually grew in strength, his ambitions were becoming more attainable. To jeopardize such progress for the sake of one individual would be a grave miscalculation. Having stepped beyond the mountain gates, Xiao Feng gazed at the place he once called home. Wang Yunfei, I know you harbor feelings for my junior sister. Why resort to such slander against me? Wanjian Sect, mark my words, I shall one day repay this suffering 100-fold. After all, I possess a powerful backing. With Xiao Feng's departure, the atmosphere within the law enforcement hall lightened considerably. Yet, the elders remained apprehensive. Young sect master, allowing Xiao Feng to leave thus seems unwise. After all, he is the first genius in the sect's history to advance from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of the innate realm in less than a year. The elders of the law enforcement hall, seasoned veterans, considered many factors. Though Xiao Feng's cultivation had been eradicated, one could not dismiss the possibility of his resurgence. A mere invalid, with his power completely dissipated and his will shatter. You truly believe he can stir any waves? Lu Li scoffed, turning her back and departing to the inner hall. Meanwhile, Wang Yunfei's gaze remained fixed on the woman outside the grand hall. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang Ruoshi stood out, her grace akin to a crane among chickens. Now that Xiao Feng had left, it seemed unlikely any would contest him for the affections of his junior sister. As for Lu Li, he held no fondness for her were it not for his desire to leverage the Wanjian Sect's power as a stepping stone for his own ambitions. He would not deign to curry favor with such a woman. Jiang Ruoshi, granddaughter of the Grand Elder and the Wanjian Sect's most beautiful disciple, was a prize that would secure him significant support within the sect. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he absently caressed his own lips. Xiao Feng, while Lu Li may spare you, I shall show you no mercy. Blame only your junior sister's affection for you. The Qingzhou region, home to the Wanjian Sect, is divided into 18 counties, with his originating from the Qinghe County near the frontier. Now, due to the opening of the Silk Road, this once barren county has transformed into the economic hub of the Great Qing Empire. Upon descending from the mountain, Xiao Feng did not rush to leave. He doubted Wang Yunfei's ability to ensure their safe passage. Thus remaining here was the wisest choice. Owner, Please prepare a private room for me. Upon entering the city, Xiao Feng had a clear plan. His first order of business was to find lodgings and then work on enhancing his strength. With his cultivation obliterated, the only path to re-establishing it lay through the innate system he possessed, the God-level extraction system. This system was what gave him the confidence to confront the local tyrant, the Wanjian Sect. The innkeeper, observing Xiao Feng's battered and frail appearance, felt a twinge of doubt, but still provided him with a relatively quiet room. After a few days in the inn, no disciples from the Wanjian Sect came to trouble him. Upon opening the system panel, the data that appeared in his mind filled him with excitement. Host, Xiao Feng. Cultivation, postnatal first level. Cultivation technique, Wanjian. Though he had long been aware of the system's existence, Xiao Feng had refrained from activating it previously. He merely wished to cultivate in peace. Once activated, he would become an enemy of the world. Demon Beast Forest. This place is fraught with danger, home to many powerful demon beasts. Today, Xiao Feng ventured here to slay these low-tier creatures. Beep, extracted Windwing Beast Carcass, obtained 1 blood sheep pill. Beep, extracted Black Armored Insect Carcass, obtained yellow-level movement technique Phantom Steps. Beep, extracted Moon Demon Wolf Carcass, gained 1,000 swordsmanship experience. At this moment, Xiao Feng was drenched in blood. Brother Ding, this Xiao Feng is rather peculiar. Was he not stripped of his cultivation? How is he still able to use our Wanjian Sect's Wanjian? On the outskirts of the mountain, 2 disciples of the Wanjian Sect closely monitored Xiao Feng's every move. Under Wang Yunfei's orders, they intended to eliminate him here to prevent future troubles. Though Xiao Feng was only slaying low-tier demon beasts, the strength he exhibited as an invalid was astonishing. What if the claim of his cultivation being destroyed was a ruse? How could they, mere disciples, contend with the genius Xiao Feng? I'm not certain, but the law enforcement hall should not make such mistakes. Besides, in martial arts, one's will is paramount. Once destroyed, even the most gifted cannot tread the path of martial arts. Brother Ding, though perplexed, managed to retain a semblance of rationality. After a moment's contemplation, Ding Jiusan ultimately decided to err on the side of caution, furrowing his brow and instructing his junior disciple. In the next moment, the latter transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Chapter 2. Troubles. Do you truly need to report such trivial matters to me? Could it be that you suspect the enforcement hall is intentionally shielding Xiao Feng? As he spoke, he could not help himself and struck the newcomer, sending him sprawling to the ground. Brother Wang, I am merely fearful. After all, what if Xiao Feng's strength is still intact? What if what I witnessed with my own eyes cannot possibly be false? Are you attempting to leave Xiao Feng a way out? If so, you might as well go down now and wait for him. Although Wang Yunfei was not particularly worried about Xiao Feng causing much of a stir, he understood that the longer he delayed, the more complications could arise. The sooner he dealt with this individual, the more prudent it would be. He dared not speak further, covering his face, and promptly departed the grand hall. As dusk fell within the forest, Xiao Feng's visage was smeared with blood as he sheathed his longsword. He had just slain his 16th low-tier beast. He could not continue this way. Should he inadvertently provoke a primordial tier creature? With his current strength, he would stand no chance of resistance, merely to be struck down in a single blow. Host, Xiao Feng, cultivation, postnatal first layer, technique, 10,000 swords decision, soaring dragon palm, spirit herbs, chi blood pill. Swift pill, strength, 3,000 stones. It is worth noting that the average individual at the postnatal first layer possesses a mere 500 stones of strength, whereas Xiao Feng exceeded that by 6-fold. Indeed, he had reaped considerable rewards. If this trend were to continue, it seemed the path of vengeance would soon commence. What should I plan for tomorrow? As Xiao Feng pondered his endeavors for the morrow, 2 dark silhouettes leapt forth from the distant thicket. Brother Chu, I trust you are well. The newcomers were Ding Jiusan and his companion, who, after receiving Wang Yunfei's orders, could no longer suppress their murderous intent. Observing that nightfall was approaching, they decided it was an opportune moment to eliminate their target and dispose of the body. Who are you? Xiao Feng did not recognize Ding Jiusan. Yet he could discern the attire and immediately identify him as a disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who I am is of little consequence. I am merely the Grim Reaper sent to escort you on your final journey. Ding Jiusan had long harbored disdain for talents like Xiao Feng. While he himself, as an outer sect disciple of mediocre aptitude, had endured countless glances of derision following comparisons. Now, the prospect of slaying the prodigy Xiao Feng not only served as a means of venting his frustrations, but also presented an opportunity to curry favor with Wang Yunfei, potentially paving the way for a bright future. With such thoughts in mind, he could not help but laugh heartily, as if envisioning a radiant destiny, just a trifling fish at the postnatal second layer. And yet you dare to boast. Xiao Feng assessed his opponent's strength and found him not particularly challenging. Presumably, Wang Yunfei believed him to be reduced to a state of impotence, requiring only weak assassins to handle him. Yet, this situation afforded him a glimmer of opportunity. With a slight, scornful retort, Xiao Feng drew his longsword. The perfected 10,000 swords decision surged forth with momentum. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades. Akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, the waves of sword energy, imbued with a chilling murderous intent, erupted around Ding Ju-san. Under the potent sword aura, not even a practitioner of the same rank at the postnatal third layer, let alone a fifth-layer warrior, could hope to withstand such lethal force. You still possess strength. Ding Ju-san gazed at the surging sword intent, his fighting spirit utterly extinguished. In his final moments, his eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom that the sword energy he had perceived ahead was not merely a figment of his imagination, if he had but a chance to reconsider, he would surely avoid provoking such a harbinger of death. Ding, extracting the corpse of a postnatal cultivator grants 10 years of swordsmanship cultivation. Swordsmanship experience 2000. Following this battle, his cultivation level ascended to the 4th layer of the postnatal realm. In the realm of Jiuzhou martial arts, the hierarchy is divided into postnatal, innate, destiny, and martial king, with each realm further subdivided into 9 tiers. Crossing from the 3rd to the 4th level signifies a significant leap in prowess, rendering the 4th tier vastly superior to the 3rd. After Xiao Feng's advancement, the internal energy within him underwent a qualitative transformation. Though the surge was not immense, he now possessed a considerably enhanced ability for self-preservation. It became evident that Wang Yunfei had no intention of sparing him. Thus, it was prudent for Xiao Feng to vacate Qinghe County without delay. As the thought crossed his mind, he hastily dealt with the corpses. And under the cover of night, he made his way westward. The westward path was fraught with peril, yet served as the most discreet escape route from the Wanjian Sect. However, as time elapsed, Xiao Feng increasingly sensed something amiss. Was that the scent of blood? Along the narrow path to the west, a pervasive stench of blood lingered, and signs of destruction marred the surrounding thickets. This area, typically devoid of human presence, bore a troubling spectacle. Exercising caution, Xiao Feng slowed his pace, vigilant of his surroundings, wary of any rustle or disturbance. Clang, clang, clang. After merely a few steps, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed from a distance. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Feng crouched low and stealthily advanced through the nearby underbrush. The Wanjian Sect. In the moonlight, he discerned over a dozen disciples clad in sect robes, encircling 2 modestly constructed carts. The soldiers stationed at the front of the carts did not appear to be ordinary men. What could they be up to? Confusion gripped Xiao Feng. Given the circumstances, any rash action on his part would yield little benefit. Yet, observing the heavily injured guards before the horses, it was clear they could not withstand much longer. Are you plotting rebellion? I am the appointed county magistrate of Qinghe by the imperial court of the Great Liang. Humph, in such dire straits, can you not discern our intentions? If we are not rebelling, do you intend to kill a county magistrate for sport? From a distance, fragments of conversation became discernible, hidden amidst the underbrush. Xiao Feng felt a jolt of realization. Although he was aware of the Wanjian Sect's numerous transgressions, he had not anticipated their inclination towards treason. The more he pondered, the faster time slipped away. The disciples of the Wanjian Sect resumed their assault. In an instant, cries of anguish erupted, and the already sparse attendance dwindled further. My Lord County Magistrate, I must apologize, since you were privy to so much. I cannot allow you to leave. After numerous battles, not a single attendant remained to protect the county magistrate. The leading disciple of the Wanjian Sect, without uttering a word, swiftly dragged the magistrate from within the carriage. What do you intend to do? The magistrate managed to utter, but before he could finish, the leader's blade descended with ruthless speed. Another carriage was also overturned. There are 2 beauties as well. How about we indulge ourselves a little? A young woman in green rushed to shield a lady in blue, anxiously exclaiming, "What do you want? Do you have any idea of my lady's identity?" the leader chuckled maliciously and with deft hands lifted the blue-clad lady from the carriage. Under the silvery moonlight, her beauty was unmistakable. Her dark hair cascaded down, and her delicate demeanor added an extra layer of allure. Her skin resembled fine cream, and her figure was enticingly curvaceous. Although she appeared to be in her early 20s, the mature charm of womanhood was unmistakably evident. With every movement, coupled with such dire circumstances, one couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion. Rending Sound, the leading disciple of the Wanjian Sect, a brute indeed, paid no heed to her resistance, tearing her clothes apart with his bare hands. In an instant, her bosom was laid bare for all to see, and the air became thick with the scent of male desire. "You beasts!" cried the young woman in green, as she desperately hurled herself against the carriage, only to be restrained once more. The blue-clad lady, now in despair, had starlight flickering in her eyes, yet her lips continued to chant, "I am the esteemed." Whoosh! As her words fell, a sound pierced through the air from the thicket. In the next moment, a sharpened piece of deadwood shot forth with blinding speed, piercing the leader's throat. His eyes went vacant, and before he could comprehend his fate, his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Extracted corpse of a postnatal sixfold cultivator. Gained 15 years of cultivation. Strength 1,000 stones. Had it not been for the ambush, given Xiao Feng's current stamina, it would not have been so easy to slay him. Now, his cultivation had also ascended to the postnatal sixfold. Truly, fortune had smiled upon him, filling his heart with elation. Chapter 3. Ziyuan Who is it? Witnessing the tragic demise of their senior brother, the tension among the disciples of the Wanjian Sect tightened once more. They glanced towards the direction from which the hidden weapon had flown, holding their breath. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Xiao Feng had long since changed his position. While the disciples of the Wanjian Sect were focused on the thicket, he had found another blind spot to launch his assault. In ambush. Retreat. As the hidden weapons continued to appear, doubts began to creep into the hearts of the Wanjian Sect disciples. But by now, it was too late to flee. After consecutive kills, Xiao Feng's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the postnatal sixfold realm, surpassing that of their initial leader by a considerable margin, as the saying goes. To cut the roots of the grass, with absolute confidence in his victory, he would not commit such a blunder. Xiao Feng, similarly, upon seeing Xiao Feng emerge from the thicket to pursue them, the disciples were utterly terrified. Wanjian Sect, you are the bane of my existence. In Xiao Feng's hand, the long sword transformed into a series of fleeting shadows, and after several exchanges, he successfully cleared the area. Ding! Extracted the corpse of a postnatal cultivator. Obtained 3 blood chi pills. Ding! Extracted the corpse of a postnatal cultivator. Obtained 1 speed pill. Ding! Extracted the corpse of a postnatal cultivator. Obtained a fragment of the celestial sword divine art. A fragment of the celestial sword divine art? After all, in the Jiuzhou continent, only Earth-level martial arts are known to have such remnants. The martial arts system of Jiuzhou is divided into the realms of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, and Earth-level techniques are regarded as treasures within the 10,000 Sword Sect. It was utterly astonishing that such a thing would emerge from the body of a mere minion. Upon this realization, Xiao Feng could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of excitement. At that moment, the woman in green approached the woman in blue and began to weep. "Miss, I thought we'd it's all right. It's all right." The woman in blue offered a bow to Xiao Feng. "That I shall offer myself in gratitude. But are you truly planning to leave Qinghe County?" "Yes, I intend to head to the capital." "Then take me with you." Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Ziyuan found herself lacking any genuine interest in him. Initially, she merely wished for someone to escort her to and from the capital as a form of repayment. To her surprise, this man was excessively self-absorbed. Nevertheless, since he also planned to visit the capital, it suited her intentions perfectly. Unbeknownst to Xiao Feng, Ziyuan's thoughts were quite different. After swiftly dealing with the corpses, he tossed a few clean garments he had found onto her. After all, in the wilderness, it was rather improbable to find clothing suitable for a young lady. Thus, under the circumstances, the 3 of them hastened their journey towards the capital. Throughout the journey, Xiao Feng's mind was solely occupied with thoughts of his junior sister Ruoshi from the 10,000 Sword Sect, resulting in minimal conversation with Ziyuan. Initially, Ziyuan had assumed that Xiao Feng harbored ill intentions, but as they spent more time together, her concerns gradually dissipated. 10,000 Sword Sect. In the Elder Hall of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Wang Yunfei was abruptly awakened in the dead of night. Upon hearing the news, he erupted in fury. "Senior brother, you useless fools, a bunch of imbeciles." As someone attempted to explain, the enraged Wang Yunfei denied them the opportunity. In the next moment, he lifted one foot and mercilessly stomped down on one of them. Yes, yes. Under Wang Yunfei's wrath, the others had long since lost their tempers, and upon hearing his command, they scattered like birds and beasts. In an instant, the elder hall was left with only Wang Yunfei. Despicable, utterly despicable. Border of Qinghe County. Fearing pursuit, Xiao Feng had not had a moment's respite during his flight. Consequently, by the time he reached the border of Qinghe County, only 2 days had passed. "Ziyuan, are you certain that the nearby Lanling County will send someone to escort us to the capital?" Xiao Feng had initially considered taking a shortcut directly to the imperial city, but Ziyuan insisted on seeking assistance from the next county. Clearly, after several days of interaction, this young woman did not entirely trust Xiao Feng, nor did she have faith in his capabilities. "They will." In response to Xiao Feng's skepticism, Ziyuan's tone remained indifferent. However, since she was so resolute, Xiao Feng felt it unnecessary to decline her request. After all, if they could indeed find some assistance, it would be beneficial to have someone to look after them during their escape. As the carriage came to a halt before the gates of Lanling City, the conversation momentarily paused. Chapter 4. Misunderstanding. Throughout the journey, Xiao Feng had refrained from inquiring about Ziyuan's identity, although he had not sensed any traces of cultivation emanating from her. He harbored no doubts regarding the noble lineage of this woman. After all, at the scene where he had rescued her, there had been an individual who claimed to be the county magistrate of Qinghe. The fact that such a person personally escorted Ziyuan suggested that she held a significant status within the realm of Daliang. Nevertheless, Xiao Feng found little interest in these matters, as he was currently preoccupied with the threat posed by Wang Yunfei's pursuit. For him, Ziyuan's identity was most useful in facilitating his swift departure from this perilous locale. What remained paramount was the enhancement of his own strength. The chaotic state of Daliang was beyond his current capacity to resolve. Upon arriving at Lanling City, Ziyuan gracefully disembarked from the carriage, her beautiful eyes lifting to gaze at the weathered city walls. Lanling City was one of the most distant strongholds from the imperial capital in Daliang. Directly bordering the northern barbarian territories, this region was rife with conflict, making it one of the most treacherous areas within the kingdom. "Stop! Who are you?" The sentinels at the gate, upon noticing Xiao Feng's carriage halted at the entrance, swiftly raised their spears in a defensive manner. Observing the signs of blades and weapons on the carriage, their suspicions were immediately aroused, and their vigilance heightened. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Feng merely nodded. These soldiers were evidently elite warriors, each exuding a fierce determination in their gazes. Although many of them possessed cultivation levels merely at the 4th or 5th stage of the acquired realm, the aura of bloodshed surrounding them was a testament to their past battles amidst death and carnage. Xiao Feng turned his head to Ziyuan, who slowly produced a token from her waist and declared, "I wish to see your general." After scrutinizing the token, the foremost soldier smiled and replied, "Ah, it is the young lady of the Ziyuan family. The Lord has instructed that upon your arrival, you are to proceed directly to the Lord's mansion." He continued with a smile, "Please follow me, and I shall escort you to the Lord's residence." Thus, the soldier took on the role of a guide, leading the group onward towards the Lord's mansion. While he had initially held no curiosity regarding Ziyuan's identity, he could not help but ponder it now. Although he was a transmigrator, he had never truly departed from the Qinghe region where he had grown up, and his knowledge of the outside world was largely limited to hearsay. Hence, while he understood that Ziyuan must hail from an illustrious noble family, he had never encountered the name of the Ziyuan clan. However, given that Lanling City was adjacent to Qinghe, he had heard numerous tales concerning the lord of this city. It was said that he was a valiant warrior on the battlefield, having repelled countless invasions by the barbarians, serving as a bulwark for the Daliang kingdom. Due to his presence, Lanling County had not fallen under the control of a sect like the Wanjian Sect, but rather had remained loyal to the Daliang royal family. He was regarded as a thorn in the side of many, a figure of significant influence. Yet, it struck him as peculiar that such a formidable general did not afford Ziyuan any protection. Could it be that she was a relative of the Lord of Lanling? Xiao Feng silently mused to himself. "You honor, you have arrived." As he approached the gates of the city lord's residence, he was suddenly greeted by an excited shout. Lifting his gaze, he beheld an individual clad in dark black armor striding towards their group. He hesitated to ascertain whether this person was indeed the city lord of Lanling, as he did not possess the appearance of a soldier. On the contrary, despite donning a simple chainmail, the figure boasted a complexion as fair as snow, surpassing even that of Ziyuan, and appeared somewhat frail rather than robust. Yet, in the next moment, his doubts evaporated. For the individual suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, his brows furrowed with an unmistakable intent to kill. In an instant, the previously warm atmosphere turned as frigid as ice, and Xiao Feng couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. He was certain that such a presence could only belong to one who had clawed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Who did this? The Lord of Lanling inquired coldly, his gaze locked onto the blood-stained garb worn by Ziyuan, which indicated her affiliation with the Wanjian Sect. He then shifted his attention to Xiao Feng, who was similarly adorned in a tattered disciple's robe of the Wanjian Sect. The city lord could instantly discern that it was a prestigious golden robe reserved for the elite disciples of the inner sect, igniting his fury in an instant. Xiao Feng felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead under the weight of such oppressive energy. The intensity of this aura approached that of the destiny realm, in his limited field of vision. It felt as though the very air around him had become stagnant. Under the tremendous strain, he clenched his fists tightly, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the force. If Xiao Feng were one to easily concede defeat, he would not have been expelled from the Wanjian Sect in the first place. You misunderstand. It was this young hero who rescued me. Ziyuan hastily interjected, sensing the tension. Please let Ant examine your injuries, she added as she quickly approached Ziyuan to inquire about her condition. Xiao Feng exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. However, at that moment, all eyes were undoubtedly on Ziyuan, leaving him largely ignored, save for a soldier who closely trailed him, seemingly offering assistance, but more likely keeping watch over him. Having expended all his strength moments ago, Xiao Feng felt a surge of dissatisfaction within him, but lacked the means to express it. Instead, he gritted his silver teeth and followed the crowd toward the city lord's mansion. That he realized that he must diligently strive to enhance his powers. His earlier decision to join the Wanjian Sect was largely motivated by the need for a secure and resourceful environment conducive to his exceptional talent's growth. Now, having severed ties with the Wanjian Sect, he had lost that nurturing environment and was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead on the path of cultivation. The strength of the Lanling city lord was merely mid-tier on the continent, with countless individuals surpassing her prowess. However, it would not be long before he could attain such strength himself. Reflecting on the extraordinary capabilities of his system, his previously agitated heart gradually found a semblance of calm. He had refrained from utilizing the system before, fearing that it would make him a target for hostility, believing that it was prudent to remain low-key and develop in relative obscurity. However, upon reflection, the tree yearns for tranquility while the wind continues to howl. Possessing a system necessitates the utmost utilization of its capabilities. Xiao Feng has never been a paragon of virtue. Chapter 5. The Lord of Lanling City. Liching Dada, there is no need for further words. Simply escort me to the imperial capital, and we shall settle our accounts, Xiao Feng stated, seated comfortably in his chair, gesturing dismissively at Ti. This moment, he had fully regained his composure. Yet the earlier scene lingered in his mind. Thus, when confronted by the apologetic Ziyuan, he was disinclined to engage in prolonged entanglements. That I assure you, I shall fulfill the promise made to the young master, Ziyuan declared, adorned in elegant white brocade, her figure exquisitely accentuated. Even Xiao Feng could not help but commend her silently. You possess quite the spirit. The clear voice of the Lord of Lanling City resonated from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a crimson robe entered. Upon hearing Zin refer to the Lord of Lanling as Ant, Xiao Feng discerned that this formidable figure was indeed a woman. However, the sight of her in feminine attire still caught him off guard. This is of no consequence. Our paths have merely crossed, each seeking their own gain. The tone of the Lord of Lanling grew frigid once more. Leching. She then approached Xiao Feng directly, confidently proclaiming her name. Xiao Feng. The Wanjian Sect's atrocities against court officials are of grave significance. It is only a matter of time before a storm of bloodshed erupts in the northern frontier, Liching remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly. The rebellion of sects has precedent. Years ago, the Poison Goose Sect, comparable in scale to the Wanjian Sect, raised its banner of revolt, attempting to annex the surrounding counties. Yet, the feeble camel is still larger than the horse. The Great Liang swiftly quelled the insurrection. However, it is evident to all that had it not been for the instigation of greater sects, the Poison Goose Sect, with its control over a single county, would never have dared to recklessly seek its demise. Yet now, circumstances have shifted. The news of the great Liang Emperor's grave illness has spread, and it is feared he will not endure much longer, causing a multitude of malevolent spirits to stir restlessly. Xiao Feng remained silent, yet he recognized this as a splendid opportunity, for once war ignites between the great Liang and the Wanjian Sect. It is certain that numerous high-level cultivators will meet their demise. Such a scenario would provide him the chance to harness the system and rapidly ascend amidst the chaos of war. Let us put this matter aside for now. But you, why are you dressed in the attire of the Wanjian Sect? Xiao Feng's earlier demeanor had indeed captured her attention, that eye in her view. Xiao Feng's ability to withstand her pressure with the prowess of a cultivator of innate talent suggested he had likely mastered defensive techniques of the Xian level or even the Earth level. Yet, in her recollection, such techniques were typically classified as sect-defining martial arts, accessible only to core disciples. However, according to Ziyuan's account, Xiao Feng exhibited no mercy in his dealings with the disciples of the Wanjian Sect. They are but discarded disciples of the sect, hardly worth mentioning. Xiao Feng was reluctant to elaborate on the matter, offering merely a brief explanation. Liqing nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. And it was evident that Xiao Feng was reluctant to elaborate. He merely needed to ascertain that the individual before him was not affiliated with the Wanjian Sect. City Lord, the master of Xian Gate requests an audience. Just as the three were about to engage in a discussion regarding their plans, a proclamation unexpectedly echoed from outside. Xian Gate? Their arrival is quite timely, Lu Qing remarked with a cold snort. Xian Gate was the foremost sect in Lanling City, and were it not for the presence of a figure like Lu Qing, they would likely be no different from the Wanjian Sect. Xiao Feng had previously interacted with members of Xian Gate during his time at Wanjian Sect, thus he was well aware of their meddlesome and overbearing nature, which had deterred him from forming close ties. Lu Qing, come out here. A furious roar emanated from outside, indicating trouble was at hand. Lu Qing's form flickered as she made her way toward the door, with Xiao Feng closely following. His sole intent was to witness the prowess of this formidable female general who guarded Lanling. What is the meaning of this? You dare bring a corpse to my city lord's residence. Xiao Feng too beheld the corpse being carried, its grotesque shape marred by numerous sword wounds. Oh, you still dare to argue? In Lanling City, aside from you, who else could have killed my junior brother, the master of Xian Gate? A corpulent and oily man with a prominent mustache, resembled a merchant. However, he possessed genuine innate cultivation, and his Xian Yu leg was renowned throughout Lanling County. What a farce! Such a person is unworthy of my attention, Lu Qing retorted disdainfully. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng activated the system. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was his first encounter with a corpse of innate caliber. Previously, he had managed to extract remnants of Earth-level techniques from corpses of post-heaven caliber, and this one might very well yield a complete Earth-level technique. Ding! Extracting the corpse of the deputy master of Xian Gate, obtaining sword bone. Oh, sword bone. I did not anticipate that Xian Gate possessed such a prodigy, Xiao Feng mused inwardly. Those born with sword bones are inherently gifted in swordsmanship, effortlessly grasping the essence of the sword path. Given the chance to develop, they would invariably become renowned sword wielders. You vile woman, it is well known throughout the city that my junior brother pursued you. If you were unwilling to wed him, that would suffice, but to take his life is utterly unacceptable. You must provide an explanation to Xian Gate. The master of Xian Gate grew increasingly agitated, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. In explanation, Lu Qing replied coldly, drawing her sword from her waist, exuding an aura of frost. What is the meaning of this commotion in broad daylight? Just as both parties were poised for a confrontation, a resonant voice boomed from a distance. Your Highness, your timing is impeccable. Please adjudicate this matter regarding my junior brother. We cannot allow this woman to act with impunity in Lanling City. Xiao Feng couldn't help but cast a scornful glance, yet he remained mindful of the identity of the newcomer. Could it be that this individual was Wang Yunfei's father? Xiao Feng surmised inwardly. Wang Yunfei's standing within his family was not particularly high. Otherwise, he would not have sought to curry favor with the Wanjian Sect. However, his father is one of the 3 grand princes of the Great Liang, a substantial ruler of the northern frontier, and a figure whom numerous sects seek to curry favor with. Chapter 6. The Identity of Ziyuan. Upon seeing the visitor, Lu Qing maintained a cold demeanor and respectfully bowed. Xiao Feng's suspicions were confirmed. The visitor was indeed Wang Yunfei's father, Wang Weiji, the king of Yanbei in the Great Liang at this moment, Wang Weiji was patrolling the various counties of the northern frontier, ostensibly to inspect military preparations against potential incursions from the northern tribes. However, his true intention was to win over the hearts of the people and solidify the foundation for his rebellious schemes. Presently, the entire northern frontier was essentially under his control, with Lanling County acting as a thorn in his side that he yearned to eliminate swiftly. Observing the newcomer, Xiao Feng felt a sense of foreboding. Wang Yunfei had made several attempts on his life, and the two had become sworn enemies. Eager to leave the northern frontier and travel to the capital, Xiao Feng was apprehensive that Wang Yunfei might seek his father's assistance, rendering him unable to secure his position in the north. Nevertheless, Xiao Feng maintained an air of indifference, as he understood that Wang Yunfei would find it challenging to persuade his father to take direct action against him. And for the time being, he should be safe. That not the young lady of the Ziyu family. Amidst the crowd, Wang Weiji spotted Ziyuan, and his face instantly brightened as he spoke. Without bothering to address the entanglement between Xian Yuman and Lu Qing, he quickly approached her. A master of the Dongxian level, Xiao Feng pondered. Young lady, Ziyuan pays her respects to the Prince Do. Niece, there is no need for such formality. Your father and I are brothers who have fought together on the battlefield. Simply call me uncle, Wang Weiji responded warmly, disregarding Ziyuan's politeness. However, the onlookers began to speculate about Ziyuan's identity. At that moment, Wang Weiji seemed to shed the airs of the king of Yanbei, appearing instead as amiable as a familial uncle, which was indeed peculiar. Could it be that this young lady is the esteemed daughter of the Ziyu family in the capital? The leader of Yuxuanmen finally recovered from his earlier lamentations. His gaze fixed on Ziyuan, lost in thought. You lot, hasten to remove this body. We mustn't frighten my niece. Wang Weiji suddenly turned and bellowed at the Yuxuanmen personnel, his demeanor having shifted dramatically, leaving the crowd in astonished silence. Yes. The Yuxuanmen members dared not defy his orders and hurriedly apologized as they carried the corpse away. Thus, the farce came to a close. I wonder how that troublesome boy of mine is faring in the capital, Wang Weiji remarked, returning to his previous affable demeanor as he warmly inquired about Ziyuan. The young master Wang enjoys a stellar reputation in the capital as a genius, admired by all, Ziyuan replied respectfully. Ah, that troublesome boy a genius. If you ask me, he ought to spend more time with you, my niece, Wang Weiji chuckled. Though he criticized his son, a proud smile remained on his face. After engaging in some awkward small talk, Wang Weiji finally turned to Lu Qing and said, Lu Qing, accompany me to the military camp. As autumn approaches, I must conduct a thorough inspection. Understood. Lu Qing rendered a military salute before accompanying Wang Weiji as they departed. It is truly no easy task for Aunt Lu Qing. In truth, during her earlier conversation with Wang Weiji, she must have borne an immense pressure, fearing that a single misstep in her words could lead to calamity for her family. Yet, as a thorn in Wang Weiji's side, Lu Qing has managed to endure under such circumstances for many years, which surely speaks to the countless trials she has faced. The Z family truly powerful in Daliang? Throughout their journey, Wang Weiji's demeanor was excessively cordial, piquing Xiao Feng's curiosity. What? You've never even heard of the Z family? Questioned the maid who closely followed Ziyuan, her tone laced with intrigue. In that moment, he began to doubt whether Xiao Feng was truly from Daliang, as he seemed oblivious to the existence of the Z family. Be not so rude, Ziyuan chided softly, her brow furrowing slightly. I am indeed not well acquainted with such matters, Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly, having devoted himself to his training and paying little heed to such affairs. My father is the Grand General of Daliang, commanding the capital's imperial guards, Ziyuan stated, merely revealing her father's title without further elaboration. That title was indeed resounding, marking him as a foremost figure within the military. Understanding this, Xiao Feng grasped why Wang Weiji exhibited such warmth towards Ziyuan. What brings you to the northern frontier? Xiao Feng inquired next. As the daughter of the Grand General, her presence on the territory of the King of Yanbei could, in the eyes of the discerning, be deemed rather precarious. The explanation is lengthy, but you shall comprehend if you accompany me to the capital, Ziyuan replied with a bittersweet smile, clearly harboring some unspoken troubles. However, after their interactions over the past few days, she had begun to accept Xiao Feng. If she had harbored any doubts regarding his capabilities before, those had vanished since Lu Qing's praise of him. Upon arriving at the hall, Ziyuan offered a slight bow to Xiao Feng. He nodded in acknowledgement and followed the servant to the room that Lu Qing had prepared for him. It seemed that the blood-soaked storm's liching had alluded to were far more complex than initially imagined. Xiao Feng mused as he reflected on the events of the past few days. Whether it be the Wanjian Sect, the king of Yanbei, or even Xiuwen, whom he had rescued, all indicated that the northern frontier was akin to a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Xiuwen had scarcely arrived in Lanling City when Wang Weiji appeared, raising questions about mere coincidence. Now that he had acquired the sword bone, it seemed he could proceed to cultivate the heavenly sword divine art. Drawing forth his sword, he closed his eyes and began to channel the sword intent within him to practice the heavenly sword divine art. Although he had attempted cultivation before, the fact that the heavenly sword divine art was a terrestrial-level technique, and merely a fragment at that, had made it difficult to master. Chapter 7. Do you wish to engage in combat? With eyes closed, Xiao Feng continuously rehearsed the heavenly sword divine art in his mind. Truly worthy of the sword bone, it was remarkably profound. Xiao Feng exclaimed with excitement. The sword path has always been a dominant force across the continent. In every era, one or two sword practitioners emerge among the peak contenders. The cultivation of the sword path, it seems, tests an individual's holistic prowess. The sword is wielded in three distinct manners: through the body, through the spirit, and through the mind. The union of man and sword is merely the first realm of swordsmanship, allowing the practitioner to achieve a harmonious integration with the blade, where each stance of the sword perfectly complements the individual, thereby unleashing its utmost potential. However, those who can attain such a level are exceedingly rare. The common person perceives the sword merely as a tool, incapable of resonating with it, and thus cannot achieve the union of man and sword. Even within the ranks of the 10,000 Swords sect, many practice techniques like the 10,000 Swords technique, which ostensibly relate closely to the art of the sword. Yet, how many can truly grasp the profound essence of sword intent contained within? Nevertheless, I have been able to extract experiences from the path of the sword, significantly enhancing my understanding of it. Xiao Feng swung his long sword with abandon, attuning himself to the subtle nuances that reverberated through the blade. It felt as natural as moving his own fingers, and before he realized it, he became deeply immersed in the practice. Time slipped away unnoticed until dusk began to settle, prompting Xiao Feng to reluctantly cease his movements. A smile unintentionally gracing his lips, this longsword, though not a renowned blade, held immense significance for him. Upon entering the 10,000 Swords sect, every disciple selects a sword from the cliff known as the 10,000 Swords Cliff. He vividly recalled the exhilaration coursing through him at that moment, when this very longsword fortuitously fell at his feet, despite its mediocre quality and his master's advice to select a better sword. He chose to remain steadfast in his use of it. This sword had accompanied him from the pinnacle of success to the depths of despair, and at this moment, he felt an inexplicable bond akin to blood ties. From now on, I shall call you Chong Kong, Xiao Feng murmured softly. With the enhancement of the sword's essence and the system, it would not be long before he achieved the realm of the union of man and sword. Junior sister, are you here to enjoy the moon as well? It seems we are truly fated, Wang Yunfei exclaimed in astonishment, clad in a splendid robe as he wandered through the sect. Before him stood Ruashi, adorned in simple white attire. Though her garments were unadorned, the moonlight scattered upon her, and a few strands of hair danced gently in the breeze, while the rest cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her crystalline eyes reflected a chilling clarity, and her delicate arms were slightly bent, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Upon catching sight of Wang Yunfei, Ruashi's expression revealed a flicker of disdain, and she coldly retorted, I shall take my leave now. Please feel free, senior brother. Without further ado, she turned to depart, unwilling to linger in his presence. Junior sister, what do you mean by this? You see me and choose to leave. Do you harbor some grievance against me? Wang Yunfei, incensed by Ruashi's blatant disregard, could not contain his fury. He had invested considerable effort into orchestrating this chance encounter, first ensuring that Lu Li, the young master of the 10,000 Swords sect, remained oblivious. It was well known throughout the sect that Lu Li held affections for Wang Yunfei, who had maintained an ambiguous relationship with her to exploit the sect's resources. Yet, in doing so, he had become intricately bound to Lu Li's feelings. The close relationship between Ruashi and Xiao Feng was a matter of common knowledge within the sect, their union of talent and beauty often spoken of in admiration. Now that Xiao Feng had departed, Ruashi found herself alone in the present scene. Wang Yunfei's intentions have become glaringly evident. After all, he is the son of the Prince of Dalian. and he possesses a certain stature within Dalian. Acquiring a woman should be a trivial matter for him. Yet, Rushi is not oblivious to this fact, though her disdain is always plainly visible on her countenance. With that, she exudes her formidable aura. Rushi has never been a timid individual. While she may not possess the innate talent of Xiao Feng, she certainly surpasses the average person. Within a year, her strength has reached the 9th level of the acquired realm, which is sufficient for her to obtain abundant resources within the 10,000 Swords Sect. A prince's son, Wang Yunfei naturally has no shortage of resources either. However, his focus does not lie in cultivation, as he currently remains at the 8th level of the acquired realm. Excellent, simply excellent. Now that Xiao Feng has been expelled from the sect, I wonder how long you can endure. Wang Yunfei, consumed by rage, bellowed hysterically. From a young age, he had been overshadowed by his various elder brothers, and now, in this remote sect, he found himself looked down upon by a mere woman, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Do as you please. Yet, his thoughts remained fixated on Xiao Feng's figure. Since you are no longer here, it seems there is little purpose in my staying behind. Rushi could no longer tolerate the decay of the 10,000 Swords Sect. Had it not been for Xiao Feng's presence, she would have never considered remaining in the sect. Miss, she had witnessed Wang Yunfei's earlier display and harbored a desire to strike him down. However, Rushi had instructed her to avoid acting recklessly without her command, resulting in the current scenario. You need not concern yourself with such matters. After all, he is the son of the king of Yanbei. It is best to avoid provoking unnecessary conflicts. How did your investigation fare? Rushi raised her hand to signal her to refrain from acting impulsively. Young Master Xiao has arrived in Lanling City and is currently at the City Lord's manor. Upon hearing Rushi's words, the individual ceased to press further and promptly reported. The City Lord's manor? Young Master Xiao rescued the young lady of the Z family, and they are now preparing to head to the capital together. Ziyuan? Upon hearing the name Ziyuan, Rushi momentarily froze, her brows knitting together. Has she encountered another woman right upon stepping outside? She pondered. Rushi quickly regained her composure and continued. Yes, you may take your leave for now. Rushi spoke calmly. Understood. I shall convey the message immediately. As she lifted her gaze to the bright moon, an inexplicable sense of agitation welled up within her. Chapter 8. Xiao Feng's love for wealth. Ding. Extracting the corpse of the acquired realm cultivator, gaining 15 years of cultivation. Ding. Extracting the corpse of the acquired realm cultivator, gaining 1 chi blood pill. Xiao Feng regarded the corpse on the ground with an expression of ease, as if he had crushed an ant beneath his foot. Host, Xiao Feng. Cultivation, 9th level of the acquired realm. Techniques, 10,000 Swords Decision, Dragon's Palm, Heavenly Sword Divine Art, Fragment. Spiritual Medicine, Chi Blood Pill, Swift Pill, Strength. 9,000 stones. He cast his eyes around to ensure no enemies were present before he confidently made his way towards the carriage. Inside the carriage sat none other than Ziyuan, the young lady he had rescued a few days prior. At this moment, their group was en route to the capital. Reflecting momentarily in his heart, he recalled how he had spent an entire year diligently honing his skills, barely managing to step into the innate realm. Yet, he was still hailed by the elders of the Wanjian Sect as a prodigious talent rarely seen in a millennium, with the potential to become a legendary martial king in the future. Such prowess transcended the mere labels of genius and monstrosity, elevating him beyond the realm of ordinary humanity. This young man's progress was indeed astonishingly rapid. Just moments ago, when the innate level bandits had appeared, he had been fully prepared to intervene, but he effortlessly dispatched them instead. The innate level foes had evidently possessed superficial cultivation, likely bolstered by some form of medicinal elixir. Nevertheless, it should not have been so easily overcome by someone of the acquired realm. However, his combat skills were noticeably immature. 2 guards stood beside the carriage, exchanging remarks regarding Xiao Feng's recent performance, their expressions a blend of envy and admiration. They were the 2 innate level experts dispatched by Licheng to escort the Ziyuan society to the capital. On the left stood the robust and earnest-faced guard named Xin Xingwu, while to the right was his military companion, Yu Zhanqing. Although not as physically imposing as Xin Xingwu, Yu bore iron rings on his limbs, giving him an intimidating air. They were the elite of the Lanling City Guard in Licheng, known for their seamless cooperation on the battlefield, even posing a significant challenge to Licheng itself. Brothers, we may proceed now, Xiao Feng exclaimed as he leapt onto the carriage, joining Xin Xingwu with a cheerful smile. After days of camaraderie, Xiao Feng had become quite familiar with them. Thus, he suggested that if enemies approached, He should be the one to confront them, allowing the two to focus on safeguarding Ziyuan. Unless he found himself truly unable to cope, they were to refrain from intervening. Initially, the two had regarded Xiao Feng as a mere greenhorn, expecting that a couple of lessons would humble him. Yet, his performance had far exceeded everyone's expectations, and gradually, no one dared to underestimate him. In just a few days of their acquaintance, Xiao Feng's progress had been akin to riding a rocket, leaving them to ponder how far he might ascend in the future. At the very least, they believed that becoming a martial king would pose little difficulty for him. "Thank you for your hard work, young Master Xiao," came the gentle voice of Ziyuan from beyond the carriage door as it began to move forward. "This was my own initiative. You need not thank me if you insist on expressing gratitude. A little extra coin would suffice." Xiao Feng replied with nonchalance. He was far from intimidated by such troublesome matters. On the contrary, he eagerly anticipated more adversaries, hoping they would be as straightforward as the bandits that had just appeared. "Stop right there. We are the subordinates of the king of Jiao Mountain. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll," one of the bandits shouted. In response, Xiao Feng leapt from the carriage, feeling no need to summon the heavenly sword divine art. Instead, he employed the 10,000 sword technique, conjuring a myriad of sword silhouettes that swiftly annihilated the foes. Finally, he effortlessly utilized the system to reap the rewards from their remains. However, it is somewhat regrettable that the innate cultivator we encountered earlier had clearly resorted to some form of elixir to temporarily enhance his abilities. Consequently, the system did not classify him as an innate practitioner, but rather as an ordinary postnatal cultivator. This left him feeling quite pained, especially considering that the previous innate cultivator had extracted the sword bone for him. "Brother Xiao, why do you have such a penchant for wealth? Are you not aware of Miss Zi's esteemed status?" Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Shun Xingwu could not help but interject with a remark. Having traveled together for several days, they were acutely aware of the significance behind Ziyuan's gratitude. If Ziyuan could utter a few kind words on Xiao Feng's behalf in front of her father, the Grand General of the state, it was conceivable that Xiao Feng might seize an opportunity to secure a prominent position within the Daliang court. Although Daliang was currently in a state of turmoil, the allure of imperial patronage remained strong. "That is not the way to articulate it," Xiao Feng replied, shaking his head with an air of indifference. "Oh, then how does the young master perceive it?" Xiao Feng's statement successfully captured the attention of those around him, including Ziyuan, who was seated in the carriage and eagerly posed her question. Over the years, she had encountered numerous individuals eager to ascend through her influence. Even those who did not seek to curry favor with her would strive to appear exceedingly respectful, intent on leaving a favorable impression. However, from the moment she became acquainted with Xiao Feng, he had consistently exhibited a nonchalant demeanor. Initially, he was unaware of her identity, yet he still had the audacity to make audacious declarations that could easily provoke outrage. Was he expressing disdain for Ziyuan? Later, upon learning of her status, Xiao Feng shifted his approach, seemingly motivated by the prospect of greater wealth. This series of actions left Ziyuan questioning her own allure. Now, her curiosity was piqued. She was determined to hear what astonishing theory Xiao Feng had to share. Xiao Feng surveyed the group before leisurely stating, "What is there to discuss? Earning more money is simply a means to marry a wife." "You are quite the wit, young master," Ziyuan responded with a bemused expression, almost overwhelmed by an impulse to slap Xiao Feng. His words echoed the sentiments of the past. Did she not qualify to be the wife he spoke of? Ziyuan found herself lost in thought. However, she quickly recognized the flaw in her reasoning, realizing that she had been ensnared in his playful banter. "Ha, you all fail to understand that to marry and raise children, one requires a dowry and a home. Do you not need money for that?" Xiao Feng continued, smiling. "Brother Shun, brother you, it seems you have spent too long in the military and have completely forgotten the realities of life. You might do well to silence yourself," Yu Zhanqing interjected, finally unable to tolerate Xiao Feng's remarks, and promptly covered his mouth. Chapter 9. The dawn of turmoil. After a light-hearted exchange, the carriage continued its journey. Yet unbeknownst to them, a tempest was brewing in their wake. In Qinghe County, within the Wanjian Sect, Wang Yunfei was in a furious tirade within the elder's chamber. "Useless, utterly useless. How can one simply vanish without a trace?" Despite Wang Yunfei's inferior cultivation, his status commanded respect, and none dared to obstruct him. The events of the past few days weighed heavily on his mind. Foremost among his grievances was Ruashi's rejection, which was accompanied by a blatant air of disdain towards him. Secondly, the persistent thorn in his side, Xiao Feng, had vanished entirely from his sight. Lastly, today, Ruoshi, much like Xiao Feng, had departed from the Wanjian Sect. If merely days ago he regarded Xiao Feng as an inconsequential fool, he now perceived himself as the true jester. All his meticulously laid plans had unraveled at the hands of these two individuals. Although he remained skeptical that a discarded cultivator like Xiao Feng, bereft of both power and ambition, alongside a seemingly unremarkable Ruoshi, could thwart his control over the Wanjian Sect, he nonetheless felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With anger bubbling within him and no outlet for his ire, he could only vent within the confines of the Elders' Hall. However, he failed to notice that the majority of the Elders present wore grim expressions, deeply dissatisfied with his behavior. Yunfei, cease your anger. I shall implore my father on your behalf that I refuse to believe that those two wretches can escape our grasp, Luli declared vehemently from behind Wang Yunfei. Adorned in a form-fitting embroidered red gown, she sought to present herself in the most striking manner, solely for Wang Yunfei's sake. Yet, encountering him in a fit of rage left her with no opportunity to shine, forcing her to stand silently in his shadow. Nevertheless, Wang Yunfei did not spare her a glance. His heart was consumed with fury, and he felt an overwhelming aversion towards Lu Li. Were it not for the consideration of her father's status and the power of the Wanjian Sect's leader, he might have truly chastised her. Had it not been for your father's prowess in Dongxian, why should I endure this? Wang Yunfei brooded in frustration. The strength of Dongxian was among the pinnacle of powers on the continent. The leader of the Wanjian Sect possessing such capabilities was no secret. However, the sect had not flourished due to the leader's persistent claims of seclusion for breakthroughs, leading to an absence from public view. Although there were speculations that he had sustained injuries in battle against an equal and was thus compelled to retreat, none dared to provoke trouble, resulting in the Wanjian Sect's continued seclusion in Qinghai County. Yet, with a Dongxian expert backing him, surely his father would regard him with greater esteem. Little did I expect to arrive at such a fortuitous moment to witness this spectacle. Suddenly, loud laughter echoed from outside the Elders' Hall. Who dares to behave so disrespectfully in the Wanjian Sect's Elder Hall? Wang Yunfei bellowed, his temper flaring further as anger surged within him. The audacity of the voice's owner sealed their fate in his mind. In the next moment, the doors of the Elders' Hall swung open, a profound pressure emanating forth, causing the elders to change countenance and rise in unison, gazing towards the entrance. This is bad. Could it be that a Dongxian master has come to our doorstep? Yet, there was an unsettling familiarity to the aura. Wang Yunfei retreated rapidly, seeking refuge behind the others, pondering, what place is there that I would fear to enter? A person outside the door let out a cold snort. Their words laced with malice. Father? Wang Yunfei exclaimed in shocked, in an instant. A chilling sweat broke out from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, as a wave of fear surged within him. He finally understood why he found that aura so familiar. It belonged to the personal expert of the emperor, his father. He had encountered his father only a handful of times, which rendered his memory of that presence somewhat vague. Upon hearing Wang Yunfei's cry, the onlookers froze in astonishment. They had only heard of the formidable reputation of the king of Yanbei, but now that they were face to face with him, an unbidden sense of trepidation washed over them. Greetings, your highness. The elders bowed in respect to Wang Weiji that he did not permit them to rise, but instead made his way to the seat of honor, a position reserved solely for the sect leader. None among the assembly dared to oppose him, fully aware that even if the sect master appeared, Wang Weiji could easily take his place. Is this what you call having everything under control? Wang Weiji's mood was far from pleasant. His voice exceedingly lowt Wang Yunfei's ears. It sounded akin to the roar of a demon from the depths of hell. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and proclaimed, Father, your son has convinced the entirety of the Wanjian Sect. With but a command from you, the Wanjian Sect shall become your most loyal hound. His face was still drenched in cold sweat. Disregarding the dignity of the Wanjian Sect, all in a desperate bid to win Wang Weiji's forgiveness, the moment those words escaped his lips, some of the elders present turned crimson with indignation. Barely restraining their outrage, they had indeed promised Wang Yunfei that should the king of Yanbei take up arms, they would assist him. However, their assistance was predicated on their belief that the king possessed the strength to supplant the Daliang dynasty and profit from it. Yet now, Wang Yunfei's words treated them as mere cannon fodder, which incensed them greatly, particularly for the elders present, whose cultivation levels were all at the pinnacle of the innate realm, on the cusp of destiny. Proud individuals indeed. The king of Yanbei perceptively noted the reactions of the crowd, his displeasure mounting. Wang Yunfei was, after all, one of his more mediocre offspring. However, he had recently garnered some attention by claiming he could subdue an expert of the realm for the king of Yanbei's use. Yet, it seemed that Wang Yunfei was nothing more than a complete failure, unable to even command the respect of these elders, let alone a master of. Your Highness, there is indeed the aura of. An expert beside him interjected. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiji's expression softened slightly. Rest assured, since my son has promised you, the reward shall be ample. But serving me has never been merely a matter of words. Wang Weiji said coldly at that moment. The aura of the expert erupted once more, revealing the overwhelming might of a superior. It was a classic display of the carrot and the stick, albeit this carrot remained a mere empty promise. The elders below exchanged glances, noting the stark contrast in behavior between Wang Yunfei and Wang Weiji. Despite their father-son relationship, we are all willing to serve your highness, the elders proclaimed in unison. Bowing deeply, even without considering the interests of the sect, they dared not defy the orders of the king of Yanbei at this moment. Chapter 10. A dialogue between father and son. A waste is simply a waste. How could one rely on a woman to maintain control over the situation? Wang Weiji, the king of Yanbei, sat in the position of authority, his voice booming with anger. At this point, all the elders had departed, leaving the two of them, father and son, to confront one another. Wang Yunfei knelt upon the ground, his fingers digging into his thigh as he fought to suppress the terror within, yet he could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Though they were nominally father and son, Wang Yunfei was but an illegitimate child. To Wang Weiji, his existence was neither a boon nor a burden. His childhood experiences had taught him that if he could not secure his father's favor, he might very well meet an untimely end the following day. Wang Weiji's expression was one of indifference. Despite his seething anger, his demeanor remained unperturbed, as if he were untouched by the tempest around him. With his acumen, he had undoubtedly discerned the connection between Wang Yunfei and Lu Li, which prompted his earlier remarks. Father, I have done all within my power to maintain control over the Wanjian Sect. However, Wang Yunfei began, only to halt abruptly, realizing that he was on the verge of voicing his inability to summon skilled assistance to manage the situation. After all, when he had first arrived at the Wanjian Sect, he had been accompanied solely by a congenital guard, who was not necessarily obedient to his commands. To express such a thought could easily be construed as a reproach against his father for not augmenting his support. He could not utter such words, absolutely not. Wang Yunfei silently rejoiced at having restrained himself. The king of Yanbei's muffled voice resonated once more. Father, there was a disciple named Xiao Feng who, over the course of a year, transcended from an ordinary individual to a congenital master. His potential is exceptional, and I wish to recruit him. However, he refused to serve you and has spoken arrogantly against me, which has impeded my progress. A year's time. Does he truly possess such talent? Upon hearing Wang Yunfei's words, the king of Yanbei lowered his head in contemplation. His experience far surpassed that of this inept son, and he had encountered countless prodigies throughout his life. Not to mention, the four major sects on the Jiuzhou continent each boasted saints and saintesses of extraordinary talent, whose prowess even he regarded with caution. Yet, never had he heard of anyone achieving congenital mastery within a mere year. If Xiao Feng truly possessed such capability, it would be a remarkable boon to have him as an ally. But where is he now? With this thought in mind, he inquired directly. Wang Yunfei was taken aback, not anticipating that his father would genuinely show interest in Xiao Feng. Father, Xiao Feng has defected from the sect, and his whereabouts are unknown. I am striving to locate him. However, the elders within the sect have already shattered both his cultivation and his resolve. My intent in finding him is merely to avoid future troubles. The people within the sect only know that he headed towards Lanling County. Wang Yunfei spoke with palpable unease. He understood better than anyone how Xiao Feng had been manipulated into leaving. Such a genius has been rendered powerless and lost his resolve. Does that not equate to becoming a mere shell of a person? Why did you not report this beforehand? The king of Yanbei expressed his deep concern, speaking with evident displeasure. My father is preoccupied with countless affairs. How could I dare to disturb him over such trifles? Wang Yunfei quickly bowed his head in reverence. The king of Yanbei furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling a day when he encountered Ziyuan and noticed a young man standing beside her. That time, the attire he wore bore a resemblance to what Wang Yunfei donned. However, Having perceived Xiao Feng's low cultivation, he assumed he was merely Ziyuan's guard and paid him little heed. In retrospect, it seems he may have overlooked a prodigy to have one's cultivation and resolve extinguished, yet still be able to cultivate. The king of Yanbei murmured, "Has my father encountered Xiao Feng?" Wang Yunfei was taken aback, his face paling that he had not disclosed Xiao Feng's ability to cultivate to the king of Yanbei. How then could the king be privy to this knowledge? Indeed, father, this individual, wandering in the world, is undoubtedly a menace. Prior to his defection from the sect, he had proclaimed his intent to annihilate the entirety of the Wanjian Sect. Now, having inexplicably regained his cultivation through some nefarious means, if we do not eliminate him at this juncture, he may pose significant trouble for your grand ambitions in the future. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yunfei swiftly redirected all blame towards Xiao Feng. At this moment, his animosity towards Xiao Feng was palpable. He loathed Xiao Feng for refusing to serve him, resented his extraordinary talents, and felt an even deeper hatred for the affection Xiao Feng inspired in Ruashi. With his father's assistance in eliminating this pressing threat, would it not be assured that Xiao Feng's demise was inevitable? A frenzied glint sparkled in Wang Yunfei's eyes, as he transformed all his fear of the king of Yanbei into a profound hatred for Xiao Feng. At that moment, deeming Xiao Feng a sworn enemy was hardly an exaggeration. The king of Yanbei, being exceedingly astute, naturally sensed Wang Yunfei's peculiar demeanor. He held Wang Yunfei's actions in disdain, yet refrained from voicing his contempt. In truth, he had already dispatched individuals to pursue Xiao Feng. However, his true objective lay with Ziyuan, not Xiao Feng. Nevertheless, he did not consider Xiao Feng to be a variable in this operation. After all, Xiao Feng was merely a person of the postnatal level. While he had sent forth individuals of the fated level, if Xiao Feng possessed any sense, he would not meet his end. The king of Yanbei mused. He too wished to retain Ziyuan as long as she remained in his grasp. He could leverage her life to threaten the national general. Now was not the time to sever ties. What is the situation with your sect leader? His ultimate purpose in visiting Qinghe County was to locate the legendary Dongxian master. Although his subordinates had detected the presence of Dongxian energy, not having witnessed the individual himself left him uneasy. The combat prowess at the Dongxian level within his ranks was limited, and each was worthy of careful consideration. This child he had never encountered in person, having heard he was still in seclusion. However, I have heard from Lu Li that she occasionally sees the sect leader. Wang Yunfei felt a tinge of disappointment at the lack of affirmation for his words, yet he did not dare to contradict. Go and speak with Lu Li. Tell her that I require the Wanjian Sect leader to meet with me. The king of Yanbei asserted with commanding authority. Wang Yunfei promptly nodded in agreement. After so much effort, was it not to attain this extraordinary level of combat prowess? Now that I have bound myself with Lu Li, coupled with my own identity, this matter is certainly secure. Chapter 11. The arrival of a formidable foe in Wangu County. Xiao Feng and his companions continue their journey. Along the way, they have slain countless bandits, yet they are only halfway through their trek. The vast sky above, the atmosphere is somewhat heavy, prompting Xin Xingwu to unconsciously sing a song from the frontier, his bold voice imbued with both a melancholic tone and a profound will to vanquish foes. This marks the 11th batch. It seems the northern frontier has descended into chaos to an extreme degree. Ziyuan's words once again drifted through the carriage curtains, tinged with a hint of sorrow and regret. Throughout their journey, they have encountered remarkably few formidable adversaries. However, the frequency and number of encounters have been unimaginably common. When Ziyuan arrived in the northern frontier, she was accompanied by her own guards, making it difficult for anyone to approach. Yet now the situation has drastically changed, allowing her to truly witness the onset of a chaotic era. How many villages have they passed that lay desolate and abandoned? How many fields are overgrown with wild grass? Some bandits appear more akin to starving peasants, driven by desperation to resort to thievery. For Xiao Feng, the scenes unfolding before him serve as a stark stimulation. He hails from a place of abundant resources, where one could achieve advancement simply through diligence. Later, upon crossing over, he found himself at the Wanjian Sect, enjoying the privileges of a prodigy and living a life of considerable affluence. Yet, the grim reality before him represents his first encounter with such tragic circumstances, 1,000 times harsher than the arduous lives described by his forebears, which he had previously glimpsed only in films and dramas. It seems excessively quiet. Xiao Feng gazes ahead, his eyes alert as he speaks. Wangu County, as its name suggests, is a region abundant in valleys. The gorge they are traversing is known as Zhongchuan Valley, the largest in Wangu County. Yu Zhanqing and Shun Xingwu have also sensed something amiss. Within the valley, where snakes, insects, and beasts abound, how could there be such an unnatural stillness? The three of them instinctively adopt a defensive formation. Xiao Feng leads the way, while Yu Zhanqing and Shun Xingwu flank Zi Yuan, shielding her from all sides. Haha, do mere ants dare to resist? How utterly laughable! A chilling laughter emanates from ahead. Subsequently, the dust stirred by the yellow sand is gradually enveloped by a shroud of black mist, and a figure materializes within the darkness, an expert of the destiny level. The three men simultaneously furrow their brows. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao brother, you safeguard Miss C. This time, let us brothers handle it. Yu Zhanqing slowly articulates, shifting his stance. Xiao Feng nods, refraining from pressing on. He had previously volunteered to confront the bandits to enhance his strength. Yet it is evident that a combatant of destiny level is beyond his capacity to handle. Be careful. You two older brothers, if things go awry, I will flee with Zi Yuan. You should also make your escape swiftly. Xiao Feng states. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, a strategic retreat is indeed the best course of action. Xiao brother, do not underestimate the two of us, Shun Xingwu says, revealing a hearty smile. The Ghost Shadow Sect. A sect from Yuhua County. Their techniques are peculiar, so exercise caution. Yuan similarly felt a surge of anxiety and boldly declared, I only desire the young lady in the carriage. If you hand her over to me, I shall let you go. What say you? The shadow amidst the black mist continued to speak with a ghostly tone, as if genuinely negotiating with them. Spare me your words. You shall have to step over my corpse first. Shun Xingwu bellowed, summoning his true energy and activating his techniques, his form expanding like that of a mighty bear. Yu Zhanqing remained silent, his arms and leg rings vibrating, producing a chime, his gaze fixated on the approaching figure like that of a predatory leopard. Refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink, he mocked the voice from the shadows. Suddenly, several dark figures surged forth from the mist, charging towards the carriage. Ghost corpses, Zi Yuan exclaimed in shock, revealing the origin of the shadows. The creation of ghost corpses had long been strictly forbidden by the Doliang dynasty, for their fabrication often required fresh, robust cadavers. Yet, how could a healthy individual easily succumb to death? Moreover, the success rate was exceedingly low, meaning each ghost corpse could potentially conceal dozens or even hundreds of lost lives. What a delightful sight. Upon hearing Zi Yuan's words, the figure in the black mist appeared to be flattered, breaking into a gleeful laugh. Creating ghost corpses is also immensely taxing on the body of the creator. You must strike at the essence of the practitioner. Ghost corpses are not immortal. Once their creator perishes, they become mere ordinary corpses. Zi Yuan furrowed her brow. The trio nodded in understanding as the ghost corpses charged forth. Although these cadavers had lost their intellect, each retained an innate ferocity for battle, immense in strength, forcing the three to adopt a defensive stance. Since they are corpses, does that mean? Xiao Feng pondered internally. He then focused on the eerie shadows, directly extracting. Ding! Extracting innate level ghost corpse, acquiring mist and rain steps. Ding! Extracting innate level ghost corpse, gaining 20 years of cultivation. This is truly miraculous, Xiao Feng remarked with an odd expression upon facing the systems panel. Brother Xiao, can you withstand this? The ghost corpses were all of innate level. Unlike the insubstantial innate bandit he faced previously. That I can manage, Xiao Feng replied, his sword shadows dancing as he repelled the onslaught of the ghost corpses. Currently, there were 6 ghost corpses dispatched by the adversary, a number double that of their own. They could not abandon the confines of the carriage, rendering them momentarily trapped. Xingwu, come! Yu Zhanqing suddenly roared. Shun Xingwu nodded in tacit agreement, and the two swiftly aligned themselves to confront the foe. Their combined fists moved as if in a dream, always striking in the most opportune moment to deliver lethal blows to their enemies. Ha! Shun Xingwu shouted, using the dominant bare fist to launch a ghost corpse into the air. Humph! There remains some strength. The shadow in the black mist snorted coldly, its chilling voice resonating once more. Following this, yet another figure dashed out from the darkness. Peak innate level? Xiao Feng glanced over and immediately felt overwhelmed. It is not acceptable. I must take a risk. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the ominous black mist. Chapter 12. Breaking through the innate realm. Ding! Extracted the peak innate ghost corpse. gaining 20 years of cultivation. With the extraction of this ghost corpse before him, Xiao Feng finally crossed the threshold of the innate realm. Overwhelmed with joy, he concentrated a surge of true qi in his hands. In the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, postnatal cultivation is fundamentally about refining the body, continuously tempering the flesh and blood within oneself to enhance one's strength. In contrast, the innate realm pertains to the cultivation of the practitioner's spiritual consciousness. Traditionally associated with the five elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, among the individuals present, Yu Zhanqing embodies the gold attribute, while Shun Xingwu represents the earth attribute. The gold-affiliated Yu Zhanqing is most attuned to the gold essence in the air, which is why he practices with iron rings adorning his body. Shin Xingwu, on the other hand, possesses the weightiest earth attribute. He appears remarkably honest and simple-minded, yet his tough exterior allows him to withstand attacks from practitioners of similar levels with greater resilience. Naturally, these attributes are governed by the principles of mutual generation and restraint. Thus, upon advancing to the innate realm, every practitioner undergoes a test to ascertain their affinity with various attributes, commonly referred to as spiritual roots. To his astonishment, he found himself to possess a white spiritual root. Contemplating the diverse attributes within the space, Xiao Feng silently mused. Previously, upon breaking through to the innate realm, he had demonstrated a strong affinity for the fire attribute. However, it now seemed that he did not exhibit a particular closeness to any attribute. Rather, they appeared to be merely utilitarian in nature. This implied that he could harness any of the five attributes. Yet he would not attain the pinnacle of cultivation in any single one. Not too shabby. This aligns well with the destiny of a protagonist, who says a white spiritual root must be worthless. A scatterer is indeed the mightiest profession. With this thought, a smile graced Xiao Feng's lips as his gaze turned towards the encroaching black mist. With the system's extraction as his support, he had never doubted that he would experience sluggish progress due to issues with his spiritual root. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern remained. He must first deal with the formidable fate-level adversary before him. Brother Yu, Brother Shun, the situation is becoming dire, Xiao Feng exclaimed, defending himself while addressing the two men. The sole weakness of the ghost corpse might be its inability to inherit the spiritual roots of the deceased, compelling them to rely solely on their formidable physical bodies in combat. This allowed Yu Zhanqing and Shun Xingwu to withstand foes with double their numbers. However, once the peak innate ghost corpse entered the fray, it was evident that they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. When Shun Xingwu was struck by the ghost corpse, the involuntary grunt he stifled spoke volumes about its power. You too, protect Ziyuan. I will venture into the black mist, Xiao Feng declared through gritted teeth. Charging toward the ominous shroud, both Shin Xingwu and Yu Zhanqing were taken aback by this bold move, yet the pressure exerted by the ghost corpse left them unable to intervene. Young Master Xiao, Ziyuan, seated in the carriage, was equally astonished by the scene unfolding before her. Although she had previously remarked that the practitioners of the Ghost Shadow Sect, due to their creation of ghost corpses, would suffer significant effects, resulting in diminished combat effectiveness. However, one cannot help but notice that the individual before him emanates an overwhelming aura of celestial authority, even if his combat prowess were to wane. It is unlikely to fall below the pinnacle of innate mastery. They remain oblivious to the fact that Xiao Feng has just transcended to a higher realm, mistakenly believing him to be merely a practitioner of acquired cultivation. Such an act appears, at first glance, to be a harbinger of death. The expert from the Ghost Shadow Sect, upon witnessing Xiao Feng's advance, merely smirks with disdain, his heart undisturbed by the unfolding events. He is acutely aware that the creation of ghostly corpses comes at a cost to his own body, inevitably diminishing his own combat capabilities. Thus, he cloaks himself within the ghostly mist, knowing that those of lesser cultivation on the periphery may succumb to illusions born from inhaling the miasma, leading them to their own demise. Even if one manages to withstand the deceptive visions, it is a formidable challenge to locate him amidst the oppressive darkness. Moreover, he had sensed the surge of attributes when Xiao Feng broke through. A common occurrence amidst life and death crises that he dismissed without concern. The distance between them was negligible. As soon as Ziyuan's words faded, Xiao Feng plunged headlong into the ghostly fog. As Xiao Feng entered the black mist, the scenery before him shifted instantaneously. He found himself in the training chamber of the 10,000 Swords Sect, with Ruashi standing before him, sweetly inquiring. Indeed, he has fallen directly into an illusion. The figure shrouded in the ghostly mist laughed scornfully at this moment. Xiao Feng stood dazed and motionless, his gaze vacant, resembling a perfect target. Outside the black mist, the absence of Xiao Feng's support rendered the situation dire. Initially, they were barely holding their ground. The emergence of the innate pinnacle ghostly corpse made it abundantly clear that calamity was imminent. Nevertheless, as soldiers of Lanling County, retreating in the face of danger was the least of their inclinations. And both engaged fiercely in close combat with the approaching ghostly corpses. The scene grew increasingly gruesome, with wounds multiplying on their bodies. Their only hope now rested upon whether Xiao Feng could eliminate the individual lurking within the ghostly mist. Although the likelihood of such an outcome seemed rather slim. "Xinwu, we may not endure much longer," Yu Zhanqing said, his countenance grim, addressing Xinwu. His side had been savagely clawed by a ghostly corpse. Each punch he threw eliciting searing pain that I will hold them off. "You must escort Miss Yuan away," Yu Zhanqing urged, suppressing his agony. "You must leave. We are currently executing military orders," he shouted vehemently. Had they been on a conventional battlefield, one might have laughed and faced death together. Yet, today they had Yuan at their back. Just as they were caught in their turmoil, another scene unfolded within the black mist, under the manipulation of the Ghost Shadow Sect expert. Xiao Feng's demeanor became increasingly frivolous. Strands of hair fell scattered, his attire disheveled, as if every inch of his snow-white skin were a lethal poison. Xiao Feng's gaze gradually turned hazy, moving forward slowly. "Succumbing to the allure of the illusion, before your demise, you shall have your fill of exquisite sights." A figure coalesced from the ghostly mist in the direction Xiao Feng advanced, with long, slender nails entwined with the black mist. The madness on the face of Xiao Feng intensified with each step he took. This body appeared robust. Perhaps it could yield yet another ghostly corpse. Chapter 13. Run. The greater the number of possessed corpses one commands, the stronger their combat prowess becomes. However, this also necessitates a more formidable cultivation to exert control over the corpses that on this particular expedition, he ventured forth with 7 corpses in tow, a feat that demanded considerable effort. This was due to the intrinsic connection he shared with these corpses. Should that bond be severed, he would lose dominion over them. Consequently, the corpses could not be stored in any spatial inventory, but had to remain in close proximity at all times. Furthermore, the nature of these corpses, which defies moral bounds, has led to a pervasive aversion among the populace of the continent. Thus, their sect, the Ghost Shadow Sect, has long been branded as a malevolent cult. Were it not for the current political upheaval that has stripped the Great Liang of its control over sects, they might have faced extermination long ago. Xiao Feng had approached him, and both individuals wore expressions imbued with a sinister charm. Gazing at one another as if beholding an unparalleled beauty. "Let us bid farewell to this world," the malevolent cultivator said, slowly extending his hands with a smile. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was met with a long sword piercing through his abdomen. Xiao Feng retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the dark cultivator hurtling away. "You are far weaker than I had imagined." Without hesitation, Xiao Feng commanded the long sword to lunge directly towards the dark cultivator. Engaging in idle chatter while delivering a fatal blow is the hallmark of a villain. As the protagonist, one ought to blend banter with decisive action. "You managed to escape the illusion?" The dark cultivator furrowed his brow. Realization dawning upon him. Possessing the cultivation of destiny, he was acutely aware of his limitations. The ghostly mist he had painstakingly cultivated was undoubtedly his trump card, even for those at the pinnacle of innate prowess. Breaking free from an illusion was no simple task. Observing Xiao Feng's demeanor, it seemed he had likely extricated himself from the onset, merely feigning compliance thereafter. "Could it be that you possess a treasure that safeguards your consciousness?" The dark cultivator shouted in a fit of disbelief, unwilling to accept that Xiao Feng had liberated himself through sheer strength. Meanwhile, the dark cultivator, momentarily incapacitated by the assault, found himself unable to maintain control over the corpses, causing them to halt their actions, frozen in place like wooden puppets. "You are overthinking this," Xiao Feng declared, his sword poised with lethal intent. While he had not extensively trained in the art of killing, his mastery of swordplay enabled him to strike with precision at every opportune moment. Even if the long sword were to slip from his grasp, he could easily regain control. Naturally, he had no intention of explaining himself to the dark cultivator before him. Firstly, As a transmigrator, he had merged his consciousness with that of the original owner of this body. In simpler terms, his mental acuity was twice that of an ordinary individual. Thus, the instant the illusion manifested, he recognized the underlying issue and promptly dismantled the illusion before him. As for the figure that appeared within the illusion, known as Ruo Shi, he dared not entertain such thoughts. Ruo Shi had always been an icy beauty. Even in their close interactions, she would never utter such tender words. Therefore, in that fleeting moment, the illusion had no chance of survival and was obliterated instantly. However, upon seeing the silhouette emerging from the black mist, an idea struck him. He feigned continued immersion in the illusion, advancing step by step toward the dark cultivator. Observing the crude mockery of the malevolent cultivator, he was tempted on several occasions to strike back. Yet he refrained, wary of the formidable opponent before him. A being of destiny caliber, it was not until the distance between them had narrowed to a mere step that he finally thrust forth his sword. Despite being a cultivator of such esteemed rank, the adversary failed to retaliate with immediacy, a testament to the toll that the crafting of ghostly corpses exacted upon a practitioner's physique, according to Xiao Feng's estimation. The strength of this malevolent entity's true form was barely at the peak of the innate realm, allowing him to believe that with a few medicinal enhancements, he could prevail. With that thought, Xiao Feng promptly retrieved a vial of medicine and swallowed its contents. Enhancing one's combat prowess prior to battle was indeed a necessity. The malevolent cultivator, not idle in his efforts, let out a bellow, his blood and energy surging forth as he reasserted control over the ghostly corpses. Though he was curious as to how Xiao Feng had managed to extricate himself from the illusion so swiftly, and why someone who had only recently transcended into the innate realm could act with such alacrity. His life was the paramount concern at that moment. Xiao Feng maintained a demeanor of icy calm, his swordplay growing increasingly fierce. Neither party had the luxury of prolonging the confrontation. The ghostly mist continued to swirl, obscuring the scene from onlookers outside, though they could clearly hear the malevolent cultivator's roars and the eerie movements of the corpses. Although Shen Xingwu was of a simple disposition, his combat awareness was equally sharp, prompting him to launch an immediate strike against one of the ghostly corpses. The tide of battle shifted dramatically in that instant. A piercing scream escaped the malevolent cultivator's lips as yet another long sword pierced his arm, the force of its attributes spreading and causing his wound to feel as if it were being relentlessly torn asunder. "I will kill you," he howled, his expression frenzied. Xiao Feng's gaze sharpened. He withdrew his sword and charged towards the cultivator's center. The malevolent figure hastily raised both hands to block the oncoming strike, inadvertently exposing his chest to Xiao Feng. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced through his ribcage, eliciting nothing more than a muffled grunt from the adversary. Xiao Feng chose not to deliver a finishing blow, for he had to contend with the encirclement of four ghostly corpses. His steps became ethereal, leaving behind several afterimages within the swirling black mist. This was a manifestation of his phantom step technique. Although it was somewhat awkwardly executed, it served to disorient his opponent. Resolving himself, he surged forth from the depths of the mist, bolstered by the effects of the speed pill and blood chi pill. His velocity far surpassed that of an ordinary innate cultivator, preventing the ghostly corpses from restraining him in time. "Yes, Brother Xiao." Upon seeing Xiao Feng burst forth from the mist, Shen Xingwu shouted, "Quickly, let us go." Xiao Feng cast a glance at the two and chose not to engage in pleasantries. Instead, issuing a terse command, he was uncertain of the malevolent cultivator's condition and could only urge everyone to flee. For he was indeed a being of destiny caliber. Yu Zhanxing and Shen Xingwu immediately grasped his intent and followed his lead as they raced towards the direction of Ziyuan. That moment, Ziyuan had also emerged from her hiding place, her eyes widening as she spotted Xiao Feng approaching. With a single leap, he ascended onto the carriage, lifting her effortlessly and making their escape. Now was not the time for hesitation. Should the ghostly corpses pursue, their lives would surely be forfeit. Chapter 14. A fortunate escape. Thank heavens, we were not pursued. Xiao Feng stood panting, gazing at the approaching Yu Zhanxing and Shen Xingwu, feeling considerably relieved. "Young Master Xiao, might you set me down?" Ziyuan, cradled in Xiao Feng's arms, spoke as the urgency of the situation diminished. Xiao Feng nodded and gently placed her on the ground. There was no hint of ambiguity between them. Necessity triumphed over sentiment. "Young Master Xiao, I can hardly run any longer." Shen Xingwu and Yu Zhanxing gasped, their wounds still oozing blood. It appeared that the sinister cultivator had not pursued them further. Let us find a place to rest, Xiao Feng suggested, surveying their surroundings. The wounds on Shun Shengwu and Yu Zhanqing needed prompt attention, lest they lead to dire consequences. They remained within the confines of Wangu County. Having merely traversed one valley to another, after a thorough search, they discovered a cave and took refuge within. Lacking medicinal supplies, Shun Shengwu and Yu Zhanqing could only utilize their true energy to alleviate their injuries. Though their progress was slow, it effectively stemmed the bleeding. It seems the king of Yanbei has indeed intervened, Ziyuan remarked, her brow furrowed with unease. Clearly, the formidable figure from the Ghost Shadow Sect had come specifically for her, leaving them to deduce that the king of Yanbei was the only likely orchestrator. Remaining in the northern frontier is far too perilous. We must depart swiftly. Abandoning the carriage may not be such a misfortune. As it was excessively conspicuous, Xiao Feng concurred, in a land strewn with the dead. A carriage was indeed an obvious target. They had merely been fortunate to encounter a destiny expert with a weakness. Otherwise, their survival would have been in question. The king of Yanbei is truly ruthless, employing such a malevolent cultivator to capture Miss Z, Shun Shengwu commented, focusing on his cultivation. That sinister cultivator does not appear to be easily provoked, and his mental state is always a matter for concern. If we were to fall into his clutches, the outcome would be unpredictable. The king of Yanbei is unconcerned with such matters. All he desires is a living Ziyuan, Xiao Feng replied, though he harbored a deep disdain for the machinations of power. After all, he had been coerced by Wang Yunfei to abandon the Wanjian Sect. Yet, he understood the intricate web of politics at play. He could surmise why Ziyuan had been sent to the northern frontier. Ultimately, with the diminished strength of the Great Liang court, sacrifices were inevitable. Ziyuan had been cast as the sacrificial pawn, likely to facilitate some clandestine dealings with certain parties. Let us refrain from dwelling on these matters and instead focus on finding a suitable path, Xiao Feng proposed, sensing the weight of the atmosphere. Especially for Ziyuan, whose once cold and noble visage now bore a trace of sorrow. In times of turmoil, beauty often finds itself most vulnerable. In Wangu County, amidst the Middle Spring Valley, the dark mist swirled through the gorge, the sounds of the surroundings still echoing, with the remains of various animals scattered about. Curse it, I cannot believe I was ambushed by that child. The malevolent cultivator remained shrouded in an ominous mist, appearing even more eerie against the backdrop of the night. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences he had just endured, he felt a lingering sense of trepidation. He had come perilously close to meeting his demise at the hands of a newly ascended innate cultivator. He never anticipated that this encounter would prove so perilous. The technique of corpse manipulation required prompt refinement. His agreement to assist the king of Yanbei was not merely an act of benevolence. Rather, it stemmed from an irresistible proposition offered by the king. The king of Yanbei had pledged that, upon the successful completion of their endeavor, he would provide an abundant supply of fresh corpses for the purpose of crafting ghostly remains. However, the harm inflicted upon his body by the corpse manipulation technique was irreparable, rendering him incapable of practicing any other martial arts. This predicament compelled him to incessantly delve into the study of corpse manipulation, striving to perfect this technique to the utmost. Before he embarked on the study of corpse manipulation, his master had forewarned him that the technique was incomplete. Originally, it was not a spell of this realm, but one that originated from a higher plane of existence. A complete version of the technique could potentially grant the animated corpses a semblance of independent consciousness, and during the crafting process, it would not cause any harm to the practitioner, achieving a true state of injury-free creation. Had he attained such mastery, he would not have found himself subjected to the humiliating scenario he faced today at the hands of Xiao Feng. He would not be confined to the darkness. Practicing the art of ghostly mist, it could even be said that in the same realm, few could rival his prowess. Not to mention the life-threatening scene he had just encountered. Regrettably, that body was indeed formidable. Perhaps it could yield an even more powerful ghostly corpse. Seated on the ground, the malevolent cultivator likewise channeled his energy to mend the wounds he had sustained. Yet, he could not help but marvel at the remarkable qualities of Xiao Feng. In his heart, he contemplated the situation with candor. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the ghostly corpses encircling him, his gaze shifting as he pondered how best to explain matters to the king of Yanbei. Ultimately, it was merely a partnership. If necessary, he would devise another approach. The flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes before he departed. Although he was acutely aware of the ruthlessness of the king of Yanbei, the Ghost Shadow Sect was not to be trifled with. Should the need arise to sever ties, he would not hesitate to expose the king's secrets to the public. After numerous collaborations, they had become inexorably entwined. Everyone understood that the current political climate in the Deliang Empire was precarious. Their sect was merely placing bets, selecting an individual who could represent their interests, aside from the king of Yanbei, who commanded the northern armies. There were also the king of Huainan, as well as the Zixia Cave, the Xiannu Sect, the Qingxian Sect, and the Miaoyin Sect from which they could choose. Though their sect might appear somewhat sullied in the eyes of outsiders, it was precisely in times of chaos that they could truly rise to prominence, perhaps even securing a place of influence amidst the shifting tides of the world. As the night deepened, he chose not to linger any longer. Enveloped by the allure of darkness, he departed the canyon with the ghostly corpses in tow, due to the necessity of concealing the corpses. Traversing the night was his optimal choice. Chapter 15. The ruthless king of Yanbei at the Hall of Elders in the Wanjian Sect, Wang Yunfei gently grasped Lu Li's hand and said softly, "Li, my father wishes to meet the sect leader." The moment her hand was captured, Lu Li's brow twitched, and an expression of exhilaration illuminated her face. She found Wang Yunfei's actions quite delightful, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment in an instant. Witnessing this scene, a barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Yunfei's mouth. Lu Li was not unattractive by any means. In fact, she could be considered one of the most beautiful women within the Wanjian Sect. Were it not for the ethereal presence of Ruo Shi, it is likely that Wang Yunfei would have already claimed her for himself. Moreover, his interest in the Wanjian Sect was merely utilitarian, and he held no romantic feelings for Lu Li. However, the circumstances had shifted slightly. Previously, in his quest to win over Ruo Shi, he had reluctantly accepted Lu Li's affections. Now that Ruo Shi had departed, he had resolved to pursue this woman directly. Yet, with his father still nearby, he felt it unwise to act. Nevertheless, his demeanor had become increasingly audacious, appearing to outsiders much like a pair of enamored lovers. Indeed, Lu Li embodied the quintessential love-struck individual. "I am merely visiting my father," she said as she playfully grasped Wang Yunfei's hand. Her voice sweet. In this moment, she lacked any discernible judgment. Perhaps if Wang Yunfei were to ask her to betray the Wanjian Sect, she would comply without hesitation. Wang Yunfei did not resist as he typically would. Instead, he drew Lu Li closer and spoke softly. "Li, I have refrained from being with you until now, fearing it might impede your cultivation. However, after today's events, I have realized that your feelings for me are genuine, that if I do not seize this opportunity, I fear I may regret it for a lifetime." As he spoke, tears welled in Wang Yunfei's eyes. Lu Li looked at the suddenly unfamiliar Wang Yunfei in astonishment, her own eyes brimming with joyful tears. She then reassured him, "Yunfei, do not be sad as long as we contribute to your father's grand ambitions. He will surely regard you with newfound respect. For your sake, I will persuade my father." Lu Li assumed that Wang Yunfei's sorrow stemmed from the emotionally detached display he had shown before the king of Yanbei earlier that day, and she gently patted his back in comfort. Wang Yunfei's demeanor in front of the king had indeed been markedly different from the confident, handsome air she was accustomed to. While she was surprised, her heart ached for him. "Yes, we will surely succeed." Wang Yunfei's eyes glimmered with hope as they exchanged smiles. Lu Li blushed, resembling a ripe apple ready to be plucked. In that moment, Wang Yunfei's gaze burned with intensity. He yearned to claim Lu Li right then and there. Yet reason cautioned him that should his father discover their intentions, he might face dire consequences. Thus, he exerted considerable self-control and released Lu Li, saying, "You should go meet your father first. I will speak with my father and share this good news." Lu Li nodded in agreement. With her affirmation, Wang Yunfei did not linger but made his way to his father's residence. At the Wanjian Sect, within the Qingxiu Pavilion, the king of Yanbei sat poised upon a mat, absorbing the spiritual energy permeating the space. He was undoubtedly no weakling. Yet to maintain long-term control, formidable martial power was essential to suppress the vigorous cultivators. Often, he need not lift a finger, as many had gradually forgotten the extent of the king of Yanbei's prowess. The 10,000 Sword Sect indeed serves as an exceptional sanctuary for the cultivation of the sword path. After a considerable duration, he slowly opened his eyes and spoke that he could perceive the pervasive sword intent that lingered in the space around him, remnants left behind by countless sword cultivators of the past. Subsequent practitioners could harness the sword intent bequeathed by their predecessors to enhance their own mastery of the sword. Thus, The abundance of sword intent in a given location holds significant importance for sword cultivators. With the presence of a site like 10,000 Sword Cliff, it is only natural that the sect would be suffused with such a rich atmosphere of sword intent. Yin Beiwang was even able to sense several powerful strands of sword intent, one of which was particularly potent, likely the legacy of the sect's leader. Upon witnessing Yin Beiwang conclude his training, the ever-vigilant guardian by his side promptly stepped forward to report. Guiyu, the one dispatched to capture Ziyuan, was this very individual. His birth name was not Guiyu. It was only after entering the Phantom Ghost sect that he adopted the Gui moniker. Where is that girl? Yin Beiwang inquired, casting a glance at the guardian. The guardian continued. What? Yin Beiwang exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the girl from Liqing left a contingency plan? He pondered. 1 postnatal and 2 innate cultivators. Given that Guiyu was a practitioner of destiny-level caliber, subduing these 3 should have been a trivial task, yet he had somehow failed. Either Liqing had secretly enlisted the protection of another destiny-level expert, or Guiyu had been bested by them. Should we bring him in to interrogate? The guardian suggested that a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yin Beiwang's eyes as he coldly replied, What purpose does it serve to keep such a person alive? The guardian promptly understood, bowed, and withdrew at this critical juncture. He could not afford to allow a potential loose cannon, capable of exposing his secrets, to roam freely. Ever cautious, he had already arranged for the eradication of the Phantom Ghost sect, which was now utterly obliterated. Finally arrived, Guiyu thought, sensing the guardian exit the room and mentally preparing himself to confront Yin Beiwang. However, in the next moment, his anticipation transformed into a shrill cry as a silver needle pierced his chest with unerring accuracy. The Jade Hand Silver Needle. It's you! Guiyu shrieked in terror, simultaneously maneuvering the ghostly corpses to guard against the individual before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his powers and attempted to flee. He recognized that he stood no chance against this adversary. Yet, he had overestimated his own capabilities. Already injured, the impact of the Jade Hand Silver Needle caused his strength to wane. No. Guiyu screamed in desperation. But in the next instant, he found himself devoid of the energy to continue running and collapsed to the ground. The 7 ghostly corpses came to a sudden halt, remaining motionless. The guardian summoned a flame in his palm, swiftly reducing the ghostly corpses before him to ashes. Chapter 16. The stab in the back from the daughter, my lord. The prince is within the hall. The guardian tidied up the scene slightly before turning to Wang Yunfei, who stood outside the door, and spoke. Upon hearing the guardian's voice, Wang Yunfei hurriedly jumped out, saying, Uncle Meng, I saw nothing. His voice trembled, sounding more like a plea for mercy. You jest, my lord. This subordinate merely serves the prince. The prince has given his instructions. The young master may enter as he pleases. If I have inadvertently disturbed the young master, I beg for his forgiveness, remarked the guard with the surname Meng. His voice was remarkably gentle, evoking the warmth of a neighborly uncle. Not at all. I, too, have matters to report to my father, replied Wang Yunfei, feeling a sense of reassurance in his safety as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Speaking somewhat haltingly, the guard said no more, taking on the role of a guide and leading Wang Yunfei inside. Along the way, Wang Yunfei found himself swallowing hard. How unfortunate it was to encounter this situation. He silently roared within, feeling the weight of the moment. The man who had just been killed was a stranger to him. Yet from the conversation between him and the guard, Wang Yunfei discerned that this individual was undoubtedly working on behalf of his father. Moreover, he must have been a formidable expert. Otherwise, the guards surrounding his father would not have intervened personally. Such a person would surely be a powerhouse of Dongxian level, ranking among the top 50 formidable figures in the Zhuzhou continent. However, it was evident that this expert had failed to carry out his father's affairs properly. Otherwise, he would not have met such a tragic end. Contemplating this, Wang Yunfei could not help but begin to pray fervently. He hoped that Lu Li would indeed manage to summon his Dongxuan-level father. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences today. At the Wanjian Sect, within the Sword Guardian Pavilion, Lu Li, adorned in a crimson gown, was joyfully making her way to her father's residence. Lu Li's understanding of her father was, in truth, quite limited. He was renowned far and wide as a Dongxuan-level expert. The Wanjian Sect's ability to maintain its foothold in this region was largely due to her father's esteemed reputation. However, from a child's perspective, she possessed little knowledge about him. She was merely 3 years old when her mother passed away, leaving her with scant memories. After turning 5, her father entered a state of seclusion, which meant that for over a decade, she had essentially grown up alone, surrounded by a cadre of elderly elders, thus shaping her current disposition. Yet, upon encountering Wang Yunfei, she was utterly captivated by his confidence and charm, even contemplating giving everything for him. Now that Wang Yunfei finally required her assistance, she was determined to fulfill her role to the best of her ability. The Sword Guardian Pavilion served as the residence of the sect leader, always protected by a magical formation that barred outsiders from entry. Generally, even Lu Li would need her father's permission to enter. Such occasions occurred only once or twice a year, and each time she visited the Sword Guardian Pavilion, she would find her father clad in his ample sect leader's robes, sitting at the table, inquiring after her well-being. However, her father had mentioned that in urgent situations, she could use a drop of her blood to breach the formation and gain entry. In her childhood, when she longed for her father, she had indeed performed the blood sacrifice a few times. Yet, as she matured, she had refrained from using that method. Now that the Yanbei king sought to see her father, it could be considered an urgent matter. Thus, without hesitation, she drew a blade across her fingertip, forcing forth a drop of blood, which she then pressed against the barrier of the magical formation before her. The originally established formation, which utilized spiritual energy to shield against the outside world, rippled like water in response to the influence of a single drop of blood, sending concentric waves throughout. Subsequently, the barrier of air before her vanished. Lu Li, smiling, stepped into the Sword Guardian Pavilion, making her way directly to the Grand Hall. Lear, has something transpired? A voice called out before she could even enter the hall, tinged with a hint of anxiety from the sect leader of the Wanjian Sect. At that moment, a surge of spiritual consciousness swiftly penetrated the formation, probing the external realm. Father, the sect is not in any peril. There is merely a matter I wish to discuss with you. Lu Li replied as she entered the Grand Hall, where she found her father still waiting at the table. A Dong, Xian-level expert visiting us. The sect leader of Wanjian Sect relaxed his furrowed brow slightly as he spoke. His spiritual awareness had, in that instant, enveloped the entire Wanjian Sect, allowing him to easily detect the presence of the Yanbei Wang's bodyguard. Typically, experts of the Dongxian level would not act lightly, and their sudden appearance within his sect was no trivial matter. However, his daughter had assured him that the sect was not in danger. Perhaps the visitor bore good intentions. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the past. Before he entered seclusion, many sects sought alliances with Wanjian Sect. Everyone was acutely aware that the Deliang could not withstand the storm for long, and forming alliances was a natural course of action. Yet, he distinctly remembered advising his disciples to refrain from forming any alliances during his retreat. Indeed, my daughter is not entirely certain. However, it seems there is a Dongxian-level expert present. Lu Li continued as she settled into a nearby chair. She only knows that the bodyguard beside Yanbei Wang is likely a formidable expert, though she is unaware of his true cultivation level. What exactly is the matter at hand? The sect leader inquired curiously, displaying great patience in the face of his daughter. Father, Yanbei Wang has come to Wanjian Sect. He wishes to meet you as he prepares to take action, Lu Li explained. Yanbei Wang? Taking action? The sect leader responded, astonished. He understood the precarious state of Deliang, but did not anticipate that Yanbei Wang would come knocking directly. You might as well inform Yanbei Wang that I am currently in seclusion and have no intention of emerging just yet. After a brief pause, the sect leader continued. Father, you should acquiesce to Yanbei Wang's request. The entire Wanjian Sect has already pledged allegiance to him. We are merely awaiting your consent. Yanbei Wang's son is also one of our own and has a deep connection with you. My daughter, I have already given my agreement. Seeing her father's refusal, Lu Li quickly resorted to a playful tone. What? Why was I not consulted on this matter? Upon hearing Lu Li's words, the sect leader found himself increasingly unsettled. After all, he was the head of Wanjian Sect. It was disconcerting that the sect had aligned itself with a faction without his knowledge. How could he, having been in seclusion for so long, possibly oversee every internal matter of the sect? Father, please emerge from your seclusion. The Deliang has long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Yanbei Wang is precisely here to seek your esteemed reputation. As long as my father offers his full support at this moment, why must our Wanjian Sect remain confined to this modest Qinghe County in the future? Moreover, I have already made a private vow of lifelong commitment with Wang Yunfei. He can be considered half a family member. I implore you, father, to assist your daughter. Lu Li continued her verbal onslaught. Yet, the leader of the Wanjian Sect remained resolutely silent, lost in his own thoughts. Alas, my dear daughter, you are still too young. The expression of the Wanjian Sect's leader grew grave, but upon meeting his daughter Lu Li's gaze, his demeanor softened in an instant. With a sigh, he remarked, "This matter is indeed my fault. Allow me to meet with the king of Yanbei." He exhaled deeply, as if he had made a significant decision, and then slowly began to speak, observing her father's peculiar behavior. Lu Li felt a wave of confusion wash over her. However, she refrained from saying much, knowing that her father, as a master of the Dongxian level, held the ultimate authority. Within the Qitian pavilion, he now stood rigidly upright, maintaining an air of decorum at all times. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The king of Yanbei had his eyes tightly shut, refraining from speech. Wang Yunfei was acutely aware that his father was currently in a state of anger, which only heightened his tension. He dared not report anything, merely waiting in quiet anticipation for his father's words. Suddenly, the king of Yanbei abruptly opened his eyes. "Your Highness, it must be him," the nearby guard whispered. Only Wang Yunfei looked on in confusion at the two. The king of Yanbei, having sensed the presence of the Wanjian Sect's leader, visibly relaxed somewhat. At last, a piece of good news had arrived. The allegiance of a master at the Dongxian level was indeed significant. Go greet him. The king of Yanbei instructed the guard beside him. The guard understood immediately and proceeded toward the entrance. When the guard stepped outside, he found the leader of the Wanjian Sect and Lu Li still standing at the threshold. The two Dongxuan level masters exchanged a wary glance, each harboring a sense of caution. In truth, the cooperation of Dongxuan level experts was something the leader of the Wanjian Sect could accept. However, this matter was intertwined with the broader currents of the world. Judging by the current situation, there remained a considerable number of individuals capable of vying for supremacy. Although the king of Yanbei appeared formidable in the northern borders, everyone recognized that the north was among the weakest factions in the grand scheme of things. While the people here were undeniably fierce and the ordinary warriors significantly stronger than those from various southern factions, the north lacked high-end combat power compared to the south. The north's poverty, compounded by incessant warfare, hindered many cultivators from achieving substantial growth. The phenomenon of the elderly burying the young was not uncommon. Conversely, the south was affluent and devoid of conflict. In a typical world, the north might have triumphed through its fierce spirit. Yet, in the realm of cultivators, without sufficient materials for cultivation, how could one hope to grow? The four great sects represented the south and were precisely what the king of Yanbei feared most. When the time came to contend for supremacy, the battles among high-end combatants would be paramount. Consequently, high-end combatants were particularly vulnerable to perishing in such conflicts. Thus, each formidable force exercises great caution in selecting their faction. This explains why the king of Yanbei, Yanbei Wang, has graciously lowered himself to meet him in person. "Please, enter," the guard intoned. His voice was exceedingly steady, confirming the strength of the individual before him. Both he and Yanbei Wang harbored some trepidation, as rumors suggested that the leader of the Wanjian Sect may have sustained severe injuries, rendering him potentially devoid of the strength of Dongxian. However, from their brief exchange of glances, he could ascertain that this person's prowess was indeed comparable to his own. As for who might outshine the other, that could only be determined through combat. The leader of the Wanjian Sect nodded and stepped inside. He had mentally prepared himself for this moment. His daughter had already declared that the entire Wanjian Sect had allied with Yanbei Wang. Thus he found himself reluctantly standing in the same camp. It was an unavoidable circumstance. He could not oppose all members of his sect. Nevertheless, he was determined to secure greater benefits for his faction. Moreover, he had sensed a subtle indication of impending breakthrough, signaling that it was time to engage in battle. His current cultivation stood at the 8th level of Dongxian, having already one foot in the realm of the martial king. The battle from over a decade ago provided him with boundless insights, leading him to believe that a breakthrough was within reach, prompting him to forego the expansion of his sect and dedicate himself to solitary cultivation. The results were undoubtedly favorable, as he ascended from the 7th to the 8th level of Dongxian, marking a significant advancement. Perhaps this was fate, he mused inwardly. Their cultivation was rooted in the essence of heaven and earth, commonly referred to as the practice of the Great Path. The sword path he had devoted himself to was merely one of the myriad paths among the 3,000. Mastering any one of these paths to its zenith could empower a cultivator to ascend to the martial king realm. Only upon reaching this pinnacle could they attain a precise understanding of the world's essence. Yet, in the past century, whether due to the decay of heaven and earth or the absence of gifted individuals, no martial kings had emerged in this realm. The martial kings of the bygone era had all but vanished. Some claimed that beyond their world lay another layer of existence, suggesting that their so-called martial kings were merely the starting point for cultivation in another realm. Of course, This was merely a legend. Thus, at this moment, he found solace in acceptance of reality. Lu Shiyuan, the leader of the Wanjian Sect, upon encountering Yin Beiwang, did not extend the customary salutations but instead treated him as an equal. No need for formalities, sir. It is a privilege to meet you. Please, take a seat. A smile illuminated Yin Beiwang's face, dispelling the anger he had displayed moments earlier, upon truly meeting the leader of the Wanjian Sect. He felt a surge of excitement within. The matter concerning Guiyu had now passed. What remained was the task of securing the support of this individual before him. Chapter 18. Arrival in the capital at last. They were nearing their destination. Yu Zhanqing gazed at the towering city walls in the distance, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The four of them had traveled tirelessly day and night for over half a month, encountering countless bandits along the way. Fortunately, none had emerged with the formidable prowess akin to Guiyu. Xiao Feng also collected his thoughts, gently lowering Ziyuan. Throughout this journey, he had refrained from allowing Ziyuan to alight, all in pursuit of speed. Is this truly the capital of Daliang? He pondered. Before him stood towering city walls, reaching several dozen meters high, exuding an air of grandeur, with elite guards atop, showing no signs of decay. In Xiao Feng's eyes, if this were a normal world, such a flourishing capital could only belong to a robust nation. However, it was unfortunate that this was not an age of enlightenment. Here, the strongest could even contend against an entire country. And one's combat prowess was not merely a matter of numbers or fortifications. Xin Xingwu flashed a smile and spoke. The long journey had left her utterly fatigued, and all she longed for was to swiftly complete the task assigned by Liqing, and then find a place to indulge in a much-needed slumber. Very well, allow me to lead the way, Ziyuan replied, nodding with a gentle tone. In her gaze towards the capital, there lingered a hint of complexity. If the world were to continue on its current trajectory, it would not be long before this magnificent city could be obliterated in the chaos of battle. Such futures were foreseeable, and at present, she discerned no opportunity for change. The group soon entered the capital, and under Ziyuan's guidance, they made their way directly to the residence of the Grand General of the Pillar State. This estate, situated at the very entrance of the imperial city, boasted an exceptionally advantageous location. Flanking the entrance were two imposing stone chelins, and the entire residence could only be described as majestic. Though the decorations were somewhat lacking, the martial spirit was unmistakable. Upon Ziyuan's arrival at the estate, the guards immediately recognized her, erupting in excited exclamations. Not only was Ziyuan a renowned talent in the capital, but she was also deeply cherished by all within the Pillar State's household. Everyone paused their tasks to gather around her. Before long, Xiao Feng encountered the pivotal figure of the Pillar State, Yi Winnie, the sole wife of the Grand General and the matriarch of the household. With tears glistening in her eyes, she trembled as she embraced. "Mother, let us first enter the estate," Ziyuan suggested gently. Yi Winnie nodded with a smile, eagerly pulling Xin inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and the others were graciously attended to by the steward. Soon, Yu Zhanqing and Xin Xingwu, the two brothers, were granted their wish for rest. They barely spared time for washing up before collapsing into a deep slumber in their assigned quarters. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, was assigned to a separate room, where he sat cross-legged on the bed, silently channeling his inner energy. With the system at his disposal, he had amassed significant gains during his escape. Yet, some aspects were merely bestowed upon him by the system. He needed to absorb and digest all these elements to truly make them his own. Thus, he chose not to rest, but rather to cultivate his energy, commencing the fortification of his newfound abilities. Host, Xiao Feng, cultivation level, innate 4th stage, techniques, 10,000 swords decision, mystic, dragon's palm, yellow, heavenly sword divine art, earth remnant, phantom step, mystic, blood shadow shield, yellow, dot. Strength, 16,000 stones, treasures, sky long, yellow, swordsmanship experience, 35778 100,000, some accomplishments, lightness skill experience, 7502 10,000, initial insight. Since acquiring the sword bone, Xiao Feng has significantly increased his swordsmanship experience with each battle. After reaching some accomplishments in swordsmanship, he has noticeably deepened his understanding of sword techniques. The synergy with his sky long has grown increasingly seamless. Meanwhile, the experience and lightness skills has unexpectedly flourished during this perilous journey, akin to weight training. Having persevered for such an extended period, his lightness skill experience has naturally surged. Xiao Feng feels quite satisfied with his current status panel. However, he continuously deliberates on the path ahead. Indeed, his system has its flaws. Yet, the extraction can only occur from the corpses of his foes. which implies that he must relentlessly slay enemies to leverage the system for his advancement. This could lead one with a less virtuous disposition to unleash a reign of terror, frantically enhancing themselves. Nevertheless, having received an education, his principles do not support such actions. Fortunately, in these chaotic times, opportunities for killing are plentiful. Moreover, given his current rate of growth, ordinary cultivators will soon cease to pique his interest. After all, the grade limitations on the extracted elixirs are quite apparent, even though he currently resides in the innate realm. The enhancement from blood essence elixirs is gradually diminishing. Since he has begun to utilize the spiritual power and attributes within the spatial realm, his inherent strength has become supplementary, although he practices swordsmanship, which typically designates him as a genuine warrior rather than a high attack, low defense mage. How could a warrior who shuns the path of a mage be deemed truly exceptional? Thus, Xiao Feng comprehends that the only way for the system to progress is through relentless upward challenges. The more formidable the adversary, the more advantageous the extractions will be for him. The notion that once the system is activated, the world becomes an enemy is not merely a saying that he silently muses. However, this isn't necessarily a negative circumstance. As long as he attains growth, he will never incur a loss. Does this not imply that he must constantly cultivate enmity to ensure a steady stream of foes presenting themselves for demise? Xiao Feng ponders. He cannot personally venture forth to slay, so the optimal strategy is to have others come to him. It is both effortless and devoid of burden. Chapter 19. Is it really an elixir? Having remained in a state of cultivation, Xiao Feng has been oblivious to the passage of time in the outside world. Young Master Xiao, Our Lady requests your presence in the main hall. Came the announcement from a servant outside. Slowly opening his eyes, he glimpsed the brilliant sun hanging high in the sky. Realizing that an entire night had slipped by, he then replied, "All right, please wait a moment." Xiao Feng rose to his feet, utilizing his spiritual energy to cleanse the stains from his garments. After languidly stretching, he followed the servant into the grand hall. How delightful it is to wield spiritual energy. Xiao Feng mused. The ability to forego the tedious rituals of washing is indeed one of the innate advantages he possesses. Now, if Xiao Feng so desired, he could even envelop himself in a finely woven barrier of spiritual energy. Although it would be impossible for defense, repelling dust and such trivialities is effortlessly achievable. However, such an endeavor demands immense consumption, and he could not sustain it for long. After all, to distribute it evenly across every area requires meticulous control over spiritual energy. Given his current capabilities, he could barely manage it. Nonetheless, even this semblance of convenience was quite remarkable. "Brother Xiao, you're up as well." Shen Shenwu's cheerful voice rang out as they made their way. Xiao Feng turned to see Shen Shenwu stretching as he emerged from his room, while Yu Zhanqing stood in the courtyard, gazing at the azure sky, appearing to be in high spirits. Both brothers had nearly fully recovered from their injuries. After a night of rest, they were visibly in much better condition. "Both of you look well," Xiao Feng remarked. As a close comrade, he had genuinely accepted the two from the depths of his heart. After all, they had not fled even in the direst of circumstances, but had valiantly resisted. Was Zi Yuan truly significant to them? Certainly not. Regardless of her noble status, what did she mean to them? Had they perished during that crisis, all would have been rendered meaningless. Thus, Xiao Feng understood that they were pure-hearted soldiers, individuals worthy of trust. He had few friends in this world, and they had rightfully earned their place among them. Shen Shenwu threw an arm around Xiao Feng's shoulders and said, "There is something I have been meaning to express." He scrutinized Xiao Feng with an odd gaze, seemingly attempting to see deeper into him. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhanqing also approached, casting a similar inquisitive look at Xiao Feng. What brings this question, Brother Shen?" Xiao Feng replied, somewhat bewildered by their attentiveness and curious about their intentions. Could it be that they were? Xiao Feng's heart raced. Just moments ago, he had regarded them as brothers, but now he found himself reconsidering the situation. After all, they were soldiers, and he had heard such matters were not uncommon in their ranks. The more they scrutinized him, the more flustered Xiao Feng became. "What sort of concoction did you consume on the way?" Shen Shenwu began, but was abruptly interrupted. Ahem. Yu Zhanqing coughed while lightly smiting Shen Shenwu, signaling him to cease. That was a necessary action, for there were more than just the three of them present. It could potentially tarnish Zi Yuan's reputation. "What are you doing?" Shen Shenwu queried, puzzled by Yu Zhanqing's intervention. He understood that Yu Zhanqing would not interrupt without reason, so he bore no resentment. "I'll speak with you later. What we are truly curious about is how Brother Xiao managed to maintain such a pace throughout the journey." Yu Zhanqing articulated, effectively steering the conversation away. "Yes, that's precisely what I wish to address," Shen Shenwu chimed in. Shen Shenwu did not continue to chime in, exclaiming, "Oh, So that is what it is. Upon hearing their inquiries, Xiao Feng chuckled, aware that he had indeed over-dramatized the situation. The surprises he had brought forth were so numerous that they could almost be classified as shocks, not to mention his remarkable improvement in cultivation. In just a few short days, they had come to realize that Xiao Feng had surpassed the innate level. It was important to remember that prior to their departure, they were fully aware that Xiao Feng possessed merely the strength of late-stage postnatal cultivation. At the 8th or 9th level, during their journey, it was not only Xiao Feng's astonishing stamina that astounded them. His speed, even while carrying a purple kite, was considerably faster than theirs, which seemed quite preposterous. This inevitably led them to question whether Xiao Feng had been concealing his true abilities. After all, on the day they encountered Guiyu, Xiao Feng had single-handedly ventured into the ghostly mist and even managed to injure a Master of Destiny level. The two brothers pondered this and realized that had they been the ones to enter, they might have already become two lifeless corpses. Thus, their curiosity about Xiao Feng had reached unprecedented heights. "It's nothing much that I merely possess some elixirs to sustain myself," Xiao Feng said with a smile, producing his swift elixir da. "So it is an elixir," Yu Zhanqing exclaimed, sounding more like a lament. "Brother Xiao, are you aware that medicine can be 3 parts poison? If you consume too many of these elixirs, your future cultivation may suffer." Shun Xingwu expressed his concern with a similarly worried expression. In this realm, the practice of alchemy was seemingly not very prosperous, leading to a general understanding among cultivators that elixirs should be approached with caution. After all, low-quality elixirs could directly harm one's body and might accumulate within, obstructing one's spiritual meridians and ultimately making cultivation and breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Over time, elixirs had become a taboo for practitioners. The reactions of the two brothers were, in fact, quite normal. "It's fine. It was a sudden situation, and I had no choice but to do so," Xiao Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile, indicating that he was unfazed. Although the brothers were deeply concerned, Xiao Feng felt no adverse effects. Products of the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. At least, he had not experienced any unusual sensations after consuming them, nor had the elixirs yielded any negative consequences. Nevertheless, he understood the aversion cultivators in this world had towards elixirs, which was why he had refrained from sharing them during their journey. Additionally, he still possessed a limited number of elixirs and preferred to use them for himself unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, the two brothers exchanged a silent glance and sighed. They felt a sense of pity for him. Xiao Feng patted both of them on the shoulders and urged them to move forward. "All right, what has happened has happened. Later, we must recount the remarkable feats of Brother Xiao during our journey." Yu Zhanqing responded, regaining his composure and smiling. Chapter 20. We request General Tiao Lu to return to the capital. The three of them conversed as if they were longtime friends, discussing the purpose of their journey. At this moment, outside the Grand Hall, numerous guards stood with a serious demeanor. The trio also ceased their playful banter and entered the hall together. These guards were the elite among the elite. Xiao Feng discreetly surveyed the soldiers surrounding him. Unlike those he had encountered in Lanling City and along the journey, these guards exhibited a cultivation level around the 8th layer of the acquired stage. A few among them, adorned in more ornate attire, had even transcended to the innate stage. They were likely team leaders or the like. At this juncture, Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel a profound curiosity about who had graced the hall. If it were merely the individuals he had encountered the previous day, such a high-caliber escort would not be warranted. In fact, within the entire estate, only the renowned General Zhu Gua could command such an elite guard. Yet, why was it that, despite possessing a retinue of this caliber, Zhuan ventured to the northern frontier accompanied solely by a maid? Yesterday, Zhen did not appear to be one who was being bullied within the estate. Or was it that this illustrious general harbored a disdain for his own daughter, Ziyuan? Everything seemed rather perplexing. The three young masters arrived. As they entered the hall, Ziyuan was the first to take notice of them. Xiao Feng glanced inward, recognizing that seated at the main position was Yi Winnie, the matriarch he had encountered the day prior, while a middle-aged man, with his hair styled in a bun and adorned with a beard, sat beside her, exuding an air of authority. Xiao Feng scrutinized them. The two individuals in the main seat, guided by Ziyuan's words, turned their attention to the trio. Their gazes met, and Xiao Feng and his brother Yushun promptly bowed in respect. After all, these two individuals before them were undoubtedly their elders. 3 life-saving benefactors. There is no need for excessive formalities, Yi Winnie exclaimed hurriedly upon witnessing their bow. She had already been informed of her daughter's experiences during the journey and felt a great sense of relief knowing that Ziyuan had encountered such responsible individuals. She no longer regarded them as mere strangers. With a warm smile, she helped each of them to their feet, though Xiao Feng keenly observed the deep fatigue etched into the corners of her eyes, indicating a long-standing worry for Ziyuan. However, this was not a matter for Xiao Feng to concern himself with. Ziyuan eagerly stepped forward, standing beside the three, and with a smile introduced, "This is my father." Zidao, the middle-aged man, rose and approached the trio, appraising them before stating, "You are all fine young men of my great Liang. Should you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to accommodate them." His eyes revealed an appreciation for Xiao Feng and his companions, and his tone was warm, reminiscent of a kindly uncle, entirely devoid of the imposing demeanor one would expect from a general of such stature. Yu Zhanqing and Shun Shengwu exchanged glances, a spark of eagerness evident in their eyes, seemingly captivated by Zidao's offer. "Come, take a seat, and let us converse leisurely." Zidao was in no haste, guiding the three to their seats. He then spoke directly. "I perceive that both of you possess remarkable prowess. You must be exceptional talents under Liqing's command. How about I request the two of you from Liqing, with your abilities? You could directly join my guard, thus sparing you from the harsh winters of the northern frontier." Zidao's proposal was undeniably alluring, offering a direct transition from the outskirts to a position of prominence. Moreover, it was within the core of the general's elite guard, where the treatment and environment were incomparable. This further underscored Zidao's esteem and trust in the two. It is naturally improbable for him to meet the three of them without any preparation. Moreover, the information regarding Yu Zhanqing and Xin Shengwu is relatively accessible, as they are part of the army system of the Great Liang. Being central figures within the military framework, such matters can indeed be gleaned. Hence, he extended the most substantial rewards he could offer, inviting the two brothers to join his personal guard, a mutually beneficial arrangement, with two capable individuals at his side. His safety on the battlefield would be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, given that the northern frontier's forces have long endured the ravages of war, his guard would benefit from the infusion of a few spirited warriors, thereby augmenting its overall strength. However, the brothers, Yu Zhanqing and Xin Shengwu, found themselves in deep contemplation, appearing quite conflicted. Observing their demeanor, Zidao continued to speak. "This, of course, is the most fundamental of offers. In addition to the martial arts and monetary rewards, my state of pillar will not be remiss in compensating you." The three exchanged glances, and Zidao's eyes radiated encouragement. "General, it is not that my brother and I are unwilling. Rather, we have another matter for which we seek your assistance." After a brief silence, both Yu Zhanqing and Xin Shengwu rose simultaneously, saluting Zidao with a standard military gesture. Witnessing their salute, Zidao instinctively adopted a serious demeanor, speaking with a steady tone. "You may speak freely, brothers. Liqing, what is the matter? Has she treated you poorly? Or do you believe her strength is insufficient to defend Lanling?" Zidao was well aware of this woman. Ambitious by nature, she was exceedingly stringent with her subordinates, though not harsh. Many young soldiers in the army held her in high regard and never underestimated her. Furthermore, Liqing had volunteered to serve in the northern frontier, with the intention of genuinely safeguarding the border. Why, then, do they speak thus? From various indications, the relationship between the northern king of Yin and the barbarian tribes has always been murky. The numerous invasions by the barbarians could not have proceeded so smoothly without the tacit approval of the northern king. Although Liqing lost her parents at a young age, she was fully aware that they perished in the struggle against the northern barbarians, which is why she chose to guard Lanling. Lanling is the front line against barbarian assaults and is, in fact, one of the most perilous locations. Yet, this suited Liqing perfectly. In the past, Zidao had attempted to dissuade her multiple times, but Liqing remained resolute in her desire to defend Lanling, ultimately leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. That is inconceivable. General Lu has always been good to her brothers. No one among the men of Lanling desires anything other than to be like General Lu. Shun Shengwu interjected, his voice rising in urgency, fearing that Zidao might misunderstand their sentiments. "Then why do you assert this?" Zidao pressed on. "We, the brothers of Lanling, believe that, given General Li's capabilities, she is worthy of a more prestigious position. Rather than enduring hardships with us in Lanling," Yu Zhanqing articulated slowly, presenting their rationale. Chapter 21. Are we to offer ourselves again? I dare not speak further of the circumstances in the northern frontier. Lanling has also experienced several months without the influx of provisions, barely sustaining itself through the donations of ordinary citizens. Yu Zhanqing's words continued, laying bare Liqing's tribulations before them. Everyone present listened intently, yet found it difficult to fathom that such events had transpired in the life of Liqing. Liqing's identity is indeed quite unique. Having grown up in the Zhugua mansion and recognized Zidao as an elder brother, she is considered one of their OW and I. In her childhood, Ziyuan took great pleasure in playing with Liqing. However, ever since Liqing left home, Yuwenyi has often reminisced about her, and the elders in the mansion also cherish their memories of her. Yet, due to the great distance, this longing has remained little more than idle words. Nonetheless, their feelings for Liqing have not diminished, and upon hearing such news again, their hearts felt a twinge of pain. Zidao's gaze revealed a sorrowful expression as he shook his head in resignation. In truth, he had anticipated all of this. Zidao quickly regained his composure and spoke up. When Liqing first arrived in Lanling City, she declared that she would share its fate. Initially, they regarded her as a mere puppet sent by the king of Yanbei and paid her little mind. However, in time, Liqing truly lived up to her words. In every battle, she led from the front, fighting valiantly until the very last moment. Yet now, it seemed even Zidao felt powerless. Although the two brothers were disappointed, they recognized that continuing to fight alongside Liqing was indeed a blessing. Excellent. They are all fine sons of Daliang, Zidao remarked earnestly upon hearing their responses. As the leader of the military, he could not help but admire such pure-hearted soldiers. He thought to himself. Liqing indeed has two remarkable subordinates. Ziyuan quietly observed the scene before her and sighed. She had ventured to the northern frontier and understood the dire circumstances there, allowing her to empathize with their hardships. Young Master Xiao, I have yet to inquire about your thoughts. Ziyuan turned her gaze towards Xiao Feng, who sat apart from the brothers Yu Zhanqing and Xinxing Wu. Compared to them, Xiao Feng seemed to have more options available. Being still quite young, full of potential, and unencumbered by limitations, prior to their arrival, Ziyuan had discussed with her father how to reward Xiao Feng. After much contemplation, they ultimately decided to hear Xiao Feng's own thoughts. If he wished to join the military, Zidao, with his status, could swiftly elevate him within the ranks. Alternatively, should he desire to enter an academic institution, Zidao would personally petition the emperor for his admission into the finest academy in the capital of Daliang, the Taishue. And if, as Xiao Feng had emphasized throughout their journey, he sought greater wealth, Zidao would do his utmost to accommodate him. Xiao Feng turned his head but remained silent, having already made his decision in his heart. No matter what, he resolved not to join any organization that would impose restrictions upon him. This was Xiao Feng's guiding principle. Whether it be the military, a sect, or the court, all would entail certain limitations. Given the existence of his system, he could no longer accept such constraints and sacrifice the maximization of its potential. Thus, the best choice remained, as he had articulated along the way, to seek wealth and techniques for cultivation. Although he had gained much during their journey, thus far, he possessed only a single incomplete text of earthly grade. This time, his ambition was to attain a martial art of at least the earth level. He was acutely aware of the disparity between the Wanjian Ju and the Tianjin Xinjue. Although there were myriad ways to wield a sword, employing the correct technique significantly enhanced one's combat prowess. Young Master Xiao, it's nothing. Just proceed as I mentioned on the way here, he said, smiling. However, I do hope to acquire a martial art of earth level or above. He further mused in his heart. Surely obtaining an earth-level martial art should not pose a challenge for the Zhugua mansion, right? Is that truly all you desire? If so, I will feel quite guilty, she replied. Throughout their journey, she refrained from discussing her closeness with anyone. But she had been deeply concerned ever since witnessing Xiao Feng consume medicinal pills. Yet, her understanding of the affairs among cultivators was limited. She merely knew that such actions were far from ideal. Therefore, she had been contemplating ways to compensate Xiao Feng. Perhaps offering herself in devotion was a step too far. I've mentioned this before, Xiao Feng replied with a chuckle at Ziyuan's words. This had been a jest from their first encounter. Yet when brought up again, Ziyuan's demeanor was entirely different. Initially, she had found it somewhat perplexing, even thinking Xiao Feng a narcissist. However, this time, she hesitated briefly before a blush rapidly graced her cheeks. Young Master Xiao. She stammered, a mix of anger and frustration flooding her. Yet she found herself at a loss for words to retort at that moment. Another individual cast an inquisitive glance their way. What? Offer oneself in devotion? How could Yuyan utter such a thing? This individual was none other than Zidao, who had been engaged in lively conversation with the two brothers. As the backbone of the military in the capital of Daliang. His cultivation was naturally formidable. Though he had yet to formally step into the Dongxian realm, he was considered at the pinnacle of Tianming. Nevertheless, he could contend with military formations and Dongxian-level experts, earning him respect from others. I was so engrossed in conversation with these young brothers. Young Master Xiao, what are your thoughts? Zidao swiftly pulled the two from their private discourse, wary of where their conversation might lead. He had sensed the blush upon Ziyuan's face and felt an instinctive wave of concern rise within him. Chapter 22. News of the Mingyue Immortal Mansion. It's nothing much that I've long since conveyed to Miss Ziyuan my desires for martial arts and wealth. Xiao Feng stated, having resolved within himself, without further hesitation. Oh, if that is the case, then it shall be simple enough. However, after a brief pause, he continued, is that truly all that suffices? He hesitated slightly regarding the earlier exchange with Ziyuan. After all, he had but one daughter, and she had just endured significant tribulations. The thought of her running off with someone else was unwelcome. Here's the plan. In half a month, the Mingyue Immortal Mansion will be opening. If you are interested, I can secure you a spot, Zidao proposed further. The Mingyue Immortal Mansion? Upon hearing this term, Xiao Feng paused momentarily before responding slowly. The Mingyue Immortal Mansion is a cave left behind by the martial king on the Jizhou continent. It is said that within its confines lie numerous treasures and sources of fortune, each possessing the potential to bring immeasurable benefits. The Mingyue Immortal Mansion, a hidden treasure unearthed merely 12 years prior, is set to reopen in half a month's time. At that moment, the most talented individuals from across the realm shall converge, entering the depths of the mansion together. However, due to restrictions imposed by the mansion, a consensus has been reached among the major sects and the imperial court. Only those who are fated by destiny may gain entry. I perceive that young Xiao is indeed a fitting candidate, Zidao remarked. Noticing the perplexity etched on Xiao Feng's face, Xiao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard whispers of this mansion, but was unaware of its impending reopening. Setting aside the distance between the northern frontier and the capital, which posed a significant barrier, it was evident that the Mingyue Immortal Mansion had been claimed by powers of considerable stature, such as the four major sects, and the imperial court. It was hardly surprising that a force from the remote regions, like the Wanjian Sect, would remain uninformed. However, young Master Xiao must ponder this carefully. The Mingyue Immortal Mansion is fraught with peril. Not only does it harbor numerous traps, but every individual who enters is no ordinary contender. The competition for treasures is exceedingly fierce, Ziyuan added with a worried expression. Yet, Xiao Feng responded with a smile. This aligns perfectly with my desires. I wish to ascertain the gap between myself and those prodigies. For others, such an opportunity may present both a crisis and a chance. For me, however, it is a pure opportunity, one that is freely bestowed upon me. Should I encounter more such chances, who knows, I might very well ascend in place. Xiao Feng mused inwardly. This is the greatest advantage of his system. He could extract from the corpses of others without needing to lift a finger to slay them himself. Even if he were to enter the mansion and find himself somewhat outmatched by those geniuses, he could merely hide in the shadows, observing the fierce clashes, and emerge afterward to collect the spoils. Would the rewards for geniuses differ? He wondered, recalling the sword bone he had obtained in Lanling County, which had already proven immensely beneficial. What audacity! If that is the case, I shall endeavor to secure a token for you. Zidao responded cheerfully upon hearing Xiao Feng's words. The token for the Mingyue Immortal Mansion is exceedingly precious. Gifting it to him would be a return of a favor. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Zidao excused himself due to pressing matters. He was indeed quite busy, yet the precarious state of the Liang had tethered him to his duties. In his tireless efforts to quell the rampant ambitions that threatened to consume the realm, he had worked day and night to preserve this territory as best as he could. Young Master Xiao, regarding the Mingyue Immortal Mansion, I still wish to offer you some counsel, Ziyuan said, her tone laden with concern. Is the Mingyue Mansion truly that terrifying? Xinshengwu inquired with curiosity. The Mingyue Mansion is a gathering place for prodigies. These individuals are all under the age of 20, hailing from various sects, yet each possesses formidable combat prowess and a ruthless disposition. Furthermore, the mansion is imbued with the formations left behind by the martial king. It is said that each year, only a scant few emerge from the depths of the Mingyue Mansion. Thus, although many sects have received permission to enter, they are often reluctant to allow their talented disciples to take such risks. Ziyuan disclosed all the information she possessed, articulating the myriad dangers that lurk within the Mingyue Mansion. If even prodigies rarely emerge unscathed, what chance would an ordinary person have? Nevertheless, throughout the journey, Xiao Feng's performance undeniably deserved the title of genius. It was merely a matter of whether he was willing to strive for such an opportunity. If you wish to acquire more cultivation resources, I can speak to my father and arrange for you to enter the Taishuo. There, you will be guided by esteemed mentors, and the resources will be abundant. Zi Yuan spoke earnestly. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. You need not persuade me any further. Xiao Feng shook his head, once again declining Zi Yuan's goodwill. That a flicker of disappointment crossed Zi Yuan's face, yet she managed to smile and said, "Since young Master Xiao has made his decision, I wish you a smooth journey." Xiao Feng clasped his hands in gratitude and refrained from saying more at that juncture. Yu Zhanqing seized the opportunity to speak. With the task completed, the two brothers felt no lingering attachment to the splendor of the capital. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. They had become accustomed to the life in the northern military camp and felt no sentiment towards such extravagant living. Xiao Feng surveyed the surroundings, contemplating his accommodations after departure. Having secured the chance to enter the Mingyue Immortal Mansion, he would need to remain in the capital for a month. It was impractical to stay at the residence of the Minister of War indefinitely. So the most suitable choice would be to find an inn. Before Xiao Feng could ponder further, an exuberant shout abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a young man clad in a brocade robe, his countenance strikingly handsome, waving as he approached, surrounded by a throng of imposing guards. The sound of clanking armor echoed as he ran, exuding an air of authority. Xiao Feng glanced sideways at Zi Yuan, only to notice her expression was far from pleasant, clearly disliking the newcomer. Yuaner. The young man cheerfully greeted as he reached the tude. He leaned towards Xiao Feng, evidently attempting to push him away from Zi Yuan's side. Quite the forceful individual, Xiao Feng thought, coldly smiling. He had no intention of yielding in such a situation. He firmly planted his feet and stood his ground. In contrast, the young man who charged into him stumbled back 2 steps, his previously bright and cheerful face darkening in an instant, glaring fiercely at Xiao Feng. "Who are you, and why do you stand so close to Yuaner? Do you harbor ulterior motives?" The young man's words echoed in Xiao Feng's ears. Unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, Xiao Feng mused, "I have even held her in my arms. What then? What can you do about it?" He then replied, "If your eyesight is impaired, you may seek a remedy. It is evident to anyone that I am acquainted with Zi Yuan. Furthermore, if anyone harbors ulterior motives, it is likely that he showed no inclination to back down, regardless of whether the individual before him was a scion of a high-ranking official in the Daliang or even a prince. What did it matter to him? He was alone, unencumbered by ties, and if it came to a confrontation, he could simply flee. You." The person before him raised a hand, seemingly ready to strike Xiao Feng. "Enough. This is my friend. If you have something to say, then say it," Zi Yuan interjected, stepping protectively in front of Xiao Feng. "See, what a remarkable coincidence it is that while I was wandering aimlessly in the city, I happened upon you. Perhaps we should find a seat in the nearby establishment and converse there." Upon catching sight of Zi Yuan before him, the young man's expression shifted instantaneously, and he spoke in a gentle tone. Zi Yuan, however, firmly declined. "Zi Yuan, are you unwell?" he inquired. "I shall summon my imperial physician at once. Please wait a moment." He swiftly turned and called for a guard, commanding, "Go fetch the imperial physician, and do so with haste." Zi Yuan, wishing to avoid further engagement, directly stated her intent. She then turned to Xiao Feng and said, "Young Master Xiao Feng, let us take our leave." The two departed without hesitation. What astonished Xiao Feng was that the young man did not pursue them, but instead headed in an entirely different direction. How could they have been allowed to leave so easily? It was truly remarkable. Xiao Feng mused with a smile, but to be candid, he found himself somewhat bewildered by the current situation. The demeanor of this young man was reminiscent of a secondary male lead, one who yearns for unattainable love, yet he did not exhibit the traits of a sycophant. After all, how could a sycophant dare to reveal a fierce side in the presence of a woman? Yet, why did he allow their departure so readily? Such behavior was indeed rare. "Young Master Xiao Feng, you amuse me," Zi Yuan said, her smile strained and her enthusiasm evidently lacking. "Who is he?" Xiao Feng inquired. "Wang Bongru, the son of the king of Yanbei." Zi Yuan replied, lifting her gaze. "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Feng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Any affiliation with the king of Yanbei could not be trivial. During their conversation in Longling, Zi Yuan had already mentioned that her son resided in the capital. Now, encountering the young man in the flesh, he appeared surprisingly youthful. It seemed he was likely intent on pursuing Zi Yuan, yet she appeared quite displeased at "You recall, young master, when you inquired why I ventured alone to the northern frontier? Ziyuan sighed, slowly beginning to speak. Xiao Feng, sensing an underlying truth, interjected, "Indeed, Wang Bongru and I were classmates at the Imperial Academy. For reasons unknown, he began to publicly declare me as his fiancé, and my father has warned him numerous times. Yet he remains unfazed. Until months ago, rumors circulated within the palace stating that a marriage was to be bestowed upon me. Both my father and I firmly rejected this. The palace then proclaimed that I was the chosen one, destined to seek blessings at the Hall of 10,000 Gods in the northern frontier, in order to." Ziyuan spoke in a soft yet resolute voice, as if recounting her unjust plight with unwavering spirit. Xiao Feng felt a surge of indignation on Ziyuan's behalf as the tale unfolded. Yet, this was the stark reality. Wang Bongru wielded his power to coerce even the general's household into such a predicament. It was crucial to recognize the perilous nature of a woman venturing out alone in these times. Young Master Xiao Feng, do not underestimate Wang Bongru. He is the foremost genius of the Imperial Academy. Possessing formidable skills, our ability to depart today was merely due to his concern for his public image. You must exercise caution in the future, lest you find yourself harmed due to this affair." The young lady expressed a deep sense of guilt as Ji Yuan turned her head, once again adopting a solemn demeanor. She was not jesting. Rather, she earnestly conveyed to Xiao Feng that Wang Bongru could not have fortuitously encountered them, especially with such a pronounced intent to displace Xiao Feng from her side, indicating a growing animosity towards him. "Rest assured regarding this matter. As long as they do not provoke trouble, I shall refrain from seeking them out." Xiao Feng shrugged nonchalantly, signaling his indifference. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded, and the two continued their journey towards the general's residence. In the capital, at Chunyu Tower, on the 7th floor, this was the pinnacle of the establishment. One of the few tall edifices in the city. Due to the presence of the imperial palace, the heights of many buildings were subject to strict regulation. However, Chunyu Tower had been sanctioned for construction by several previous emperors of the Diliang dynasty. From this vantage point, one could behold the entirety of the capital, the scenery resplendent, making it a coveted destination for travelers at this moment. Only Wang Bongru sat quietly, savoring a wine glass, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky. Lost in contentment. "Have you ascertained the details? Who is it?" The individual he had sent to investigate was none other than Xiao Feng, who had just walked beside Ji Yuan. "Is he one of ours?" Upon hearing the report, Wang Bongru furrowed his brow. Most sects in the northern frontier were under his father's control, which suggested that Xiao Feng might even be someone dispatched by his father. The situation remains unclear, and no news has come from the prince's side. The informant continued. "Then conduct an inquiry. I demand to know the results with utmost urgency," Wang Bongru declared, setting down his wine glass. "Xiao Feng, even if you are my father's man, you have already incurred my displeasure today." A shadow crossed Wang Bongru's youthful visage as he spoke. Chapter 24. The Hunter and the Prey. "Oh dear. What troubles the young lord? Are you perhaps pondering that little vixen again?" Just as Wang Bongru contemplated how to deal with Xiao Feng, a melodious female voice floated from behind him, beneath delicate garments. Her snow-white skin shimmered with a radiant glow, and the alluring features of her face, adorned with rouge and powder, rendered her akin to a perfectly ripened apple, exuding an irresistible charm. Her graceful figure, particularly the voluptuous curves, was undeniably a captivating poison that left onlookers in awe. If Ruo she appeared as a cold-faced goddess and Ji Yuan as a pure and refined young lady, then the woman before him was a sultry enchantress who would drive all men to madness. Is it because of Ji Yuan? She mused, her arms gently encircling Wang Bongru's neck as she leaned closer, her breath whispering against his ear. "Sister Lan, is there truly anything in this capital that could elude your keen gaze?" Wang Bongru maintained an air of composure, showing no particular reaction, merely responding with a dismissive tone. Seemingly indifferent to her presence, the one referred to as Sister Lan was none other than the proprietor of Chunyu Tower, Lan Lan. "Oh, are you jesting with me? How could my subordinates dare to pry into the affairs of the young lord?" Lan Lan playfully teased as she rose from her seat, swaying her form as she gracefully approached the railing. Apart from being the mistress of Chunyu Tower, Lan Lan holds a more significant role as a trusted subordinate of the Prince of Yanbei. The entire intelligence network in the northern frontier has been meticulously established by this remarkable woman. The audacity with which Wang Bongru remains in the capital is largely attributable to the protective circle that Lan Lan has woven around him. However, to outsiders, Lan Lan's identity resembles that of a widow, bereaved of her husband, yet endowed with both talent and wealth. A captivating widow, indeed, Among the list of women that men in the capital aspire to marry, Lan Lan stands unrivaled at the pinnacle. Father, what is the situation over there? Wang Bongru inquired further. Although he resides in the capital, for him, the northern frontier remains his foundation. The capital has lost its worth. Leaning against the railing, Lan Lan responded in a languid tone. Wang Bongru's purpose in coming to the capital is to dismantle the remnants of the great Liang's power. Ostensibly, he is pursuing studies at the Taishua. Mingling with the offspring of great Liang's officials. He has already exhausted all possibilities for alliances, and there is no need to pursue those that cannot be attained. You wouldn't truly have set your sights on Ziyuan. Would you? Even if I have no genuine affection for her, I have nonetheless claimed her as my own. Others are not to touch her, Wang Bongru stated, rising and approaching Lan Lan with deliberation. Lan Lan smiled softly. Choosing not to respond, she understood that she could not sway the man before her. Despite the presence of the character Ru in his name, Wang Bongru is exceedingly domineering. Otherwise, he would not have dared to directly displace Xiao Feng from Ziyuan's side. Yet, he remained indifferent to more trivial matters, displaying a nonchalance that belied his underlying intentions. Once Ziyuan became his target, she transformed into a possession in his mind. Previously, Ziyuan had not lacked suitors, yet Wang Bongru had dealt with each of them decisively. With the title of the Prince of Yanbei and the prowess of the capital's foremost talent as his guarantee, he has consistently been the object of admiration in the capital. However, Ziyuan has persistently rejected him, even harboring disdain towards him that he may not genuinely adore her. Yet he experiences a thrill akin to that of a hunter pursuing prey, and only upon capturing his quarry does he find satisfaction. Do as you wish, but do not overstep your bounds. If things escalate, it will undoubtedly be detrimental to us, Lan Lan remarked after a moment of silence. The two stood quietly for a while before she chose to speak. Regardless of his title as the Prince of Yanbei, Wang Bongru must be allowed to act as he sees fit. Her responsibility lies solely in mending the aftermath. Nevertheless, Wang Bongru's past conduct has indeed earned him her trust. He, like his father, is a formidable figure. After Lan Lan departed, Wang Bongru leaned against the railing once more, his mind now abuzz with possibilities. He seldom visits Chunyu Tower, aware that frequenting it would reveal it as a stronghold for the people of the northern frontier. Yet, he resolved to take advantage of the northern spies this time. He sensed that the situation within the Great Liang was on the brink of transformation, and the capital was undoubtedly a realm fraught with peril. Unsuitable for prolonged stay. Consider this a challenge. Let us see if I can seize you before I depart. After a moment of contemplation, having discerned his subsequent course of action, Wang Bongru spoke as though jesting. In the capital, at the Zhuguo mansion, I await the Earth-level martial arts manual that is to be bestowed upon me. Zidao would undoubtedly refrain from bestowing his ancestral martial arts to others. Instead, he informed Xiao Feng that he would apply for access at the royal library and would summon him when the time came. Hence, Xiao Feng did not feel the need to rush. He continued to immerse himself in consolidating his cultivation. No challengers had approached him recently, leading him to conclude that it was time to seek out a location to hunt some demon beasts. His aim was to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Given that his next plan was to enter the Mingyue cave a month hence, it was imperative for him to enhance his strength to its utmost potential within a short span. While scavenging for corpses was indeed a viable option, maximizing his own prowess remained the optimal choice. After all, he had to consider the possibility that disciples from various sects or esteemed families might possess treasures capable of significantly boosting their combat effectiveness in a brief period. What Xiao Feng lacked most at present was foundational strength. Although he could enter by virtue of his affiliation with the State Pillar Mansion, it was not his true backing. The mansion had no obligation to provide him with precious life-preserving artifacts. However, pursuing bounties appeared to be a more favorable alternative, he mused. Bounties were a commonplace phenomenon across the Jiuzhou continent. In every major city, the bounty boards were often the most frequented by cultivators. Despite official prohibitions against unauthorized bounty postings, the current state of the Daliang had led to a tacit acceptance of such practices. This had created a pathway for the lower-tier cultivators to acquire resources for their training. In a grand city like the capital, finding a bounty board should be relatively easy. If they do not come looking for trouble, then I shall seek them out, Xiao Feng remarked with a smile. Chapter 25. The hunt. The sun outside was quite pleasant. It was time to get to work. Standing before the State Pillar Mansion, Xiao Feng stretched and declared his intent. After recuperating for a few days within the mansion, he resolved to visit the bounty board and try his luck. Initially, he had intended to leave as soon as Zidao provided him with the Earth-level martial arts, but to his surprise, Zidao had been exceedingly busy and had not returned home for several days. Thus, Xiao Feng, feeling it inappropriate to urge him, decided to stay put. Each day was a languorous affair, with timely deliveries of food and drink, and occasional conversations with enchanting women about the intricacies of life. Was this not the ultimate dream of existence? Nevertheless, he understood that to sustain such a lifestyle, strength was the ultimate determining factor. Xiao Feng knew the truth well. Without strength, one could only await defeat. Sir, the bounty board is located in the northern part of the city. Would you like me to summon someone to escort you? Inquired the steward attentively. No need. I shall take a stroll myself, Xiao Feng responded, waving away the steward's kind offer. His current status in the mansion was akin to that of a guest elder, subordinate only to the master of the house. Moreover, due to his act of saving Ziyuan, he could potentially remain as a guest elder in the state pillar mansion for life, should he so desire. However, unlike other noble households, Zido did not entertain such customs. There were no retainers within his family, and thus, he would not proactively invite Xiao Feng to assume that role. Not long after he set off, two figures emerged from the shadows of a corner to the north of the city. The bounty board awaits. Xiao Feng stepped into the establishment and immediately set his gaze upon the bounty board suspended before him. It was densely populated with various bounty notices, a chaotic and intricate display. He was astonished to discover such a multitude of rewards. As he scrutinized the contents of the notices, he soon found himself scratching his head in confusion. Many of the bounties detailed trivial tasks, including the organization of household chores, with a reward of merely 10 silver coins. The sheer simplicity of these tasks left Xiao Feng feeling bewildered if such menial matters were to be addressed. Why would cultivators be called upon? Undeterred, he continued to search diligently, yet found little of interest. Was it truly the case that only such banal bounties existed? Xiao Feng pondered in perplexity. He then turned and approached the front desk. Are there truly only these simple bounties available? He inquired. Standing at the front desk was a young woman clad in azure attire. She initially cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Feng before responding. If you wish to take on other bounties, you must possess a strength certification. Otherwise, we cannot allow you to accept them at will. Xiao Feng's youthful appearance, despite his teenage years, often led to considerable misconceptions. At his age, ordinary individuals typically possessed a cultivation level around the 5th or 6th stage of the acquired realm. Assigning more perilous bounty tasks to them would merely become a burden. No problem. What is the procedure for certification? Xiao Feng replied, dismissing any concern, for he knew that lengthy explanations would yield little belief. Strength could simply be demonstrated. The young woman at the front desk continued. Just showcase your abilities. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Feng refrained from further discussion and exited the bounty office. The Ghost Moon Wolf was hardly a formidable beast. In general, the strength of the Ghost Moon Wolf pack was comparable to that of an ordinary 9th stage acquired cultivator. For Xiao Feng, this posed no challenge whatsoever. I hope the bounty proves to be more interesting. He mused as he made his way toward the outskirts of the city, taking in the scenic beauty surrounding him. Time was of the essence, as he was the target of the bounty. In a corner concealed from Xiao Feng's view, a group of individuals was engaged in hushed conspiracies. Who would have thought that a youth of such tender years would bear a bounty worth a fortune? I wonder which nobleman's son he has offended, remarked a particularly burly cultivator. I heard he emerged from the Zhu Kingdom's residence. Perhaps he is a relative of theirs. That remains uncertain. However, if he is indeed valued at such a sum, I must capture him. Outside the capital, Xiao Feng gradually became aware of shadows trailing behind him. Most were innate cultivators, with a few acquired ones among them. What are they up to? Xiao Feng's vigilance heightened instantly. Yet, it was somewhat reassuring. Should a confrontation arise, none within the group posed a significant threat. After assessing their strengths, Xiao Feng felt indifferent. His own power could not be easily quantified, unless he encountered someone of fateful caliber. Dealing with them would prove exceedingly simple. Wandering aimlessly forward, he awaited their move. Hey, kid, stop right there. Shortly thereafter, as Xiao Feng ventured into the depths of the forest, an individual leapt forth. It was the burly man from earlier. Glaring fiercely at Xiao Feng, what business do you have, esteemed sir? Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the dust in front of him. The burly man, while speaking, unleashed his entire life force, creating a gust of air that stirred up the dust once more. A practitioner of the 2nd level of innate power, his cultivation was passable. And what of you? Aren't you coming out yet? Xiao Feng glanced at the figure before him, disdainfully sweeping aside the swirling dust. Surrounding him were at least 20 individuals. It would pose no challenge for them to emerge altogether. The lad speaks quite boldly. Do not assume that this place is still the capital. The state protectorate cannot shield you here. Shadows concealed in the surroundings began to materialize one by one, yet they had adequately prepared for the pursuit of Xiao Feng. Although his identity remained unclear, they had ensured that no formidable protectors lurked nearby, thus emboldening their resolve to act.to them. Xiao Feng was merely their prey, albeit with an excessive number of hunters present. Initially, they had intended to reap the rewards effortlessly, yet Xiao Feng had directly exposed their presence. That boy must possess some treasure. Otherwise, how could he have discerned our concealment nearby? Let it be known, I was the first to discover this. You'd best step aside and not compel me to take action. The burly man bellowed upon seeing so many individuals appear. Aren't you curious to inquire about my purpose? Xiao Feng withdrew his Longkong sword and spoke. He had no desire to continue entangling himself with them. Since they were here for a hunt, it sufficed for one to remain on the scene. Boy, do you think this is still your home? How brazen of you, they retorted, their demeanor unperturbed by his words. We shall see how it plays out, Xiao Feng replied. Chapter 26. Testing the Waters, 10,000 Sword Technique. Xiao Feng hurled Longkong into the air, which instantaneously transformed into a multitude of swords. Suspended and poised for action. A mere trifle. The onlookers were not intimidated by Xiao Feng's display of the 10,000 Sword Technique. After all, it was merely an introductory martial art of the 10,000 Sword Sect. With numerous sects across the continent possessing similar techniques, while the sheer number of swords might appear daunting, it also implied that the wielder would require significantly more energy and life force to control them. They wasted no time exchanging words, swiftly drawing their weapons and charging at Xiao Feng. Observing the eclectic array of arms, Xiao Feng felt no fear. He steadied himself, grasping Longkong from the air, and surged towards the crowd. The floating storm of swords simultaneously erupted, hurtling towards the throng. Xiao Feng's 10,000 sword technique was not a mere projection of sword forms. It was a tangible manifestation, constructed from the life force within the very fabric of space. Curse be it, these swords are real. Caught off guard, the approaching crowd could only brandish their weapons in a futile attempt to defend themselves. Yet Xiao Feng's ethereal figure had already reached their side. He unleashed the heavenly sword divine technique, ruthlessly slaughtering those before him. He harbored no intent to show mercy. In this line of work, one must comprehend the consequences of failure. Damn it, this lad is rather formidable. We should cease our squabbling. Otherwise, none shall escape unscathed. Ultimately, some recognized the grim reality. Xiao Feng appeared excessively powerful. The bounty hunters present were not naive. With their keen sense of battle, they quickly coordinated their efforts. One of them, wielding a long spear under the protection of other hunters, suddenly charged at Xiao Feng. The enormous spearhead, imbued with an immense force of water attribute, hurtled towards him. How intriguing! Xiao Feng, observing the spear before him, swung his sword to parry but found himself striking nothing but air. Subsequently, the spear's figure reappeared directly above him, descending with intent. Ha ha ha. Now you recognize the might of my water shadow spear, boasted the arrogant bounty hunter. Is he using the power of the water attribute to create illusions? Quite fascinating. Employing the phantom step, Xiao Feng evaded this perilous strike, yet he discerned the true nature of the so-called water shadow spear. Clever, but he had no more chances. The hunter, having failed his initial assault, lunged forward again with the spear. Behind him, 6 or 7 other bounty hunters had successfully withstood the onslaught of the 10,000 swords technique. Now advancing towards Xiao Feng. Faced with the approaching spear, Xiao Feng suddenly halted in midair, seemingly entranced. The bounty hunter, seizing the moment, lunged with his spear. However, as he pierced through Xiao Feng's body, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Water ripples, a wave emanated from Xiao Feng's form, and the spear encountered no resistance, passing straight through. This technique is indeed impressive. I shall accept it. Xiao Feng scoffed, as his Longkong directly pierced the hunter's chest. Yet the spear peculiarly emerged from his back. The bounty hunter's eyes filled with despair as he plummeted to the ground. Xiao Feng raised his gaze towards the others rushing in, brandishing his Longkong. With the essence of a sword in his bones, Xiao Feng was far beyond the capabilities of this group of bounty hunters, who lacked cultivation resources. In just a few moments, all were slain on the spot. Not too shabby. Xiao Feng felt quite satisfied with his current combat prowess. At the very least, he had achieved invincibility among his peers. Next came the system's time. Xiao Feng meticulously extracted everything from the corpses before him. 26 innate corpses, a single realm of cultivation enhancement, some worthless techniques, and a few medicinal pills. Nevertheless, these were commendable results for an ordinary cultivator. Xiao Feng assessed his gains with satisfaction. After tidying up, he continued to stride forward. He had no intention of clearing the bodies. In the depths of the dense forest, They would soon be purified by nature. But who could it be? Who wishes to see me dead? Xiao Feng pondered. Brow slightly furrowed. Although he and Ziyuan had encountered many innate-level cultivators during their journey, their numbers were not excessive. Perhaps it was due to being in the capital that such a multitude of innate cultivators appeared at once. More importantly, Xiao Feng had discovered bounty notices on them, indicating that he had been marked for a reward. Could it be Wang Bongru? After much contemplation, Xiao Feng arrived at this conclusion that he had only been in the capital for a few days, mostly residing within the Pillar State Mansion, and if he were to reflect, it was only that day when he had a conflict with Wang Bongru. It seems I have truly incurred the wrath of their entire family. Recalling the initial conflict between Wanjian Sect and Wang Yunfei, as well as the recent battle of wits against the assassins dispatched by the Yanbei King, Xiao Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What rendered the situation even more perplexing was that the narrative threads of these three individuals existed independently, with only faint intersections, yet all regarded him as an adversary. After all, it was they who provoked me first. Xiao Feng clenched his long kong tightly, coldly contemplating within that he pressed onward, determined to address each matter in turn. With the Blood Moon Demon Wolf taking precedence, it appeared he would have to spend the night here. Gazing at the sun, now dipping toward the horizon, Xiao Feng mused. Had it not been for the detours with those bounty hunters, he would not have ventured so deeply into this forest. However, given its proximity to the capital, most high-level demon beasts had been eradicated. Thus spending the night here should pose no significant issue. Outside the capital, at the Taixue, the heir had already exited the Zhugua mansion and was rumored to have left the city. A total of 26 individuals had accepted the bounty and had been duly informed. Wang Bongru sat composedly in his chamber, while a servant diligently reported the details, having lain in wait by the Zhugua mansion for several days. He felt an exhilarating thrill upon seeing Xiao Feng emerge. Yet, Wang Bongru remained as tranquil as still water, engrossed in his reading. Through his investigations, he had acquired ample information from the northern frontier about Xiao Feng's identity and strength. I hope you do not disappoint me, he remarked softly, setting down his book. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Xiao Feng was an exceedingly rare genius, capable of recultivating even after his cultivation will had been shattered, and his recovery speed was astonishing, allowing him to contend with experts of the destiny level in a short span. His father had advised him that securing Xiao Feng as an ally would be ideal. If that proved impossible, then he must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Wang Bongru did not fully trust this information, which is why he had orchestrated this test. If he perished, so be it. Yet, if he truly possessed such talent, then careful planning would be warranted. Chapter 27. The eerie wolf pack outside the capital. Under the moonlight, Xiao Feng reclined against a sturdy tree, quietly awaiting the emergence of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. The creature earned its name largely due to its racial trait of enhanced abilities under moonlight, which is why hunts for the Blood Moon Demon Wolf are typically conducted during the day. Nevertheless, Xiao Feng was not concerned about his capacity to overcome the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. After all, he had managed to deal with 26 innate experts today. Suddenly, the tranquil forest was pierced by the rapid sound of footsteps. Xiao Feng immediately became alert, holding his breath and concentrating, suppressing his aura. Something feels amiss, he thought, observing the pack of wolves rushing below with a furrowed brow. The sheer number of wolves was alarmingly excessive. A typical pack of Blood Moon Demon Wolves, numbering 4 or 5 dozen, would be considered a large family. However, the pack that hurried past him comprised at least 100 wolves, their robust physiques suggesting an overwhelming combat prowess. They all headed in the same direction. Could it be that some rare treasures of heaven and earth have emerged? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, pondering silently within. After a considerable time, the entire pack of wolves finally passed, and Xiao Feng slowly rose to his feet, gazing intently in the direction they had vanished. Moments earlier, he had detected several wolves within that pack whose presence suggested they were nearing the pinnacle of innate power. It would be prudent to follow them and ascertain the situation. After careful contemplation, Xiao Feng surged forth towards their departing path. He was confident in his ability to evade the wolves' pursuit, yet he was uncertain whether he could seize any treasures from them. What a remarkable place this is to it is a realm seldom trodden by human feet, with dense canopies that render the moonlight scarce. Yet, it was precisely in such an environment that Xiao Feng beheld a multitude of eyes. Hundreds of wolves lay prostrate on the ground, as if bound by a common accord. Could this be some form of ritual? Xiao Feng frowned, scrutinizing his surroundings with keen interest. To his knowledge, such a scene should not occur on the continent of Jiuzhou. where it was widely believed that demon beasts were merely ordinary animals influenced by spiritual energy. Although labeled as demon beasts, they lacked true intelligence, existing merely as more ferocious wild creatures. However, the social behavior exhibited before him clearly hinted at something amiss. Firstly, the scale of this wolf pack was extraordinary, and secondly, every creature within was remarkably robust. The usual old, weak, sick, or disabled members found in ordinary packs were conspicuously absent. This indicated that this gathering was indeed purposeful. The demon wolves before him might well originate from disparate packs that it seemed wise not to linger in this place, for there could be terrifying monsters lurking nearby. Sensing an unsettling aura, Xiao Feng hesitated. Among the wolves, there were beings at the peak of innate power, and only demon beasts of greater destiny could compel them into submission. Just as he was in doubt, the entire pack became agitated. Suddenly, they all lifted their heads and howled to the heavens, a powerful sonic wave erupting violently in Xiao Feng's ears. Enough of this. My life is paramount. Without further hesitation, Xiao Feng turned and fled. No matter how significant the treasures might be, they were not meant for him to claim. Moreover, such commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of experts from the capital, if he were to observe. It would have to be after those powerful figures arrived. In his haste, Xiao Feng abruptly noticed that the moonlight around him seemed to shift in hue. Gradually, the pristine white light transformed into a bizarre crimson, and the gathering place deep within the thicket appeared to morph into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the depths of the forest. How fortunate I am to have fled swiftly. The shockwave from the explosion stirred a cloud of dust, preventing Xiao Feng from advancing further, so he took refuge in the branches of a tree, waiting for the situation to unfold. Before long, a formidable presence manifested in the skies above the forest. As anticipated, the peculiar behavior of the wolves had indeed drawn the attention of the experts from the capital, who arrived to investigate. Individuals of destiny and those at the Dongxian level were now engaged at it. Appeared this affair was truly extraordinary. Xiao Feng settled down, intent on continuing his observation of the transformations occurring deep within the forest. Before long, a battle erupted with great ferocity. Even though Xiao Feng was somewhat distant from the innermost depths of the forest, he could still hear the mournful howls of the wolf pack and witness powerful cultivators rushing toward the center. This forest was destined to be anything but peaceful tonight. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a tremendous wolf howl resonated through the air, causing Xiao Feng to feel as though the very atmosphere had stilled. This level of cultivation must be at least at the Dongshin tier, right? For ordinary demon beasts, reaching the Tianming level is exceedingly difficult. This reveals the limitations of human understanding regarding the existence of demon beasts during their cultivation journey. Tianming-level demon beasts are often regarded as terrifying entities that appear only once in a millennium, and yet tonight, a Dongshuan-level beast emerged, likely to stir upheaval across the land. This was beyond my capacity to intervene. Xiao Feng relinquished the idea of stealthily infiltrating the center circle. Although it was already late at night, the entire capital had erupted into chaos, to say nothing of the blood moon that had just appeared. It was enough to incite panic among the unaware citizens. The soldiers in the city began dispersing the crowds that had gathered unconsciously, creating an atmosphere of utter disarray. What on earth is happening? Xiao Feng inquired. Concerning the peculiar phenomenon, perhaps the Zhuguo residents might possess some information? This is not something to discuss. Young Master Xiao, please come inside first. It would be best not to venture out again tonight. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's question, the steward immediately silenced him and pulled him through the door. Although Xiao Feng was bewildered, he did not protest, as he could see the caution in the steward's eyes. Once inside, the steward spoke. Observing his grave expression, Xiao Feng surmised that the Zhuguo residents must know something about the situation. Chapter 28. The city in turmoil. The legend of the Wolf King. Xiao Feng followed the steward into the main hall, where Ziyuan and the matriarch of the Zi family, Yuanin, were already seated and engaged in conversation. Seeing Xiao Feng's arrival, Ziyuan hurriedly approached to greet him. Xiao Feng nodded and took a seat beside her. Matriarch Yuanin's demeanor was quite serious, so Xiao Feng refrained from immediately inquiring about the events of the night. He understood that such matters could not remain concealed for long, even if Yuanin chose not to divulge the details tonight. Word would surely spread throughout the city by tomorrow that I presume young Master Xiao has also witnessed the extraordinary phenomena of this night. Yuanin began. Xiao Feng nodded in acknowledgement that in the coming days, it would be wise for young Master Xiao to minimize his outings. With the emergence of the Wolf King, the capital is likely to be in turmoil, Yuanin expressed with a face full of worry. She could not help but be concerned about the unrest in the capital, as her husband was the one in charge of the city's military. His duties were already demanding, and now with this occurrence, it was likely that a multitude of highly skilled individuals would converge in the capital, not only during this precarious period for the Great Liang, but even in ordinary times. Such a scenario would place immense pressure on the local forces. After all, experts are unpredictable. They could easily disperse an entire army with their prowess. The Wolf King, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf-S King. Perhaps, Xiao Feng nodded, finally realizing that the scene he had witnessed deep within the forest was indeed the pack of wolves venerating their king. Yet, he recalled that there had been nothing visible in the direction the wolves were bowing. Could it be that the Wolf King simply materialized out of thin air? Xiao Feng pondered to himself. However, he simultaneously recognized the profound implications that the Wolf King might represent. Very well, I shall remain vigilant, he replied with a nod after hearing Yi Wenyi's words. The formidable experts under the banner of the Yanbei Wang family are numerous. A single misstep could easily lead to disaster, Xiao Feng inquired. The profound impression left by a Wolf King of the Dongxian level had already taken root in his mind, that I am not entirely certain about this matter. He continued, but I have heard the general mention that the emergence of the Wolf King heralds a great calamity. Now that the Emperor, I fear that some may attempt to take advantage of the chaos. And when that time comes, the capital may not be as secure as one would hope, Yi Wenyi remarked, shaking her head. This was the first time she had heard of the Wolf King, and therefore the specifics of the situation were likely known only to high-level practitioners like Zidao. Nonetheless, she had already acutely sensed the political ramifications that the appearance of the Wolf King would bring. I must take my leave from conversing with you, young master. I have some matters to attend to, she said, feeling somewhat restless and contemplating the need to make further preparations. After Yi Wenyi departed, Ziyuan turned to Xiao Feng and spoke. She could perceive that Xiao Feng seemed quite intrigued by the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, and thus she thought to take him to the Taishui to consult with the learned masters there. Naturally, she herself was also eager to uncover the reasons behind it. Indeed, my thanks to you, Miss, Xiao Feng replied with a smile. Raising his hand, he felt that without thoroughly investigating, something vital would be amiss. A Wolf King of the Dongxian level could indeed upend the very worldview of this place. Xiao Feng had reason to suspect that this world might not be as uncomplicated as he had imagined. In the capital, at the Taishui, Wang Bongru had also received information regarding the Wolf King. Therefore, without hesitation and disregarding the risks of exposure, he summoned his subordinates at once. Just moments ago, Xiao Feng had noticed one of his own among the experts heading into the depths of the forest. Truly, the heavens are aiding the young master. The Wolf King appears so close to the capital. As long as the Great Liang endures, how can the natural order allow such a thing? One individual stood before Wang Bongru, exclaiming with fervor, his eyes ablaze with zeal. The emergence of the Wolf King indeed signified disaster. Yet for ambitious individuals such as themselves, the manifestation of calamity in the capital merely indicated that the current emperor of the Great Liang has incurred divine wrath. It is a sign from the heavens that a change in dynasty is due. Xiao Yuan, this is not like you. Please, take a seat. There is no need for haste, Wang Bongru remarked, glancing at the individual before him with a smile. The one he referred to as Xiao Yuan was the son of the Jing Zhaoyin of the Great Liang, who had now become wholly devoted to Wang Bangru. My apologies for my rashness. Yet my father has also come to inform me. Should the young master have any commands, I would undoubtedly brave fire and water to fulfill them, Xiao Yuan declared, his gaze still fervent as he addressed Wang Bongru. Oh, has your father come to a realization? The position of Jing Zhaoyin is indeed quite significant, as it grants direct access to the emperor and even the opportunity for private discussions. This could directly influence the emperor's decisions, and even his life. Previously, Xiao Yuan's father had been reluctant to take his side, publicly proclaiming himself a disciple of the Son of Heaven, pledging to protect the capital for His Majesty. However, he never constrained his son from associating with the various lords. Wang Bongru is an astute individual. He understands that Xiao Yuan serves as his spokesperson. Thus, securing Xiao Yuan essentially means securing Jing Zhaoyin. Upon hearing this news, a rare smile escaped his lips. Jing Zhaoyin has always been a coveted target among various factions, and successfully acquiring this individual indicates that they will possess a strategic advantage when the time comes to divide the spoils of power. The next challenge lies in addressing the matter of the Wolf King. Summon the people. I wish to be apprised of the situation at the front lines without delay. While capturing Jing Zhaoyin is indeed a cause for celebration, one wonders about the veracity of the legends. Wang Bongru mused to himself, cradling an ancient tome. The Wolf King is not new to the Jiuzhou continent. It has appeared approximately 3 times over the years. However, It was only during its last manifestation that someone took the initiative to document the occurrence. The ominous blood moon and the peculiar behavior of the wolf pack bore a striking resemblance to what Xiao Feng witnessed today. The reason this is deemed a calamity largely stems from the presence of the formidable Wolf King, classified at the Dongxian level, which poses significant danger should the Wolf King not be dealt with promptly. It could trigger a wolf disaster, the consequences of which could only be described as akin to a hell on earth. Nevertheless, the Wolf King is not entirely malevolent, according to the records left from the last appearance. It seems that someone discovered something extraordinary within the Wolf King's corpse, creating quite a stir. Chapter 29. The invitation of Wang Bongru legend has it that the Wolf King possesses a core that can aid individuals in transcending to the martial king realm. The origins of the Wolf King are not mentioned in the texts. Some speculate that the Wolf King does not hail from Jojo, but is a godlike entity within the Blood Moon Demon Wolf Pack, summoned by the wolves themselves. However, these are merely popular conjectures. Within the halls of the Taishua, numerous scions from distinguished families listened intently to their master's words that in recent days, the Blood Moon has become the talk of the capital. The masters of Taishua, unable to resist the fervor of their students, stood forth to recount the records concerning the Blood Moon Demon Wolf King. None of this was a secret. It was all inscribed in books. Yet no one had paid attention to it until now. After all, this matter resembled a folk legend, and the strength of the Blood Moon Demon Wolves had never breached the realm of destiny. Even those proficient at the Dongxian level had heard tales of the Wolf King's core assisting one in transcending to the martial king realm, but without the appearance of the Blood Moon. All efforts to seek it would be in vain. Thus, when the Blood Moon emerged last night, Dongxian level experts across the continent cast aside their reservations and hurried to the capital. An opportunity to break through to the martial king realm is an irresistible temptation for anyone that in a matter of moments. The capital became a gathering place for dozens of Dongxian experts. They hailed from various factions, each representing a distinct power. Under the allure of the martial king realm, even the most tightly knit alliances crumbled instantaneously. Every Dongxian expert fought solely for their own interests. Xiao Feng and Ziyuan furrowed their brows as they sat amidst the crowd. Xiao Feng had witnessed firsthand the congregation of the Blood Moon Demon Wolves, and the spectacle indeed resembled a meticulously orchestrated sacrificial rite. At that moment, Xiao Feng felt that the Blood Moon Demon Wolves no longer resembled mere beasts, but rather possessed a social organization akin to that of humans. With just this observation, Xiao Feng could not help but question whether this world truly harbored demons. As he was not a native of this realm, his experiences were naturally more eclectic in his understanding. A fantastical world surely had a place for demons. They possessed talents and physiques beyond human capabilities. Yet the shackles of cultivation were even more formidable than those faced by humans. However, the Nine Provinces continent was indeed a world lacking in demons, which was precisely the source of Xiao Feng's initial bewilderment. Let us go, he concluded. There was only so much he could ascertain. After pondering for a moment, he turned to his companion, Ziyuan, and spoke. Indeed, Ziyuan replied, her expression grave. The more she grasped the current circumstances, the more she worried for her father. Could he truly withstand the onslaught of dozens of masters? Yuaner, you have come today as well? Xiao Feng did not need to look to know the newcomer was Wang Bongru. Ziyuan felt a twinge of annoyance in her heart, and, wishing to avoid entanglement, directly addressed him. Young Master Wang, I am not in the mood for such matters today, but if you have something to discuss, let us save it for another time. I will assist you whenever necessary, Wang Bongru asserted with unwavering determination. Were it not for his status as the heir of the Yebei royal family, Ziyuan might have genuinely felt moved. Yet, the harsh reality was that the very person who could potentially aid her father was also a latent schemer, even if his intentions were sincere this time. Ziyuan deemed it absolutely inadvisable to take any risks. With a sigh, she chose to remain silent. Wang Bongru, shifting his tone, spoke again. Then I shall take my leave. Young Master Xiao, let us depart, Ziyuan stated without hesitation. Pleased that Wang Bongru was willing to let her go. Wait, young Master Xiao, I wish to converse with you, Wang Bongru interjected as he blocked their path. Wang Bongru, Ziyuan exclaimed angrily, having previously witnessed his hostile demeanor towards Xiao Feng. She immediately assumed he was once again seeking to trouble him. Wang Bongru had repeatedly treated the men around her in such a manner, which not only distressed her but also left her feeling humiliated. What could you possibly want to discuss with me? Xiao Feng asked, holding Ziyuan back to help her regain her composure before he spoke. He had also been wanting to discuss the matter of the bounty hunter with Wang Bongru. Young Master Xiao is indeed bold, Wang Bongru remarked. Rest assured, Your Honor, I have no intention of making things difficult for young Master Xiao. I merely wish to confer on certain matters. Then let us converse nearby. Wang Bongru said, not expressing any surprise at Xiao Feng's agreement. Xiao Feng nodded, but Zi Yuan grasped his arm, her eyes brimming with concern. It seems Yuan still has matters to discuss with young Master Xiao. I have overstepped, Wang Bongru acknowledged, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, yet he maintained a smile. Very well, Yuan, please finish your discussion with young Master Xiao. When he has time, he may visit my study for a more thorough conversation. I shall await your arrival with open arms. With that, Wang Bongru turned and walked towards his study, leaving the two behind. Young Master Xiao, why have you agreed to him? He is none other than the son of the king of Yanbei. Zi Yuan's brows were nearly knotted in frustration as she spoke. She was aware of the conflict between Xiao Feng and the king of Yanbei, and Wang Bongru's attitude was particularly unpleasant due to her involvement. Not to worry. This is not the territory of the king of Yanbei. Even if he wished to act against me, he must consider the repercussions. Moreover, we are in the academy, Xiao Feng replied with a smile. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Feng turned and made his way toward Wang Bongru's study. Were they outside, Xiao Feng might indeed ponder whether to accompany Wang Bongru for a private conversation, although Wang Bongru had not directly displayed his prowess. He was accompanied by numerous skilled subordinates. However, after spending a few days here, Xiao Feng had come to understand the fundamental composition of the academy, being a royal domain, despite Wang Bongru's few guards. The royal forces were far more abundant than AS for experts at the Dongxian level. Wang Bongru was not yet worthy of their personal protection. Thus, when everything was considered, Wang Bongru could not act against him here. Quite astute, Xiao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Bongru and Wang Yunfei were not on the same level. In this situation, Wang Yunfei would not even engage with him. However, Wang Bongru had cleverly seized upon Xiao Feng's psychology, thereby creating an opportunity for dialogue. Chapter 30. An apology. Thank you for your patience, young Master Wang. Xiao Feng entered the study with a smile, addressing Wang Bongru. The study appeared rather simple, devoid of the ostentation typically associated with scions of prominent families. A serene fragrance of incense wafted through the air, exuding a soothing aroma that instantly calmed Xiao Feng's mind. It seemed that Wang Bongru was not the kind of boastful noble youth one might expect. Indeed, Brother Xiao, you are gracious enough to give me face, Wang Bongru said with a smile as he stood to welcome Xiao Feng. Despite his irritation at Zi Yuan's earlier action of pulling Xiao Feng, Wang Bongru was a remarkably rational individual and did not display any dissatisfaction towards Xiao Feng at this moment. Their interaction appeared more akin to that of longtime friends rather than individuals with a history of grievances. Please, young Master Xiao, have a seat. Allow me to brew you some tea. Although my surroundings may seem modest, the essentials of hospitality are certainly present, Wang Bongru said, busily preparing the tea while conversing with Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, naturally, did not stand on ceremony and took a seat directly across from Wang Bongru. Here you go, young Master Xiao. Enjoy your tea. Wang Bongru presented the brewed tea. Exquisite tea, Xiao Feng remarked, genuinely impressed as he savored the beverage. He had always had a fondness for tea and possessed a certain understanding of it. The tea Wang Bongru had prepared was reminiscent of the Dan Song he had previously tasted. Yet it was evident that it contained a circulating spiritual essence, likely a rare spiritual treasure from the Jiuzhou continent. Young Master Xiao is indeed as bold as the rumors suggest. Are you not concerned that I, Wang, might poison this tea? Wang Bongru mused, sipping his own cup. Xiao Feng set down his teacup, a look of enjoyment on his face as he replied. He understood that the earlier pleasantries were merely a prelude to what lay ahead. The age-old strategy of first offering courtesy before resorting to force remains ever potent. I never anticipated that young Master Xiao possessed such wit. However, I, Wang Bongru, am particularly fond of individuals like him. When it comes to friends, I assure you, I would never engage in such acts. Please rest assured, young Master Xiao, Wang Bongru chuckled heartily. Therefore, may I inquire what business has summoned me here today? Surely, it cannot merely be to share a cup of tea. Xiao Feng regarded Wang Bongru with keen interest. The preceding exchanges were mere performances. Now it would reveal whether Wang Bongru was a true hero or merely a coward. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Wang Bongru set down his teacup and adjusted his posture, his demeanor turning solemn as he met Xiao Feng's gaze directly. Young Master Xiao, I kindly ask your indulgence as I extend my apologies on behalf of myself and my inept younger brother. Our previous actions towards you were indeed excessive. We have come to recognize our missteps. If you would grant us your forgiveness, we would be amenable to any request you might have. Wang Bongru spoke with a steady demeanor, articulating his thoughts deliberately. Young master, truly, anything can be requested? Xiao Feng replied calmly. Naturally, as long as it is within my capacity, I shall fulfill any request for you. Young master shouted, be it treasures, techniques, or even the elusive Ziyuan. I shall procure it for you if it pleases you. Wang Bongru said with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that Wang Bongru might be somewhat formidable, at least for now. Wang Bongru exhibited the qualities of a true hero, unclouded by personal sentiments in his endeavors. Or perhaps, Wang Bongru merely regarded Ziyuan as an object, thus not holding her in high regard. Xiao Feng chose not to probe further into Wang Bongru's attitude towards Ziyuan, as it bore little relevance to him. What benefits could this bring to Wang Bongru and the king of Yanbei? I am but an ordinary person. Flattery without purpose is rarely benign, Xiao Feng remarked. Benefits? Your innate talent, young master, is the greatest advantage to me. Within a year, you have ascended from an ordinary individual to a powerful innate realm expert. Even after the obliteration of your cultivation and resolve, you continue to cultivate and can still break through to the innate realm in an even shorter span. This talent surpasses even that of the saints from the 4 major sections with diligent training. Who has to say there isn't a place for you in this world? Young Master Xiao, perhaps you shall be the one to shatter the martial king realm, a feat unattained for centuries. As he spoke, Wang Bongru continued to pour tea, seemingly having thoroughly investigated Xiao Feng's background and now approaching him with sincerity for a detailed discussion. Of course, I must also apologize once more for the previous incident involving the bounty hunter. Wang Bongru pushed the teacup towards Xiao Feng and reiterated his heartfelt apologies. Had it been another, such treatment from Wang Bongru might have swayed their resolve. Yet Xiao Feng had witnessed far grander spectacles. If he were not of any utility, the bounty hunter's prior actions would not have been a mere test, but rather an outright attempt on his life. Did this late apology necessitate his gratitude? Xiao Feng could not help but chuckle inwardly, yet his expression remained one of calm indifference. The holy sons and daughters of the 4 major sects. Perhaps it would be more enlightening for the crown prince to share his insights with me instead. Xiao Feng remarked that on the continent of Zhou, there exist 4 prominent sects, all situated within the prosperous southern region of the Great Liang. They are known as Wanjian Sect, Wanjian Sect, Panyu Gate, and Liuxia Sect. Scattered across the vast southern lands, each acts as a local sovereign. The holy sons and daughters of these sects are, in fact, candidates for the next generation of sect leaders. Their growth is remarkably swift, yet simultaneously fraught with cruelty, for the title of holy son or daughter is not a fixed position. Throughout their development, they may be supplanted by others, leading to the loss of both their title and the substantial cultivation resources bestowed upon them by their sect. This represents a significant loss for such prodigies, compelling them to exert themselves tirelessly in their training, regardless of their innate talent. This competitive environment, however, can be seen as a healthy rivalry, one of the key reasons the 4 major sects continue to thrive. Xiao Gongzi jested. How could I possibly be well versed in the particulars concerning the holy sons and daughters of these 4 sects? Nevertheless, I can assure you that should you join us, we shall dedicate all our efforts to facilitate your growth. Making you unmatched by them, Wang Bongru said. The holy sons and daughters are publicly acknowledged yet typically refrain from managing internal sect affairs, focusing instead on their cultivation, which renders them quite enigmatic. However, the Mingwei Immortal Mansion is set to open soon, and it is inevitable that the 4 major sects will participate. If Xiao Gongzi wishes to attend, I can arrange it for you. Chapter 31. Entering the palace. Are you familiar with the Mingwei Immortal Mansion? Xiao Gongzi, it is the largest treasure trove near the capital. Although fraught with peril, the treasures within are of immeasurable value, Wang Bongru elaborated, unaware that Zidao had already agreed to secure a spot for Xiao Feng. It was evident that Wang Bongru was eager to enter the Mingwei Immortal Mansion. Thus, Xiao Gongzi, join us, and I shall provide you with the utmost in opportunities. Having sufficiently broached the subject, Wang Bongru earnestly urged him. This was indeed the first time he had respectfully invited someone into his fold. The offspring of high-ranking officials were merely playthings in his hands, their reverence gained through the display of a few acts of strength, rendering their utilitarian value minimal thereafter. However, Xiao Feng was different. His presence could very well secure an individual capable of contending for the title of martial king within his faction, a figure that posed a considerable threat to others. Although Yin Beiwang had privately nurtured some talented youths, they were still insufficient to rival the holy sons and daughters of the 4 major sects. Thus, in this context, they showed Xiao Feng great deference. albeit with ulterior motives. Xiao Feng coldly chuckled to himself, recognizing their intentions, though he chose not to reveal his thoughts. In no matter, I shall remain here, awaiting your decision. Xiao Gongzi. Should you agree, we will be friends. Wang Bongru replied with a benevolent smile, unperturbed by Xiao Feng's need for contemplation. Then I shall take my leave for now. Upon realizing that there was no further information to extract, Xiao Feng rose from his seat. Preparing to take his leave, Wang Bongru did not insist on his staying, yet remained courteous as he accompanied him out of his study. As Xiao Feng traversed the path to the Zhuge mansion, he found himself deep in contemplation over Wang Bongru's earlier remarks. In truth, he held no interest in the so-called promises. After all, with the system at his disposal, he had no need to bind himself with such constraints. My strength is not derived from mere cultivation. The resources I require cannot be entrusted to them, Xiao Feng murmured softly. Though the admission was somewhat distasteful, it was evident that, at present, his cultivation primarily stemmed from siphoning the prowess of others, with his own efforts being but a minor fraction. Should this revelation reach the ears of the king of Yanbei, it could very well result in a veritable deluge of bloodshed. Xiao Feng was no benevolent savior. However, he would never be the type to slay countless innocents for his own gain. Both extremes, in his view, were profoundly pathological. Thus, it was unequivocally impossible for him to align himself with Wang Bongru. Observing the Zhuge mansion encircled by soldiers, Xiao Feng mused to himself. The recent hustle and bustle had left the steward looking somewhat fatigued, yet he diligently attended to his responsibilities. Good that I have seen the general, Xiao Feng announced as he entered the room, where only Zidao was present. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, a smile broke through the fatigue on Zidao's face. The days of relentless toil had taken a toll on this middle-aged man, particularly under such intense circumstances. After inviting Xiao Feng to take a seat, Zidao inquired, "Has something occurred at the palace?" Xiao Feng replied, "Under normal circumstances, how could the daughter and wife of the Zhuge general remain in the palace for an extended period?" The only conclusion Xiao Feng could draw was that there were efforts to safeguard the mother and daughter. This matter could not remain concealed. The offerings within the palace had already departed. Now, the palace relies solely on me for protection. Hence, for the sake of safety, they were regrettably sent into the palace. His Majesty has also consented, Zidao sighed, shaking his head. The so-called offerings were akin to those who consumed the family as provisions, serving the household, and were not significantly different from guest scholars. Those who could serve as offerings in the palace were undoubtedly experts of the Dongxian level. Yet, faced with the temptation of the Wolf King's inner core, none could remain steadfast, resulting in their exodus. Consequently, the palace's high-level forces had vanished entirely. Should a Dongxian-level master penetrate the palace at this juncture, the emperor's life would be gravely jeopardized. Zidao could only rely on the military to counteract such masters, thus becoming the last line of defense. This elucidated why Zidao felt compelled to send his most cherished individuals into the palace. I see. This is indeed an unavoidable situation, Xiao Feng responded. Young Master Xiao. Ziyuan emerged gracefully from the inner chamber. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, she offered a strained smile and inquired, "Wang Bongru did not trouble you, did he?" She then pressed further, "What? That rascal Wang Bongru has come again." At the mention of Wang Bongru's name, Zidao's brow furrowed instantly, expressing his irritation as he remarked, "Wang Bongru is notorious in the capital for pursuing my daughter." Occasionally, his colleagues would bring up this matter. However, his daughter harbors an aversion towards Wang Bongru, frequently expressing the disturbances he brings to her life. Zidao had indeed issued warnings to Wang Bongru, yet the latter's status presents a formidable barrier, leaving Zidao powerless to thwart Wang Bongru's so-called pursuits. There was no significant exchange, merely a discussion of certain matters. Xiao Feng spoke up, "That is good." Zidao sighed, continuing, "These are tumultuous times. Should Wang Bongru emerge again now, it would be impossible for me to extricate myself to address the situation. In the future, do your best to avoid him. Wang Bongru is not a virtuous man." Ziyuan also exhaled in relief and advised Xiao Feng. "Very well. Let us proceed to the palace post-haste." Xiao Feng, wishing to refrain from elaborating further on the subject, remarked instead that he was wholly focused on determining which grade of martial arts would be most efficacious for him. Observing Xiao Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Ziyuan furrowed her brow slightly, but chose to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 32. The Library Pavilion. Zidao was a man of decisive action, genuinely concerned for the well-being of his wife and daughter. Thus, wishing to arrange for their immediate relocation to the palace, Xiao Feng followed the procession, seamlessly entering the royal palace. However, the palace now appeared rather dilapidated. Xiao Feng's initial impression was one of desolation. The entire palace resembled a ghost town, where one could wander for an age before encountering another soul. Certain areas were strewn with fallen leaves, clearly indicating a lack of maintenance for quite some time. Why is the palace in such a state of disrepair? Xiao Feng quietly inquired of Ziyuan, who walked beside him. Young Master Xiao is unaware, she replied. The Great Liang has endured years of deficits and can no longer sustain itself. 5 years ago, His Majesty decreed a reduction in palace expenditures, leading to a mass exodus of palace maids and guards, resulting in the current predicament. Ziyuan, having resided in the capital, was well versed in these matters and promptly elucidated how ruthless he can be towards himself. Xiao Feng mused inwardly. He had heard numerous tales of emperors, yet few had chosen to lessen their own comforts rather than exploit those beneath them. Moreover, the emperor had fallen ill, further contributing to the palace's desolation. Ziyuan continued, "This situation is no longer a secret. The current emperor has no heirs, which means no one can legitimately inherit the throne. This is why those ambitious lords have been able to restrain themselves and refrain from rebellion. Even if the emperor had heirs, it might spell disaster. As news of the emperor's advancing age and declining health spread, the ambitions of the lords grew ever more fervent. Were it not for the imperial seal, a treasure of the realm, they might have already stormed the palace. He is indeed a wretched soul," Xiao Feng reflected, feeling a twinge of sorrow for the emperor's plight. Nevertheless, the fall of the Great Liang seemed an inevitable trajectory, and Zidao's loyalty in safeguarding the emperor was indeed commendable. "Xiao brother, this is the administrator of the library pavilion, Lu Yu. You may simply call him Lu Changshi." Zidao approached with an elderly eunuch. His hair as white as snow, and introduced him with a humble demeanor. "I am honored to meet you, young Master Xiao." Although Lu Yu was advanced in years, his long-standing habit of serving others remained unaltered. The two then departed from Zidao's entourage, taking a different direction. This area was even more dilapidated. Some walls had already collapsed, and the buildings were in ruins. To call this place a palace would be a misnomer. It was more akin to the remnants of a bygone dynasty. "Young Master Xiao, please forgive my candor. This location has been neglected for years, resulting in its current state of decay. However, it is of little consequence. As long as there are protective barriers in place, safety is assured." Noticing the contemplative expression on Xiao Feng's face as he surveyed the surroundings, Lu Yu spoke up, "Indeed, it is the barriers that matter. These have been considerably weakened. Have you not noticed that the vitality of your spiritual energy has diminished since entering the palace?" With a warm smile, Lu Yu continued, "If this were in the past, entering this palace would render you no different from an ordinary person. At the dawn of the Great Liang dynasty, considerable effort was expended in the construction of the palace, with the formation of the palace's protective array consuming the most resources. Its efficacy was self-evident. Even a master at the Dongxian level would struggle to unleash their full potential within the confines of the palace's array. However, the maintenance of such a formation required an immense amount of resources, and the current Great Liang royal family could no longer sustain its activation. Thus, its effectiveness had diminished to the point where even a minor character like Xiao Feng merely sensed an obstruction in his spiritual energy. "Now I understand," Xiao Feng mused inwardly, acknowledging the lingering heritage of the Great Liang royal family. He also began to anticipate their destination, the library, constructed during the pinnacle of Great Liang's prosperity. The library housed countless martial arts manuals, standing as a veritable treasure trove. After a considerable detour, Liu finally led Xiao Feng to their destination. "Allow me to offer a word of caution. Young Master Xiao, this library is a crucial site within the palace. Though it may appear neglected, the protective barriers within remain intact. You may choose any books to peruse for a day, but you must exit thereafter. Additionally, you are permitted to take 2 Earth-level manuals with you as a gift from His Majesty Do. The library has its own protective barriers." Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, this library is among the few places in the palace where the barriers are fully operational. Should you inadvertently trigger any defenses, it is imperative that you vacate immediately. Here is a token for you." Lu Yu handed Xiao Feng a talisman, enabling him to move freely within the library. With a deliberate motion, Lu Yu slowly opened the imposing doors of the library. The sensation of weightiness enveloped Xiao Feng as he entered. The very air within felt thick and substantial. Upon crossing the threshold, Lu Yu inclined his body slightly in a bow and withdrew. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the shelves of the library, which sparkled with a divine radiance, evoking a sense of sanctity. "Now, The cultivation level of Xiao Feng has been suppressed by restrictions, allowing him only to leisurely browse the treasure trove before him. The abundance here is overwhelming. As he gazes at row upon row of bookshelves, he feels a wave of confusion wash over him. He senses that if all these books were to be gathered together, they would likely form a mountain of tomes. It appears there is a spatial array present. It seems implausible that such scale would not be visible from the outside. Measuring the ground with his foot, Xiao Feng quickly discovers something amiss. This is indeed his first encounter with a spatial array. In the continent of Jiuzhou, there exist treasures for storage. Yet the internal space of such treasures is minimal and cannot accommodate living beings. It is impossible for them to create a space that allows for free movement as he experiences now. After wandering for a while, Xiao Feng settled in a particular spot that he understood that if he continued to search blindly, he would likely be unable to find the desired cultivation methods within a day. Therefore, based on his earlier cursory glance, he gained a general understanding of the layout of the library. The area where he stood contained only yellow and mysterious level cultivation methods, neatly categorized according to different weapons. The deeper he ventured, the higher the levels of the techniques became. Thus, he simply needed to proceed inward. However, he could only select 2 cultivation methods, and he pondered which ones should take precedence in his decision-making. Chapter 33. Secrets Beyond the Domain. The sword technique was essential. Having made up his mind, Xiao Feng promptly set about his task. Following the order of the library, he soon discovered a shelf filled with Earth-level sword manuals. The Blood Shadow Sword Manual, the Carefree Sword Manual. Xiao Feng took each sword manual out one by one, carefully unfolding them to examine their contents. With the awakening of sword bones within him, he experienced a peculiar sensation while perusing these manuals. Of course, mastering sword techniques was not a simple endeavor. He could only mentally rehearse the fundamentals of the sword techniques. The true practical application remained to be assessed. However, with these as references, he could select a sword technique that suited him well. The Wandering Dragon Sword Manual. Xiao Feng extracted it from the shelf and began to peruse it. This manual appeared quite conventional. Yet as he held it, his long sword, Chong Kong, stirred slightly. Chong Kong had begun to develop a hint of sentience. Though it had not matured into a sword spirit, it was certainly capable of sharing this experience with Xiao Feng. It seems you have taken a liking to this sword manual, Xiao Feng remarked with a smile. Very well, it shall be yours. Nodding, he tucked the manual into his bosom and turned to continue his search among the other sword manuals. Naturally, he did not intend to choose 2 Earth-level sword manuals consecutively. Rather, he sought to discover whether the Heavenly Sword Divine Art was present. This manual was the prized possession of the 10,000 Sword Sect, and although he had acquired a fragment, obtaining the complete version would be ideal. Found it! Xiao Feng exclaimed joyfully as he pulled out the Heavenly Sword Divine Art, with the complete manual in hand. He could hardly contain his excitement as he began to mentally rehearse it. With the fragment as his foundation, this time, practicing the Heavenly Sword Divine Art proved to be remarkably effortless. He had essentially acquired an Earth-level cultivation method for free. After a considerable duration, Xiao Feng rose to his feet, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. From the outset, he had resolved to appropriate as much of the Heavenly Sword Divine Art as he could. With the remnant serving as a foundation and the sword's essence as his core, his pace of learning surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Now, it was time to select a tome of internal cultivation. Contemplating his next move, he observed the outside world gradually bathed in golden hues, realizing he had spent a significant amount of time here, compelling him to take action. What is this area? Xiao Feng pondered in astonishment as he beheld the vast expanse of void before him. This nebulous space contained no tangible objects and appeared akin to an entirely separate realm within the library. Having wandered through the library for quite some time, he had a general understanding of its layout. This void was originally intended for the placement of heavenly-grade martial arts techniques. However, the token in his possession did not grant him access to this area, forcing him to relinquish his pursuit. Could it be that this space had developed a flaw due to prolonged neglect? Xiao Feng mused with curiosity. The sudden appearance of this region seemed peculiar. Perhaps it had collapsed, resulting in such an extraordinary phenomenon. In a moment of experimentation, Xiao Feng threw a martial arts text into the void. The instant it crossed the boundary of nothingness, it vanished from his sight. Does this imply the restrictions have dissipated? He speculated, observing the scene before him. After an afternoon of exploration, he was acutely aware of the stringent constraints governing this realm. Every book was under the strict management of these restrictions. Although Xiao Feng could freely consult the texts, he was unable to remove any volumes from their respective zones. Yet now, it seemed that the barriers had been rendered ineffective due to this peculiar space. To confirm his hypothesis, he hurried to another area, retrieved a book, and attempted to carry it beyond the designated limits. No. It appeared that the restrictions had only lifted in that particular region. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. If the barriers had indeed vanished, he was determined to thoroughly exploit this opportunity. Otherwise, should the foundation of the Great Liang collapse, this place would inevitably face destruction. Returning to the enigmatic space, Xiao Feng tentatively extended his hand. At present, his cultivation was constrained by the restrictions, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Should an unforeseen event transpire now, he might find himself ill-equipped to handle it. However, as his hand penetrated the void, nothing untoward occurred. This space truly was devoid of substance. Steeling himself, Xiao Feng took a decisive step forward into the realm. As the surroundings brightened, he was astonished to discover another set of bookshelves within this space, meticulously arranged with a variety of texts. What kind of martial arts techniques could possibly be housed in this mysterious area? Eager anticipation welled up within him as he approached. This locale resembled a secret chamber. Only the most confidential of techniques would be worthy of such a sanctuary. Perhaps there were heavenly-grade arts within. Xiao Feng's gaze ignited with fervor as he began to peruse the titles before him. Yet, upon reading the names of the texts, he found himself at a loss for words. These volumes were not martial arts techniques, but rather records of various accounts. Why has such a space been established specifically for the storage of these items? Xiao Feng pondered in confusion. He had perused several tomes that documented the scale and techniques of various sects across the world. This place seemed more akin to a grand repository utilized by the Liang royal family to exert control over the myriad sects of the realm. Yet, why not simply place these items outside? After all, the library already possessed formidable restrictions that prevented anyone from absconding with the books. Such a space would likely consume spiritual energy comparable to that of the existing prohibitions. Nevertheless, Xiao Feng did not halt his exploration. This space had materialized abruptly, and he was uncertain whether it could endure over time. Should it collapse unexpectedly, he would be left with no time to observe. Secrets beyond the domain. Xiao Feng withdrew a volume and read it with curiosity. In his understanding, the Jiuzhou continent was the sole substantial landmass of this world, with no other territories discovered beyond the vast oceans. Thus, what exactly did the term beyond the domain refer to? Driven by curiosity, Xiao Feng scrutinized the text closely. What? The Wolf King hails from beyond the domain. Upon reading the account within the book, Xiao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The Wolf King originated from a realm of even greater power, where the beasts were extraordinarily formidable, and humanity was constantly oppressed. The Jiuzhou continent was one of the few sanctuaries of tranquility. Yet, ultimately, humanity remained the weaker faction. With the relentless invasion of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, the exposure of this realm drew ever nearer. Staring at the records within the tome, Xiao Feng found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that the Liang royal family had thoroughly investigated the origins of the Wolf King. However, the situation was too grave for them to address, prompting a decision to conceal the truth. Chapter 34. Secrets of the Liang royal family. For the time that followed, Xiao Feng found little inclination to seek further techniques. Holding the volume titled Secrets Beyond the Domain, he delved into its contents with great diligence. Upon grasping such secrets, Xiao Feng suddenly felt that his rate of strengthening had significantly slowed. After all, according to the text, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf King was merely the lowest entity within the food chain of that world. Yet upon arriving in this realm, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf King could contend with the strongest beings here. Indeed, the existence of the demon race was undeniable. After perusing the account, Xiao Feng mused within himself. The Jiuzhou continent appeared to be a sanctuary constructed by humanity. Here, humans wielded absolute control. Even the powerful beings who created this world had imposed limitations on the cultivation of the demon race within this territory. However, how could a world forged by human hands ever compare to a complete world? Thus, the cultivation levels in this realm were generally low, and the difficulty of training was exceedingly great. Was this an effort to leave a spark of hope for humanity, or merely a form of evasion? Xiao Feng contemplated in bewilderment. Even if they could evade detection by other demon races for an extended period, the cultivation levels of humans on the Jiuzhou continent were too low. Once discovered, they would be obliterated in an instant. Perhaps this was a desperate measure. It was possible that those who survived might still have a chance to contribute in some way. However, if all were to perish, humanity would lose all hope. After gathering his thoughts, Xiao Feng exited the space. He had never considered bringing forth this book, for he believed that others would merely conjure panic from thin air. Young Master Xiao, the time has come. Lu Yu strode in with measured steps. Upon seeing Xiao Feng emerge from that ethereal space, he remained unperturbed, wearing his usual smile. Immersed in the book, Xiao Feng casually picked up a tome of martial arts and departed the library alongside Lu Yu. Young Master Xiao, you may regard those books as mere leisure reading, Lu Yu remarked, noticing Xiao Feng's absent-minded demeanor. Truly, Lu Changshi is formidable, knowing such secrets yet remaining so composed. Observing Lu Yu's tranquility, Xiao Feng chuckled, realizing that Lu Yu must have perused the contents of the book, for it was unlikely he would speak so calmly otherwise. However, Lu Yu's nonchalance indicated that the palace's secrets were likely far more intricate than they appeared. Young Master Xiao need not concern himself. Had they wished to keep you unaware, that space would never have manifested. Thus, you should carry on as usual, Lu Yu stated, halting his steps to regard Xiao Feng. With your talents, you are destined to become a pillar of the Great Liang. Once you have made your decision, feel free to come to the palace. He merely needed to hint at this. For Xiao Feng was astute enough to grasp his meaning. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Feng indeed fell into contemplation. The figure behind Lu Yu's words was becoming increasingly apparent. In this palace, the only one who could inspire such unwavering loyalty in Lu Yu was none other than the emperor. Yet, in the whispers of the outside world, the current emperor of Great Liang was deemed inept, with few courtiers holding him in high regard. Furthermore, his cultivation was meager, his years advanced, and he had no offspring, an archetype of a doomed ruler. However, Lu Yu offered him a different perspective, shrouding the entire continent of Jiazhou in an air of mystery. Very well. I shall express my gratitude to Lu Changshi. I shall take my leave, Xiao Feng replied. Aware of the depths of this intrigue, he refrained from making immediate decisions. His priority remained to elevate his own strength, lest he become a mere pawn in the impending upheaval. All right, then I shall see young Master Xiao off, Lu Yu said, nodding. You may keep that token with you. This served as a sign of trust. He doubted anyone could remain composed upon learning of such insider knowledge. Xiao Feng gladly accepted it. Genuinely intrigued by Lu Yu's words, after escorting Xiao Feng out of the palace, Lu Yu approached the emperor directly. Your Majesty, he has been sent out of the palace, Lu Yu announced, kneeling and reporting loudly. Good, he must have acquired all the information by now, has he not? The emperor of Great Liang, Yu Jian, inquired softly from his seat. Ever since the last encounter with Zi Dao regarding Xiao Feng, he had dispatched individuals to investigate the young man's background. Upon learning of Xiao Feng's exceptional talent, he resolved to recruit him into his ranks. Your Majesty, all pertinent observations have been made that I believe he is well aware. Lu Yu replied with a smile, recounting Xiao Feng's earlier demeanor that indeed that Tio possessed such composure at a young age. He is destined to become a formidable general for our human race. After listening to Lu Yu's report, Yu Jian nodded in satisfaction, a look of contentment gracing his features. Your Majesty, the Wolf King has already made its appearance. Should we not take action? One individual standing beside Yu Jian spoke up. Observing the scene, these fellows are merely toying around here. Why should we be anxious? Let us wait until they gather in full before proceeding. Why Yu Jian cast a sidelong glance at the person next to him and replied slowly. If Xiao Feng were here, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for it is evident from their words that this Wolf King is merely a tool they are employing to assemble the world's adept practitioners at the Dongxian level. This elucidates why the Wolf King would manifest so near the capital that it was time for them to witness a broader world the ancestors of De Liang had plotted for so long. And the moment had finally arrived. Rising to his feet, Yu Jian spoke softly to the heavens. Outside the palace, Xiao Feng wandered along the path, his mind evidently elsewhere. Gazing at the dilapidated palace, he sensed an inkling of conspiracy in the air. Deep in thought, Xiao Feng pondered. Based on Lu Yu's demeanor, it seems the De Liang royal family has likely transcended the constraints of this world and entered a grander realm. Yet, they have concealed this information, all the while feigning weakness to entice the lords of the land to stir. Could it be that they seek to leverage this situation to cleanse the realm? A chilling thought flashed through Xiao Feng's mind. The De Liang royal family held the key to a passage leading to a greater world. Yet now, they aim to control that very passage, seeking to eradicate all dissenters on the Jiuzhou continent. But by deliberately appearing weak, they could provoke those who were eager to act, thus allowing them to suppress the uprising with legitimacy and seize absolute control over this realm. Chapter 35. The young Wolf King outside the capital. Xiao Feng returned to the forested area once more. Compared to a few days prior, it now exuded an eerie silence. The once vibrant sounds of insects and birds had vanished, leaving only an oppressive stillness. Observing the multitude of battle scars and the chaotic scene, Xiao Feng understood the ferocity of the conflict that had transpired. Yet this was fortuitous. It provided him with an opportunity. As Xiao Feng journeyed, he encountered numerous wolf carcasses, extracting valuable elixirs and accumulating cultivation experience. The texts indicated that the Wolf King was indeed summoned, and thus, traces of the summoning should remain. This was the place. Xiao Feng's brow furrowed as he examined the vast charred area before him, littered with numerous blackened corpses, sacrificial offerings, no doubt. Among them were many young wolf bodies, suggesting that the entire Blood Moon Demon Wolf clan had sacrificed a significant portion of their future strength for this summoning. Leaping down from a tree, Xiao Feng prepared to continue his extraction. Beep. Extracting from the corpse of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf pup. Obtained. Swordsmanship experience 100. Just as Xiao Feng reveled in his successful extraction, a sudden wolf howl abruptly interrupted his actions. Raising his head, he beheld a battle-scarred female wolf glaring fiercely at him. To his astonishment, some Blood Moon Demon wolves still survived. Xiao Feng murmured as he drew his weapon through the vast expanse of the sky. The masters at the level were not to be trifled with. The fact that the Blood Moon Demon Wolf had managed to survive was truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. This fierce female wolf, with her eyes ablaze in crimson, glared menacingly at the lifeless bodies of the young wolves nearby, as if accusing Xiao Feng of their demise. Do not misunderstand, he warned, if you dare to strike, it will be your own life that is forfeit. Observing her restless demeanor, Xiao Feng issued a caution, not harboring any intention to slay her. After all, her cultivation was merely at the acquired level, and the spoils to be gained from her were hardly worth the effort. Yet, considering the dire state of the Blood Moon Wolf clan, he deemed it prudent to spare her. Do not hold me accountable. Clearly, his warning fell on deaf ears. As the mother wolf lunged at him, Xiao Feng unleashed the 10,000 sword technique without a hint of mercy. Another mournful howl echoed as the mother wolf collapsed to the ground in agony. Ding! Extracting the corpse of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, acquiring Blood Chi Pill. Ah, she is still alive. Xiao Feng's gaze swept to the spot where the mother wolf had stood, discovering a young wolf baring its teeth at him. It seemed she had feared for her offspring's safety. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he approached slowly, driven by curiosity, for he had never encountered a living Blood Moon Wolf pup before. Quite fierce indeed, he remarked, lifting the small wolf and nodding at its sharp fangs. However, it appeared that the pup had been affected by the aftermath of the battle, with numerous charred marks adorning its body. Suddenly, Xiao Feng's expression froze. He sensed that this pup was far from ordinary. Upon linking the charred marks, they formed a complex array, a diagram he had encountered in the Tome Secrets Beyond the Realm, depicting the summoning of a Wolf King. Could it be? Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed as he drew his weapon, warily fixing his gaze upon the pup. Human child, since you have perceived my essence, you would do well to depart swiftly. Should you provoke my wrath, I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. To his astonishment, the young wolf emitted a voice that belied its diminutive stature, followed by an attempt to rise, only to falter and tumble clumsily to the ground. The Wolf King, is this all? Unable to even stand, the pup bared its teeth once more, seemingly incensed by Xiao Feng's mockery. Logically, a Wolf King would possess level cultivation. How could it have taken the form of a mere pup? Could it be that the powerful cultivators who had besieged it days prior were not targeting this young wolf, seizing the pup? Xiao Feng pondered the situation as it flailed its limbs helplessly in midair, expressing its discontent. Which realm do you hail from? He inquired, recalling the accounts from the texts. According to Secrets Beyond the Realm, that formidable world was divided into 20 distinct territories, each inhabited by different races. The tome primarily chronicled a realm named Meteorite, regarded as the gateway from the Jiuzhou continent to the greater world. What? You actually know of the realms? Are you not a native? Upon hearing Xiao Feng's inquiry, the young wolf's struggle diminished, and it responded with astonishment. Xiao Feng replied coldly, asserting that the current Wolf King had lost all its powers, with its life entirely in his grasp, rendering it unafraid of its silence. No, fellow Taoist, surely, you too have been deceived into this realm, haven't you? If we join forces, we could easily conquer this feeble world in no time. The Wolf King, upon realizing Xiao Feng's intention to kill him, panicked and hastily spoke up. Deceived into this realm? Xiao Feng inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Fellow Taoist, you cannot fathom my misfortune that I was merely a lowly demon point one day. While I was cultivating, a formation suddenly appeared in the sky, and a voice informed me that this was a spiritual realm. I was told that by devouring the beings here, I could elevate my cultivation. Without a second thought, I entered. Little did I know, upon my arrival, I encountered a group of feeble kin. Just as I was about to begin my feast, a horde of Dongxian-level humans emerged and mercilessly beat me. As a mere lowly demon, how could I possibly contend with so many at my level? The young wolf anxiously recounted its origins, its voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. Enough, do not fret, I understand, Xiao Feng interrupted, stating decisively. Seeing that Xiao Feng would not allow further explanation, the Wolf King fell silent, fixating its gaze intently on him, fully aware that its life now hinged on Xiao Feng's words. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Feng asked, I cannot say for certain, but I will recognize that formation once I see it. Chapter 36. Perhaps I should apply some makeup. What use are you to me? Xiao Feng contemplated tossing it aside outright. However, he believed this young wolf still held significant utility. The information contained in the book's secrets beyond the domain lacked verification, and this young wolf could aid in his understanding. I will first escort you away from here. Remain quiet, Xiao Feng stated as he surveyed the surroundings and determined he had gathered sufficient resources. All right. Boss, I will heed your words, the young wolf eagerly nodded, relieved at Xiao Feng's willingness to spare it. Silence. If we are discovered, none of us will have a favorable outcome, Xiao Feng admonished, swiftly grabbing it and covering its mouth. The young wolf immediately quieted, aware that those powerful Dongxian beings were searching for something. Xiao Feng nestled the young wolf in his arms and made his way toward the capital. Upon reaching the forest, he beheld the bustling crowd. These individuals had come, having heard that the Wolf King had been driven away by the Dongxian experts, hoping to seize any opportunities that might arise as long as a wolf's corpse was not significantly damaged. They could profit handsomely. The sight of Xiao Feng emerging from the depths of the forest aroused suspicion among the onlookers. Boss, it seems that fellow carries something, one remarked, noticing the restless young wolf in Xiao Feng's embrace. Ignoring their gazes, Xiao Feng aimed to leave the area without delay, confident that no one present could impede his progress. Boss, should we make a move? He hurriedly departed, seemingly concealing a precious treasure within his grasp. No sooner had the words left his lips than a band of ill-intentioned individuals encircled him. Xiao Feng halted his steps and, regarding the slowly advancing crowd, declared, if you wish to live, step aside. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? A gaunt figure from the throng stepped forward, vociferously proclaiming, we've misplaced something in this forest that if you intend to leave, you must hand it over. The tone of his words suggested he was already confident that Xiao Feng would not dare to retaliate. Robbery is robbery. Why all the chatter? Xiao Feng replied, his impatience evident. He was contemplating whether he should venture out to don some makeup, as his youthful visage, appearing merely 18, often led others to underestimate him. Among those present, only 2 individuals had reached the innate realm. For an ordinary innate cultivator, this combination would indeed seem formidable. However, having undergone a round of extraction and enhancement, Xiao Feng's cultivation had ascended to the 8th level of the innate realm, allowing him to deal with these adversaries in mere moments. Hey, why the silence? Xiao Feng, disinterested in idle talk, unsheathed his sword, Long Kong, which emitted a low hum. Boss, this kid seems to possess some skill. He might be from a prominent family. One of the onlookers remarked, as they instinctively recoiled a few steps from Xiao Feng's imposing aura. In the capital, the offspring of nobility were abundant, typically well-educated, and possessed considerable cultivation and martial arts, far surpassing ordinary individuals. What nonsense are you spewing? It's just one person. What can he possibly do? The one referred to as the boss, a burly man with a thick beard, bore 2 prominent scars on his face, giving him the appearance of a seasoned warrior. Xiao Feng, growing weary, tossed Long Kong into the air, directing his spiritual sense to press the blade against the man's throat. Without further ado, he strode past him. But soon after, Xiao Feng unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power, enveloping himself, his gaze icy as he scrutinized his opponents. Do you think a bunch of lackeys can partake in the spoils? Don't be so dismissive. There are a few with decent strength among them. Look at that sword-wielding youth. His control over spiritual power is quite impressive. I think you're merely enamored by his looks. You flirt. Your palace is already overflowing with men. Enough. Let us hasten. Otherwise, there will be nothing left for you. As the confrontation unfolded, Several experts of the Dongxian level swiftly passed overhead. Once they had departed, Xiao Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, fearful that the young wolf he held would be discovered by these powerful beings. Should they find out, his fate would likely be sealed. Big brother, could you please release me? Once the weight on Xiao Feng's heart was lifted, the would-be robber pleaded pitifully for mercy. The fearsome visage Xiao Feng had displayed earlier, coupled with the sword at his throat and the overwhelming spiritual power emanating from him, had left a profound impression. The formidable aura of spiritual power made them acutely aware of the harsh reality that they stood no chance against someone like Xiao Feng. Yet, as Xiao Feng remained still, they too dared not move, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. What purpose did their directions serve? Were they not able to discern his presence? As they journeyed, Xiao Feng voiced the questions that lingered in his mind. Although he would not have deduced the extraordinary nature of the little wolf had he not seen the formation inscribed upon its body, it was somewhat perplexing that even those of the level could not perceive it. There was nothing to be concerned about. I merely dispatched a clone. They are likely pursuing my avatar. Would you care for my instruction? This technique is one I have diligently cultivated over a long period. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's inquiries, the young wolf replied with pride that a technique. You say? How intriguing. However, you ought to be more concerned that after dividing your essence, you will be left with no cultivation at all. Xiao Feng remarked, shaking his head. The technique the young wolf spoke of was indeed useful in times of crisis, capable of diverting enemies to other locations for the sake of self-preservation. Yet, the cost was substantial. It was akin to starting one's cultivation anew. Better to endure a lesser fate than to perish. Grant me another 1,000 years, and I shall surely regain my form, the young wolf said nonchalantly. The advantage of the demon race lies in their longevity. No matter how powerful human cultivators may be, their lifespan generally reaches only a few thousand years, while demons typically enjoy lifespans spanning several millennia. Thus, a single setback means little to them. Hey, kid, you seem merely a native. How do you possess such extensive knowledge? The young wolf inquired. Throughout their journey, it had become increasingly evident to the wolf that Xiao Feng bore no aura of the higher realms, confirming him as a true native. Thus, it could not help but question him. Chapter 37. The movements of the lords. With unwavering determination, Xiao Feng strode into the Pillar Nation's estate, now that the Zidao family had all entered the palace. The atmosphere within the grand residence had grown noticeably more relaxed, except for the inner hall, which remained off-limits. Xiao Feng could now traverse the entirety of the estate. Consequently, he had abandoned any thoughts of relocating outside. The Mingyue cave was on the verge of opening. Once he entered the immortal abode, he would contemplate other matters. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I am famished. The young wolf hopped clumsily upon the table, its eyes fixated on the morsel of meat in Xiao Feng's hand, saliva nearly pooling at the corners of its mouth. Yet, Xiao Feng remained lost in his own thoughts, unable to reach the meat with his current form, leaving him to shout from the sidelines. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Feng set down the meat and remarked, though the Pillar Nation's estate is vast and affluent, and does not lack for this small portion of meat, the steward finds it rather peculiar that so much raw meat continues to arrive. I can consume a fair amount of ordinary beast meat, but how much spiritual power can this truly convert? If you were to exchange it for some beast meat, I would be satiated after just 1 or 2 pieces. As the young wolf devoured its meal, it muttered in response, You have no grounds for complaint. In this world, you are the sole, level demon. You might as well feast upon your own kind. Xiao Feng retorted, exasperated. The young wolf, having satisfied its hunger, let out a contented belch and reclined leisurely on the table, addressing Xiao Feng with a casual demeanor. The spirit realm? Which of the domains does it belong to? Xiao Feng retorted with a question of his own. Even the 20th domain is not devoid of hierarchy. The lower the domain's rank, the weaker the practitioner's abilities, and the scarcer the resources. Thus, the moment of one's birth is often predestined to a significant extent. I would say it barely qualifies as a top 10, the young wolf remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Feng. That is still quite commendable. Xiao Feng acknowledged with a silent nod upon hearing this. Yet, such matters bore little importance to in any case. If one could not remain in this realm, they would inevitably venture to another. Does it affect you greatly? In my opinion, if you stay here in the spirit realm, you could achieve greatness just the same. I am only suggesting this because I see potential in you. So do not be ungrateful, the young wolf proclaimed with a sense of pride. Xiao Feng chose to ignore him, for he understood that this creature was likely boasting. If it truly possessed such prowess, it would not be fleeing from the formidable experts of this world. However, the fangs of the De Liang royal family had now laid bare before him. They monopolized the pathways to that other world. While this might have provided some protection to the Jiuzhou continent from invasions, it simultaneously deprived its inhabitants of further opportunities. Might the absence of the martial kings in this world be attributable to such circumstances? Xiao Feng pondered that it seemed that the decline of the De Liang royal family, the cessation of martial kings, and the recorded history of the last appearance of the demon wolves all aligned remarkably well. Such matters, when spoken of, bore no hint of deceit, and Xiao Feng was not inclined to believe them. "Young Master Xiao, the Crown Prince wishes to see you," after lying in the room for a while. A voice echoed from outside the door. Wang Bongru. What business does he have at this hour? There was no need to sever ties with Wang Bongru just yet. Maintaining appearances was unnecessary, given Wang Bongru's influence in the capital. Xiao Feng surmised that his movements had likely been thoroughly scrutinized. "Stay here and do not wander outside," Xiao Feng instructed the young wolf, who was sprawled on his bed. He had no desire for anyone to discover that he possessed a talking demon beast, an occurrence that would defy all reason in the Jiuzhou continent. "Understood," the young wolf replied, wagging its tail with a dismissive air. Shortly thereafter, Wang Bongru appeared before Xiao Feng, compared to the spirited demeanor he had exhibited in the study. Wang Bongru now exhibited a more restrained elegance, akin to that of a refined gentleman. "Brother Xiao has arrived," he declared, his face lighting up at the sight of Xiao Feng. "Crown Prince, you flatter me. What brings you here today?" Xiao Feng, aware that Wang Bongru must have something to discuss, cut straight to the chase. "You are indeed easy to converse with. Brother Xiao, I heard you visited the palace recently." Wang Bongru inquired with keen interest. Now that they had departed from the Zhuguo residence, he felt no need for restraint. "Yes, I made a visit." "What of it? Such matters should not pose any challenge for you." "Crown Prince," Xiao Feng replied with a light chuckle. Wang Bongru, it seemed, was quite direct. He candidly articulated his intentions, his core focus directed squarely at the imperial palace, in such a peculiar period to inquire about matters concerning the palace. One need not elaborate further on the underlying thoughts. Zidao's concerns were, after all, not entirely unfounded. Yet, they all underestimated the strength of the Liang royal family, as Xiao Feng mused inwardly. Perhaps it was the exceptionally cordial demeanor he displayed during their previous encounter in the study that led Wang Bongru to believe he had Xiao Feng firmly in his grasp. Thus, at that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "Such matters are naturally not difficult." However, did Brother Xiao visit the collection pavilion? The brilliance in Wang Bongru's gaze was unmistakable. Could it be that he is aware the Liang royal family is so careless? Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering this in his heart. "Indeed, I have been there. The techniques within are as vast as mountains." "It is a veritable treasure trove," Xiao Feng affirmed with a nod. He could not overtly disclose his knowledge of the secrets beyond the domain, and thus feigned ignorance. "Indeed, it is this treasure trove. Within it, the techniques are abundant. If you so desire, it won't be long before you can attain them." Wang Bongru enticed Xiao Feng. What practitioner could resist the allure of such a repository of cultivation? "Oh, it seems young Master Wang is preparing to take action." Xiao Feng was fully aware, yet feigned astonishment. "I am not afraid to divulge this. The Liang royal family cannot withstand much longer." Seizing this opportunity presented by the Wolf King, "The lords of the realm will no longer remain idle. In a few days, the capital will fall into our hands," Wang Bongru stated solemnly and slowly. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from speaking. Although he understood that Wang Bongru's audacity in revealing such information stemmed from a profound confidence in his ability to consume the Liang royal family, even if Xiao Feng informed them, it would be of no avail. Chapter 38. Seeking allies then. On the day young Master Wang achieves his great success, I, Xiao, shall personally pay my respects and pledge my allegiance, Xiao Feng remarked, observing Wang Bongru's unwavering confidence. Choosing not to elaborate further. After all, these lords were merely courting death. By the time they realized this was all part of a grand scheme, it would already be too late. Young Master Xiao is indeed remarkably composed. Perhaps I have been too hasty. Wang Bongru's face momentarily flickered with impatience, yet he quickly suppressed it, maintaining a smile as he addressed Xiao Feng. Well then, I shall take my leave. Xiao Feng, not wishing to linger in Wang Bongru's company any longer, promptly excused himself. Young master, he truly has the audacity to disregard propriety. One of the guards beside Wang Bongru indignantly interjected. Having served at Wang Bongru's side for many years, he had witnessed countless individuals, none of whom had so brazenly rejected their young master repeatedly, regardless of gender. However, Xiao Feng had done so time and again, and in his eyes, Xiao Feng was merely posturing, a petty individual waiting for the right price. After Xiao Feng departed, Wang Bongru's expression finally faltered, fixated on the retreating figure. Do not speak out of turn that I have my own judgments. Initially, he had regarded Xiao Feng as nothing more than a foolish country bumpkin. However, upon further contemplation and understanding of his capabilities, he desired to bring him under his wing. Yet, he found himself compelled to reconsider his stance towards Xiao Feng. Wang Bongru, as a person, possessed a hunter's mentality. He adeptly concealed his emotions beneath a facade of composure, but when the moment for change arrived, he displayed a ruthlessness that was both swift and fierce. In the past, Xiao Feng had merely been a pawn in Wang Bongru's strategic game, an essential step in his future plans. After all, an individual poised to become a formidable force is of utmost significance to any faction. Moreover, with the backing of the Yanbei Wangfu's authority, Xiao Feng's combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary person. Regrettably, I lack such talent. Otherwise, I would not need to humble myself so, Wang Bongru mused inwardly. Among the offspring of the Yanbei king, Wang Bongru was indeed the one who resembled him the most. Both shared an appearance that exuded elegance coupled with an innate aura of dominance. However, the Yanbei king's authority had, over time, become overwhelming to those around him, while Wang Bongru still retained the charm of a dashing young gentleman. His actions were always executed with precision and decisiveness. Due to the trust placed in him, even amidst the tumultuous atmosphere of the capital, the Yanbei king felt at ease with Wang Bongru's presence. Yet, in terms of cultivation, Wang Bongru had not inherited his father's prowess. Instead, like Wang Yunfei, he was deemed a failure in the realm of cultivation. Blessed with the Yanbei king's favor, he had access to far more resources for training than his own brothers. However, his progress remained stagnant, hovering near the innate level. Although this level was considered high among his peers, he was acutely aware that it was far from sufficient. In comparison to true geniuses. He recognized himself as the most inept of all. After a lifetime of striving for cultivation, it ultimately seemed to be dictated by fate. Perhaps this is my destiny, Wang Bongru thought, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes, a surge of dominance rising within him. His words, though seemingly despondent, allowed him to release the burden of cultivation entirely, focusing instead on the art of manipulation, which he pursued with increasing fervor. The more adept he became at understanding the human heart, the more invigorated he felt. What did it matter if he lacked cultivation? As long as I can wield power over the strongest, success is still within my grasp. With this thought, Wang Bongru clenched his fists, his expression returning to its former composure. The guards, observing the shift in their master's demeanor, felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively took a step back. The Wang Bongru, who typically radiated warmth and charm, now exhibited an entirely different demeanor. The young wolf lay sleeping soundly on his bed, entirely disconnected from the formidable figure Xiao Feng had envisioned. Finding a suitable spot, Xiao Feng settled down, his mind racing through the events of recent times. In the short span of just over a year since his arrival in this world, he had experienced far more than in all his previous life, despite the vibrant and colorful nature of this realm. Where he himself was the protagonist, he had never quite felt a sense of authenticity. Among the many individuals he had encountered, only Ruashi evoked a feeling reminiscent of playful camaraderie from his past life. This was perhaps why he held such affection for Ruashi. Of course, my decision is not solely based on her beauty. Indeed, it must be so. Faced with the sudden surge of emotions, Xiao Feng could not help but chuckle. Young one, what are you laughing at over there? The laughter of Xiao Feng roused the young wolf, who staggered towards him. The creature's demeanor resembled that of a playful puppy, prompting Xiao Feng to pull him closer. Hey, please do not treat me like a dog. I am a dignified wolf, the young wolf protested, struggling against Xiao Feng's grip. By the way, what is your name? Xiao Feng paused in his playful antics and inquired. The young wolf, panting heavily, managed to push Xiao Feng's hand aside and declared, I am called Tianzhong, the tyrant of Lingzhou. Tianzhong? Born with a lack of wit. Perhaps, your parents certainly had a unique sense of humor in naming you. Xiao Feng laughed upon hearing the name. The young wolf, wanting to retort, found himself at a loss for words, as it was his first encounter with someone bold enough to speak thus. All right, enough of the jesting. I have serious matters to discuss with you, Xiao Feng said after engaging in a little more playful banter. He recognized that this Tianzhong, the blood moon demon wolf, possessed a childlike spirit. Speak. Then. I am in a good mood, and I might just grant your request. Noticing that Xiao Feng seemed to have a request, Tianzhong quickly assumed an air of authority. How can you restore your strength? Must it truly take a millennium? Xiao Feng asked. The prowess of Tianzhong was evident. His ability to evade numerous formidable opponents spoke volumes of his capabilities that if he could regain his strength, he might well have a valuable ally in his quest to ascend to the upper realms. Chapter 39. Shall we not draft a master-servant contract? Since the Daliang royal family has chosen to monopolize this passage, I must prepare accordingly. Xiao Feng contemplated silently, reflecting on his initial thoughts upon discovering the secrets of the Daliang royal family. Tio say nothing of it. The royal family strongholds had likely already transcended the limitations of this realm, ascending to the level of martial kings, or perhaps even higher. What lay before Xiao Feng was a shroud of mystery. However, he could still seize the opportunity to enlist Tianzhong as his aide. Restore strength? Tianzhong finally calmed down, pondering deeply. He was not born of any noble lineage among the demon clans, but rather evolved from an ordinary blood moon demon wolf. Eat, Tianzhong finally articulated after much contemplation. Eat. Surely you cannot mean that is all you desire. Xiao Feng remarked skeptically, recalling the young wolf's voracious appetite moments ago. What nonsense are you spouting? I have already stated that your offerings are mere ordinary lean meat, devoid of any spiritual essence. How am I to restore my strength with that? Tianzhong retorted, resembling a petulant child as he laid down in frustration. Upon their first encounter, he had declared, if I consume this world, I shall ascend. Perhaps this method of consumption was what he referred to as eating. So, you mean to say that any beast meat with cultivation can enhance your strength? Xiao Feng inquired. Although the demonic beasts of the Jiuzhou continent generally possess relatively low cultivation levels, those with innate abilities are still readily found. Indeed, as long as I can devour enough, I shall be able to restore my former strength. This is how our Blood Moon Wolf clan operates. Tianzhong stood up and gazed at Xiao Feng. Speaking slowly, he too yearned to regain his power. Without it, should the circumstances of that day when he was besieged arise again, he would undoubtedly be the one torn asunder. However, the Xiao Feng before him appeared to be merely a weak local native. How much assistance could he truly provide? The beast meat he desired would need to be of innate quality or above. Very well, since our goals align, I can assist you in restoring your strength, Xiao Feng declared with a grand gesture. Really? Tianzhong looked at him with a hint of skepticism, yet his eyes shimmered with excitement. Of course, there are conditions, Xiao Feng replied with a smile. What conditions? Tianzhong seated himself, his large eyes fixed intently on Xiao Feng. That I cannot assist you without recompense. Even against ordinary individuals, you might struggle to prevail. Therefore, the battle shall undoubtedly be my responsibility, right? Upon hearing this, Tianzhong nodded. This was a point he could not refute. Even when facing merely acquired spirit beasts, he would indeed need to rely on Xiao Feng. Moreover, if he were to seek help from others, it would not only risk detection by the Dongshan experts, but ordinary people would also perceive him as a monster. Xiao Feng glanced at the overjoyed Tianzhong and continued. However, you could also enhance your combat skills by hunting demonic beasts, right? At this, Tianzhong shook his head. That we humans differ from your demon kin. Our cultivation requires us to sit in meditation to absorb spiritual energy. Xiao Feng continued to elucidate. Is that so? I will protect you when the time comes. Tianzhong exclaimed confidently. Indeed, therein lies the crux of the matter. Xiao Feng interjected with a laugh, cutting off his words. Tianzhong tilted his head, looking at Xiao Feng with confusion. As your cultivation increases, you will inevitably require me less and less. At that point, I shall be unable to keep you in check. While you may speak eloquently now, vowing to shield me in the future, if you were to go back on your word, I would be the one at a loss. Xiao Feng's smile faded, and he spoke with grave seriousness. The truth remains, should Tianzhong attain the destined cultivation level, would their verbal agreement hold such solidity? Do you think I am just any wolf? I stand by my word. Go and inquire in the spirit realm. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's doubts, Tianzhong became visibly agitated, shouting like a child. Hey, do not be so worked up, Xiao Feng said, pressing Tianzhong down onto the table with a hand. I am merely considering my kin. If you were to restore your strength to the Dongshan realm, would you not roam this world freely? You also mentioned that by devouring this world, you could ascend. How can I be assured that you would be able to control yourself? At that moment, would I not become a pariah to the human race? Xiao Feng proclaimed earnestly, his expression grave. Nonsense. I am not that kind of wolf. I was deceived into this situation. Tianzhong struggled to articulate. His voice strained. Xiao Feng quietly observed from the side, refraining from comment. After a short while, Tianzhong, exhausted from his efforts, simply collapsed, wearing an expression of utter desolation. Sigh. Very well. I can only trust you for a moment longer. Xiao Feng remarked with a sly smile. What? Then. Hurry. The already weakened Tianzhong suddenly sprang to his feet. But you must sign a contract with me. A master-servant contract, Xiao Feng said, raising an eyebrow and speaking slowly. What did you say? Tianzhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Feng. What is a master-servant contract? It is an unequal treaty devised by humans to bind demon beasts. Under this contract, the demon beast is compelled to obey its master completely. Should it disobey a command, it will immediately suffer retribution from the heavens. In the eyes of the demon clan, this contract is considered the most malevolent. Once a demon beast signs such a contract, it becomes a source of shame for its kind. Though they have forgotten, the higher echelons of the demon clan have also adopted similar practices. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tianzhong lay down once more, exuding an air of defiance. He would rather perish here than enter into such an agreement with Xiao Feng. Are you truly not considering it? This is your only chance to regain your strength. Xiao Feng urged, lowering his voice enticingly. Xiao Feng's words held a grain of truth. To restore his power, Tianzhong had no choice but to rely on Xiao Feng. With a huff, he turned his head away, ignoring Xiao Feng entirely. Chapter 40. Employment. Observing Tianzhang's indifference, Xiao Feng understood that he could not compel him to easily dominate this little wolf. He could not afford to concede too readily. Tianzhang lay beside him, stealing glances at Xiao Feng. Both seemed to be waiting for the other to speak first. For Tianzhang, a master-servant relationship was utterly unacceptable. However, other types of contracts were not out of the question, and he pondered his options in silence. Besides the master-servant contract, there existed employment contracts, slave contracts, and equal contracts. Given Tianzhang's demeanor, a master-servant agreement was clearly off the table, and a slave contract was even less viable. The only remaining options were the employment and equal contracts. The employment contract seemed somewhat acceptable, though the penalties for breach were not particularly severe. But as for the equal contract, it appeared even less suitable. There was no bond between us. An equal contract essentially meant trusting each other completely, and he would be lucky not to be betrayed. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was also deep in thought, desperately seeking a way to negotiate a contract. It seemed the only viable option left was the employment agreement. Very well, I concede that a master-servant arrangement is out of the question. I shall make a concession and agree to an employment contract. Allowing you to become my employer, Tianzhang declared, turning his head with a proud demeanor. Agreed. Let it be so. In the absence of a more suitable alternative, Xiao Feng reluctantly acquiesced to the proposal. Very well, let us formalize our agreement. Until my departure from this world, I shall protect you and refrain from any actions you do not permit. Tianzhang, seemingly having made a significant decision, spoke resolutely. This was, after all, his final boundary. It was essentially akin to a simplified master-servant contract. As Xiao Feng listened to his words, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recognizing Tianzhang's impatience. However, there was no time to waste. Xiao Feng promptly prepared the array. A hiring contract was not particularly difficult to set up. One merely needed to establish the array to summon the cosmic principles of hiring, followed by inscribing the desired contract upon it. Tianzhang scrutinized the contract Xiao Feng had prepared and, without hesitation, infused his spiritual energy into the document. The cosmic principles recognized the unique spiritual aura of each individual, elements that were most familiar to them. All done, Xiao Feng remarked, gazing at the completed contract, feeling a sense of relief. While the hiring contract bore relatively little binding power, his rate of growth would not be slow. Even if one day his strength ascended to the Dongxian level, it was possible that he would have already completed his own advancement by then. Kid, don't get too cocky. You are merely my employer, and you better not skimp on the meat I desire. Tianzhang retorted, not willing to concede to Xiao Feng's evident delight. Although the statement sounded somewhat ludicrous coming from him, Xiao Feng understood that this fellow truly had an affinity for meat, as he had been fixated on the meat-related clauses while drafting the contract. All right, I assure you, that will not be lacking. But as the day is drawing to a close, let us call it a night for now. Xiao Feng said, casting a glance at the darkening sky with satisfaction. Absolutely not. Today marks the first day of our contract. I must emphasize, this is a legally binding agreement. Tianzhang immediately countered as Xiao Feng finished speaking. Fine, I shall fetch the steward. Please wait here. Xiao Feng replied with a smile. In his good spirits, he did not mind making a quick trip outside, especially since he had yet to secure his dinner. That's more like it, Tianzhang said, satisfied as he took a seat. Xiao Feng stretched lazily and stepped out of the door. Before long, he found the steward, who was idly sitting in the courtyard. "Oh, young Master Xiao, is it?" The steward greeted him warmly upon noticing his arrival. After Xiao Feng expressed his straightforward request for beast meat, the steward, though still somewhat astonished, agreed without hesitation. "How many years have you been in the Pillar State Manor?" Xiao Feng suddenly inquired out of curiosity. "How many years? I was born here, so I have always been in the Pillar State Manor. I have been here since the time of the general's father." The steward replied candidly, not shying away from the conversation. "Born here," implying several decades. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, feeling a touch of surprise. Nevertheless, this was precisely the information Xiao Feng was eager to know. Due to his realization that Zidao seemed unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the Daliang royal family, he was thus compelled to urgently seek entry into the palace for protection. While this is indeed the duty of a subject, Xiao Feng could not help but admire him. "Could you enlighten me about the changes that have transpired in the residence over the years?" Xiao Feng inquired. This was not particularly confidential information. "Very well, I shall share this with you," the elderly steward responded, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Feng's question, but quickly regaining his composure. The matters concerning the Zifu did possess a certain uniqueness. The Zidao family had long been renowned as a distinguished military lineage within the court. However, during Zidao's and his father's generation, Zidao's father met with an untimely demise. Yet, due to their family's loyalty and valor, Zidao was taken into the palace and raised, forming a bond akin to that of brothers with the current emperor. In the steward's recollection, Zidao was a valiant general, often stationed far from home. Hence, one could surmise that Zidao's unwavering loyalty stemmed from this background. Nevertheless, despite Zidao's prowess in battle, the Daliang dynasty was steadily declining, with an increasing number of rebellions erupting in the surrounding counties. Gradually, Zidao found himself overwhelmed, relegated to guarding the vicinity of the capital, striving to uphold the last vestiges of Daliang's dignity. Having been raised within the palace, could it be that he remained utterly oblivious to the inner workings of the court? With this thought, Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. He chose not to delve deeper into the matter, instead carrying the beast meat he had brought towards his chamber. If even he was left in the dark, then the Daliang royal family must be adept at concealing their secrets. As Xiao Feng pondered his strategies, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. The path to the spirit realm seemed increasingly distant with such a meticulous adversary in play. Should I perhaps consider allying with other lords? Xiao Feng mused further. The strength of Wang Bongru and his associates might indeed be advantageous. Given the typical progression of cultivators, it was difficult to ascertain how formidable the Daliang royal family would be. Even if they had relocated to the spirit realm, the assembly of several experts from the various lords' ranks could easily number in the dozens. Their combat prowess not to be underestimated. Chapter 41. The Divine Intent Sect Daliang. Qingzhou, located in the southwestern part of Daliang, is also on the periphery of the Jiuzhou continent. This area had long since severed ties with Daliang's control, and it is now predominantly governed by a large sect known as the Divine Intent Sect. Within this territory, any disciple of the Divine Intent Sect could traverse with impunity. However, the sect now found itself engulfed in a state of alarm. This was prompted by the sudden and mysterious death of their esteemed offering, who had perished in his training chamber that very morning without a single mark of injury upon his body. How did my junior brother meet his demise? An elderly man, with silver hair and a striking visage, attired in a Taoist robe, exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the assembly hall's central figure. The relationship between offerings and the sect was rather tenuous, resembling more of an employer-employee dynamic. The elderly figure before them was none other than the deceased offering's senior brother, Hong Su, the second offering of the Divine Intent Sect. "Please, Elder Hong, do not be hasty. This matter is currently under investigation, that we shall provide you with a reasonable explanation," spoke the sect's leader, Xia Yuqing. Though he uttered words of comfort to Hong Su, his expression betrayed his unease that a being of destiny level perished so easily within the confines of his own sect. Where, then, could the face of its leader be placed? Thus, in an instant, he ordered the immediate lockdown of the Shinyamen, forbidding all disciples from acting independently. It is no trivial matter to seal off Shinyamen. Located at the heart of the southwestern mountain range, it is also the most potent site of the so-called Dragon Vein. Consequently, Shinyamen was established amidst 162 peaks centered around the Divine Intention Peak. With nearly 50,000 members within the sect that to effectuate this complete lockdown, Xia Yuqing expended a considerable fortune in spirit stones to activate the long-dormant protective grand formation, the four-symbol divine intention array. Known as Shen, the sect's strength lies primarily in the cultivation of divine consciousness, and as Xia Yuqing sat upon the sect master's throne, he continuously stimulated his own divine awareness. It is worth noting that the sect had long been divided into various factions due to unequal distribution of benefits. Xia Yuqing realized he might very well be the one being roasted on the rack. What does it mean to be the sect master? Immediately sealing the sect and forbidding our actions. Could it be that he wishes to secretly let the murderer escape? Upon hearing Xia Yuqing's words, Hongsu interjected, "What are you anxious about? Does the sect master need you, an outsider, to dictate his actions?" "Outsider? Humph. At last, you have spoken the truth. You people of Shen have never regarded us offerings as your own. Is it truly necessary to be on guard against us? Without us, could Shen still exert its influence in Qizhou? The entire hall resembled a powder keg ignited, where everyone, despite possessing high cultivation levels, behaved like common village women, freely hurling insults. Enough! Xia Yuqing focused his divine awareness and shouted. Within Shen, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th tier of destiny undoubtedly made him one of the most powerful individuals in the sect. Thus, his commanding shout successfully silenced everyone in the hall. The faction led by Hongsu now regarded Xia Yuqing warily, fearful that he might suddenly strike. Observing the complete division within Shen due to this incident, Xia Yuqing could not help but sigh. He had long aimed to balance the various factions within the sect but had found no means of alleviation. Now, faced with such a situation, he understood it was time to make a choice. The offerings had resided within Shen for many years, privy to many of its hidden secrets. Should he choose to let them go, Xia Yuqing would acquiesce. However, the elders within the sect would not. Once the matter is thoroughly investigated, all may roam freely. For now, it would be wise for you to remain in the Grand Hall. Xia Yuqing spoke coldly, delivering both a warning and a final ultimatum. Having uttered these words, he disregarded the assembly and leapt away from the hall. Hongsu, with a dark expression, gazed at the departing Xia Yuqing, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the offerings surrounding him were in a state of panic. Due to the existence of the four-symbol divine intention array, they were now unable to perceive the circumstances outside. All they could do was wait in the hall for Xia Yuqing's further instructions. However, having already torn apart their facade, would Xia Yuqing easily let them off? The grand offering, now they had no choice but to seek out the grand offering. After much deliberation, they arrived at this conclusion. Yet, the grand offering they spoke of was not a person to be trifled with. Although they served together within the Divine Intent sect, he had always refrained from engaging with them. Nevertheless, the grand offering possessed a cultivation level at the peak of the heavenly mandate, making him the most formidable among them. With that, the group of offerings hastily turned towards the offering hall. The offering hall was situated nearby, and Xia Yuqing did not directly restrict their movements. Only Hongsu remained motionless, fixated on the corpse of his junior disciple, lost in his own thoughts. Observing this, the elders of the Divine Intent sect had no desire to linger any longer, and thus departed early. Surely, this matter would not be exposed, would it? Hongsu's eyes darted anxiously within their sockets. His heart filled with unease. The disciple lying before him was not truly deceased. Rather, he had ingested a pill known as the faux corpse pill, which rendered him in a state of simulated death for 3 days. Their intentions were rather straightforward, to extract some benefits from the fragmented Divine Intent sect. Xia Yuqing's formidable presence instilled a sense of dread within him. Leading to regret, he wished he had never agreed to their plans. Now, it seemed there was only one path of despair ahead. Hongsu swallowed hard, contemplating this, before rising to his feet. He had no other recourse. Only by bringing the grand offering under his control could the current situation hope to be altered. Outside the Divine Intent sect, atop Qingyi Peak, this was the nearest mountain to the sect, typically serving as a waiting area for visiting guests. Consequently, numerous luxurious rooms had been constructed upon it. This moment, within the Shaoshui Pavilion of Qingyi Peak, a young girl was leaning against the window, quietly observing the Divine Intent sect, now in a state of emergency. Her expression was one of indifference as she stifled a yawn. "Miss, the Divine Intent sect has sealed off the entrance to the sect." A person entered and reported in a hushed tone. "Excellent. As long as Xia Yuqing's life is taken, ensure that no others are harmed," she replied, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. A surge of murderous intent emerging. Chapter 42. The slaughter. Ruashi, aside from her identity as a disciple of the Wanjian Sect, had also appeared here in the guise of an assassin. Clad in simple garments, her breathtakingly beautiful visage remained icy as she wielded her sharp longsword. "Miss, it would be best for you to remain here. There are others handling the situation ahead," one nearby urged. Noticing Ruashi's inclination to intervene personally, Ruashi was not just any assassin within the organization. She was the daughter of the leader, akin to a saintly figure within ordinary sections. "Very well. You may handle it," she conceded. "The opponent is not weak. Exercise utmost caution." Upon hearing this, a look of resignation crossed Ruashi's face as she softly replied, "A figure of saintly stature." Her cultivation level was undoubtedly far superior to what was typically displayed within the Wanjian Sect. Despite being of similar age to Xiao Feng, she had dedicated far more time to her training. It might even be said that such a character, from the very moment of her birth, had her path of cultivation meticulously arranged by those who elevated her status. Thus, she is inclined to test her own strength, yet unfortunately, she is thwarted once more. My lady, do not be in such a rush. If you wish to engage in combat, you may seek me out. There is no need to take such risks. As Ruashi settled into her chamber, a nearby guard spoke up. "Sister May, cease your jesting. How many battles have we fought together? When have you ever exerted your full strength?" Ruashi lifted her gaze, a rare smile gracing her lips as she spoke. The speaker was Zhu Mei, the female guard who had steadfastly protected Ruashi during her time at the Wanjian Sect. Upon hearing Ruashi's words, Zhu Mei could only manage an awkward smile. She indeed lacked the courage to unleash her full power against Ruashi, for she was but her subordinate. Finding their conversation lacking in interest, they both turned their attention to the interior of the Shin'an that moment. The disciples of Shin'iman were engulfed in extreme panic. What had initially been a tranquil day turned tumultuous the instant the four symbols divine array was activated, revealing a grave incident within the sect. That a formidable expert of destiny level had perished silently and without a trace. The disciples, who had often wielded their power with impunity in Qingzhou, immediately suspected that their enemies had come to settle scores. It was likely that only a Dongshuan-level powerhouse could execute such a deed. In an instant, fear gripped the hearts of disciples, regardless of their rank or cultivation level, as they dreaded the possibility of meeting a similar fate. "Sect Master, there are still no unusual developments," reported Xia Yuqing, standing atop Shini Peak, listening intently to the incoming reports. "Understood," Xia Yuqing replied, a sense of helplessness creeping into his voice. Such occurrences were typically premeditated, and extricating the truth in a short span was nearly impossible. Yet, the more he pondered, the more restless he became. Having cultivated his consciousness for many years, he was acutely aware that such unease often heralded significant events. The four symbols divine array had been activated. Why, then, did this feeling persist? Could it be that the intruder was indeed that formidable? Xia Yuqing rested his hands upon the railing, eventually murmuring, "The four symbols divine array is a legacy left by the past masters of our sect. Even a Dongshuan-level expert would find it impossible to breach its defenses in a short time." Instinctively shaking his head, he forcefully dispelled these thoughts from his mind, turning to continue with his duties. However, his aura evidently affected those around him. They had never encountered a sect master so volatile. Xia Yuqing took flight, intending to survey the other peaks to calm his own spirit. Suddenly, as he soared through the air, he experienced a sharp pang of breathlessness. This was not a normal sensation. As a cultivator, such feelings typically arose only in life and death moments. His vigilance was commendable, yet it yielded no results. Xia Yuqing felt a flash of darkness suddenly materialize before him. Although a profound fear gripped his heart, his instinct for combat compelled him to summon his spiritual energy and erect a protective barrier. Only upon witnessing the dagger's approach towards his shield did he finally discern the visage of the intruder before him. The figure was that of a remarkably handsome youth, yet his expression bore an unsettling ferocity. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, Xia Yuqing felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, his barrier remained sufficiently robust, preventing the dagger from piercing through. However, the youth swiftly vanished from his sight. Having narrowly escaped the sudden attack, Xia Yuqing let out a resounding roar. Spiritual energy surged within him, converging to manifest his divine consciousness avatar. This was the foundational technique of the divine consciousness sect, designed to maximize their inherent advantages. That a colossal aura enveloped his true form, and an immense reservoir of spiritual energy was drawn forth, coalescing into a formidable spiritual entity. Gasping for breath, Xia Yuqing abruptly realized that his divine perception was under considerable duress. The spiritual form, which could typically extend for dozens of feet, now appeared wan and listless. What could possibly be the cause of this? Furrowing his brow in deep concern, Xiao Yuqing felt increasingly uneasy. Under normal circumstances within the four symbols divine consciousness array, only his own perception would remain unaffected. In such a scenario, he would typically possess several times the strength of others at the same level. Yet now, he found himself subjected to suppression. You are astonished. Your four symbols divine consciousness array is merely a defective creation. Such a contraption cannot hope to impede us. The youth's silhouette materialized before him once more, speaking in a calm yet taunting tone. As he wiped the dagger in his hand, he approached leisurely. Xiao Yuqing swallowed hard, uncertain of how to respond, for he noticed an array floating behind the youth, a miniature version of the very array that safeguarded his sect. Through this formation, he could manipulate the four symbols divine consciousness array. How could this be possible? Xiao Yuqing attempted to summon his control array, yet he found himself utterly incapable. Meanwhile, the suppression from the four symbols array intensified, and his divine consciousness avatar was on the verge of disintegration. Akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Do not struggle. To have evaded my strike is already a testament to your strength, the youth remarked, lifting his delicate face to mock him openly. Who are you? In his terror, Xiao Yuqing managed to voice the question. You must have heard of the Divine Court. Divine Court? Divine Court. Xiao Yuqing repeated the words in a daze, for he was acutely aware that the establishment of the Divine Consciousness sect had been supported by the Divine Court. Since you chose to betray the Divine Court, you ought to be well aware of the consequences, the youth said slowly, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuqing. I did not. That was the decision of my predecessors. I had no means to intervene. Even if granted 100 chances, I would not dare defy the will of the Divine Court. Xiao Yuqing bellowed with all his might, his voice echoing through the heavens. Below, the disciples of the Divine Consciousness sect listened in horror to their sect leader's cries, astonished by the sight of one who was typically omnipotent now pleading for mercy, his tone reminiscent of the oppressed common folk they often scorned. What exactly transpired? At this moment, the elders of the Hall of Elders hastily emerged, their expressions fraught with concern. With their spiritual senses obstructed, they found themselves utterly incapable of discerning the plight of their sect leader. Yet, the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. If the sect leader, while wielding the four symbols divine intent array, had been forced into such dire straits, what manner of cultivator could be responsible? Prepare yourselves at once. If necessary, we shall take the secret passage, that 1T work. With the four symbols divine intent array activated, we certainly cannot escape. Are you foolish? The array dissipates upon the death of its controller. Once we wait for the sect leader to perish, we can make our discreet exit, can we not? Ah, indeed, the elders, in their state of disarray, began to devise their escape plans. In stark contrast, the Hall of Offerings presented a completely different scene. A group of individuals sat in silence before the grand offering, their demeanor solemn. The second offering, seated at the opposite end, refrained from speaking, aware that the chaos outside rendered them uncertain of what to do. The fate of the 7 offerings present hinged entirely on the grand offering's decisions that day. At last, one of the offerings could no longer contain himself and spoke urgently. The grand offering remained with eyes shut tight, offering no response. Though his aura gradually began to expand, the offerings exchanged glances, recognizing this as a sign of the grand offering's awakening. Hong Su, go fetch your junior brother, the grand offering instructed, opening his eyes slowly. Hong Su cast a furtive glance and nodded, soon returning with his junior brother in tow. Let us awaken him first, the grand offering remarked with a glance. Grand offering? What do you mean by that? Asked a nearby individual, puzzled by the situation. With a sigh, Hong Su retrieved a precious elixir and administered it to his junior brother. To the incredulous stares of the assembly, the junior brother miraculously revived. How is this possible? His spiritual veins were severed. How could he still be alive? One offering exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. This is a secret remedy from Hong Su's sect. There is no need for such astonishment. The grand offering stated, gesturing for silence. Hong Su, how audacious of you. Yet, the offerings could not quell their rising agitation. Although the divine intent sect was fracturing, as long as they remained intact, they could continue to enjoy the benefits of their position and pursue their cultivation in peace. However, Hong Su and his junior brother's actions had irrevocably split the sect. The grand offering spoke slowly, his tone laced with disdain and a hint of satisfaction. With a sweeping gesture, he conjured an image of Xiao Yuqing, suspended effortlessly in the air by a young man. The assembly recoiled in horror, fully aware of Xiao Yuqing's formidable strength, yet witnessing her in such a predicament left them speechless. They swallowed hard, unsure of how to respond. Was it this young master who instructed you to feign death? The Grand Offering inquired with a smile, directing his question at Hong Su. No, it was a woman, Hong Su replied. Shaking his head. At this moment, his expression gradually relaxed, for he had discerned from the tone of the Grand Offering that they were, in fact, kindred spirits. Oh, could it be the Saintess? The Grand Offering spoke slowly. Although the other offerings understood every single word they uttered, the meaning eluded them when strung together. Have you heard of the Divine Court? The Grand Offering, noticing the confusion among the crowd, continued. The Divine Court? Is that the sect that emerged hundreds of years ago? I have heard that the downfall of the Great Liang was due to the overwhelming might of the Divine Court, which even besieged the capital at one point. Indeed, it is said that the Divine Intent Sect was established with the support of the Divine Court. However, the Divine Court suddenly vanished later, leaving behind a multitude of troubles, and the Divine Intent Sect subsequently submitted to the Great Liang. Why is the Divine Court being mentioned again now? Could it be the offerings shared their knowledge of the Divine Court, and through their fragmented words, everyone began to grasp the formidable nature of this entity? HMM.IT is the people of the Divine Court who are executing Xia Yuqing. A fervent expression appeared on the Grand Offering's face as he spoke. Even his ascension to the status of offering within the Divine Intent Sect was facilitated by the support of the Divine Court. Now, witnessing a youth from the Divine Court brutally slay the sect master of the 8th layer of destiny filled his heart with elation. All eyes turned to him, revealing expressions of deep contemplation. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses a sturdy tree to alight upon. The Divine Intent Sect could not accommodate them any longer. Even joining the Divine Court would leave them with no regrets. Rest assured, when the young master arrives, I shall convey the reasons. The Grand Offering rose and sauntered towards the entrance of the residence, slowly opening the door. Outside stood the youth who had just strangled Xia Yuqing. Gazing at him with a playful expression, "Long time no see, Fan Offering," the youth said, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Had the onlookers not witnessed the earlier scene of him taking Xia Yuqing's life, they would have easily mistaken him for a harmless individual. I have met the young master, the Grand Offering replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining composure. Bowing respectfully, the youth stepped inside, and the pressure emanating from the 4 symbols Divine Intent array struck the faces of the onlookers, instilling in them a sense of dread akin to facing a master of the Dongxian level. Divine Court, Shang Ziwu. The youth walked to the position of the Grand Offering and, after sitting down slowly, addressed the crowd. Though his words were few, they conveyed an unparalleled weight. Chapter 44. Achi. I shall not speak much. You have all observed the situation of the Divine Intent Sect. The Divine Court does not permit its existence. The youth stated with a smile. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing this, Fan Offering immediately beamed with delight and bowed. Outside, chaos erupted. The disciples of the Divine Intent Sect beheld the grotesque visage of their sect master as his corpse plummeted from the sky. Their faces twisted in a blend of unwillingness and terror, causing all to hesitate in approaching. However, as the protective barrier of the 4 symbols Divine Intent array dissipated, the doors of the Divine Intent Sect swung open once more. In stark contrast to the once flourishing appearance of the past, all disciples and elders fled in a state of panic. With enemies closing in, was it wise to remain and await their demise? On Chingy Peak, Ruo Shi gazed at the retreating figures below, a trace of sorrow etched upon her face. According to her ambitions, she ought to have slain Xia Yuqing directly, and the disciples of the Shen Yimen could not be allowed to roam free. For among them, the majority were a scourge upon the populace. Releasing them now would not only endanger themselves but also the innocent citizens of Qizhou. Affairs were always so precarious. She pondered why her father placed such unwavering trust in him. With a sense of resignation, Ruo Shi spoke aloud. At this juncture, her thoughts drifted to the figure that lingered in her heart. She wondered if he was faring well at present. Silently, she mused. They had promised to reunite upon breaking through to the Destiny realm. Yet, she had already transcended that threshold, finding no opportunity to seek him out. In her estimation, while Xiao Feng possessed exceptional talent, the likelihood of him recovering from his crippled cultivation and shattered Dao heart was exceedingly slim. Her initial promise to him stemmed from her desire to prevent his descent into despair. Remembering this, Ruo Shi steeled herself and spoke softly. When Xiao Feng's cultivation and Dao heart were on the verge of ruin, she had nearly lost control. Even contemplating commanding Zhu Mei to take action, she would have gladly drawn the attention of the head of the Wanjian Sect if necessary. Yet, it was Xiao Feng who had stayed her hand. In doing so, she felt she owed nothing to the Wanjian Sect. The radiant smile of Xiao Feng had touched her heart, suppressing her fury. Now, reflecting on that moment, she could not help but let out a soft laugh. Miss, Zhu Mei inquired upon witnessing Ruo Shi's sudden mirth. Oh, could it be that you've recalled that little man? She teased, quickly catching on. Ruo Shi rarely smiled, and this sweet expression could only be for one person, Xiao Feng. Having accompanied Ruo Shi in the Wanjian Sect, Zhu Mei was well aware of the bond between them. To her, Xiao Feng was indeed a worthy confidant. However, the gap between them was undeniably significant. If they truly wished to be together, they would undoubtedly face countless trials. Thus, while she jested with her mistress, her heart quietly cheered for Xiao Feng. The divine court was no ordinary behemoth. He must tread carefully. Enough, Ruo Shi commanded. Order the retreat to be sealed. All disciples of the Shin are forbidden from leaving this place. Feeling a flush of embarrassment from Zhu Mei's playful banter, Ruo Shi spoke again. She had anticipated such a scenario and had arranged for her subordinates accordingly. Even if they could not eradicate these scourges of the people, they must be taught a lesson, instilling a fear that would deter them from wreaking havoc in Qizhou. Yes, Zhu Mei responded with newfound seriousness, promptly departing to execute the orders. Xiao Feng sat within his chamber when he was suddenly overtaken by a sneeze. He had merely intended to stabilize his cultivation. But the unexpected interruption left him bewildered. Am I truly sneezing at this level of cultivation? Xiao Feng mused, scratching his head in confusion. Young one, now that you are awake, fetch me some meat. Tianzhong exclaimed as he joyfully bounded out upon seeing Xiao Feng cease his cultivation. It had been several days since they entered into their employment agreement, and Tianzhong had truly transformed into a jubilant little wolf. Due to his frail stature, Xiao Feng found it impractical to take him along into battle. Tianzhong had mentioned that ordinary beast meat could not absorb spiritual energy, prompting Xiao Feng to specifically hunt some formidable demon beasts. With a furrowed brow and a hint of skepticism, Xiao Feng rose to his feet. To save time, he had ventured far the previous day, even bringing down a peak innate demon bear, which had claimed numerous lives outside. Practitioners below the destiny realm were incapable of slaying it, while those above found it too troublesome to deal with. The official forces of Daliang had attempted to encircle it several times, but the demon bear was exceedingly cunning and managed to escape each time. Just that little bit of meat, Tianzhong said, peering out timidly. Xiao Feng seized him, revealing his round, plump belly. Unable to suppress a glance of exasperation, he promptly opened his door. To his astonishment, the once towering heap of bear meat in the courtyard had completely vanished. Impressive, Xiao Feng remarked. Perhaps you should hunt for yourself tomorrow. Wait, if I eat more, won't I recover my cultivation faster? Look, I'm already at the 4th level of the post-heaven realm. Just a few more times and I'll be there. Tianzhong exclaimed as he hopped over. Furthermore, we have a contract, and you are obliged to provide meat to you. To be honest, I find myself somewhat regretting this, Xiao Feng admitted, momentarily darkening before realizing the binding nature of their agreement. He shook his head in contemplation. Young Master Xiao, young Master Xiao, a voice called as he prepared to leave, followed by a knock on his door. Gathering his composure, he opened it to reveal none other than the steward of the Zhuguo residence. Steward, what brings you here? Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity, though the steward appeared startled by the absence of bear meat in the courtyard before regaining his composure. Young master, the master seeks you. He requests your presence in the palace. Stating there has been activity at the Mingwei cave, the steward's face was alight with excitement. Is that true? Splendid. It has finally been activated. Xiao Feng rejoiced, having awaited this moment for over a month. Then young Master Xiao should prepare swiftly for your visit to the palace. I hear even His Majesty wishes to meet you this time, the steward added promptly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's demeanor turned serious. Could the Mingwei cave be a trap? A thought flashed through his mind, one that had occurred to him before. After realizing that the Daliang royal family was not as straightforward as it seemed, he had entertained such suspicions that it was a well-established fact that the Mingwei cave housed numerous treasures, yet it possessed another characteristic. He possesses the ability to gather the world's young prodigies. The criteria for entering the Mingwei cave are exceedingly stringent. Only cultivators beneath the level of destiny may gain access. The mainstay of these practitioners generally hails from the 4 great sects and the formidable lords of Yanbei and Huainan. Could it be that they intend to seize this opportunity to eradicate all threats in one fell swoop? Xiao Feng speculated quietly. The unusual movements of the lords have already begun to reveal clues. Wang Bongru has audaciously made promises to him in advance. If the Daliang royal family truly opts to take action at this moment, it might indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Xiao Feng gasped in cold realization, involuntarily admiring the machinations of the Daliang royal family. They have effectively eradicated all potential threats. Although the Daliang royal family has endured centuries of humiliation, Everything now appears so reasonable and resolute. What could be the emperor's intention in seeking my presence? Xiao Feng steadied his mind and pondered further. Whether the Mingwei cave is a trap remains to be seen. Yet, why would the emperor himself wish to meet me? The last time in the library, he had already discerned that this emperor was no ordinary man. What compelling reason does he have to desire an audience with me? Is he intent on recruiting me once more? Xiao Feng contemplated. He was acutely aware that the rapid advancement of his strength was surely enough to capture their attention. This could be substantiated by Wang Bongru. Ever since he had received his talents and abilities from his father, it seemed he had abandoned his pursuit of Ziyuan and redirected his ambitions towards Xiao Feng, despite Xiao Feng's repeated demonstrations of his reluctance to join them. Wang Bongru remained persistently clingy. It is quite possible that the Emperor of Daliang has also taken note of his swift cultivation progress. Regardless, if their interest is merely in my speed of advancement, then I can rest easy. Xiao Feng shook his head and declared, since I must enter the palace to meet them, it matters little how it unfolds. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? Tianzhong's voice resonated beside Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng responded, currently, Tianzhong has indeed become a concern. Due to his ability to speak and his need for sustenance, it is difficult for me to entrust him to someone else. What? Are you planning to breach our agreement? Let me remind you, your current contract is inscribed upon the heavenly path. Should you be unable to provide the requisite compensation, you will incur the wrath of the heavenly way. Do you comprehend the consequences of such a punishment? You little primitive, Tianzhong exclaimed. Once the decree of punishment is enacted, you will be shunned by the forces of nature and completely incapable of cultivation. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's intention to withhold beast meat, Tianzhong immediately raised a commotion. Though his tone was soft and almost endearing, Xiao Feng could still discern the underlying meaning. This could indeed become troublesome. I shall have to confine you to the state pillar residence. I will arrange for the steward to deliver some beast meat at regular intervals. Of course, the quality of this meat will not compare to what I could hunt myself, Xiao Feng decisively concluded. After all, he could not possibly bring along a blood moon demon wolf, which possesses only postnatal cultivation, into the Mingwei cave. Everyone is well aware of the sensitivity of the blood moon demon wolf at this moment. What exactly do you intend to do? Will it take a long time? Tianzhong, realizing that Xiao Feng was not jesting, inquired. There is a cave that is about to open, and I wish to explore it. However, those who enter are no weaklings. It may not be appropriate to bring you along, Xiao Feng candidly replied, feeling no need to conceal the truth. A cave? What cave? My nose is quite keen. I can sense any treasure. Tianzhong exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement upon hearing Xiao Feng's intention to explore the cave. You. Xiao Feng looked at him with skepticism. Do not doubt me. When we find treasure, just give me half, Tianzhong confidently asserted. Disregarding Xiao Feng's gaze. All right, do not say I do not know you. Even if I wish to take you in, your size has grown considerably. Others could extinguish you with a mere gesture. What would you do then? Xiao Feng pointed out, ignoring Tianzhong's remarks, that it is a very pragmatic concern, and no matter how strong his abilities, without entry, there can be no demonstration. Is that all? You truly are a simpleton, Tianzhong retorted disdainfully at Xiao Feng's words. Oh, do you have a solution? Xiao Feng asked with interest, as it seemed Tianzhong implied he could resolve the issue. Extend your hand. I shall teach you something, Tianzhong said, slowly approaching Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng extended his hand in response. Tianzhong then summoned his spiritual power with his delicate claw, inscribing a magical array upon his palm. Now, replicate it, Tianzhong instructed after completing the drawing. Although puzzled, Xiao Feng did not hesitate and replicated the array. As he completed the final stroke, the entire array radiated a gentle glow, yet nothing else transpired. And then, Xiao Feng inquired. Tianzhong smiled softly and transformed into a wisp of smoke, entering the magical array. Chapter 46, The Great Battle of the Spirits. Oh, so it can be done this way. Observing the operation akin to a pokeball, Xiao Feng nodded. Now, Tianzhong had merged completely with his essence, making it difficult for the outside world to detect the presence of a blood moon demon wolf. If you had asked me earlier, we could have ventured out together, Tianzhong remarked, again transforming into smoke and drifting from Xiao Feng's hand. Xiao Feng chose not to dispute him, though he was more inclined to believe that Tianzhong simply did not wish to leave, which was why he had not revealed this method earlier. Curiously, Xiao Feng asked, if everyone could subdue demon beasts within their bodies, wouldn't the spirit realm become akin to a Pokemon battle? You may chuckle to yourself, but back in the day. In response to Xiao Feng's question, Tianzhong began to recount his glorious tales in the spirit realm in a mumbling fashion. After listening, Xiao Feng highlighted a key point from the initial sentences. stating, training demon beasts could indeed become a path for cultivators. However, under the current array, Tianzhong and I share a mutually dependent relationship, lacking a sense of joint advancement. Perhaps demon beasts do not covet such a trivial matter. If one day it were possible for spiritual beasts to accelerate their cultivation within the confines of a magical array, it would surely incite a great upheaval, Xiao Feng mused to himself. This notion can be gleaned from the prevailing attitudes towards demonic beasts on the continent of Jiuzhou. Even with the establishment of such a miniature world, the cultivation of spiritual beasts remains rigidly constrained. Thus, the fantastical battles one might envision with these extraordinary creatures are, in essence, an impossibility. Let us put this topic to rest for now. I must make my way to the emperor. Tianzhong continued his discourse. But Xiao Feng interrupted him with little regard. Tianzhong shot him a resigned glance before transforming into a wisp of smoke. Dissipating into the array, Xiao Feng extended his palm, upon which was etched a peculiar formation, reminiscent of a tattoo. Yet, it evoked no discomfort, posing no significant issue. "Young man, do not forget to procure some meat for me," Tianzhong remarked. "All right, no problem," Xiao Feng replied, albeit with a hint of exasperation. In the capital. Within the imperial palace's Qinxin garden, the current proprietors were none other than the recently entered Zi Yuan and her daughter. Both sat in the shade of the courtyard, lost in thought. Life within the palace was far less free and comfortable than outside its walls. Although the emperor had dispatched servants to attend to them, their movements were largely confined to the courtyard. "Miss, madam, the emperor summons you," came the familiar voice of Lu Chanshe. "What has happened?" Zi Yuan inquired curiously. It had been some time since their entrance into the palace, and even on their first day, the emperor had not summoned them. This unexpected call made her heart race. The emperor did not specify. Lu Chanshe replied. However, he also summoned young Master Xiao today. He is already on his way to the palace. Maintaining a smile, Lu Chanshe spoke softly. As a seasoned eunuch, he had long mastered the art of conversation. Even if he surmised the emperor's intention behind the summons, he refrained from stating it outright. Yet, by indicating that young Master Xiao was being summoned, he subtly conveyed the probable purpose of the emperor's call. After hearing this, Zi Yuan nodded, choosing to say no more. From her perspective, the emperor's summons for Xiao Feng could only pertain to matters concerning the Mingyue cave. It seemed likely that the call for her and her daughter was merely coincidental. Then, "Miss Zi and Madam, please prepare quickly that we cannot keep the emperor waiting," Lu Chanshe urged softly. Before long, they were ushered before the emperor of Daliang, where Xiao Feng had already been standing for some time. "We pay our respects to your majesty," the mother and daughter duo said in unison. The emperor of Daliang, shrouded in mystery, was a sight to behold for Zi Yuan, who was seeing him for the first time. Before her stood a robust middle-aged man, his hair graying at the temples, yet his countenance exuded undeniable vigor. Clad in resplendent robes, he bore the semblance of an invincible general. The only individual present who did not appear taken aback was Xiao Feng. Rumors abounded that the emperor of Daliang was childless and suffering from advanced age and illness, prompting many lords to stir with ambition as if they had received inside information. However, ever since Xiao Feng learned of the Daliang royal family's passage to the upper realm, he had dismissed such claims outright. Without further ado, the ability to ascend to the upper realms indicates that the Liang royal family possesses more advanced cultivation techniques and a more prolonged lifespan. The outside world depicts the emperor of Liang as a feeble individual devoid of any cultivation, a notion that Xiao Feng finds utterly implausible. The emperor of Liang, with a benevolent smile adorning his face, gazes at the three individuals. Why does this young friend not exhibit any curiosity? Observing Xiao Feng's unwavering demeanor, the emperor inquires that in his recollection, apart from Lu Yu and the empress, no one should have seen him in such a state. He harbors no doubts that these two would disclose his matters. "Your Majesty, you have already provided me with ample information. If I am unable to deduce it, that would indeed reflect my incompetence." Upon hearing these words, the emperor chuckles in astonishment and nods in satisfaction. "Excellent. Truly deserving of the title of a once-in-a-millennium genius. It seems the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has not erred." The emperor's smile of contentment remains unbroken as he speaks softly. "Heavenly Secrets Pavilion?" Xiao Feng furrows his brow, asking in confusion. There shouldn't be such a sect in the Jiuzhou continent. However, I have certainly heard the name frequently. From the name itself, I can ascertain the purpose of this sect. I shall personally discuss this with you later. It has been quite some time since I last saw the lady and her daughter from the Zi family. Today, I summoned you both primarily to convey some important matters. The emperor interrupts the conversation with Xiao Feng and turns to Zi Yuan and her family. Subsequently, before the two, he reveals the existence of another world. Is your majesty speaking the truth? Yuani exclaims in disbelief. It is nothing. Even that fellow Zidao is unaware of this. I now wish to inquire whether you are willing to journey together. The emperor speaks gently. The fact that he refers to Zidao as that fellow indicates the depth of their camaraderie. Yet, Zidao has not directly mentioned this, suggesting that the entire Liang royal family has diligently guarded this secret for centuries. What about my husband? Although both were somewhat perplexed by the emperor's earlier remarks, Yi Wenyi is the first to respond. For her, as long as her husband is going, she will undoubtedly follow. That I will certainly bring that fellow Zidao along. However, not at this moment. There are still matters I need him to attend to. The emperor smiles faintly as he speaks. This is why Yi Wenyi hesitates. Although the revelation of this secret astounds her, she finds herself unable to make such a decision alone. In no rush, the Dao will arrive shortly. You all should deliberate as a family. This opportunity is not one that comes to just anyone. Noticing her hesitation, the emperor remarks that he is not pressuring them, but rather showing full respect for the Zi family, who have long guarded him. You are called Zi Yuan, correct? The emperor suddenly shifts the conversation and asks, Yes, your majesty, I am indeed Zi Yuan. Very good, very good. Unlike the few wild girls in my household. Upon seeing the purple iris emperor, a satisfied smile involuntarily graced her lips. The purple iris merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She had never heard of the mad girl the emperor spoke of. However, if there exists another realm, then it must be inhabited by beings from that world. Rest assured, once you ascend to the higher realms, I shall provide you with ample resources. Your physique appears to possess some issues. Does it not? How could such a graceful lady lack even a modicum of cultivation? The emperor inquired, casting a glance her way. Indeed, I am unable to cultivate. Purple Iris nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Purple Iris. He had initially assumed that her lack of cultivation stemmed from her own reluctance to pursue it. Noticing Xiao Feng's gaze, Purple Iris gave a slight nod. These are trifling matters. You two should first seek out Ji Dao for a conversation. He should be arriving shortly. I have matters to discuss with this young brother. The emperor continued as the conversation drew to a close. Once the two had taken their leave, Xiao Feng understood that the moment to uncover all secrets had arrived. The emperor's mention of the celestial mechanism pavilion had already set his mind racing with possibilities. Feel free to inquire about any uncertainties you may have, the emperor said with a beaming smile as the others departed. I wish to learn about the higher realms, including the celestial mechanism pavilion. Xiao Feng stated, not hesitating to voice his curiosity. Given the emperor's invitation, truly, you are the one foretold in prophecy. Your inquiries are not to be taken lightly. The emperor replied, were this question posed by an ordinary individual, I would not divulge such information. However, you are different. I shall reveal everything to you. The emperor spoke with an air of ease. Let us first discuss the higher realms. The higher realms were discovered by the Daliang royal family over 3 centuries ago. You may be somewhat familiar with this, stemming from the calamity that transpired more than 300 years ago. During that time, a sect known as the Divine Court emerged, almost engulfing the entire Jiuzhou continent. Originally, the Divine Court was a human sect from the higher realms, which inadvertently stumbled upon the Jiuzhou continent. They incessantly sent individuals to stir turmoil within Jiuzhou, seeking to seize the essence of this world to bolster their own strength. The Daliang royal family, having sacrificed numerous ancestors, eventually drove the Divine Court out of Jiuzhou. Consequently, our forebears discovered the path leading to the higher realms. This knowledge has persisted to this day, and as the essence is on the verge of re-emerging, we have resolved to conclude matters here in Jiuzhou. The emperor concluded his discourse. Xiao Feng found himself even more bewildered. He had never heard of the Divine Court, and regarding the essence of the world the emperor spoke of, could it be located within the Mingyue cave? Xiao Feng chose not to dwell on the past, instead focusing on the crux of the emperor's words. Indeed, it is the Mingyue cave, the emperor confirmed. According to the Daliang emperor, this time, the Mingyue cave was not a trap set by them. All of his previous assumptions had merely been ephemeral illusions. The lords of the Jiuzhou continent now appeared to be nothing more than a farce. However, the Mingyue cave concealed another peril. The Divine Court could very well return. Although the Mingyue cave is restricted to those below the destiny level, how could the Divine Court from the upper realm lack such prodigies? Do not be anxious. Even if individuals from the upper realm arrive, their highest cultivation, constrained by the influences of heaven and earth, cannot exceed that of a martial king. Even if they do come, Our De Liang royal family is no longer as feeble as it was centuries ago. We still possess considerable strength. You not have confidence in overcoming the so-called geniuses they speak of? The emperor, sensing Xiao Feng's concerns, jestingly remarked, "There is no need for such provocation, your majesty, that I had already intended to explore, so the identity of the enemy matters not." Upon hearing the jest, Xiao Feng responded with a relaxed smile. "What a splendid opportunity to claim the spoils. Very well. With such confidence, I am at ease," the emperor replied. "The essence of the world pertains to the welfare of all the people on the Jiuzhou continent." After a pause, the emperor continued, "I initially intended to send a few of my sons to test the waters. However, the predictions of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion stated that to obtain this essence, one must rescue Xing. Hence, I arranged for Zuen to traverse the northern frontier, which ultimately led me to you." The emperor smiled mysteriously, adding, "Do not be alarmed that I merely wished to test the waters. Had you not appeared, my men would have ensured her safety." Xiao Feng nodded, indicating his understanding that "I am already aware of your strength. You have yet to break through to the destiny level, correct?" The emperor inquired further. "Not yet. But it will be soon," Xiao Feng replied. In just a few days, he had already advanced to the 9th level of the innate realm, and the peak of the innate realm was within reach. This was still under the condition that he had intentionally suppressed his progress in preparation for entering the Mingyue cave. Otherwise, he would have already broken through to the destiny level. Excellent. During this expedition into the Mingyue cave, I shall reserve some treasures for you, the emperor proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chapter 48. Scoundrels and the Assassin Organization. Divine Court. After concluding his discussion with the Emperor of De Liang regarding the upper realm, Xiao Feng slowly exited the hall. Initially overwhelmed by the influx of information, he felt as though his mind might burst. However, as one accustomed to a barrage of information, he adapted swiftly to him. The disparity between the Jiuzhou continent and the upper realm seemed akin to that between two worlds. While the Jiuzhou continent has practitioners, it resembles a world of high martial arts. Even those at the Dongxian level can only manage brief moments of walking through the AI. Truly hover in the sky requires the prowess of a martial king. Yet, in the Emperor of De Liang's words, these matters are merely commonplace in the upper realm. Furthermore, the cultivation systems in the upper realm differ from those on the Jiuzhou continent. Overall, the Jiuzhou continent represents a world of high martial arts, where physical cultivation is paramount, whereas the upper realm resembles a world of immortal cultivation, with a significant disparity between the two. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Feng could not help but inquire of Tianzhong within the array. "Have you heard of the Divine Court and the great Liang royal family in the upper realm? To say nothing else, the Divine Court is the formidable adversary I soon must confront. Should there be a significant disparity in strength between the two factions, I may need to reconsider my strategy. The constraints of the high martial world are rather significant. I wonder what the realm of immortality's prodigies must be like." The Divine Court, merely a target of disdain, Tianzhong replied. Their communication was not at risk of being overheard by others. Due to the connection of spiritual energy, Xiao Feng and Tianzhong's dialogue resembled a soliloquy. Unless one was exceptionally adept at sensing the flow of spiritual power, it would be improbable for them to discern such a unique exchange at a target of disdain. Is the reputation of the Divine Court in the upper realm so dismal? Xiao Feng inquired, astonished. Indeed, it cannot be overstated. To refer to them as a target of disdain is to underestimate their infamy. Mention the Divine Court, and there is no one who does not express contempt. Not even the youngest of children. Where did you hear of the Divine Court? Have they descended as well? Is it possible that my notoriety in the spiritual realm has prompted their shameless pursuit? Upon hearing Xiao Feng speak of the Divine Court, Tianzhong became suddenly animated. Clearly, he had been in a deep slumber during Xiao Feng's prior conversation with the Emperor of Great Liang. "Oh, is that so? Is this reputation confined to the demon race?" Xiao Feng continued, his curiosity piqued. Aware of the vast divide between humans and demons in the upper realm, he could not help but question Tianzhong's assessment of this human sect. After all, if the Divine Court were merely brutal towards the demon race, it could very well represent the interests of humanity, thus standing in opposition to the demons. In such a case, the demons' perception of them would naturally be exceedingly poor. It seems their reputation among the human race is even worse. Terms such as traitors, scum of humanity, and decadence abound. The more unsavory the phrase, the more the humans revel in our spiritual realm. The sentiment is relatively mild. Tianzhong boasted with a hint of pride. "When you arrived in this realm, Were your powers also suppressed? At this juncture, Xiao Feng recalled the restrictions of heaven and earth mentioned by the Emperor of Great Liang. Indeed. Otherwise, could I have been humiliated by a group of mere Dongxian-level humans? As he spoke of this matter, Tianjang's agitation became palpable. Enough of the clamored, we are here to discuss matters. Xiao Feng said with a hint of exasperation, so what exactly is the nature of the Divine Court? A killer organization. A killer organization. At Tianjang's revelation, a shiver ran through Xiao Feng. A killer organization. One that coexists with both humans and demons. As long as you possess wealth, you can procure anything you desire from the Divine Court, including lives. Sounds rather intimidating, does it not? Tianjang continued to elaborate, a faintly unnatural smile gracing his lips. Though Xiao Feng could not see Tianjang's visage, he could discern a note of tension in his tone. It is truly astonishing to discover such formidable strength. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, inevitably reflecting on the assurances given to him by the Emperor of the Great Liang that a sect capable of dominating the upper realm, and yet the imperial family of Great Liang speaks with such audacity. Could it be that their influence in the upper realm is not insignificant? No, that cannot be. The Great Liang imperial family has only existed in the upper realm for a few centuries. While the Divine Court had already been immensely powerful upon their arrival in this world, a torrent of chaotic thoughts flashed through Xiao Feng's mind. Young man, you have yet to explain why you mentioned the Divine Court. Has the Divine Court also descended into this realm? Before he could ponder further, Tianjang spoke up again. It's nothing. Moving forward, I shall rely on you greatly as we enter the Mingwei cave. After all, you are a noble member of the upper realm's esteemed demon clan, the leader of the Blood Moon Demon Wolves, the stalwart of the spirit realm. Xiao Feng deftly shifted the conversation. Chuckling softly, that is indeed the case. Just watch and learn from me. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's praise, Tianjang swelled with pride. However, it soon reacted with alarm, exclaiming, "What? The Divine Court has truly arrived." The panic in its tone betrayed its underlying fear, and it began to shout within the confines of space. What? They are a band of lunatics. Lunatics, you understand. They would even sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands to slay the Divine King. Despite the cacophony of Tianjang's voice, Xiao Feng refrained from interrupting and listened intently. After hearing this, he involuntarily knitted his brows in contemplation. Let us set aside this matter for now and secure the world's origin first. Although the forces behind him were excessively powerful, he reassured himself that facing them within the same realm was still manageable. Xiao Feng took a moment to gather his thoughts. Young Master Xiao, what brings you here? The gentle voice of Ziyuan graced his ears. Xiao Feng looked up to see Ziyuan approaching him step by step. It has been quite some time, Zane, he replied with a smile. He genuinely felt a sense of joy for Ziyuan as she prepared to ascend to the upper realm. That a great upheaval was imminent on the Jiuzhou continent, and remaining here could pose significant danger for her. A beautiful young woman without cultivation and the daughter of the purple Taoist, going to the upper realm could indeed serve as a viable escape. However, the circumstances of the upper realm remained unclear to Xiao Feng, and he was reluctant to speak freely about it. Has His Majesty finished speaking with you? Ziyuan asked, pausing before him. Xiao Feng nodded, his expression somewhat complex. Naturally, he could not divulge the matter of contending for the world's origin to Ziyuan. Yet, the mere thought of it brought an uncomfortable sensation. Although he was not born in this world, in fact, he was merely a transient visitor. Life in this realm was treated like playthings by the Divine Court and numerous beings from the upper realm. Or perhaps, they were merely tools for the augmentation of their own power. This led him to reminisce about Ruashi, the Yu brothers he encountered along the way, and the Ziyuan standing before him. Were it not for this exceptional opportunity, one might well have been annihilated by the inadvertent actions of these individuals. Observing the shifting expressions on Xiao Feng's face, Ziyuan instinctively sensed an air of foreboding. She then spoke up. Does His Majesty also consent to your journey to the upper realm? Her demeanor exhibited a hint of anxiety, her voice dropping a few notches. Not quite, Xiao Feng replied thoughtfully. The Emperor of Daliang had indeed never mentioned any intention of taking him to the upper realm. Nevertheless, this matter was undoubtedly as good as settled. Even if the Emperor were reluctant to permit his departure, Xiao Feng would assuredly find a way to breach that barrier. Is that so? A trace of disappointment flitted across Ziyuan's countenance. In truth, she had always been perplexed as to why the Emperor personally summoned Xiao Feng. From the outset of their conversation, she had discerned that Xiao Feng must possess knowledge of certain matters that eluded her grasp. Lacking any cultivation herself, she felt utterly incapable of interjecting and thus refrained from inquiring. Yet, It seemed to her that given the emperor's regard for Xiao Feng, and even revealing his genuine self before him, it was likely that Xiao Feng would receive an opportunity in due course. "Xiao, my young brother, why are you still here?" A hearty laugh echoed from a distance. "I in this palace." The only person who could laugh so boisterously, aside from the emperor, was Zidao. Upon learning the full truth, his immediate reaction was not one of shock, but rather a wave of relief. He exclaimed, "Having deceived me for so many years, I must show him a thing or two." Yuan Yi was startled by his outburst and hastily attempted to restrain him. Yet a smile that was difficult to erase lingered on his face. This was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Xiao Feng found this unexpected display endearingly charming. "Ha! You rascal, you've finally arrived." The newcomer was none other than the Emperor of Daliang. "You dare show your face here? I told you, you look as robust as an ox. How could you possibly be gravely ill? I've worried for you all these years, every time I stood by your bedside. How could you feign illness so convincingly?" Zidao strode forward, clapping Xiao Feng on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over him with keen scrutiny. While his words were filled with reproach, tears shimmered in his eyes. The bond between him and the Emperor of Daliang was not something ordinary individuals could comprehend, although the events of their childhood had long since faded into memory. And in recent years the Emperor had publicly claimed to be gravely ill. Zidao remained steadfastly loyal, dutifully guarding the imperial city for his brother. The forces he commanded in the capital exceeded anything seen in the annals of Daliang's history. In another era, he might have been branded as an ambitious usurper, yet in these times, he was merely mocked as a fool blinded by loyalty. "My brother, you have endured much, but see, everything is better now." The emperor's eyes too glistened with unshed tears. Perhaps he had not faced the same tribulations as Zidao, yet he could not help but be moved for the sake of his heartfelt brother. Both were formidable warriors, yet at this moment, they exhibited a rare tenderness. All right, what a pair of grown men. Why so sentimental?" Zidao, upon realizing that he was being observed, swiftly adjusted his demeanor and remarked with a smile, "Oh, you, even after all these years, you remain unchanged." The Emperor of Dali, unfazed, merely shook his head and replied. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and Ziyuan stood quietly to the side, choosing not to intrude upon the reunion of old friends, which clearly illustrated the depth of their bond. Wenyi, watching from nearby, felt her eyes welling up with tears. She was acutely aware of her husband's struggles over the years, and, witnessing him unburdened at last, was overwhelmed with joy, leading her to weep with happiness that today is indeed a splendid occasion. "Let us not indulge in tears," the Emperor of Dali interjected, sensing that the atmosphere was becoming somewhat chaotic. "I shall take my leave now." Xiao Feng clasped his hands together, indicating his intention to depart. The ensuing moments would be a nostalgic exchange between Zidao and the Emperor, and he felt his presence would add little significance. After bidding them farewell, Xiao Feng swiftly exited the imperial city and sought refuge in a tavern, ordering some food and drink before settling down. "Hey, Tianzhong, are you still there?" Xiao Feng inquired. "What is it?" Tianzhong, preoccupied with matters concerning the divine court, responded somewhat dismissively. "Have you heard of the Dali royal family in the upper realm?" Xiao Feng asked. "What? The royal family?" Tianzhong pondered for a moment. The demon clan indeed had a royal family, and humanity seemed to have had several dynasties. However, he had never heard of the name Dali. "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" Xiao Feng nodded in silent agreement. Yet, from the demeanor of the Dali emperor, it was evident that he did not exude the typical regality associated with royalty. Rather, he seemed approachable. Perhaps the Dali royal family no longer held their royal status upon reaching the upper realm. Xiao Feng mused. Not to mention, when they first arrived in the upper realm, their strength would surely have been lacking, that if they were to flaunt their royal identity, they might very well be met with hostility. "Kid, the group at the table next to you seems a bit off," Tianzhong suddenly remarked while Xiao Feng was deep in thought. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng turned to look out. A table of young men nearby appeared somewhat disheveled, their faces etched with exhaustion. "What seems off? They look rather ordinary to me," Xiao Feng replied, perplexed. "No. Pay closer attention to their spiritual energy," Tianzhong urged, a hint of urgency in his voice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng furrowed his brow and attempted to sense the energy as instructed. In this spatial realm, various attributes of spiritual energy flowed steadily, akin to the air we breathe. Yet, in the vicinity of those individuals, the energy became remarkably chaotic. It seemed as though their presence disrupted the surrounding spiritual currents. Xiao Feng pondered in confusion. They bore the restrictions of this world. Their cultivation must have been suppressed, hence the turbulence around them resembling his own. Tianzhong pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. In other words, they are not inhabitants of this world. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow and whispered, not of this world. Then why am I not experiencing any sense of repulsion from this realm? This thought flickered briefly in Xiao Feng's mind. Subsequently, he realized that the person before him might indeed hail from the divine court. Is there any way to ascertain their true identities? Xiao Feng inquired. Beneath the capital, they could potentially belong to the royal family of Daliang, although I doubt that members of the Daliang royalty would appear so travel-worn. Uncertain. However, I advise you to exercise caution. Although I, too, do not originate from this world, I can assure you that those who arrive here do not come with purely noble intentions. Hey, kid, I crave some meat. As Tianzhong spoke, he became distracted by the meat being served at the table, exclaiming eagerly, Yes, yes, while others seek the essence of the world, you seek merely to feast. Xiao Feng couldn't help but interject with a sarcastic remark. Tianzhong did not immediately retort, for even if Xiao Feng were to arrange a meal for him, he would have no means to partake. He could only watch enviously as others savored their hearty portions, leaving him unable to focus on conversing with Xiao Feng. However, it wasn't long before Xiao Feng sensed something amiss in the tavern. Is this tavern particularly renowned? So many individuals clad in official garb, and their cultivation levels do not seem trivial. When Tianzhong alerted him to the suspicious group at the adjacent table, Xiao Feng grew increasingly vigilant. Upon closer examination, he discerned the tavern's unusual atmosphere. Although the capital had fallen into a state of slight disrepair, it still housed numerous taverns of various sizes. Yet, Xiao Feng was convinced that none could reach this level of distinction. Moreover, he recognized several familiar faces among the patrons, including Xiao Yuan, who had previously pledged loyalty to Wang Bangru. However, Xiao Yuan sat in an elegant booth on the second floor, surrounded by a group of debauched youths. The cuisine of this continent is quite commendable. All you care about is food. Have the matters at Mingyue Cave been resolved? Just as Xiao Feng intended to continue observing his surroundings, he was drawn in by the conversation at the nearby table. The moment the words left someone's lips, Xiao Feng was certain they were not members of the Daliang royal family. What issue could there be? We can simply force our way in this world. We have been here before. Another individual at the table responded nonchalantly. It's different. This world is not solely populated by us. Did our employer not hire us specifically to oppose the so-called world controllers? World controllers? Are you referring to that human dynasty? They are merely natives, are they not? Huh. I happen to know a little insider information. They have established connections with the Tianji Pavilion, and their strength is not to be underestimated. What? The Tianji Pavilion is involved in this matter. The table next door fell into a sudden silence. The Tianji Pavilion? It seems the Emperor of Daliang possesses significant influence. As Xiao Feng listened, he contemplated quietly. Actually, there is no need for fear. The Holy Sun has already arrived. This matter is all but assured. The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden have both arrived. Is the origin of this world truly of such paramount importance? This matter is certainly beyond our comprehension. However, it is said that the higher-ups are taking it very seriously this time. Let us, the three brothers, do our utmost. Surely, we shall reap the benefits from above. After a moment of silence, they finally responded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng found himself at a loss for words to describe the upcoming expedition to the Mingyue Cave. Once again, it seemed like a high-difficulty quest featuring the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. Yet, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a melodious zither. Looking up, he beheld a figure gracefully descending from the back of the stage, each step a dance of elegance. The enchanting melodies resonating behind her harmonized flawlessly with her movements. This place certainly boasts remarkable young women. The three individuals from the divine court were instantly captivated upon seeing her. The expressions of everyone present, regardless of age or gender, reflected admiration and longing. The newcomer exuded a charm that was distinct from the pure aura of Ruo Shi and Zi Yuan, radiating an allure that left onlookers spellbound. It was no wonder that Chunyu Tower enjoyed such popularity. It seemed to harbor such captivating figures. Xiao Feng nodded appreciatively, not one to feign indifference. An appreciation for beauty is a natural instinct. Thus, he never hesitated to admire enchanting women. As the dance concluded, the stunning woman maintained her exquisite posture on stage, receiving enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Some familiar patrons shouted from the sidelines, "Another piece. Landlady, another piece," as the landlady of Chunyu Tower. Lan Lan smiled alluringly from the stage, her gaze sweeping across the audience. However, when her eyes caught sight of Xiao Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, only to dissipate swiftly. Xiao Feng, oblivious to this moment, kept his attention on the trio from the divine court, who were now entirely captivated by Lan Lan, their conversation devoid of any seriousness. Irritated, Xiao Feng took a swig from his cup. Shortly thereafter, a waiter approached with a dish. "Dear guest, this is our signature dish. The Phoenix Dance on the Phoenix platform. You are in for a treat today," the waiter exclaimed with a grin. As the dish was placed on Xiao Feng's table, the crowd erupted in lively banter. "Ah, this dish has been absent for quite some time. It seems our landlady's heart has fluttered once more. Ha ha ha. This lad looks rather youthful. Perhaps she wishes to cultivate a pretty boy. Wait, why does this lad seem somewhat familiar? Wow, he appears to be quite skilled." The patrons gathered around, engaging in animated discussions. Xiao Feng, however, gazed at the dish before him with confusion. "What is this?" he inquired. Although the atmosphere felt somewhat unusual, he thought it prudent to ask. "This esteemed guest must be visiting for the first time, am I right? At Xinyu Tower, we have a rule. If our landlady takes a liking to you, you receive this dish for free. Additionally, you may even gain the opportunity to enter the landlady's elegant chamber." The young waiter, with a mischievous glint in his eye, explained the situation. From his gaze, Xiao Feng discerned a palpable hint of jealousy. "Ah, so that is how it is." Xiao Feng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. This pattern was one he had frequently encountered in novels before. Yet, such scenes were typically reserved for the brothels, were they not? The surrounding crowd continued their animated discussions, with even the three esteemed individuals from the divine court at the adjacent table casting envious glances. Xiao Feng could only manage a wry smile before shifting his attention to the delicately presented dish before him. Indeed, it was exquisite. Xiao Feng nodded in surprise. This dish truly lived up to the reputation of Xinyu Tower. Just its presentation alone seemed worthy of admiration. Naturally, he had no intention of critiquing the flavors. As an ordinary individual, his assessments of food were solely based on his own taste and visual appeal. That it was utterly impossible for him to evaluate a dish in its entirety after merely sampling a morsel. As others might do, he casually picked up a piece and tasted it, arriving at a rather lukewarm impression. Is this it? A few shreds of subpar chicken dubbed as Phoenix. The audacity of you humans. If the descendants of the Phoenix clan were to witness this, they would surely exact vengeance upon you all. However, such fare is hardly sufficient to fill my teeth." Tianzhong, witnessing this scene, could not help but voice his critique. "You can only consume large chunks of meat, can't you?" Xiao Feng, seemingly unfazed, replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, with such a meager portion of meat, one might as well feast on vegetable leaves." Tianzhong yawned, expressing his boredom. That it seemed he was destined to resume his card game with the Duke of Zhou. "Young master, have you made your decision? Our proprietress is quite eager, you know." Just as Xiao Feng wished to eavesdrop further on the trio from the divine court, the young waiter approached again, wearing an unmistakable lewd grin. The suggestive banter elicited a wave of laughter from the surrounding diners. Others, seizing such opportunities, rushed upstairs. "Yet you remain here? Could it be that you are a novice? Ha ha ha. The proprietress will surely expect a red envelope in return." The crowd erupted in jest. Even the young attendant could not suppress his laughter. He then playfully placed an arm around Xiao Feng's shoulder, saying, "Young man, how about I prepare a red envelope for you?" Xiao Feng, however, was undeterred, gently brushing off the young waiter's arm, and replied, "That won't be necessary. You may keep this red envelope for yourselves. I shall indulge in this fortune on behalf of all of you. What can I say? It is simply the perk of being handsome." With that, Xiao Feng maintained his composure and ascended the stairs. The moment his words escaped, an awkward silence enveloped the room. The jesters, momentarily rendered speechless by Xiao Feng's audacity, found themselves at a loss for words. If one were to judge by appearance, Xiao Feng indeed surpassed many present in looks. Yet, such statements hardly warranted universal agreement among the assembly. A voice from the crowd broke the silence, proclaiming, "Do not let your current bravado deceive you. When the time comes, you may well find yourself seeking assistance from your elder brother. Look at him. Still in his youth. I doubt he can maintain this for even a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour. I believe you are overestimating him." However, the admiration that had just been felt had gradually transformed into jealousy. Xiao Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he mused within himself. Indeed, it seems to be the same everywhere. Once a few drinks are consumed, decorum tends to dissolve. In the elegant seating area on the second floor, Xiao Yuan and a group of dandy youths were vociferously discussing matters of interest. This individual appears somewhat familiar. Yes, I believe I have seen him at the Taishiwei mansion before. Oh, it has come to me. He is the one bold enough to stand beside Ziyuan. They began to speculate about Xiao Feng's identity, their primary concerns seemingly revolving around the relationship between Xiao Feng and Ziyuan. It appeared that Ziyuan had been protective of him that day, hinting at a connection that was anything but ordinary. Moreover, it was widely known that Zin was the cherished possession of Wang Bongru. Many among them had pursued her, only to abandon their intentions upon Wang Bongru's arrival. After all, a group of frivolous young men seeking a woman's affection is rarely willing to risk their lives for such pursuits. Yet, Xiao Feng's demeanor elicited a sense of peculiarity. You wouldn't believe it. I heard from others that the young master personally met this individual that day and did not send him away from Ziyuan's side. Tell me, is this not an extraordinary occurrence? As the effects of the alcohol set in, the dandy youths began to discuss matters concerning Wang Bongru. Xiao Yuan, seated among them, chose not to engage in their chatter, merely offering a cold smile. With minds as shallow as yours, you shall never comprehend the thoughts of the young master. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining relations, I would have no desire to associate with such superficial company. Xiao Yuan continued to observe Xiao Feng as he ascended the stairs. Quietly contemplating it, he had some inkling of Wang Bongru's intentions to recruit Xiao Feng, yet he remained unaware that Chunyu Tower was indeed Wang Bongru's domain. Could this individual truly possess such remarkable qualities? Setting down his cup, Xiao Yuan murmured to himself. He then summoned a nearby guard, issuing a few instructions before rejoining the revelry. Pretending to be a dandy was a role he was quite accustomed to. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, did not dwell too much on such matters. Before long, he was guided directly to the 6th floor of Chunyu Tower. The layout here was not as intricate as on the other floors. Behind a screen lay a spacious room resembling a grand flat. The room was tastefully furnished with an array of diverse furniture, but most notably, it was filled with various garments. Xiao Feng felt as though he had stepped into an enormous clothing repository. Young master, these are all the madam's treasures. These clothes are quite precious, so do tread carefully as you pass by, the guide, now a charming young girl, remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the garments, rivaling the delight of the men below upon hearing of their invitation from the madam. Indeed, one could not deny the beauty of these clothes, remembering the madam's figure and the array of colorful attire. Xiao Feng found himself unable to resist casting admiring glances. Chapter 52. The Golden Pavilion's warm chamber. Young master, this is the place, the guide announced as she brought Xiao Feng before a private room. Nodding before departing, Xiao Feng gently pushed open the door, and a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped him. The scent resembled that of lavender, yet it was anything but cheap. Rather, it exuded a remarkable sense of comfort. Stepping inside, Xiao Feng discreetly swallowed a detoxifying pill. Always prudent, he had mastered the art of preparation. Young Master Xiao, you have arrived. Please, come in directly to I am in the midst of changing, a soft voice, laced with a hint of allure, floated from behind the landscape screen. Xiao Feng turned towards the sound. Illuminated by the soft glow of the light, the enchanting silhouette of Lan Lan could be discerned behind the screen. The act of disrobing, from any man's perspective, was an irresistible spectacle. Even without a clear view of her features, Xiao Feng could not help but applaud. I wonder what the proprietress has summoned me for, he mused as he stepped further inside. Crossing the screen, he found the proprietress seated at her vanity, leisurely arranging her hair. Unlike her attire on stage, she now donned a simple blue dress, shedding her seductive guise for a more charming and adorable appearance. Young Master Xiao, make yourself comfortable. Please wait while I finish, she invited. Xiao Feng accepted her invitation, finding a chair nearby and settling in. Although he had never encountered such a scenario before, he managed to suppress any nervousness that might have rendered him speechless. You are indeed different from what I had imagined, Lan Lan remarked as she noticed Xiao Feng's composure. Do not say that. Proprietress, you appear quite different as well. Please, refrain from calling me proprietress. You may address me as Lan Lan. I am already aware of your esteemed title, Young Master Xiao, she replied with a smile, to which Xiao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you to Chunyu Tower today? She inquired softly, having completed her hair. She approached Xiao Feng with an air akin to that of a friendly neighbor asking why he had come to visit a skilled one. Indeed, Xiao Feng thought to himself, impressed by her ability to effortlessly embody different qualities. I merely happened to pass by, he replied candidly. He had come in search of a place to sit and enjoy a meal. The atmosphere at the Zhuguo residence had recently become rather tense, as if they were suffering from PTSD after the recent encounters with Tianzhong. Whenever Xiao Feng ventured to the kitchen, a plethora of beast meat would promptly arrive, accompanied by expressions that were anything but ordinary. Thus, he had chosen to sit here, relishing the quiet enjoyment of a meal, only to unexpectedly find himself in this situation. Though I had thought young Master Xiao came specifically for me, Lan feigned disappointment. Her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if Xiao Feng owed her something. Sister Lan, do not jest. Had I known of your reputation earlier, perhaps I would have visited daily, Xiao Feng replied. I didn't expect you to be so silver-tongued at such a young age that I wonder how many young ladies you will enchant in the future. However, I am no ordinary young lady, Lan teased back. Indeed, you are anything but ordinary. In public, your allure is akin to a potent poison, he remarked, acknowledging her captivating presence. How unexpectedly pure you are in private. At first, I could not distinguish which version of you was the true self. Xiao Feng nodded and remarked, to claim curiosity would be a falsehood. At a proprietress of the grandest tavern beneath the capital summoning you to her chamber, revealing a side of herself distinct from the public faade. Could it truly be that she merely wishes to converse? Which version do you prefer? A hint of seductive mirth graced Lanlin's lips as she extended a hand, inching closer to Xiao Feng. In comparison, I believe you are more suited to the style exhibited on stage. Though you presently appear quite innocent, the unintended glimmer in your gaze is rather inappropriate, Xiao Feng continued. You truly are a novice, he teased. Why not allow your sister to guide your growth? Observing Xiao Feng's refusal, Lan rose and approached him, her breath fragrant. Sister Lan, do not underestimate me. Noticing her persistence, Xiao Feng stood as well, pulling her into his embrace. The sudden shift in Xiao Feng's demeanor rendered Lan momentarily speechless. It seems Sister Lan was reluctant to be held. If you are unable to even control your spiritual energy in this embrace, what does that say? Xiao Feng turned and released Lan. Since being alerted by Tianzhong downstairs about discerning a person's state through their spiritual energy, he had already assessed the situation upon entering the room. Although this Lan was a native of the Zhuzhou continent, her spiritual energy was remarkably potent. She was indeed a formidable practitioner. From that moment on, Xiao Feng maintained a vigilant stance. Despite Lanlin's ongoing temptations, the instant they embraced, her surrounding spiritual energy coalesced rapidly. This could be an instinctive protective response, yet it was certainly not a gesture of goodwill. You jest, young Master Xiao, Lan remarked, her composure restored. She realized her earlier recklessness had exposed her vulnerabilities to Xiao Feng. Though she had previously allowed a few individuals onto the Phoenix platform, none had ever come close to her. She had always maintained control of the situation. Following Xiao Feng's series of actions, Lan found her interest waning. Initially, she merely wished to test Xiao Feng, but she had not anticipated his keen awareness. The incense wafting through the air was no ordinary fragrance. It was capable of rendering practitioners momentarily unable to control their spiritual energy without their knowledge. For someone of Xiao Feng's innate caliber, resisting it by sheer will was impossible. However, after consuming the detoxification pill, he remained unaffected. Though Lan was puzzled, she steadied herself and resumed her seat, realizing he could not be treated as a mere child. Noticing Xiao Feng also seated himself with a smile, Lan silently mused. Speak, Sister Lan. If you truly have no matter of importance, I shall take my leave, Xiao Feng said, turning his head. It's nothing much. I merely heard you were entering the Mingwei cave, and I wish to entrust you with a few tasks. Lan exhaled slowly, beginning to speak. Mingwei cave? Upon hearing this term, Xiao Feng turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 53. The Heart's Descent. What is it that you wish to entrust to me? Xiao Feng inquired, the proprietress of Chunyu Tower. It was not particularly surprising that Lan possessed knowledge about matters concerning the Mingwei cave. What was curious, however, was why she had suddenly sought his assistance. I desire to obtain an item from the Mingwei cave. If you can help me acquire it, I am willing to offer you everything I have, including myself. Upon finishing her three statements, an alluring charm emanated from Lan once more. When gazing at Xiao Feng, her eyes carried an elusive, lingering affection, perhaps akin to the legendary peach blossom eyes. Yet, Xiao Feng displayed no particular reaction. Instead, he let out a long sigh. This was not a result of being flustered by Lan's allure, but rather a sudden suspicion that her identity might be far from ordinary. What item? He asked. Since Lan had broached the subject, the Heart's Descent, Lan produced a scroll, and handed it to Xiao Feng. Then spoke slowly. "What is this?" Xiao Feng asked after taking the scroll and glancing at it. The heart's descent appeared to be shaped like a single tear, lacking any other distinctive features. However, anything that could be housed within the Mingwei cave was likely not a trivial item. After all, as far as Xiao Feng was aware, there existed treasures of remarkable caliber, such as the essence of the world itself. It is a treasure capable of calming the hearts of those who cultivate their minds. Lon Lon explained lightly. Xiao Feng turned his face to glance at her, but chose not to pursue the conversation further. After contemplating for a moment, he rose and said, "I cannot guarantee success, but I will endeavor." With that, Xiao Feng turned to leave. Lon Lon watched his retreating figure without chasing after him. Her brow furrowed as she muttered softly, "What a troublesome little imp. However, if I can obtain the heart's descent, I shall be free from this life." Once Xiao Feng vanished up the staircase, Lon Lon slowly rose to her feet. Surveying the familiar surroundings, an inexplicable wave of nausea washed over her. After their conversation, Xiao Feng descended the stairs leisurely. He paid little heed to the proprietress's so-called request, merely refraining from rash actions due to the formidable aura he sensed emanating from her. TOB in the capital, independently managing the largest tavern without attracting envy from others, indicated that there was someone extraordinarily powerful backing her. It seemed she must be a subordinate of a certain lord, Xiao Feng surmised inwardly. "Oh, that lad has come down so soon. Huh, I told you he wouldn't last a quarter of an hour. A mere embroidered pillow. He has indeed broken the record, accomplishing it in such a short time, not even reaching the minutes of those before him. Perhaps he was discovered before he even made it to the bed." The crowd erupted in laughter upon seeing Xiao Feng's appearance. Their laughter was understandable. In their eyes, the proprietress summoning someone upstairs was a display of romantic indulgence. Such a brief encounter had certainly taken everyone by surprise. In light of the earlier confrontation involving Xiao Feng and the crowd, the words exchanged among them became increasingly heated. However, soon they beheld the graceful figure of the proprietress descending softly from the upper floor. Although Xiao Feng had no intention of engaging with these individuals, he could not help but cast a puzzled glance at the sudden appearance of Lon Lan in a mere moment. Lon Lon had changed into an entirely new outfit. Her subtly revealed skin inevitably ensnared the gazes of the onlookers, rendering them momentarily dazed. With a smile, Lon Lon approached Xiao Feng step by step. Before he could utter a word, she spoke first. "Surely you do not wish for them to mock you as a useless waste?" With that, she leapt directly into his embrace. Xiao Feng, understanding the unspoken cue, chuckled softly and held her close. If Xiao Feng's previous invitation had been akin to a bomb detonating amidst the crowd, then this public display of affection felt like the explosion of a nuclear device. The patrons, who had been deriding Xiao Feng moments before, now widened their eyes in astonishment. Although numerous individuals had been invited, none had witnessed the intimate display between Lon Lon and Xiao Feng. Now, however, Xiao Feng's actions with the proprietress resembled a declaration of sovereignty, sending electric shocks through their minds. Before long, the two separated, appearing as if they were a pair of young lovers basking in the afterglow of their affection. This scene, imprinted in the memories of the onlookers, would linger long in their thoughts. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan, seated on the second floor, observed the unfolding spectacle. Though he too felt a jolt of surprise, a sense of wariness permeated his gaze. How audacious for someone to dare approach the woman of the crown prince. Xiao Yuan mused inwardly. The last time Lon Lon had presented the Feng Huang Tai to anyone, it had been to Wang Bongru. Ever since that incident, she had refrained from offering that dish to anyone else. Thus, Xiao Yuan had assumed that Lon Lon had already devoted her affections to Wang Bongru. Although Wang Bongru harbored feelings for Ziyuan, he still made occasional visits to Qinyula. Each time he graced the establishment, Lon Lon would cast flirtatious glances his way following her performances. One could argue that Wang Bongru's infatuated persona was, in part, shaped by Lon Lan's influence. Yet, this Xiao Feng appeared to straddle both worlds. His connection with Ziyuan remained ambiguous while his interactions with Lon Lon were decidedly intimate, leaving others perplexed. In truth, since Xiao Feng's arrival, Xiao Yuan had noticed a marked decline in Wang Bongru's visits to Ziyuan. He had even arranged to meet Xiao Feng privately, as if he had transformed into a different person. This transformation inevitably stirred a sense of suspicion within him. Who, exactly, was this Xiao Feng? Observing the audacious retreat of Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow as Xiao Feng departed. The tavern, which had fallen into silence, erupted once more into lively chatter. Yet, following the recent events, the patrons found themselves devoid of any desire to continue drinking. Intriguing, quite intriguing indeed. That lad appears to be of considerable significance. Could he be a scion of some prominent family? Perhaps I should investigate further. That beauty nearly drove me to distraction. Are you seeking your own demise? She's merely a woman. When has that not been the case? Should you provoke the young master, you might find yourself at a loss for how to meet your end. It is best to wait until the task is completed before proceeding. Once the essence of the world is grasped, the Chunyu Tower shall not vanish immediately. The trio from the Divine Court, as mere spectators, naturally joined in this conversation. Although this matter had a certain impact on them, they remained rational in pursuit of their objective. Chapter 54. The Opponent of the Bright Moon Cave, Part 1. The three individuals did not appear particularly formidable. However, they were undoubtedly stronger than the average adversaries of their rank. As Xiao Feng walked along the path, he contemplated the Divine Court trio he had just encountered. Host: Jiang Feng. Cultivation level: innate 9th layer. Techniques: 10,000 sword decision, heavenly sword divine art, wandering dragon sword technique, phantom steps, glorious sun hand. Spiritual medicines: qi and blood pill, speed pill, detoxification pill, giant transformation pill, dragon suppression pill. Strength: 45,000 stones. Spiritual power index: 87. Upon accessing the system interface, Xiao Feng felt no particular sensation. The data presented on his panel would be a veritable nightmare for the average individual, especially in terms of strength and spiritual power index among peers of the same realm. He was undeniably at a crushing level, which served as a source of confidence for Xiao Feng. However, ever since he became aware of the cultivation system of the higher realm, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with his current prowess. For instance, strength on the Jiuzhou continent could be said to allow one to look down upon all innate cultivators. Even those of fated caliber might not stand a chance against Xiao Feng. In terms of spiritual power index, the average affinity for innate level practitioners on the Jiuzhou continent hovers around 50, thus allowing Xiao Feng to wield significantly more spiritual power than others. Yet, the data from the higher realm does not quite equate in this manner. Regarding strength, while there are numerous techniques in Jiuzhou continent that can enhance strength, most yield minimal results and are virtually ineffective. Consequently, practitioners on the Jiuzhou continent rarely engage in self-cultivation after transitioning to the acquired realm, resulting in a considerably slowed growth in strength. The same holds true for the pace of progress. Moreover, the quality of spiritual power in the higher realm surpasses that of the Jiuzhou continent. Thus, Tianzhong had mentioned that many practitioners in the higher realm focus on body refinement. Many are able to elevate their cultivation without adhering to the conventional step-by-step methods of refining body, qi, and spirit, instead opting to specialize in certain aspects to enhance their overall strength. Therefore, at times, an individual's power cannot solely be determined by their level of spiritual power. Xiao Feng, naturally, was unaware of the true nature of the individuals from the Divine Court and the cultivation system they followed, thus harboring some reservations in his heart. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: their affinity for spiritual power was certainly inferior to his own. Xiao Feng recalled how many individuals coming from the higher realm would face the constraints of heaven and earth, and the phenomenon of rampant spiritual power provided him with some solace. In such circumstances, wielding spiritual power could pose a certain danger to them. Rampant spiritual power does not discriminate between allies and enemies. Young Master Xiao, what brings you here to indulge in pleasure? As Xiao Feng was lost in thought, the voice of Wang Bongru resonated beside him. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Wang, dressed simply in a robe, approaching with a joyful expression. Young Master Wang that he currently harbors no desire for excessive interaction with Wang Bongru, for once they enter the Mingyue cave, it is highly likely they will become adversaries. Wang Bongru, however, is of a different disposition. He is acutely aware that Wang Bongru has secured a place from the Deliang royal family, granting him access to the Mingyue cave, despite feeling that the Ji family has monopolized the opportunity. He experiences no other sentiments. After all, the Deliang royal family poses no significant threat to them. Once the Deliang emperor meets his demise, will they not inevitably fracture? Presently, Xiao Yuan unexpectedly informed him through an intermediary that Lan Lan has indeed invited Xiao Feng into the elegant pavilion. Furthermore, without hesitation, Xiao Feng ascended the stairs to seek out Lan Lan, exclaiming his delight upon arrival. Lan Lan has always been his ace in the hole. Her allure serves as the deadliest of weapons. Should Xiao Feng fall under her spell, controlling him thereafter would be a trivial endeavor. Thus, he hastened to Chunyu Tower, eager to ascertain the latest developments. Yet, before he could reach Chunyu Tower, he encountered Xiao Feng approaching with a grave expression, indicating that the outcome was less than favorable. Although Wang Bongru internally scoffed, he greeted Xiao Feng with a cheerful demeanor. Since fate has intertwined their paths here, might I suggest we accompany young Master Xiao to Chunyu Tower for a gathering? Chunyu Tower is the largest tavern in the capital, renowned for its exquisite food and drink, and the proprietress is nothing short of a celestial beauty. If you inquire, you will discover that she is truly a marvel of the mortal realm. Wang Bongru approached, draping an arm over Xiao Feng's shoulder, speaking as though he were an emissary of Chunyu Tower. This was, of course, Wang Bongru's subtle maneuver to extract information. By feigning ignorance of Xiao Feng's presence in Chunyu Tower and deliberately extending an invitation, he sought to glean insights regarding Xiao Feng's encounter with Lan Lan. Young Master Wang, I have just emerged from Chunyu Tower, Xiao Feng remarked, discreetly removing Wang Bongru's hand from his shoulder before speaking. Not disheartened by Xiao Feng's rejection, Wang Bongru pressed on. It seems I have overstepped. However, young Master Xiao must be aware that the Mingwei Cave is soon to open. Yes? Xiao Feng nodded. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Wang Bongru. It appeared that young Master Wang had matters to share with him. I see. It seems you have information of interest? Xiao Feng inquired. Understanding oneself and one's adversary leads to guaranteed victories. Possessing even a modicum of knowledge about his opponent would undoubtedly enhance his chances of success. Xiao Feng would not shy away from seizing such an opportunity due to the other's status as a rival. Observing Xiao Feng's interest, Wang Bongru promptly began to speak. Extend an invitation to Xiao Feng to join his ranks. Providing additional information would not be excessive. Very well, then I shall defer to your guidance. Young Master, Xiao Feng acquiesced, nodding for Wang Bongru to lead the way. Those witnessing this scene could not suppress a collective gasp. Could it be that these two have crossed paths? Is it possible that a victor will be determined today? Hush, everyone be cautious. If overheard, we might find ourselves in dire straits, the onlookers whispered among themselves. Wang Bongru's status as a scion of nobility held considerable weight in their minds. After you, young Master Xiao. Wang Bongru called out to Xiao Yuan on the second floor before leading Xiao Feng upstairs. Chapter 55. The Opponent at the Bright Moon Cave, Part 2. The scenery is quite pleasant. As Xiao Feng stood on the 7th floor, he couldn't help but nod in approval. Simultaneously, he grasped why Chunyu Tower was hailed as the grandest tavern in the capital. Young Master Xiao, please take a seat. Noticing this shift, Xiao Feng refrained from commenting, merely offering a gentle smile. It appeared evident that this establishment was inextricably linked to the Yanbei King. Xiao Feng took a seat with a nod. Young Master Xiao, are you aware of the individuals who have come this time? Wang Bongru, much like in his own study, presented a set of tea utensils and proceeded to brew tea for Xiao Feng. This was a gesture of hospitality, and his cultivation had always been commendable. I must admit, I possess little knowledge regarding this matter, Xiao Feng replied. Shaking his head, he was indeed aware that representatives from the 4 great sects would be present, but their identities eluded him. Upon hearing this, a hint of confident amusement graced Wang Bongru's lips. He knew that even if Xidao could grant Xiao Feng an opportunity to enter, it would be unable to provide him with any useful information. Indeed, the royal family has reached a point where they lack the energy to investigate such matters, Wang Bongru remarked with a smirk of satisfaction. Xiao Feng chuckled softly, responding, Young Master, I wish to remain uninvolved in these affairs. Our previous agreement still stands. As long as you can emerge victorious in this storm of the capital, I shall naturally pledge my allegiance to your cause. Being aware of Wang Bongru's persistent desire to recruit him, Xiao Feng deemed it prudent to clarify his stance. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Wang Bongru's eyes. Currently, the most formidable forces are my father, the Huainan King, and the 4 great sects. My father has a few candidates in mind, yet their abilities pale in comparison to yours, young Master Xiao, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Moreover, we could collaborate, and I would be pleased to introduce them to you. Gaining entry to the Bright Moon Cave would also provide some support. Wang Bongru initially outlined his own faction, yet he refrained from extensive exposition, hoping that Xiao Feng would unite with them, while simultaneously concealing his own strength. Xiao Feng remained silent. He found the notion of collaboration hard to trust. With strength as a constant, he was reluctant to take on additional burdens. For the Huainan King, there should be 3 to 4 individuals. Wang Bongru continued. Among them, one named Yin Caixing warrants particular caution. He hails from a renowned family of swordsmiths in Huainan, and his 9-word sword is quite esteemed among the younger generation. Should you encounter him, It would be wise not to confront him head-on. Oh, why is that? Xiao Feng inquired, intrigued. You may not have heard of the nine-word sword. Wang Bongru explained that it is said that this swordsmanship has been passed down through their ancestors. Each strike surpasses the last. Legend has it that by the final strike, one might transcend the innate limits. This individual should have entered the destiny realm long ago, yet he has deliberately suppressed his cultivation for the sake of this bright mooncave event. Wang Bongru elucidated, revealing all the information he deemed pertinent, albeit not central. However, this is merely the most fundamental configuration. The foremost individuals from the four major sects should certainly remember their holy sons and holy daughters. The Wanjian Sect, according to legend, was founded by their ancestor who attained enlightenment on a block of azure rock, ultimately becoming the contemporary martial king. True to their name, they are the sect most adept in harnessing earth attribute spiritual energy on the continent of Jiuzhou. For them, battles fought upon the ground are akin to home turf confrontations, and Master Xiao must exercise caution. Among them, their strongest is undoubtedly the Holy Son, Miao Sheng, who has reached the pinnacle of innate power. He possesses the ability to conjure the Qingyan giant, an entity nearly unmatched by ordinary cultivators. Wang Bongru furrowed his brow and remarked that although the Qingyan giant moves slowly, its immense stature, tremendous strength, and indomitable defense render it a veritable nightmare for adversaries of the same realm. However, the challenge of wielding the Qingyan giant is exceedingly high, with only a scant few in the sect capable of mastering it. But does it possess any weaknesses? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng felt a hint of difficulty. While he could easily retreat if he found himself outmatched, he could not dismiss the possibility of exceptional circumstances. Thus far, the only discernible weakness is the Qingyan giant's sluggish movement. Xiao Feng nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. The Wanjian Sect, on the other hand, is the one with the most formidable overall strength among them. Both their holy son and holy daughter warrant careful attention, especially the holy daughter. The myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, ever-changing. This is a truly remarkable sect with a long and illustrious history. Their ability lies in transforming into the myriad entities of the cosmos to engage in battle. Wang Bongru pondered for a moment before continuing. Although the Wanjian Sect possesses peculiar abilities and excels in combat, they are heavily reliant on coordination. Individually, their strength is rather lacking, and in general, they can be dealt with by taking them down one by one. The Panyu Sect and the Liuxia Sect are both sects from Luzhou. It is said that they share a common lineage, and their abilities bear a certain resemblance. The core techniques of both sects, the Liu method and the Burning Sun Liuxia, significantly enhance their combat prowess. Among them, the Holy Son of the Panyu Sect, Zhongbu Lu, and the Holy Daughter of the Liuxia Sect, Jiao Wangqin, are both renowned figures, rivaling even Yin Caixing in reputation. While savoring his tea, Wang Bongru recounted all the information with ease. What about the others? Are there any other sects? Xiao Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. To be frank, neither Xiao Feng nor the Liang royal family held much regard for these individuals. Their awareness was merely to facilitate easier extraction of resources. The threat posed by the divine court, however, remains a pressing concern. Are there no particularly strong individuals among them? Or perhaps solitary cultivators? Xiao Feng pressed further. As it stands, there are none, Wang Bongru replied, shaking his head. To say there are none is, in truth, to imply a lack of concern. The six major factions have long monopolized the resources and talents of cultivation. The lesser sects merely subsist on their leftovers. How could anyone possibly surpass them? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng realized that these individuals had indeed failed to comprehend the uniqueness of this occasion at the Mingyue Cave. But is that so? Xiao Feng, having not acquired the information he sought, chose not to pursue the matter further, merely stating in a nonchalant manner. Chapter 56. An unexpected encounter. As Xiao Feng exited the Chunyu Tower, dusk had already settled. Originally, Wang Bongru had intended to invite Xiao Feng to join him for dinner with Xiao Yuan and the others. However, Xiao Feng promptly declined. The information he had obtained was sufficient, and there was no reason to linger any longer. The news from these lords was quite outdated. How could they not have gathered even a hint of intelligence regarding the divine court? Xiao Feng walked along the path, expressing his bewilderment. It seemed that the various sects and powers on the Jiuzhou continent were being manipulated by both the Liang royal family and the divine court. Much like a group of elementary school children caught in a scuffle, now overshadowed by two middle schoolers intervening. Hey, young man, there is a peculiar aura emanating from someone up ahead, Tianzhong suddenly remarked. Following the events of that morning regarding the trio from the divine court, Xiao Feng did not dare to disregard Tianzhong's words and promptly turned his gaze in the direction indicated. There stood a woman clad in a flowing red robe, her tall figure accentuated by slender fingers adorned with a delicate veil as she perused items at a stall. Ruo Shi, Xiao Feng's eyes brightened, and he called out softly. The distance between them was not great, and upon hearing his voice, the woman turned her gaze towards him. Thus, two individuals who had been apart for over a month encountered each other unexpectedly on the street. Xiao Feng chuckled lightly and stepped forward. Ruo Shi, upon seeing him approach, exhibited no resistance. She merely stood silently, awaiting his arrival. This scene resembled their initial meeting. Both had chosen to go to the Wanjian Sect. Albeit with differing intentions, Ruo Shi's aloof demeanor effectively warded off anyone attempting to engage her in conversation. However, Xiao Feng appeared unaffected by this aura, confidently advancing to speak. Beauty, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Having just traversed into this realm, Xiao Feng still bore traces of his original world's essence that he understood that if he did not take the initiative to inquire, future attempts would yield no results. To his surprise, Ruo Shi responded uncharacteristically to his sudden approach by directly stating her name. Beauty, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Xiao Feng repeated, though he remained uncertain as to why Ruo Shi was present in this place. Nevertheless, he felt that every encounter with her evoked a similar sentiment within him. Upon hearing his words, Ruo Shi smiled softly and removed her veil. Did you manage to find me? Ruo Shi playfully inquired. Akin to a child caught in a game of hide-and-seek, that is of little consequence. Rather, what about you? Did you follow me to the capital? Xiao Feng responded with a cheerful laugh. You guess. Ruo Shi shrugged and turned away. Xiao Feng said nothing further, merely matching her pace as they strolled together along the dusky streets. If one were to speak of surprise, it would undoubtedly pertain to the two of them. However, the true astonishment lay with the guard who had remained by Ruo Shi's side all this time. When Xiao Feng first appeared, she was fully prepared to take action, yet was immediately halted by Ruo Shi. Initially, she assumed it was merely a casual encounter with an acquaintance, expecting nothing more than a few pleasantries. However, to her astonishment, her own young lady had completely transformed into another person. She was not Jumei and was unaware of Ruo Shi's affairs on the Jiuzhou continent. Although her nature was not inherently cold, she had never been so effusively warm towards anyone. One might argue that she would rather believe her young lady was simply a girl smitten by love. Surely, Mei Jie should be more aware of this situation than I am. Following closely behind the two, she felt an involuntary sense of awkwardness. This matter could escalate or diminish, should the Lord of the Divine Court become aware of it. He might well explode with fury. Thus, she found herself in an embarrassing predicament, torn between the desire to intervene and the fear of doing so. Mei Jie? It wasn't long before Zhu Mei appeared before them. Zhu Mei had always been Ruo Shi's protector and had merely been dispatched to attend to some matters. Upon her return and seeing Xiao Feng, she was evidently taken aback. Ruo Shi and Xiao Feng acknowledged her presence with a nod but said little else. Mei Jie? What is going on here? Zhu Mei approached another guard, pulling her back a few steps amidst her astonished gaze. After carefully assessing their distance, Zhu Mei nodded in satisfaction. Approximately 10 meters apart, they could maintain a watchful eye without intruding upon the pair, thus ensuring their protection. Mei Jie, what are you doing? The guard, puzzled by Zhu Mei's behavior, was filled with questions. Yang, do not raise any alarms. You will come to understand this matter in due course. Zhu Mei, with a motherly smile, gazed at the two ahead and spoke softly to the girl named Yang. However, if the higher-ups were to learn of this, Yang hesitantly replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mei furrowed her brow slightly. There's no helping it. But when have you seen the young lady act this way? Even if we must eventually leave this place, as long as the young lady is happy, that is sufficient. Zhu Mei could not help but let out a sigh. Although Yang also frowned, she chose not to voice further concerns if it truly brings joy to their young lady. She had no desire to disturb them. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and Ruo Shi strolled ahead, oblivious to the deeper thoughts of the two behind them. You carry the scent of a woman. Where have you been? After a while, they paused at a stall, and Ruo Shi spoke softly. Oh, are you feeling jealous? Xiao Feng tilted his head, regarding Ruo Shi's face with curiosity. Ruo Shi felt her cheeks flush slightly at his gaze. Indeed, you saved another woman just days after leaving the Wanjian Sect. It seems your romantic fortunes have always been quite favorable, she remarked, picking up a hairpin and speaking wistfully. You even know about that? Xiao Feng glanced at Ruo Shi before responding. Well, I did encounter a few individuals. However, I have always kept our promise in mind. Nodding, Xiao Feng casually took the hairpin from Ruoxi's hand and adorned her hair with it. Testing the effect, it looked splendid. Let us go with this one. Once he finished, he sincerely remarked, Ruoxi is no ordinary woman. No matter how simple the adornment, it would look exquisite upon her head. Indeed, this is the one, Ruoxi replied with a smile. Neither chose to continue the previous topic, perhaps an indication of the trust that existed between them. As they conversed about amusing incidents in their lives, they strolled leisurely together. Chapter 57. The Imperial Vein. I must take my leave, Ruoxi said, casting a reluctant glance as the daylight began to dim. Very well. However, I believe we shall meet again soon. Xiao Feng responded without urging her to stay at home. Will you not prepare a gift for me when we next meet? Ruoxi's expression brightened, her playful demeanor resurfacing. Let me think about it, she said. Xiao Feng's eyes twinkled as he spoke. They lingered in each other's presence for a while longer before reluctantly parting ways. As Xiao Feng watched her retreating figure, his expression grew increasingly complex. Hey, kid, what's going on with you? Tianjang's voice suddenly broke the silence, inquiring about Xiao Feng's unusual demeanor. He had sensed that something was off with Ruoxi and intended to caution Xiao Feng. However, Xiao Feng had boldly approached her, displaying an intimate familiarity that made Tianjang uneasy. Though he felt a sense of danger, he ultimately chose to remain silent. To say nothing of the two Peak Dongxian practitioners accompanying her. He dared not provoke Xiao Feng in their presence. Only after Ruoxi had departed did he confront Xiao Feng. If they were merely Peak Dongxian practitioners, it would be one thing. But the chaotic flow of spiritual energy surrounding them clearly indicates their true identities. That it's nothing. They won't harm me, Xiao Feng replied with a faint smile after a moment's contemplation. Could it be that Xiao Feng had failed to notice? That was hardly possible. During his time at the Wanjian Sect, he had indeed been unable to perceive Zhu Mei's presence, given the considerable gap between their strengths, people from the divine court. Perhaps, Xiao Feng pondered aloud. Observing Zhu Mei and Yang Yang's power and demeanor, he realized that Ruoxi was likely no ordinary member of the divine court. It was highly probable that she was among those selected to participate in the Mingwei cave. That woman is not simple, he mused. There is a unique force about her that exudes considerable pressure. I have seldom encountered such a phenomenon in the spirit realm. Tianzhong, immersed in thought, contemplated the matter. Is it the suppression due to a difference in realms? Xiao Feng inquired. If it were a matter of realm disparity, Ruoxi would likely far exceed the Dongxian level. Not quite. Her aura resonates with that of the Tianming realm. Yet it may very well stem from her bloodline. But she appears to be merely a human. How could she possibly exert bloodline suppression over me? Are there truly such individuals within the divine court? Tianzhong mused, perplexed, before slowly elucidating. In the realm of the demon race, the concept of bloodline suppression has always been of paramount importance. Even among of the same realm, encountering a bloodline of a higher tier inevitably leads to suppression. This is precisely why strive relentlessly to elevate their own bloodlines. However, this endeavor is far from simple. In contrast, the human race presents a different scenario. Each individual of the human lineage possesses little in the way of bloodline significance. The primary distinction lies in their innate talents. To truly leave behind a legacy of one's own bloodline power, one must attain the level of an emperor. Contemplating this, Tianzhong spoke softly. That woman possesses the emperor bloodline. You have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Emperor bloodline? Why do I not sense any suppression? Upon receiving this revelation, Xiao Feng, drawing from his extensive experience, grasped its implications. Yet, after spending so much time with Ruoxi, he had not felt anything particularly extraordinary. Could it be that you also possess the emperor bloodline? That seems unlikely. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's lack of sensation regarding suppression, Tianzhong leapt in astonishment. He then released a wisp of spiritual energy from the formation, allowing it to drift over Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng did not resist. Rather, he was intrigued as to what distinguished him from them. Is this really nothing special? Why do you not feel any suppression? After probing and finding nothing amiss, Tianzhong furrowed his brow once more. Encountering an emperor bloodline is already a rare occurrence. Now, he had encountered someone who felt no suppression from it, leaving him at a loss for words. Could it be that my detachment from this world renders its constraints less potent upon me? Never mind. How do you intend to handle this situation? A woman with an emperor bloodline is likely a prized possession within the divine court. If you truly grow close to her, you may find yourself compelled to join them. However, the trials for entering the divine court are notoriously arduous, Tianzhong remarked playfully. clearly aware of the relationship between Xiao Feng and Ruashi. Do you know how to join the divine court? Xiao Feng inquired as he stepped into the Pillar Nation manor. This is not a secret in the upper realms. The divine court is akin to an assassin organization. Is it not? Each time, they provide a target for assassination. If you can successfully eliminate their designated individual, you will naturally become one of them. However, the criteria for difficulty varies, and the number of recruits is limited, leading to fierce competition. Tianzhong explained. Such audacity. No wonder the divine court is reviled in the upper realms. Xiao Feng exclaimed, astonished by this approach. The blatant nature of their assassination tactics seemed utterly deranged. A conventional assassin organization would strive to conceal their whereabouts and targets as much as possible. Yet, the divine court's unexpected recklessness might suggest they harbored sufficient confidence to eliminate their targets regardless of exposure. Such a situation is indeed rare. Even the former rulers of the continent, the Deliang royal family, could not achieve such feats. The Deliang emperor could decree a person's demise or issue a bounty for their assassination. Yet he could not guarantee that the target would not escape. The actions of the divine court undoubtedly signified their absolute confidence in being able to pinpoint their adversary, rendering them indifferent to whether the opposing party is aware of the impending assassination attempt. That is certainly not the case. I advise you to reconsider and abandon this course of action. These individuals are all madmen. The woman appears delicate and frail, yet one cannot be certain, Tianzhong exclaimed at this point, raising his voice. Calm down. I know her better than you do, Xiao Feng interjected, cutting him off. You never mind. Don't blame me for not giving you a warning later. Hurry and get me some meat. I've been hungry since earlier. Seeing that Xiao Feng ignored him, Tianzhong decided not to pursue the matter further, indicating that he would disregard the issue. He then spoke up. Chapter 58, The Soul-Settling Pearl. Time passed swiftly, and after approximately 3 days in the Pillar Nation's palace, Xiao Feng received news of fluctuations emanating from the Mingyue cave. The timing of the cave's opening was not fixed. However, on the day it opened, there would invariably be some spiritual energy disturbances, serving as a beacon for various powers. Upon receiving the news, the Daliang royal family promptly dispatched someone to inform Xiao Feng to prepare himself. Young brother Xiao Feng has arrived. As Xiao Feng stepped into the imperial palace, Zidao's voice resonated. Yet, judging by recent events, Xiao Feng seemed to harbor no such thoughts, allowing him to gradually feel at ease. Moreover, when the Emperor of Daliang informed him that Xiao Feng was prophesied by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, a sense of admiration inevitably blossomed within him. While there may be few who can live on the Jiuzhou continent, how many possess the ability to save it? Thus, when Xiao Feng made his entrance, Zidao did not assume the airs of the Grand General of the Pillar Nation, but instead welcomed him with the warmth reserved for family. Are you prepared? Your upcoming opponents are not to be underestimated. Zidao draped an arm over Xiao Feng's shoulder, expressing his concern. Though he spoke in a carefree manner, he always regarded Xiao Feng as merely a young man, acknowledging that it was only natural to feel nervous in the face of such circumstances. Just as anticipated, the adversaries were indeed extraordinary. Xiao Feng turned to the spirited general, who had been buoyed by a series of recent fortuitous events, and remarked, "Oh, General Zidao, have you broken through to the cave profound stage?" Noticing the strength of spiritual energy emanating from Zidao, he smiled and spoke. "Indeed, a few days ago, for reasons unknown, I achieved a breakthrough." I was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Zidao chuckled heartily. While his statement might seem a touch ostentatious, it was nonetheless a reasonable occurrence. Xiao Feng mused that even if he had been unable to break through, the Daliang royal family would surely lend him a hand. It was only natural to extend some benefits to someone who had served diligently for many years. Come, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. The immediate priority is to escort you before His Majesty. Previously, I had no inkling of the dangers that lurked within the Mingyue cave. You must exercise utmost caution once you enter. The two conversed a bit longer before Zidao resumed speaking. Xiao Feng merely nodded silently, refraining from further comment, as Zidao led him before the Emperor of Daliang. They have arrived just in time. Within the imperial palace of the Great Liang, an air of desolation still lingered. With only the Emperor and a lady seated inside the hall, the two engaged in lively conversation, laughter echoing between them, their demeanor suggesting an intimate bond. Surely, this was the queen rumored to be by his side. The queen, too, hailed from the upper realm. Sensing the swirling chaotic spiritual energy around him, Xiao Feng mused inwardly. "This is my beloved wife, Queen Dan," proclaimed the great Liang Emperor. There is no need for such formal introductions. I am merely a person from the Jiuzhou continent. You may call me Aunt Dan, the queen replied with a gentle smile, her tone devoid of pretense, resembling a casual exchange between acquaintances from different households. Indeed, if you prefer, I shall address you as Aunt Dan. The great Liang Emperor chuckled in response. However, the queen did not join in his laughter. Instead, she gracefully rose and approached Xiao Feng. Aunt Dan, Xiao Feng called out, feeling no need for formality as he followed their lead. This is for you. A token of our first meeting, the queen stated softly as she reached Xiao Feng, retrieving a bluish-green orb from her sleeve. Its surface adorned with a halo of luminescence a soul-calming pearl. Before the queen could elaborate, Tianzhong interjected. What is a soul-calming pearl? Xiao Feng inquired. Following the sound of the voice it seemed she was at least an inner disciple of the Tianji Pavilion. Otherwise, such a high-grade item would not be so casually presented. The soul-calming pearl is a treasure crafted by the Tianji Pavilion. Our lineage, often peering into the mysteries of heaven, finds our souls susceptible to the erosion of the heavenly way. The generations of the Tianji Pavilion have developed the soul-calming pearl to address this issue. It can shield one from the heavenly insights and spiritual disturbances, and while it may not completely erase the heavenly erosion of the soul, it offers a degree of protection. When this object is in our possession, it renders one's information undetectable to others. In summary, it is an exceptionally rare item, Tianzhong explained. Such an object is most effective within the Tianji Pavilion, but it still performs admirably when placed upon an ordinary person. A remarkable item indeed. Upon hearing Tianzhang's description, Xiao Feng comprehended the purpose of the soul-calming pearl and expressed his genuine admiration. Do you truly know what this is? The queen, intrigued by Xiao Feng's response, inquired further. Normally, there should be no subordinate sects of the Tianji Pavilion within the Jiuzhou continent, so it was unusual for anyone to possess knowledge of the soul-calming pearl. No, it simply gives me a sense of tranquility. Besides, it was a gift from Aunt Dan. How could it be anything less? Xiao Feng hastily clarified as realization dawned upon him. The queen smiled faintly, opting not to press further, but rather to elucidate the function of the soul-calming pearl for Xiao Feng. You young man, know that this is an item even I would envy. You must cherish it and keep it well hidden, the queen advised. By this time, the great Liang Emperor had also approached, adding with a teasing tone, you certainly have a lot to say. The empress lightly tapped him and then remarked, this soul-concealing pearl is not particularly difficult to hide. You merely need to envelop it with your spiritual essence, and it shall remain concealed within your soul. However, at this moment, you may lack the ability to control your spirit. So allow me to assist you. Although the Emperor of Dali had been struck, he still wore a cheerful expression. Xiao Feng understood that the spirit they referred to was not the same as the spiritual awareness, and he nodded in agreement. The Emperor of Dali closed his eyes, and his previously playful demeanor transformed into one of solemnity. Before long, Xiao Feng felt a distinct force enveloping him. Try to communicate with this force, the Empress instructed. The spirit is the final bastion of a person. They cannot forcibly commandeer Xiao Feng's spirit. It must be governed by him alone. Xiao Feng nodded and closed his eyes, gradually sensing the extraordinary power and beginning to comprehend what the so-called spirit truly was. Excellent. Just follow the guidance, the Emperor of Dali said with evident satisfaction at the moment their connection was established. Chapter 59. Talismans. This child possesses considerable talent. I had thought it would take more time, the Emperor remarked as he observed Xiao Feng completely immersed in absorbing the soul-concealing pearl. Indeed, the speed at which he is activating his spirit rivals that of the talented individuals within the pavilion. The Empress sincerely praised. Upon hearing her words, the Emperor responded, it is not so simple. This child's life essence is quite intricate. The pavilion master should not agree to it. The Empress shook her head. The criteria for selecting disciples in the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion are far more complex than the crude and straightforward methods of the Divine Court. The foremost requirement is, of course, the speed of spiritual connection. The more responsive one is, the greater their innate talent for controlling the spirit. The stronger the spirit, the more profound the insights they can glean. Secondly, the life essence must be uncomplicated. The life essence represents a person's entanglements with others. The cleaner one's life essence, the fewer entanglements they possess. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is a highly sensitive sect. While they can perceive the heavenly mechanisms, they cannot do so indiscriminately. In the early days of its establishment, countless individuals sought to join, though the motives varied widely. No one dared to provoke the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion lightly. Even if the pavilion itself does not intervene, there will be a host of skilled individuals who have previously benefited from the pavilion stepping forward to resolve matters. In any case, even the divine court would not casually undertake tasks from the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Is that so? What a pity, the Emperor of Dali replied, shaking his head. If someone from the 9 provinces could become a member of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, it would be immensely beneficial for him and indeed for the entire 9 provinces. I cannot say it is merely a pity. The pavilion master has said that many individuals, even if qualified to join the heavenly mechanism pavilion, may not necessarily wish to do so. For some, the pavilion can be a limitation. The Empress expressed a sense of relief, stating, every individual has their own fate. This is the most profound realization I have gained since entering the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Their conversation concluded, and Xiao Feng successfully absorbed the soul-subduing pearl into his divine soul. A wondrous sensation surged from within his mind, distinct from his own consciousness, while his consciousness, honed through rigorous training, enabled him to exert control over anything. The feeling of his divine soul allowed him to perceive the essence of the world. With the aid of the soul-subduing pearl, he could even discern the various auras emanating from each individual. Though he remained uncertain of its nature, it was likely what legends referred to as the heavenly mechanism. The intensity of this divine soul was indeed astonishing. The fluctuations of his divine soul were naturally sensed by the royal couple, prompting the Emperor of the Great Liang to furrow his brow. Is it truly powerful? Xiao Feng inquired. Now capable of utilizing his divine soul, he could also perceive the strength of the divine soul radiating from the couple. The Empress's divine soul intensity was the strongest among the 3, while the Emperor of the Great Liang, though somewhat weaker, surpassed his current abilities by a significant margin. Indeed, your strength exceeds what I had achieved 3 years into my cultivation of the divine soul. Comparisons among people can be quite disheartening, the Emperor remarked enviously. The usage of divine soul was not akin to spiritual power or consciousness, and the methods of cultivation varied. Utilizing excessive divine soul energy at once could jeopardize one's life. Although the Empress was equally astonished, she took a moment to offer her counsel. As someone who had experienced such matters, it was essential for her to clarify that. Is that so? I will be cautious. However, there is no need for haste. The soul-subduing pearl will nurture your divine soul. It seems, however, that the cultivation of divine soul is ill-suited for the 9 provinces. It would be better to pursue it in the higher realms. The Emperor of the Great Liang advised in turn. Oh, by the way, I have something for you as well. The item I promised last time, meant to safeguard your life, the Emperor suddenly said with a mysterious smile. Here, see if it suits you. He handed over a box. Xiao Feng initially assumed that the soul-subduing pearl was the life-preserving object he had mentioned, only to discover there was something else. Upon opening the box, he found a multitude of talismans, reminiscent of those he had seen before. What is this? Xiao Feng realized he could not be naive enough to think these talismans were merely blessings bestowed upon him by the Emperor of the Great Liang, as such items often served as ultimate weapons in many scenarios. There were 3 types of talismans inside: the 5-element divine lightning, the swift wind evasion talisman, and most importantly, the shadow talisman. All of these were personally crafted by me, the Emperor said, his expression brimming with pride. The 5-element divine lightning is an offensive talisman, while the swift wind evasion talisman is designed for concealment. Both should be easily comprehensible to you. However, the might of the divine lightning is immense, comparable to a full-force strike from the pinnacle of the cave profound realm. That I've prepared 3 for you. So use them judiciously. Misusing them could cause harm to yourself. Subsequently, he retrieved a purple talisman and elaborated. The swift wind evasion talisman allows you to conceal yourself for a brief period, with terrain posing no constraint. Unless you encounter formidable restrictions, it could indeed save your life. However, its consumption is substantial, thus I've only prepared 2 for you. As for the shadow talisman, it is solely represented by this black one. This is the only one in existence. By utilizing it, within the span of an hour, you can conjure a vessel as powerful as yourself using your shadow. However, the price is that after 1 hour, you shall succumb to a state of frailty. Unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable to refrain from employing this talisman. The Emperor of the Great Liang explained to Xiao Feng, his expression growing increasingly grave. Xiao Feng discerned that the Emperor seemed somewhat averse to the final talisman. Such weakness is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. I am concerned that if you truly fall into such a state of debilitation, others may seize the opportunity to strike. Noticing Xiao Feng's hesitation, the Emperor further elaborated, stating that this time it was impossible to procure assistance for you. Thus, I must implore you to safeguard yourself within the Moonlight Cave. The Empress also perceived the Emperor's predicament, and, with an apologetic tone, remarked that it was not an issue at all. Upon hearing their explanations, Xiao Feng felt reassured. Very well, prepare yourselves. It is time for us to depart. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the Moonlight Cave are intensifying. Observing that Xiao Feng was not angered by the matter, the Emperor of the Great Liang felt relieved and spoke once more. Chapter 60. The grievances of the Purple Path. The Great Liang royal family does not intend to intervene at this time, so it is left to the Purple Path to escort Xiao Feng to the Moonlight Cave. Since breaking through to the cave profound realm, the Purple Path no longer relies on military formations to enhance its strength. Therefore, he decided that he could personally accompany Xiao Feng this time, not wishing to draw undue attention to him. After all, in the eyes of the numerous lords, Xiao Feng is merely a pawn sent by the royal family to fill a void, with the ability to traverse the skies. The Purple Path took to the air with Xiao Feng. However, he soon felt an inexplicable pressure. Xiao Feng too sensed a formidable oppressive force, though not as intensely as the Purple Path. It must be the imposing aura of the Moonlight Cave's restrictions. Likely, the higher one's realm, the stronger the suppression one experiences. General, perhaps it would be best if we descend, Xiao Feng suggested. He had already heard of this restriction from Wang Bongru, who had informed him that it would only manifest within the Moonlight Cave itself. Yet now it appeared outside the cave, indicating the exceptional nature of this year. Very well. The Purple Path was not one to indulge in pride, promptly leading Xiao Feng downward. Perhaps this is the influence of the world's origin. Xiao Feng mused inwardly. They have arrived as well. While Xiao Feng was deep in thought, the Purple Path quietly alerted him. Following the direction of the Purple Path's gaze, Xiao Feng beheld a throng of individuals advancing toward the same destination. Who are they? Xiao Feng inquired. Those are the people of the Prince of Huainan. The Purple Path replied after a brief glance. In stark contrast to their solitary appearance, the entourage of the Prince of Huainan was exceedingly vast, bustling with activity as they traversed the path. Those who were aware understood they were en route to participate in the opening of the Moonlight Cave, while those who were not might mistakenly believe they were embarking on a spring outing. Among them, several individuals embraced each other jovially, laughing and frolicking along the way. While Xiao Feng observed them, others were also casting their gazes in their direction. Who are those two over there? It remains unclear, but they are likely members of a minor sect. They certainly appear rather shabby. You think that being like them is commendable? As they spoke, they glanced at the crowd ahead, uncertain of what to say next. Oh, which sect do these individuals belong to? Why are they so conspicuously alone? Perhaps due to their shared journey. Xiao Feng attracted the attention of some members within the front ranks. This exchange successfully drew the attention of all present. Among them, several individuals of destiny level smiled as they released their oppressive aura. To them, it was evident that Xiao Feng and Zidao, arriving alone, were not from any significant sect. Moreover, as long as they were not from any other major lordly factions, there was little concern for any further issues. If you wish to avoid peril, you should leave quickly. This place is not suited for your kind. Indeed, the Moonlight Cave is reserved for the elite. We are merely looking out for your well-being. Although Xiao Feng was inclined to scoff at the sensitivity of those who cared about their fellow travelers, and even felt compelled to make a jest, he believed that these individuals were simply posturing. A powerful figure of destiny holds significant strength elsewhere, but in a gathering of heroes such as this, they were clearly underestimating the capabilities of the newcomers. Though Zidao felt a flicker of anger, he remained silent, silently releasing his own oppressive aura. Despite the suppression of the Moonlight Cave, the pressure emanating from the Xian level was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. What are you doing? Upon sensing this aura, a large group within the Huainan Wang's entourage turned pale, stifling gasps of discomfort. Consequently, 3 individuals from their ranks leaped forward, previously encircled at the center. They now positioned themselves at the back of the group, directly shielding against Zidao's overwhelming pressure. Oh, why is your temper so fierce today? Xiao Feng chuckled softly. Though he spoke lightly, he did not believe Zidao had erred. Such individuals indeed warranted a lesson. Of course, Xiao Feng also noticed that the 3 who had stepped forward were all formidable figures at the Xian level. It seemed Huainan Wan's strength was commendable after all. Xiao Feng silently concluded. It's nothing. I've just recently broken through and am still unable to fully control this intensity of power. Xiao Feng could distinctly sense that Zidao harbored some resentment towards these 3, suggesting a history of grievances. Had it been in the past, he might have chosen to endure it. I see you are courting death. You don't even know who we are, do you? The 3 Xian-level experts instantly erupted in fury, shouting in anger. Having served under Huainan Wang for many years, they had cultivated the necessary authority, or else they would not be so brazen. Each of them radiated an intense spiritual pressure, which swiftly dissipated Zidao's imposing aura. However, Zidao seemed unexpectedly formidable, managing to withstand the pressure in that fleeting moment. At least, The formidable force did not seem to affect Xiao Feng, who stood beside him. How could one not recognize them? Gusha, Wang Ming. Bai Kuei, who in the world is unaware of the calamity you have brought upon countless innocent lives? Zidao remarked with a cold smile. Confronted by the trio's ill intentions, Zidao appeared even more enraged. Oh, it seems to be that fool who vowed to guard the capital point. One of the individuals on the far left scrutinized Zidao's appearance, then suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Ah, so it is that fool that, no wonder." The other two, after a moment of contemplation, burst into laughter. Indeed, Zidao looked considerably younger following his breakthrough to the Dongxian realm, hence they failed to recognize him. Oh, why have you ceased your vigil over the capital? What brings you out here? It seems your breakthrough has led you to regard that ailing emperor with disdain. Once the trio identified Zidao, they became brazen, their words dripping with contempt, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Xiao Feng could sense the fury emanating from Zidao, feeling the intensity of the turbulent spiritual energy surrounding him even as he stood close by. Nonetheless, he understood that in such a high-stakes confrontation, his intervention would be futile, prompting him to discreetly step back. He knew Zidao was not impulsive. His counterattack indicated a solid inner confidence. Thus, he quietly yielded the stage to him, not out of fear of the apparent strength of their adversaries. You lot remain unchanged in your nature. It is only to be expected. Following a master like that, one can hardly hope for anything different. Chapter 61. Arrival. Just as Xiao Feng anticipated a captivating spectacle, a series of mocking voices drifted from afar, laced with disdain that was profoundly unsettling. Instantly, the attention of all present was drawn to the source of the sound, turning their heads in unison. Upon hearing the voices, Xiao Feng immediately recognized the arrival of Wang Bongru, who also came accompanied by a cohort. However, unlike the individuals from the Huainan King's entourage, Wang Bongru's group exuded an air of discipline and authority as they strode forth with an imposing presence. Though fewer in number than the Huainan King's men, their aura was equally potent, almost suggesting they could easily overpower their opponents. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be the northern barbarians. Scoffed the three Dongxian realm experts upon recognizing the newcomers. Wang Bongru, undeterred by their words, approached Xiao Feng and Zidao with deliberate steps, exuding the unmistakable demeanor of a noble disciple. His behavior always resplendent and dignified in the presence of outsiders. Uncle Z, young Master Xiao Feng, he greeted softly upon reaching them. Since we have encountered one another, why not proceed together? He continued, fully aware that this presented an exceptional opportunity, possessing a deeper understanding of the enmity between Zidao and the trio than Xiao Feng did. Approximately 4 or 5 years ago, a momentous event transpired in the capital. A trio inexplicably committed heinous acts against the innocent citizens, inciting widespread outrage. Naturally, Zidao, known for his benevolence towards the people, could not remain indifferent and thus engaged them in fierce combat. However, at that time, Zidao's cultivation, coupled with his military force, could barely contend with a single Dongxuan-level expert, let alone face 3 formidable opponents of that caliber simultaneously. Consequently, the battle ended in a devastating defeat for Zidao. The king of Yanbei and other powers, not wishing to escalate the situation, merely exiled the trio from the capital and sought to understand the matter. Yet, this incident left an indelible scar in Zidao's heart. Such occurrences can severely undermine an individual's resolve. One cannot help but wonder how Zidao has endured over the years. Nevertheless, it seems prudent to proceed together. After Wang Bongru's arrival, Zidao's mind appeared considerably clearer, and he spoke up. Naturally, Xiao Feng had no objections, as they were merely embarking on the journey together. That is truly splendid. Should any issues arise along the way, I am more than willing to provide assistance. Wang Bongru said, his face alight with a broad smile upon receiving their agreement. With that, the group did not linger any longer and continued on their path, entirely disregarding the trio under the command of the King of Huainan. The presence of Dongxuan-level experts served as a deterrent. Following Wang Bongru's arrival, the previously precarious situation of 1 against 3 was swiftly reversed to 5 against 3, dissuading any rash actions. However, as they watched Xiao Feng and the others depart, a flicker of resentment gleamed in their eyes. Something felt amiss. How had Zidao allied himself with the people of Yanbei? Once they grasped the situation, they quickly recognized the incongruity. Zidao had always been a rather obstinate individual. Any lord seeking to approach him had historically faced unwavering rejection. Yet today, he had accepted Wang Bongru's invitation to travel together. Could it be that this fellow had defected to the king of Yanbei? It seemed highly plausible, and it was likely that he had broken through to Dongxian with the king's assistance. The 3 engaged in a grave discussion, The ramifications of Zidao's breakthrough in cultivation were not particularly significant. However, the strategic value of possessing Zidao was immeasurable. Otherwise, he would not have become a target in the competition among lords. We ought to inform the prince of this matter at once, suggested a young man, who had been trailing behind the group as the three debated. They exchanged glances, refraining from contradiction, and nodded in agreement to leave the matter to others. Uncle Zidao, please calm your anger, should the need arise. I am prepared to lend a hand, Wang Bongru remarked, walking alongside Xiao Feng and Zidao. Noticing the latter's somewhat grave expression, this statement was more of a test, as Wang Bongru had previously expressed similar sentiments to him. Though Zidao had always chosen to ignore them, there is no need. I shall personally bring this matter to a conclusion, Zidao replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. Wang Bongru had grown accustomed to such rejections. But seeing Zidao still engage him amicably, he chose to refrain from further comments. Had this been in the past, Zidao would have undoubtedly declined with utmost directness. But what of young Master Xiao? How have you contemplated my previous suggestion? Wang Bongru turned his head and addressed Xiao Feng. Upon hearing this, even Zidao cast a curious glance in their direction. Previously, it was evident that there had been some discord between the two, seemingly due to matters concerning his daughter. Yet now, witnessing their interaction, Wang Bongru and Xiao Feng appeared quite familiar with one another, utterly devoid of animosity. Isn't this a predicament for me? Nonetheless, since we are all here, I shall certainly lend my assistance should the need arise, Xiao Feng remarked while glancing sideways at Wang Bongru. Could it be that this fellow genuinely harbors feelings for Ziyuan? Observing the unwavering devotion of Wang Bongru, he couldn't help but ponder. Initially, he had assumed Wang Bongru's infatuation was merely a narrative device, yet now it seemed this man indeed possessed an unyielding resolve in his pursuits. Very well, with young Master Zhao's affirmation, I can now feel at ease, Wang Bongru exclaimed with a joyful smile upon hearing Xiao Feng's agreement. Zidao and Xiao Feng exchanged glances, both revealing a trace of exasperation. After walking a short distance, Xiao Feng spotted a gathering of individuals in the distance. Although they had not arrived too late, the number of people assembled was undeniably substantial. A significant portion of them were wandering cultivators. While we have secured permits for entry alongside other lords, many wandering cultivators still come each year to try their luck. That we cannot hinder them. However, their access route differs from ours, so there is no need for concern. Wang Bongru explained as he observed Xiao Feng's gaze fixed ahead. Wandering cultivators, Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the Mingwei Cave is divided into regions. They are permitted only in the outer zone, and gaining entry to the inner zone is virtually impossible. Wang Bongru continued to elucidate. Chapter 62. A gathering place for talents of the 9 provinces. If the individuals from Huainan Wang appeared to be on a spring outing, then these individuals seemed more akin to attendees of a solemn funeral. Each maintained a safe distance from one another, their eyes sharp and predatory, reminiscent of vultures. Silence enveloped them, their faces devoid of expression, resembling lifeless mannequins. Upon the arrival of Xiao Feng and his companions, the crowd made no movement, merely directing a fraction of their gaze towards them. Young Master Xiao need not concern himself with them. The fact that these individuals have opted to try their luck signifies that the majority of them will likely not leave this place. Wang Bongru remarked, noticing Xiao Feng's discomfort under their scrutiny. His tone was frigid, entirely dismissive of the onlookers. In Xiao Feng's perception, most among this gathering were at the pinnacle of innate cultivation. Yet each radiated only a faint aura of spiritual energy. This was certainly not a consequence of the pressure exerted by the Mingwei Cave. Rather, even under such formidable pressure, a cultivator would typically experience an enhancement of surrounding spiritual energy. The energy would form a protective barrier for practitioners, countering the oppressive force. To prevent the damage of a cultivator's physical form due to overwhelming pressure. It is essential to note that the spiritual energy within these individuals pales in comparison to that of Wang Bongru and others. Akin to the distinction between a glow stick and a fluorescent lamp, this disparity arises from their divergent cultivation methods. In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, numerous sects have emerged, each with its own unique techniques, resulting in varying degrees of strength among cultivators post-training. Aside from prodigious figures like Xiao Feng, is there anyone among Wang Bongru's ilk who does not commence with earth-level techniques? Although Wang Bongru modestly claims his talent is lacking, it is merely a matter of comparison. One need only observe that since his arrival at the Taishiwei mansion, he has consistently held the title of its foremost genius. As they traversed beyond this region, Xiao Feng and his companions swiftly arrived at an area of even greater pressure. Here, they felt their spiritual energy surging beneath the weight of this oppressive force, evoking an eerily familiar sensation in Xiao Feng. reminiscent of the pressure within the library pavilion, as if his spiritual energy had solidified. Could it be that the essence of the world was once sealed by the De Liang royal family? Xiao Feng mused, his gaze drawn to a distant glimmering point in the sky. Such formidable spiritual energy, he murmured. Tian Zhang, sensing the pressure, spoke up within the formation. This must be the entrance to the Mingwei cave. This power is indeed unsettling. In stark contrast to Xiao Feng's ease, Wang Bongru felt fatigue creeping in, the color draining from his face under the weight of this pressure. Your Highness, would you allow me to assist in alleviating some of this burden? Inquired a Dongshin master who had been guarding Wang Bongru's side. I can endure, Wang Bongru replied with a smile. However, Xiao Gongzi is truly gifted, managing to navigate this place without a hint of discomfort. Xiao Xiaoyu, are you all right? Zidao asked, observing the scene. Though much of his strength was also suppressed, he remained unfazed. I am fine. This level of suppression poses no challenge for me, Xiao Feng responded, shaking his head. Having experienced the absolute suppression of the library pavilion, he was unperturbed by this degree of pressure. Is it the same within the Mingwei cave? Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity, given the intensity of the pressure outside. It would surely be even greater within. If that is the case, once inside, wouldn't everyone be reduced to the status of an ordinary person? Wouldn't battles then rely solely on brute force? Not quite. Wang Bongru clarified. According to those who have entered in previous years, the internal atmosphere of the Mingwei cave is remarkably less oppressive. In fact, strength may even see a slight enhancement upon entry. This is attributed to the purer and stronger spiritual energy within. Consequently, the techniques employed will yield even greater potency. Is that so? Indeed. Purer spiritual energy can elevate the efficacy of techniques to unprecedented levels. Xiao Feng nodded in understanding. However, this is precisely a point to be cautious about. Once inside, Xiao Gongzi must remain vigilant and not allow others to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. While techniques may become sharper, the physical strength will not inherently improve. Please help me share the burden a little. Wang Bongru arrived here, already gasping for breath, with cold sweat pouring from his forehead. It is hard to imagine what would happen if a group of scattered cultivators were to reach this place. Would they be crushed by such overwhelming pressure? Oh, here comes young Master Wang. Humph. He is probably just standing outside, too afraid to enter. Even if he wanted to come in, he wouldn't have the right. Upon seeing Wang Bongru, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Almost every team had a composition similar to that of Wang Bongru. Besides several masters of the cave profound realm stood a few individuals at the peak of the innate level, brimming with spiritual energy. Arrogance seemed to be the prevailing theme here. In stark contrast to the vigilance of the scattered cultivators outside. Everyone here wore a proud expression. Wang Bongru could hardly be considered a genius standing here. Yet, did he truly deserve such ridicule? Hearing the murmurs of criticism, Xiao Feng cast a sidelong glance at Wang Bongru, only to find his face still devoid of expression, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. No need to worry. I have long since grown accustomed to it, since I lack such talent. I will never force it upon myself, Wang Bongru explained with a smile, perhaps sensing Xiao Feng's gaze. This is precisely why I am eager for you, young Master Xiao, to join us. Everyone here represents the future, the strength of each faction, and in my eyes, you are the strongest among them. Wang Bongru, having perhaps recovered from the earlier pressure, slowly exhaled as he spoke. Faced with Wang Bongru's invitation once more, Xiao Feng could only shake his head in resignation. Enough, enough. Let us discuss this matter later. Come, allow me to introduce you to my elder brother. Undeterred by Xiao Feng's refusal, Wang Bongru smiled, lightening the awkward atmosphere, and then led Xiao Feng in a particular direction. As they proceeded, Xiao Feng beheld a group of individuals seated quietly. Among them sat a tall, burly man with his eyes slightly closed, his surrounding spiritual energy continuously resisting the pressure. Was he cultivating under such pressure? Xiao Feng pondered, noting that this individual was already quite formidable among those seeking to enter the Mingwei cave. Chapter 63. The Cultivation Maniac, Wang Bongxiu, Second Young Master. You've come, exclaimed a woman at the peak of the innate level, visibly delighted at the sight of Wang Bongru and his entourage. Sister Yu, is Wang brother still cultivating? Wang Bongru responded warmly. Indeed. You know how he is. Please do persuade him a bit, the woman said with a gentle smile. All right. I'll have a word with Wang brother. He should spend more time with my future sister-in-law. Hearing this, Wang Bongru chuckled, while the woman named you merely displayed a hint of shyness, offering no rebuttal. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. That is my elder brother, Wang Bongxiu. This is my brother Wang's fiancée, Yu Feng. And here, we have the esteemed General Zidao, a pillar of our Daliang. You should be familiar with him as well. This is Xiao Feng, the young Master Xiao, a rare prodigy indeed. After they concluded their private conversation, Wang Bongru proceeded to introduce them. Upon meeting Uncle Z and young Master Xiao, Yu Junfang appeared to be a woman of remarkable grace and virtue, promptly bowing in acknowledgement. However, to mistake her exterior for weakness would be a grave error. The aura of spiritual power emanating from her is formidable. Though her elder brother, Wang Bongru, stood nearby, the energy radiating from her was undeniable, among the pinnacle of innate talents. She could certainly contend with those hailed as geniuses. Xiao Feng surmised that he would not be able to repel her with a single strike. "Brother, why have you arrived so late?" Just as the introductions were wrapping up, a robust man rose from his seat. His voice booming forth from his throat, "Da, there were some matters in the city that delayed me. It's not too late, is it?" "I happened to run into young Master Xiao," Wang Bongru replied, smiling as he approached his elder brother, placing a hand on his shoulder. This was the first time Xiao Feng had witnessed Wang Bongru in such a state. Previously, he had always been the epitome of a refined gentleman. How curious it was to see him display such lack of decorum in front of his brother. "Well, you have a penchant for political maneuvering. If you ask me, you should devote yourself to cultivation. Look at your current physique. It's rather lacking. I can't fathom why father refuses to agree. If I could guide you in your cultivation for several decades, who in this world could rival us brothers?" Wang Bongru's elder brother did not push him away, but instead reciprocated with a hand on his shoulder, muttering his thoughts aloud. The two brothers, of similar stature, indeed appeared harmonious together. All right. Must we discuss this every time we meet?" "Brother, I must advise you to cease your relentless focus on cultivation. Look at my future sister-in-law, so stunningly beautiful. Shouldn't you spend more time with her?" Wang Bongru, seemingly exasperated by his brother's lecturing, interjected with a mention of Yu Junfang. However, in this world, every being has its counter. Upon hearing Yu Junfang's name, Wang Bongru's elder brother, who had just been lamenting his brother's lack of dedication to cultivation, displayed a look of embarrassment, casting a cautious glance toward Yu Junfang standing nearby. I shall be more mindful next time. It south just that this place feels so conducive to cultivation that I inadvertently fell into a trance." Wang Bongru's elder brother remarked upon noticing Yu Junfang's displeased expression. Yet, Yu Junfang seemed unamused, turning her head away coldly. Junfang, seeing her still upset, Wang Bongru's elder brother abandoned his sibling and hurried over to console her. "My elder brother is the leader of our team venturing into the Mingwei cave. Besides him, there is also Sister Yu and the two brothers behind. This is Qiao Xinyu, and this is Qin Ming. They are both esteemed brothers of my elder brother and celebrated as prodigies throughout Beijing." Wang Bongru playfully gestured towards Xiao Feng and Zidao, continuing his introduction. "Second young master, we dare not claim such a title as genius." "Oh, you two are feigning modesty, are you?" he chuckled. "But truth be told, this brother Xiao also hails from Beijing, and his prowess is on par with my elder brother's. Once inside, you will have each other's support." Wang Bongru jested, though, such commendation indeed. Xiao Xinyu exclaimed, his lively demeanor igniting curiosity as he scrutinized Xiao Feng. "Oh, is this the one father mentioned?" Before Xiao Feng could respond, Wang Bongshu's voice echoed, "But then again, it is merely playful banter between young lovers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Bongshu," he said, approaching Xiao Feng with a respectful gesture. "Xiao Feng," came the reply, as Xiao Feng, flustered, allowed his spiritual energy to surge forth, only to be met with resistance. Truly deserving of your reputation. I must apologize to Brother Xiao." Wang Bongshu laughed heartily upon witnessing his spiritual attack thwarted. "No harm done," Xiao Feng replied, while others nodded in acknowledgement of his strength. Entering the Mingwei cave was a matter of unity, not merely escorting a liability. Wang Bongshu, known for valuing strength, felt compelled to test Xiao Feng. "Be cautious once you enter. Remember that advice. Trust no one within," he warned. After their conversation, Xiao Feng stepped aside to rest. Zidao, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, "The pressure of the Mingwei cave looms ahead. The higher one's realm, the greater the pressure. Though my spiritual energy does not yet falter like Xiao Feng's, I still feel uncomfortable. I am aware," Xiao Feng replied softly, "and I never agreed to join them. The gathering was merely a result of Wang Bongru stepping in to aid Zidao and Xiao Feng earlier. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Feng might not have willingly walked alongside Wang Bongru, given the formidable experts surrounding him. It's good that you understand," Zidao observed. "You need not worry too much. Although His Majesty sent only me, I am not without my treasures that I can handle 3 on my own and ensure your safety, Zidao assured. Chapter 64. Commencement. In turmoil, Xiao Feng cast a glance at him, dismissing the veracity of his claims. He surveyed the surroundings, soon spotting the presence of the divine court. Wow, quite a few, he remarked. Young man, you're in for a challenge, Tianzhong interjected, having witnessed Xiao Feng's entire journey into the Mingwei cave, thus understanding his current wandering gaze. Before Chao Changyuan burst forth from the ruins, he unleashed a sword strike upon Yi Wuzong. Although that strike failed to take Yi Wuzong's life, it bound him to the spirit severance sword. Fish food cascaded gently down, attracting the shimmering goldfish in the pond, which created ripples that danced across the surface. Under the sun, the crystal-clear water sparkled like diamonds. His gaze was fixed upon the moonlight reflecting upon the sea. His thoughts drifting towards the Mingxing bazaar that awaited him on the morrow, he unfastened his gear and settled before his weapon box, wiping the sweat from his brow, pursing his thick lips to swallow hard. Before extending his hand to press down on the eye-shaped emblem that appeared on the box, Zhao Tianren, Wang Debao, and Wang Xiaoyan arrived at the village entrance, having waited for approximately 10 minutes when a jeep appeared in the distance. Zhao Tianren remarked, "Boss Wei has arrived." With that, he, along with Wang Debao and Wang Xiaoyan, positioned themselves by the roadside. Upon hearing this, Song Hehua recalled her first visit to the town, feeling a sense of complete reassurance. Ming Shicheng observed Su Xianling as she retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring, feeling a twinge of curiosity about what could instill such confidence in her, with an air of dominance. Luo Su started the off-road vehicle, having endured 2 decades of frustration and hardship. Now that an opportunity had arisen to rise to prominence, he would certainly seize it without hesitation. As Hein spoke. He deployed a bubble shield next to Amundsen, who was surrounded by a cluster of steam meches, and then swiftly dragged Amundsen into the protective barrier. 1 million, especially for a young man with limited funds, required time to process, let alone the act of donating it all, which was indeed a formidable challenge. If Qixing posed such a question, it indicated he had already noticed something. Earlier, Shang Hao had provided an explanation, and now it was essential to maintain resolve. While Catherine focused on the newcomers, Tang Lingjing cast a glance at Tang Jingzun, his eyes laden with profound meaning. The most terrifying aspect was the almost suffocating aura of vital energy. The divine essence of countless acupoints radiated pure yang, embodying the quintessence of physical strength. When amassed, their collective presence could obliterate all darkness in the world and dispel any malevolent spirits. Chu Haoran promptly grasped the statistical data. Noting the accuracy of the information presented, he understood that the personnel responsible for these statistics were merely algorithms. Even if he decimated the enemy forces, they would still be able to account for the lives he had taken. And this was infallible. Chu Haoran was astonished to discover he had eliminated over half of the ground troops. The entire imperial city trembled, and the hearts of the people raced, nearly leaping from their throats. "If you seek death, I have no qualms about eliminating you, you worthless fool," Hani sneered, his murderous intent palpable. Other experts, regardless of their connection to Su Feng, shared a similar sentiment, thus feeling some irritation towards the vice president's interruption. With the less composed among them openly displaying their displeasure, each encounter with this monk inevitably led to comparisons of their cultivation progress, and yet, Wu Hua consistently sought him out unannounced, leaving Bachan feeling defenseless. Lu Hongyu's attire appeared disheveled, as if hastily donned in a rush, several buttons on his clothing left unfastened. Such a sight would be rare in the capital. Chapter 65. Spirit Beast. Who would have thought that such a place would harbor a spirit beast? Truly, this is divine providence. Heaven assists me. Upon hearing the roar emanating from within the Mingwei cave, Tianzhong was instantly filled with excitement, dancing animatedly within the confines of the formation. What exactly is a spirit beast? Xiao Feng inquired. It is a creature born from exceptionally pure spiritual energy, possessing consciousness, came the response. They are comprised entirely of spiritual energy, which is something that Huang Ran can certainly acquire on his own. Even if Huang cannot store it within a spatial ring, it is of no use. However, there was no trace of Zhou Xingxing to be found. Nevertheless, from the earlier conversation, he felt reassured, no longer worrying about any grand schemes from this Zhou Xingxing. The unique airborne creature resting upon the back of Zhuo Wuxiang, akin to a mosquito, possessed a long and sharp proboscis, feeding on the blood of giant elephants. Yet, should other creatures appear, they would not shy away from a change in diet. The anticipated violent tremors did not manifest. The racing vehicle merely settled gently into the desert with a slight quiver. Erhe conjured 2 shadow clones, both brandishing swords as they charged at the scorpion, which effortlessly parried their attacks and sent him flying. You, go die, the sister of the waves, feeling a shiver from the laughter directed at her, waved her hand to unleash a tidal wave, which then surged away into the distance. But Jamu, rest assured, your work is truly remarkable. I believe you will undoubtedly win a grand prize, Qian Fandian exclaimed joyfully. However, Lu Shui remained unaware that she was merely a few steps away from the eternal frozen cavern, a place harboring formidable treasures awaiting her arrival. Once comfortably seated in the CAF, we each ordered a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, and then sat in silence for a considerable time. It is often said that a land of beauties is a graveyard for heroes. Mr. Rong had obtained a wealth of confidential information from Lin Lang, making him even more protective of his secrets. Moreover, deep within my subconscious, I had truly come to regard him as my employer, smoothly addressing him as General Zhang. Bored and restless, I sat there, lifted the glass of wine to my lips, savoring its delightful flavor, convinced that if one has come all this way, one must indulge in fine food and drink. Thus, I ordered another glass. The first sip was rather strong. No worries, it will be fine in a couple of days. Xiao Mao, blissfully unaware. Indeed, approximately 3 squads lay in ambush about 5 meters ahead. Although the ammunition was not live, they still managed to hit their targets, resulting in penalties post-exercise. Fortunately, this skirmish concluded without any injuries. Chapter 66. The similarity of space and the ordinary sensation of spiritual energy. In Xiao Feng's perception, various streams of spiritual energy flowed incessantly around him, reminiscent of the sensation of swimming. He pondered that the ethereal forces floating in the space were akin to the currents of a river. Realizing this, Xiao Feng associated it with his own experiences of swimming. Humans and water are not adversarial, but rather complementary. Though unspoken, she was gradually beginning to accept him. Otherwise, she would not partake in his soup or ride in his car. Despite Li Hongxiu being a divine emperor, she felt fatigued when utilizing divine consciousness over a radius of 100 miles. The 3 spiritual stones from the eliminated contender were bestowed upon the lanky individual, who wept momentarily before graciously accepting them. Qin Mashuan paused, choosing silence, reluctant for her to discover his duplicity nearby. Feng Ting observed the electric arcs with a calm demeanor, his brow slightly furrowed, astonished by the might of the spiritual imprint. This astonishment stemmed from the abrupt turn in her relationship with Rongxi. Lacking any transitional phase, others who practiced dual cultivation experienced a natural progression, avoiding awkwardness, whereas Bai Didi felt merely embarrassed. After listening to Xiao Wei's explanation, Yang Xin found herself believing it, for Xiao Wei's words bore a semblance of reason. She felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks flushed as she mumbled, noticing Bai Didi's silence. The Ghost King remarked, "Do you disdain my skeletal visage?" With a flourish, the Ghost King shook his head and, in an instant, donned a layer of human skin, exuding a charming elegance that starkly overshadowed the unremarkable features of Rongxi. Absurd, comparing this place to a marketplace. Is the marketplace ever this serene and orderly? Zhao Xingqiang retorted. Last season, the formidable Al Harrington and Mike Dunleavy, acquired from the Pacers, averaged over 10 points per game and displayed commendable defensive prowess. Luo Tian had not truly given up. He opened the car door and stepped inside, casually greeting Bai Yueko's the weary sun shyly shielded half of its face, and the luminous moon began to rise. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell upon the distant horizon where something charged toward him, or rather, toward everything. It was a wave poised to obliterate all, akin to an unstoppable tide. The secret chamber appeared devoid of others, though the blind spots remained uncertain. Just as he intended to investigate further, he suddenly noticed a clue on the ground. Channeling his vital energy, Mu Yang's meridians grew increasingly resilient, bones cracking like popping beans as black impurities expelled from his body. After an indeterminate time, Mu Yang awakened from his cultivation, feeling a sticky sensation, an overwhelming stench filling the air. This was the process of refining essence and marrow. The entrance to the elder's home lay desolate. The door left ajar. White mourning banners adorned either side of the entrance. Looking inward, a profound sorrow pervaded the atmosphere, difficult to articulate. Head nurse, then I shall take my leave. Shi Hongyun fled in haste. Such a jest is one only a person like Shi Hongyun would entertain, and it is only fitting that the head nurse would make such a remark. For other interns, being able to converse amicably with nurses before obtaining their medical licenses is already a remarkable feat. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, that fellow was momentarily taken aback, still grappling with the implications embedded within them. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that Luo Tian had vanished from his sight. Chapter 67. Assist me with a strike. Young master, young lady. After a brief interval of waiting, the members of the divine court finally emerged from their silence. Ruashi, you are well acquainted with this realm. Have you heard of this matter? Shang Ziwu remarked as he gazed at the entrance of the Mingwei cave. No, the Mingwei cave has not always been this way. Ruashi's cool voice resonated, maintaining an air of unapproachability. Do not be like that, Ruashi. This time is different. Perhaps only by voicing the myriad thoughts I have long suppressed can Lu Xing truly comprehend my predicament. Indeed, I should not conceal anything. Yet the inception of my relationship with Shinduo remains so blurred and uncertain that I find it difficult to articulate to Lu Xin. Originally, Su Mo was filled with questions and eager to seek clarity. But upon entering the shopping mall and gazing at the vibrant global gourmet stalls on the first floor, her eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Yi felt a tinge of comfort at this revelation. At least her husband had no intention of perpetually deceiving her. Despite numerous admirers, Song Yiren had never experienced a romantic relationship, let alone intimate contact with the opposite sex, having recently secured the world championship. The RPG duo, Lin Xiao and Lu Xiao, wore expressions of unwavering confidence that he remained silent, unsure of what to say in that moment. For every utterance seemed utterly inadequate. The flavor of the spicy hot pot base was exquisite, and I longed to devour it whole. Shinduo tended to me while simultaneously engaging with those around him in toasts. In comparison, he appeared immensely busy, and I felt a pang of sympathy as I noticed he had barely eaten. Chen Fan was unaware of this. Though he had discerned the location of the entrance, he could not probe any further. No worries, I shall accompany you. With that, she tightly embraced the man's neck and made her way to the rear of her vehicle. 7 phoenix shadows of varying hues stood alongside the original phoenix shadow in the void, their 8 beautiful eyes simultaneously casting a frigid gaze upon all the formidable beings surrounding them. Alas, Wang Zue was destined for disappointment. For the ancient spirit, I could only perceive the external structure of Lin Yi's body, akin to an X-ray taken in a hospital. It is understandable that this country bumpkin would be captivated by the unique design of this bottle upon encountering it. These swift strikes deftly sliced through the layer of fat on the crocodile's surface, yet the underlying muscle remained untouched. Throughout these past 2 weeks, Feng Yulan visited daily, yet each time he remained silent. Simply observing Feng Shitian for a while before placing down the food in his hands and turning to depart. It was evident that this individual was quite skilled, or rather, he was exceedingly familiar with the items listed on the menu. Father, please do not be angry. I acknowledge my mistakes and humbly ask for your guidance. Yang Biao quickly apologized upon witnessing Yang Xi's fury, his face marked by shame. As he spoke, Yang Feng retreated over 10 meters. His hands tightly clenched into fists. The starry gloves materialized automatically, enveloping his fists. Chapter 68. The Hall of Illusions. Xiao Feng and Tianzhong strolled slowly along the path leading to the construction area. However, the intermittent cries emanating from within the complex were genuinely terrifying. It appeared that those who entered ahead had already arrived here. Xiao Feng silently contemplated as he listened to the sounds. He held a deep admiration for the courage of these individuals, yet he also understood that the region ahead was fraught with peril. The Hall of Illusions. What a peculiar name. Su Xianyin felt a pang of guilt. Yet she steeled herself to enter the fray. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, remained silent, perhaps uncertain, as the game was about to commence. Had it not been for her deception, Su Qingyin would likely be at home enjoying a life of comfort rather than sitting here observing the comings and goings of others. Shui Ruoyin wore a smile, seemingly casual as she linked her arm with Lin Zhao's, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. This was the first time Tao Mingxi had heard the Empress Dowager speak in such a manner. The original owner was rather naïve. To put it charitably, one could say she was innocent, but to speak less kindly, one might call her foolish. Given her disposition, how could she possibly be favored by the royal family? Previously, regarding the brand new devil fruit, it was of no use to her, and the reasoning remained the same for gifting it to others. Qianyin observed the anxiety in her eyes and suddenly grasped her wrist. Pulling her into his embrace, and kissed her lips. A chill coursed through her skin, swiftly followed by a sharp pain as a bloodied knife grazed Su Xianyan's arm due to the force of the pull. Currently, the majority of individuals in City A had been healed, yet over 10,000 were still willing to join Mu Hongguang's ranks in pursuit of the so-called immortality. Thus, Jiyu and her companion happily followed along. Both lacking in cultivation, and Jianyi found it too cumbersome to fly while carrying them. The scene could no longer be simply described as shocking. It was utterly transformative to their worldview. Upon hearing her words, I went to call a Dong, who lay sprawled on the bed like a pig, grumbling and refusing to rise. After considerable effort, I managed to pull him up. In the past, Zhou Xiaolian would rise quite early, but this time, her late awakening was evidently due to the previous night's events that I sat on the sofa pondering for a long time, yet could not arrive at a resolution to this dilemma. I understood that unraveling emotional matters was exceedingly challenging for me at present. The screen displayed the police station's holding cell, where Tonglai sat at a table, his hands locked to it. Clad in a white prison uniform, across from him sat 2 police officers, conducting an interrogation. However, since that time, Dian Feng had not seen him again, not even during the Supreme Youth Battle. If I were to feign recognition of her, she might suspect how I came to know her. Thus, pretending not to recognize her might actually allay her suspicions. Feeling the pain coursing through me, I suddenly let out a fierce shout, a rallying cry for myself, simultaneously serving to intimidate the men in black. My mind raced as I contemplated how to navigate the impending situation. I pressed my forehead against hers, our noses almost touching, gazing into each other's eyes. Who among us lacked a flicker of light within their gaze? A resounding boom echoed like thunder, truly causing a subtle pain in the ears of those present. Fortunately, among the crowd were individuals of considerable cultivation. Thus, while they were somewhat affected, no serious harm ensued. Wait, hold on a moment. Just as everyone was preparing to enter, a voice rang out to avoid alarming the enemy. The Central Intelligence Agency commenced close surveillance of these individuals' economic conditions. Several suspects, although engaged in overt criminal activities, resided in rather ordinary middle-class neighborhoods, whereas this Ivankov had long made his home at the Taj Mahal Casino. Chapter 69. The deluded Taoist. Could this be an enormous tomb? Xiao Feng gazed at the dilapidated hall of delusion. Speaking in disbelief, it is quite possible. He replied, to have a hall of delusion as the foundation of a tomb is indeed a rather outrageous notion. Although Tianzhong was reluctant to admit it, he too was equally astonished. Let us proceed. Our predecessors have guided us. We should venture inside. The two watched as Fong Lang's silhouette faded away. Perona hesitated, her teeth clenched in frustration, but then reconsidered. Moria's defeat had become an established fact, and aligning with a failed warlord was far less promising than following Fong Lang, who had mentioned ancient castles shrouded in darkness and humidity. That a plume of black smoke rose from the golden dragon's forehead, which let out a mournful cry before beginning to dissolve into smoke from its head. In mere moments, the once mighty, vividly lifelike golden dragon vanished entirely. At that moment, numerous peach blossom arrays emerged around them, swaying incessantly, creating a labyrinthine effect within the formation. After Hai and his comrades celebrated with their expeditionary forces, the fans of Salar waved their hands enthusiastically as passed by. What is the urgency? We can discuss it tomorrow, said Lu Qing, completely unclothed, as she lay upon me, casually draping a blanket over both of us. Yet, what concern was it of his? Wei Suo merely adhered to his own decisions, acting on impulse. Although this steel behemoth from Huagua was already quite luxurious, complete with flushing sanitation facilities to allow those afflicted by seasickness to clean themselves promptly after purging, the foul-smelling vomit would also be swiftly dealt with. Wait, didn't you just say that men were robbing for wealth? Why now do you want me to leave? Wei Suo, appearing like a high school student, spoke with a tone of grievance. Yet now, being older, being able to take on 5 opponents is already quite commendable. Lin Jinxing seemed lost in the recollection of his past heroic exploits, his expression momentarily dazed. The matters at the company were quite straightforward. Yet the circumstances concerning Qing Yinhui and Ji Yushan were anything but simple. Upon learning that Yulu was set to travel abroad, both were consumed with worry. Meanwhile, Yin Shiqing remained composed, as if deep in thought. The scent of blood permeating the air, assaulting the senses and causing dizziness in the mind. Ever since she had successfully remained, she had experienced no freedom, forbidden from leaving the hospital or contacting the outside world. Huang Shanshan had indeed discovered a mobile phone in the restroom outside. What are you urging? The son is acutely aware of his own performance, as Mother Huang Qirong remarked to the old man. However, the location of the boss remains an enigma, even to the test players. It necessitates the gradual exploration by numerous players to uncover. It is no wonder that Ling Jiejia is so concerned. In the eyes of the Chinese, Nepal is perceived as a notably impoverished region. As Eugene touched her nose and adjusted her glasses, seemingly preferring the aesthetic of these metallic-rimmed spectacles, which exuded a sense of quality. As she merely exchanged the old for the new without altering the style, the giant Mandus, exuding a hint of disdain, opened its colossal pincers, gathering a considerable amount of golden light, poised to leap into action. Zhang Yinhua's gaze traversed the fence before her, fixated on the circus performance inside, her eyes brimming with wonder, completely oblivious to what her father had just mentioned. Just moments ago, Su Qian had informed me that when they discovered Wang Xian missing that morning, the door to their dormitory was still locked from the inside, indicating that Wang Xian had certainly not exited under duress. Otherwise, how could she have resecured the door from within after leaving? Chapter 70. Blood in that fleeting moment, Xiao Feng felt an overwhelming sensation of plummeting. All sensations seemed to dissolve into the ether, rendering the surrounding changes indistinguishable. He could not hear a sound nor feel anything at all. A primal fear of falling from a great height enveloped him, leaving him utterly helpless. Xiao Feng slowly closed his eyes, pondering in his heart, who could have imagined that Mrs. Chao, as the widow of the head of the Chao family, would inherit merely a villa overseas? Who could fathom such a thing? Following the successful negotiation of their engagement, that very night, Qi Zihan and Luo Dalong meticulously inspected every corner of the villa, deliberating on replacing the glass with bulletproof material, raising the external fence, planting 2 trees, and installing 2 cameras atop them. Given this, one might argue that I am, after all, a legitimate civil servant, possessing a coveted position that many envy. Why should I feel inferior before Yi Xian? Is it any wonder that others refer to him as someone else's uncle, unlike the uncles from Qin Yushi's family, whose minds are solely occupied with business affairs? Boiling things down is simply inefficient. Bei Yuan Xiaozi shook his head. The class leader, an affable bespectacled girl, was unwilling to offend anyone, allowing each person to voice their opinions without a decisive leader, which meant this matter would likely require another week of discussion until everyone was utterly exhausted and began to compromise. Furthermore, Yuiran must prepare for the autumn imperial examination, so she needs to provide ample support to Yuiran. Since the day of destruction, the weather in this world seems to oscillate between 2 extremes: overcast skies and blustery snowstorms that on the day of destruction, the continent lost 70% of its life. Subsequently, the frigid temperatures and harsh cold extinguished 90% of the remaining life. Just as I mentioned yesterday, one must concentrate and sense the flow of magical energy within, then attempt to channel it. Observing these earnest siblings diligently practicing magic, Chu Yun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. If this continues, these children are destined for a commendable future. She is my steadfast wife, and should anyone harbor ill intentions, I shall ensure they meet a grim fate. As he uttered those words, his gaze fixated on the ghostly hand in the courtyard. Humph, what remarkable confidence, Valira retorted, simultaneously seeking any exploitable flaw. Surrounding the entire territory would effectively ensnare all those who had intruded within it, trapping them in an enormous, foul-smelling cage from which none could escape. Indeed, were they not sufficient to provide the prince with a lesson? Li Shimin countered. Moreover, what could this legion, emerging suddenly from the forbidden arts of spatial magic, possibly intend? Without regard for these individuals, Wang Jing silently approached the position of the sword, which had pierced through the throat of the enormous creature, its blade embedded deep into a tree behind it, leaving only the hilt visible. As he pondered, the same voice echoed once more in his ears, as if reminding Shinbo that a new cycle was about to commence. Were it any other powerless supplicant, Ares might have considered attempting to communicate. Turning around, the inner surface of the severed head was astonishingly smooth, and the remnants of brain tissue lent an impression of an exquisitely crafted model. Chapter 71. Navigating Perilous Waters. The dragon-soaring sword technique was a newly acquired earth-grade swordsmanship by Xiao Feng, whose proficiency was still lacking, yet surprisingly suited for defending against such concentrated assaults. The incoming bloodbaths, despite their terrifying appearance reminiscent of mountains, were individually quite feeble. As long as Xiao Feng's blade made contact, it would result in almost instantaneous annihilation. However, these bloodbaths did not perish outright. Instead, they transformed into a stream of blood, which after a moment began to pulse under his hand as he formed seals, the viscous essence flowing in a discernible rhythm. Fulfilling the mission, he chuckled softly. Zhukazi entered the dimly lit blacksmith shop, retrieving a long, antiquated wooden box, and presented it to Lu Chen. Their conversation meandered nonsensically, yet neither felt any sense of awkwardness, akin to 2 old friends reuniting after many years, with no semblance of distance between them. The celestial realm, once the realm of demons, was rife with unknown temptations, yet also fraught with confusion and bewilderment. Instinctively, They recoiled in the face of this unfamiliar world. Laura guided Feng Te into her room. Extracting a bundle from a concealed compartment in the floor, containing stacks of documents. It was approximately 400 meters, perhaps. Where was the red brick building? Zhang halted, glancing at the rows of teaching buildings painted in a pale blue hue with a look of distress. Lacking a strong sense of direction, Zhang found himself lost. Unable to locate the physical education building or the sports field, As Li Xing and the others completed their warm-ups. The team coach, Chun Ziyuan, strolled leisurely out of the teaching building and onto the field. Golden flames cascaded down, and infernal fires blazed as Shun Huixian unleashed an onslaught, the intensity and speed of the attack unprecedented. A sight never before witnessed by Gongsun Nanhua. The fearsome beast, akin to a gluttonous whale, had undergone a refinement through the inferno, its primal essence highly concentrated, and he could sense the heavenly laws stirring restlessly in response. The red-robed master was utterly incensed, unable to fathom that he had been brought to a standstill by a junior disciple from the Seven Stars Academy, a blow to his pride that was profoundly wounding. "Ha ha, Mr. Yi, do not fret. Rest assured, your efforts shall not be in vain. That if you agree to train our warriors, feel free to stipulate any conditions you desire." The previously silent Director Qin from the capital finally spoke up, his tone brimming with confidence. Jin Gang, infuriated, exclaimed, "How dare you, a mere novice, mock me? Do you think I am a frail cat?" With a roar, he accelerated his tank and executed a sharp left turn, swiftly placing himself ahead of Lang Zhan. Consequently, for Xiao Tian and his companions, they appeared as insignificant as ants before young Master Moro. And how was Su Bufon's group any different in their presence? They too were akin to mere ants. All of this, young Master Moron perceived as merely a trifling task. The trail had come to a complete standstill. Even after Xie took poison to end his own life, the palace kitchen staff could extract no further information. And the only suspect had also met a similar fate, rendering the investigation futile. That I do not possess such a photo. However, I shall take a picture of Xiao Yi drinking right now to show you. As I spoke, I switched my phone to camera mode and captured an image of the bald Xiao Yi indulging in his drink, subsequently sending it to Chun Yi via WeChat. Yet, when compared to Yimo's swordsmanship, this technique fell short. Although Yimo's foundational swordplay also comprised simple moves, it encapsulated nearly all fundamental techniques of swordsmanship. When employed by Yimo, these straightforward techniques flowed effortlessly, embodying a continuous and profound artistic essence. Jiang Yuanzhou donned his mask and pushed open the car door to exit. Upon witnessing this, Su Qing deeply feared being seen and promptly put on her own mask. However, just as Su Bufon was on the verge of vanishing from sight, a sudden cry of anguish escaped him. Ultimately, Su Bufon had been a fraction too slow. Merely a moment's delay led him to be ruthlessly forced out by that terrifying assault. Chapter 72. The past and the present. It had been years since I had seen my kin. "Little ghost, enlighten me about the circumstances of our Bloodbat clan." The elder of the Bloodbat sat in place, cautiously observing as Tian Zhang approached, slowly opening his eyes to speak. "Never mind. Given the nature of my kin, they are likely long extinct." The Bloodbat pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Predecessor, what is this?" Tian Zhang had yet to reach him when he saw the Bloodbat gesturing dryly. "What are you doing?" Zhang Tianqing's voice carried a hint of irritation. "Who instructed you to call for assistance?" He was a man in his 50s, slightly portly, yet exuding a youthful vigor with an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. At the very least, Su Jie and Lu Xinlin appeared somewhat incredulous. If self-sacrifice for the sake of others were to be considered, it should primarily be the duty of those in military service. After all, in times of national peril, these soldiers often stood at the forefront, risking their lives to protect the citizens of this nation. This was not seized. Rest assured, they will not report this to the authorities. Lin Chong did not conceal the truth, relaying the events of the recent black market dealings to Bao Shigui. Zhang Zichu brought up the matter of the Lihu copper mine, recalling the widely circulated mining disaster from several years prior, which claimed the lives of numerous miners. Alas, shall that incident be dismissed so easily? Are the lives lost deemed worthless? Do the tears and blood of mothers searching for their lost children flow in vain? However, Zheng Xian furrowed his brow, realizing that this was merely the beginning, and it was evident that the others had already expressed their unwelcome sentiments. After Xia Dong lamented with the petulance of a scorned woman, she suddenly recalled the existence of a stillborn elixir, and immediately turned to Tang Song with a questioning gaze. Lin Chong attempted a test, and discovered that he could indeed extract the primordial spirit of Ling Fengzi independently. With just the slightest flicker of his consciousness, a wisp of vital energy would enter the azure orb, instantly summoning a specific target, as though the azure orb was intrinsically linked to his own innate spirit. The atmosphere in the entire ward was thick with despondency, and Dr. Tony wore an expression of acute urgency, yet was utterly bereft of any viable solutions. Due to their profound internal power, the two had executed this external technique with the effect of dual cultivation. The control of the lane is a commonly employed strategy in the upper lane, while the mid lane is generally more challenging to manage, as most mages possess long-range abilities, making it difficult to prevent the opponent from farming. However, in this match, facing Yasuo, Yi Wang was entirely capable of controlling the lane. Perhaps due to a momentary daze, he seemed to be enveloped in a soft, white light. Ying Chang'an observed Zhao Qianglu handling the situation with apparent ease, suggesting there were no significant issues. However, unexpectedly, the black-clad assailants had been waiting for a considerable time, and their numbers were overwhelming. No matter how proficient one might be in martial arts, it could not compare to the relentless onslaught of a war of attrition. Moreover, Ying Ming was not only unhelpful but also a considerable hindrance, clinging tightly to Zhao Qianglu's sleeve. He thought to himself that he should endure for the time being. In a few years, after the grand wedding and moving out of the palace, everything would become more convenient. As for Song Yuan, she could spend these years practicing her writing and copying the palace regulations 50 times. However, Zhu Ming, being a member of the human race, could only feel a fleeting sense of sentimentality towards Shun Gongbao's words, lacking any genuine resonance. The longer he remained in this world, the more his curiosity grew, as he uncovered numerous unexpected and mysterious phenomena, which was the very essence of his research into this realm. The moment Yi Wang exchanged for the masterful template, he was immediately struck by the intricate maneuvers and core gameplay of the hero Thresh. Chapter 73, Dreams and Reality. Well, what is happening? Xiao Feng and Tian Zhang were utterly astonished upon ascending to the second level, confronted by the scene before them. Here, there was none of the dark, damp ambience of the first level. On the contrary, they felt as though they had stepped into a sunlit conservatory. Unknown plants thrived all around, entwining the pillars crafted from rosewood, flourishing unabashedly. In that instant, Xiao Feng could have sworn he was enveloped in a tropical rainforest. Yet, at that very moment, Gu Tianyu felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids, a chill running through his heart, and his half-closed eyes snapped wide open. Xiang Ming, upon seeing Li Lan approaching with her sword, was taken aback, fear gripping him as he gravely inquired, "If she awakens, does that mean she can survive?" He had just noticed Xia Yun's hand move slightly. Believing she was still alive, his fist descended, halting before Winston's eyes. This blow was monumental, consuming all of Winston's focus. In his vision, nothing else existed. Only Li Mu's fist, a force that filled the cosmos, possessing the power to shatter all. Unstoppable by any means, Jean Dai asserted confidently. Indeed, she is smiling. How beautiful! Even a smile tinged with mockery and derision exudes an astonishing beauty. Should he choose to ignite a fire now, the Holy Sea would undoubtedly become the common enemy of the entire divine realm. In such a scenario, when he strikes with renewed vigor, he is confident that those who had previously resisted in the shadows would transform into his allies. The emperor re-emerged, meeting with the leaders of the righteous army from Yanjing, formally bestowing upon them the titles of generals. Upon returning to the Mirror Realm, Lei Xingfeng immediately summoned personnel to initiate a withdrawal from the base. Personally overseeing the operation, Luo Shui felt her legs growing weak, as if scorched by the searing ground, yet she paid it no heed. Stumbling forward across the charred earth, she dashed past melted aircraft, running amidst flames and smoke, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the restroom. This stirred a complex turmoil within Tian Pengzi, who could scarcely fathom the torment that Tian Guang must be enduring at the hands of Li Mu. Beneath Li Mu's feet, they were akin to myriads. With each step he took, he crushed them underfoot, an experience that for Tian Guang was nothing short of a living hell. He raised his arms, seemingly intent on toying with him, the descent of his claws agonizingly slow. The initial terror had dissipated, for after all, he was merely an A-grade human. How could he possibly overcome one of the 7 deadly sins? Upon the ancient painting, a phoenix was depicted, not of blood and wind, but of mysterious air coiling in the sky alongside the azure dragon to its left. Below the dark phoenix, a few lines of poetry were inscribed, 2 dragons entwined around the golden pillar. Yin and Yang transforming the universe, scarlet flame blood talisman sword, dragon and phoenix manifesting their might. Hidden within the pillar lies secret arts. The three treasures vanquish demons and evils. The five spirits disperse as the true martial realm's poison. In the true martial realm, one's physique and cultivation are categorized among the five elemental spirits. Thus, when poisoned, all vital energy and cultivation become utterly shackled. At this moment, it seemed as though everyone had forgotten their surroundings. Their eyes wide in awe at the dazzling spectacle above, in the current state of battle within the room. Li Hao held the majority of the advantage, having pinned Zhou Ruodong beneath him. Both hands grasping her wrists, their bodies pressed closely together, the rise and fall of their breaths palpable. He believed that there was no method in this world that could suddenly enhance one's strength without adverse effects. The following day, Lin Feng inquired about his father's mood, having had a restless night, evident from the dark circles under his eyes. At that moment, the 200 households, Lu Qing and Sundingyi, brought by Wang Zuha, also drew their waist knives, positioning themselves before the gentry. However, despite their imposing presence, they bore little combat spirit, their faces tinged with shame. Chapter 74, Modern Society. Xiao Feng shakily rose to his feet, feeling an overwhelming ache throughout his body. As though he had been thoroughly beaten. "Xiao Feng, you're awake." Before he could fully recover, he heard someone calling from upstairs. Looking up, he saw a graceful figure descending with light footsteps, approaching him. "How did I end up here?" Xiao Feng inquired, supporting his throbbing head. All that remained of the scene was the figure of the leader, unconscious upon the sickbed. The night was eerily silent, however, as long as it was unseen and unheard. It mattered little. Then, he provided the most reasonable course of action. He stepped outside with a tremor in his stride, for the flow of people at the entrance was scarce. Moreover, this medical tent rightfully belonged to the esteemed healer, Vidi, and Mr. Yu. Upon Ruqing's entrance into the hall, all eyes were fixed upon her. Yet, Ruqing remained poised, unhurried, her shoulders steady, head still, chin raised, eyes sparkling with vitality, her steps flowing like water, her dress fitting gracefully. However, the truth was otherwise. It was not a school-wide announcement, and achieving fame was not so effortless. At most, she would only be remembered by a handful of her peers. Many others, upon hearing of the Miyamoto Consortium, felt a twinge of trepidation. They would not provoke such a colossal entity without necessity. Zhang was left speechless. The matriarch had never favored her, and despite her years at the Feng residence, she had never once set foot in Songhe courtyard. As the matriarch looked down upon consorts of her, it is fortunate you have not encountered any misfortune, the elderly woman remarked as she emerged, the first words spoken on the 28th. Before he could express himself, her gaze roamed, surveying Yan Hong and Pang Wang, eventually settling upon Elder Jiang. The volume was so overwhelming that Liang Yi instinctively moved her phone away from her ear. Lest her eardrum shatter. Observing that Qin Xian had not noticed Li Hao's movements, Sierra could not restrain herself from shouting, but it seemed too late. After leaving the palace, Mu Qingyan employed her lightness skill, swiftly making her way to the relay station. Upon finding Feng Qingyan's room, she paused outside for a moment, waiting for the guards to change shifts before entering. Yet, this statement soon turned into mere jest. July never accomplished that. Witnessing Xiao Yang's gentle smile, the matriarch of the Jibei Marquis dared not remain seated and promptly rose to greet her, suppressing her excitement. After today, the Jibei Marquis would once again become the envy of all. Regarding Anshui County, their knowledge was limited. The snippets of information they possessed were mere rumors heard in the streets of Anzhou City, along with a few hazy childhood impressions lingering in Asher's mind, filling Yu's heart with unease. Originally, Xiao Yang held little expectation. Yan Jiao's invitation merely mentioned a simple snow appreciation banquet. However, Xiao Yang, fond of Yan Jiao's character, could not disregard the invitation. Upon meeting today, she was truly taken aback. Release the curator. Though Zhao Yingxiang was seized by Long Qing, wanted hang, and the tall man speculated that Long Qing would not dare to kill, and they prepared to charge forward once more. The physician uncapped the bottle of hemostatic powder he held, took a cotton ball, and began applying the medicine to the wounds of the Prime Minister of the Jinfeng Kingdom. Meanwhile, July and He Qi upstairs were oblivious to the commotion below and unaware that Jiang Jingji had been frightened away by her words. "Wu Hua, you have arrived," Lu Dongmei exclaimed joyfully, having just been thinking about how she hadn't seen Wu Hua for 2 days. Earth magic boasts the strongest defensive capabilities. It is exceedingly challenging for spells of other types at the same level to breach its defenses. The blood spirit root is the first large carnivorous plant to emerge on Earth since the Great Cataclysm a millennium ago, often ensnaring unwary animals with its arm-thick, thorny vines. Chapter 75. blood moon, and illusions over the course of a single day. Xiao Feng meticulously examined a plethora of investigative reports concerning Yu Ming's company. He discerned that this enterprise was merely a hollow shell. Ostensibly, they were engaged in the production of household goods. Yet behind the facade, they were involved in a multitude of unsavory activities. These revelations were unearthed through the collaborative efforts of Xiao Feng and Shan Dongmin. He vividly recalled that his initial refusal to sign a contract with this company had directly resulted in his dismissal. Astonishment washed over him as he beheld the brewery before him. Its expansive interior was truly awe-inspiring. That moment, Suangwo was meticulously monitoring the temperature of the fermentation chamber. Wuda had taken refuge in an inn within the Forbidden City. And in an effort to evade prying eyes, he was compelled to exert considerable effort daily to find opportunities to enter the city. Over time, Guoda had grown somewhat acquainted with the gatekeeper, thus facilitating his ingress. Zhang Xiaozhu, being a renowned detective, promptly engaged in further deduction, meticulously reconstructing all subsequent events. Jiangqing opened the car door, revealing 5 prized breeding boars within. At that moment, they were still relatively unformed, their bodies yet to reach full development. Today, the company faced an exceedingly important matter that necessitated everyone's presence. They sought to gather opinions from all involved. Su Chu brandished his shield, leading his fellow warriors into the fray, braving a hail of arrows as they closed in for close combat with the enemy. Guan Yu, armed with his spear, arrived just in time, resulting in a chaotic melee. Although Zhang Lu had established his dominion in Hanzhong and opposed him, he was acutely aware that Zhang Lu lacked the capability to launch an assault on Yizhou. Should Cao Cao seize Hanzhong, it would undoubtedly leave him powerless to resist. During this meeting, Zhu Jianrong's subordinates had taken extensive precautions, forbidding any unrelated individuals from approaching. Yet, despite their vigilance, Cao Yu's men successfully exploited an opportunity to install a miniature listening device in the vicinity of their discussion, capturing most of the dialogue and taking numerous photographs. In numerous realms, varied cultivation systems exist, yet the ultimate combat prowess they foster is invariably convergent. For instance, although Boros and Saitama did not practice traditional martial arts, their combat abilities were nonetheless comparable to those of a demigod. Memories surged forth unexpectedly, crashing over Arthas like a relentless tide, leaving him with a profound sense of guilt and breathlessness. That he Feisher, possessing an intimate understanding of him, recognized his discontent as he sat in a folding lounge chair, a forced smile lingering on his lips. Yet, Yin Man was also aware that escalating the matter would be detrimental to Yang Huili and her impending marriage. In the end, it might be Yi Jiaro who stood to benefit. This incident reverberated through the Rong family's ancestral home, necessitating Rong Shun to personally rectify the situation, driving away the vehicle that Xian Mao had improperly parked on the street. Based on their previous brief encounters, it was evident that Feilian, despite his relatively modest strength, possessed commendable talent and insight. Otherwise, the esteemed figure on Jinao Island would not have held him in such high regard. Chen Xian seethed inwardly, perceiving Yi Chu as a femme fatale, yet begrudgingly found himself compelled to extol her virtues, while Yang Huili consistently presented himself as a paragon of modesty. Over time, it was inevitable that he would express some dissatisfaction with Yin Man's overt affection. Spare me the flattery. Mere reputation does not equate to benevolence. Given your prior associations with Prince Gui, should I bring him down a notch, I suspect I would be met with your ire. Qin Fengyi chuckled softly. Li Cha Qing, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, single-handedly established the city of Siping, an invincible force in Tianlan. He is the dearest friend of his parents and the closest of kin. Since his birth, Guan Yanfeng has been regaled with tales of Uncle Li's heroic deeds, which he has come to know by heart. Chapter 76. The terrifying power of Zhu Mei. Miss, are you truly going to enter? Zhu Mei looked at Ruoshi with a sense of helplessness, her expression tinged with a hint of despair. She vaguely recalled that amidst a multitude of assassins, her young lady had always maintained the image of a well-behaved girl. Although she was undoubtedly ruthless in action, apart from the demands of her missions, she had never defied the will of the Lord of the Divine Court. Upon encountering Xiao Feng, whose temperament was quite. Wait a moment, I have a secret concerning Jerry Chan, Bai Jingyuan exclaimed urgently, realizing that if she did not speak up now, such an opportunity may never arise again. Thus, he ventured into the gates of hell, hoping to procure a couple of immortal herbs from his ghostly friends. To his surprise, Sha Puyo, you truly followed me out, Uchiha Jiji remarked with a smile. His movements resembled a wrestling maneuver. Oge rotated the armored knight, positioning him head first. as if he were a turnip being hurled to the ground. In the minds of many, Su Qian is a man of prodigious talent, unparalleled throughout history. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly produce works that leave one astounded. Of course, he was loyal to the former king, as well as to the hawkish minions of the Empress Dowager, alongside a few other bothersome individuals. Mintian spoke as he took a seat. Players are inherently free-spirited and capricious. In a virtual world of high autonomy, they can pursue whatever they desire. Even the industry-leading Starry Light cannot wield enough prestige to restrain the actions of all players. Moreover, he articulated the sentiments of many professional athletes. Surely, they are grateful to him for that. When Ji Shinqian next opened his eyes, he believed he had traversed time once more, landing in an ancient era. The clamor grew ever louder, and among the 7 headmasters, one middle-aged man furrowed his brow. As he moved, he vanished from sight, only to reappear outside the stone tablet. Ling Shui rolled her eyes at him, baffled by the situation, yet the bitterness in her heart was inevitably replaced by sweetness. Ji Wan was sprinting down the stairs, startled by the earlier scene. She resolved to tell her parents about it. Merely 12 years old, he was already emulating adults by smoking, surely not a good influence. The man was about to turn the vehicle around to leave when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Suyin. Just a few short words caused his mood to blossom instantly. Normally, she would recklessly consume the strong liquor, but at that moment, she could not afford to take such a risk. No worries, Mo Rong interjected, finally ready to reap the rewards of the elaborate scheme he had been orchestrating. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he had also heard Han Zhang express some of his worries and fears in private, and it was from that moment that Qin Jiuquan resolved not to allow Si Xing to endure such suffering and risks. Furthermore, having already experienced a rebirth, she found that any extraordinary events occurring in this world were no longer surprising, that he suddenly recalled his identity as Li Ziqing in this lifetime, that Li Ziqing was destined to become an emperor as well. If he were not to meet his demise, would he also be ensnared in the ruthless struggles for imperial power? After all, he had once insulted me. Do not inquire further. Shortly, you shall represent me in a game with him. Should you emerge victorious, you may continue playing, reaping a 50% share of the winnings. If not, I shall summon another skilled subordinate to take your place. Jiang Mian's tone left no room for refusal. It was an imperative command. Sun Zimin and Jiang Qicai shook their heads in unison. If the first strike could not wound the elder, what would be the use of delivering 100 blows? However, prior to this, he lacked funds. Even if he had Li Ruan procure a vehicle, it would merely be one of those domestically produced cars worth 200,000 to 300,000. Now, with 2 to 3 million at his disposal, the situation was markedly different. He could at least purchase a Mercedes or a BMW. Chapter 77. The apprehension of various factions. What on earth transpired? Why was the situation at the Mingyue Cave so extraordinarily different this time? In but a breath, Zhu Mei arrived at a station point of the Divine Court. This place could manage the vast majority of communications with the upper realm. Lord Zhu, what are you saying? The station guard, grasped by Zhu Mei by the collar, looked equally flustered. Do you not find that these monsters have been appearing far too frequently of late? Suddenly, Bai Ran halted in her tracks, gazing at Yin Qi, and spoke in a calm tone. The mermaid was momentarily stunned, only to exclaim when the phoenix vanished without a trace. Her uncharacteristic outburst appeared exceedingly peculiar to the demon sovereign. Although Bing Ning understood the reason, she dared not reveal it. Yet the unfolding situation was too unexpected, leaving her at a loss amidst the confusion. Yi Mu smiled as he articulated his suspicions. After all, everyone present was aware of Yi Mu's birthday. However, given Gu Yanhua's current strength, it was not yet feasible for her to venture to the Wanchuan's weak water, thus this plan must be temporarily shelved. Everyone was calling out to him, save for one individual, who remained silent, gazing at him with an exceedingly complex expression. Yi Yunan hastily scrutinized Mo Jie from head to toe. Logically, she had emerged from the well for quite some time, and the effects of the usual medicine should have worn off by now. Could it still be affecting Mo Jie? Xiang, we have gained another godson. They O's tears welled up, even more excited than the father in question. Thus, the two strode forth without a hint of hesitation towards the writhing giant creature. It was not difficult to locate. After only a few minutes, Qin Bo found himself before a towering ancient tree. As he was engaged in relocation efforts, Du, startled by the chaos in the forest, hastily gestured to his subordinates to manage matters themselves. You truly are not adept at deception. Draco shot him a glance, raised his hand slightly, and discreetly whispered a levitation spell using the wand hidden in his sleeve, causing several large bags to float, while simultaneously warning him with his gaze. Although he was unaware of how it had been betrayed by humanity, it would likely be quite challenging to extinguish its fury. Ling Baolu, seeing that he had jumped down, finally felt reassured enough to release the parachute cord, which then opened, obstructing her line of sight. Sheng Kai sighed, remarking that while he believed he had concealed his intentions to outsiders, it was evident that his efforts at disguise were rather lacking at this moment. Yu Yong's previous certainty had dissipated, her eyes filled with terror as she repeatedly uttered such words. Seemingly the only way to soothe herself, he had chosen to no longer see me, opting instead for slumber. Should I continue to love him? She retorted. Having spent such a long time together, they had all grown accustomed to each other's presence. Yet now Lin Xiao unexpectedly announced his departure. Although they were psychologically prepared, they still found themselves at a loss. Her love may remain unwavering, but what of Chang Yi? Was his devotion to her singular, or merely a continuation of his feelings for Inyu? At this moment, they had already departed from the gathering place of the Haladin, finding themselves in a relatively flat expanse of verdant plains. In such circumstances, the open view made it evident that the panicked half-orc cavalry could not escape easily. Chapter 78. The demonic aura, why don't you all go in as well? The elusive Taoist no longer exhibited the same enthusiasm he had shown towards Xiao Feng and Tianzhang. Upon encountering the denizens of the divine court, he spoke with a demeanor as tranquil as still water. He did not display any overt disdain, even though he sensed the oppressive forces of this realm and the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding them. Nonetheless, these matters posed no difficulty for him. His instructions were simply to have these individuals heed the words of Wu Suanming. Ji Meizi refrained from continuing her entanglement, casting a fierce glare at Xingsun Lina as she departed. Uncle, you must take good care of yourself in the coming days. I will continue to search for Min. Perhaps he will call me soon. John reassured Park Haiping, fully aware that had it not been for Park Min's voluntary sacrifice, no one would have been able to locate him. Miss Sin, Miss Qingyin, Miss Shuling, good morning. The speaker's voice was remarkably clear, in stark contrast to the somewhat sweet tone of Miss Shershur. The owner of that voice was none other than the enchanting Mou. Within mere moments, Qingyun had stealthily arrived at a remarkably secluded cave dwelling. Upon silently reaching the entrance, his heart surged with excitement. His mother, Li Yu, resided within that very cave. Upon hearing the mention of red roses, Zhang Liang's thoughts began to waver. Were the two elderly individuals truly referring to Lao Shui and his superior? If they were acquainted, how had they come to know each other? What connections tied the three of them together? Luo Yin suddenly recalled his father's dying words. The wolf demons possessed weaknesses. The more invulnerable they appeared, the more likely they had a fatal flaw somewhere on their person. Li Chongkong, you wretched scoundrel. How dare you act recklessly behind my back? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Zhao Bingyi fumed, struggling vehemently. Brother, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been in a dire predicament tonight. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. I understand now, sister. Your intention is to spread some rumors, perhaps even assassinate a few figures from the factions, then frame Li Chongkong, inciting conflict to weaken him. Zoe discerned the scheme. Articulating it plainly, in recent days, Su Xiao had certainly elevated the excitement surrounding the summit of the canyon. However, there were some who had become too frightened to engage in ranked matches, unforeseen by him. Xiao Yiran's heart raced as he instinctively attempted to push him away, only to find himself firmly restrained. Assisted by the radar aboard the icebreaker, the two individuals effortlessly located the off-road vehicle parked upon the icy surface. My, these are the materials I have compiled. Today, Jejun Murakami had deliberately chosen to sit beside my. Such was her remarkable patience that even Qin Zheng, who was currently slumbering soundly at the rear of the vehicle, did not receive such indulgence. Very well, Mr. Yu, if you wish to avoid exacerbating this already uncomfortable situation, I suggest you depart quietly. I shall not hold your past actions against you. But do not expect to extract a single penny from Sheng Qin. Qin Shin's voice was laced with icy disdain. Originally, his plan had entailed acquiring several production lines that posed a potential threat to his business, which would likely necessitate an expenditure of millions of dollars to appease the avaricious Balkan trash and their NATO counterparts. Not to mention that Su Xiao, despite being rather competent, had ultimately lost the competition, revealing the subpar performance of the others, who seemed to hinder rather than help. Chapter 79. Imo Cho, the monstrous entity, paid no heed to Xiao Feng's furious shout. vanishing into the swirling demonic mist at an alarming speed. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to ghostly fog. Xiao Feng's expression grew slightly grave, for the five-element divine thunder wielded only a single strike's worth of power. Should it fail to locate its target, no matter how formidable the assault, it would be rendered ineffective. Right? A thought flickered through Xiao Feng's mind. He promptly drew forth the long sky, undeterred by the perplexed expressions of Elena and her companions. As the contest had yet to conclude, and both sides once again faced off, the woodcutting demon lord flashed a sinister grin, enveloping Yunhao's form in an endless shroud of demonic energy. In less than a minute, the last of them staggered forth from the thunder forest. Upon taking his position, the six captains reported to the commander, who strode forward to relay the statistics to Qiu Luo. It seems they have not yet given up. Excellent. I was just eager to meet with Dalujier again, and now an opportunity presents itself. The expression of Eagle Eye Lao Chi darkened, as the humiliation of two successive defeats lodged like a fishbone in his throat, causing him considerable discomfort. The dire straits of the Imperial Army brought a sense of satisfaction to the internal guards, who had witnessed the arrogance of those few individuals, had Bate not been nearby. They would have relished the chance to deliver a few well-placed kicks to vent their frustration. Well, this indeed seems like a rather splendid idea. Adina resignedly sought out Kong Mungung in a desolate star domain of the cosmic kingdom. This realm belonged to ice and snow, where any living being that dared to venture would be subjected to immense trials. Otherwise, they risked being frozen, doomed to remain there for eternity. The master of demonic joy, fearing hesitation, promptly retrieved the antidote for the demonic joy fragrance from his storage ring and handed it to Yunhao. Shortly after, Balandayan dispatched someone. Chancellor De Lit received news of this development. However, in the next moment, the unfolding situation left Ba Qingtian speechless with excitement, while it plunged Shi Dashuai and others into deep frustration. After Jiajia analysis, Feng Guozhang nodded in agreement, clearly leaning towards the perspectives of Feng Yuxiang and Jia. Water elemental abilities. I never anticipated their strength to be so formidable. This truly surpasses all my expectations. Surrounding Ji Tianhao was a pervasive mist, and he meticulously observed the demise of those with extraordinary abilities. Feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Siener, from this day forth, Chen Yu shall be our ally. I trust you will harbor no resentment towards him, Jiang Hua quietly remarked to Li Xian, who obediently nodded. Now utterly compliant with Jiang Hua, not daring to oppose him in the slightest. In those days, Long Ling struggled to concoct the lower-tier sacred elixir known as the youth-enhancing pill, yet after more than a year, had Long Ling's mental fortitude truly ascended to the sixth-tier sacred realm? Just at that moment, a colossal maw erupted from the blood creature, accompanied by a piercing wail of agony. Under the oppressive aura of the evil exterminating divine weapon, the blood creature experienced an unprecedented sense of dread. Chapter 8. The Enigma. Such commotion, yet no one comes to investigate. Imocho paused momentarily before speaking with a hint of resignation. From his expression, Xiao Feng discerned an almost childlike demeanor. It seemed that such a grand battle was merely a ploy to capture the attention of their master. In Xiao Feng's eyes, he was nothing more than a tool. It was no wonder he had laughed so heartily earlier. He had not regarded me as anything of significance. Upon encountering the envoy from Zai Sai, Nurhisai inquired, "What is Zai Sai's purpose in sending you? Why did he not come himself?" Rest assured, even if he were to come this time, I would not demand another 10,000 heads, for I have already claimed more than enough. Following this, he erupted into hearty laughter, and those around him joined in uproarious mirth. At this moment, Xia Bangui ascended to the rooftop, using his soul-breaking claws to swiftly dart between the eaves, retreating just as quickly. In that fleeting moment, 7 robust men clinging to the eaves simultaneously had their arms severed, tumbling down to the roof below with anguished cries. Li Ru's words lingered in the air. Dong Zhuo remained impassive, while Jia Su's gaze flickered, clearly taken aback by Li Ru's unexpected insight. When his eyes fell upon Dong Zhuo, a deeper shock resonated within him. Such matters posed no challenge for a master of his caliber. Yet the time and effort required were immense. Fish. Qin Yan's weary voice emerged, her fingers twitching slightly, yet she possessed no strength in her body, as if her very essence had been drained, leaving even the slightest movement burdensome. I hesitated to awaken you while you were sleeping, so I headed to the hospital first. Also. I've set aside the first bowl of soup you requested, although this request seemed somewhat childish in Ouyang Yingqi's eyes. She complied nonetheless. What would you like to eat? Ouyang Yingqi inquired, gently pushing the wheelchair along the gourmet street. her head bowed as she asked Qianimo. When the others observed the equipment, disbelief washed over them. For they had unearthed a piece of purple gold geared at AS for her own feelings. She was uncertain. She had never contemplated suicide, yet in that moment of despair, the reality of her emotions was undeniable and impossible to overlook. He exhibited a reckless fervor for driving, and with a single punch, I lunged at his wrist with my dagger. He deftly deflected the blade, and in one fluid motion, I rolled over and toppled Lu Feiyong aside. I pounced upon him, blood staining his hands, and just as he was about to retaliate, my dagger was already pressed against his throat. Lin Yiming was so taken aback that he forgot to push away Mu Yan. He passively accepted her kiss, failing to respond. Tang Shui accompanied Tian Xian in welcoming the guests, and due to Tang Shui's commendable performance, the friends and relatives of the Tian family praised him profusely, extolling Tian Xian's discernment in choosing such a remarkable boyfriend. Unaware of the situation with the princess, his reckless choice, devoid of certainty, risked entangling him in potentially dire consequences that a mere broken stone could now fetch over 10 million. Especially when it was a rare high-end jadeite of the coveted green ice variety, of which there was a lamentably scarce supply in the market. Purchasing a house and a car was imperative. I intended to acquire a grand villa, and not only that, but I also aimed to buy gold bricks. Chapter 81. Departure unable to cope. What exactly is happening above? Xiao Feng remarked with keen interest. There are several formidable demons locked away up there. Their consciousness is rather murky. Although you are indeed among the elite within the innate realm, facing them is not solely dependent on innate prowess. And Mo Cho interjected. All right, let us focus on the matter at hand. Brother-in-law, you should proceed. Tao Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing Jiang Sunch's lack of immediate refusal if it's not a suggestion. I've actually learned a bit of medicine, Sharon said, directing her attention to the focused Steve. Moreover, due to the fortuitous appearance of Ling's son, Jiang Che whimsically devised a plan on the spot, showcasing his strength while simultaneously fulfilling a portion of the outcome that Xiao Lin desired. The Xingyuan business was originally intended for the students. If it amassed such wealth yet allowed the students to receive only meager returns, it would be tantamount to exploiting them. Since you inquired, I shall begrudgingly share 3 strategies, Caesar declared, raising 3 fingers. The combined aura of the master further instilled a fear akin to that of death itself. He then glanced at the content of the message. Master Jiang, I apologize for the intrusion, but I require your assistance with a matter of great importance, leaving aside other ancient figures or those from alternate worlds. How many individuals from modern society on Earth could endure such circumstances? Naturally, individuals like Hisoka, who are capricious, might erupt into violence at any moment, which is a distinct possibility. That voice, Lin Yijia's body jolted, her grip tightening around the leather cushion unconsciously. In the tavern's private chamber, Hype Kuwa ended the private conversation, a look of exhilaration gracing his face. He felt genuine gratitude towards Yi Fei. Had it not been for him, his business would not have thrived as it did. That a player of divine rank at level 1 still possessed 9,000 health points, which was quite astonishing. However, what use is having health points without any offensive capability? When it came to slaying monsters, it remained a struggle against the lowest level creatures on Sun Island. Whether such an attack could even breach defenses was still in question. Certainly, these exquisite items must have been bestowed upon Lord Wei by His Majesty in the past, which Lord Wei has now entrusted to Princess Chuyun for distribution. The Bikuan tribe is situated in the heart of the Moonlight Plains, adjacent to the Iron Tooth Bandit Group. The most direct route to the nearest Necromancer Bandit Group is through the Bikuan tribe. It is merely a matter of convenience, and Yi Fei believes that eliminating a few along the way poses no significant issue. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Ling Xian, utterly unable to fathom how a creature, which had proven insurmountable even for a dozen individuals combined, could be dispatched with such ease by a single, nonchalant punch from Ling Xian. How could this be possible? Just as the captain of the Royal Guard was explaining, an arrow struck him squarely in the back, its iron tip piercing through his chest, causing his eyes to bulge in shock as blood gushed forth from his wound. Moments later, he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Observing De Zhang's unwavering dedication, even at such a late hour, stirred an indescribable sorrow within Gu Hanhua. Thus, the first day of the new year passed in such a manner for everyone involved. Under orders, the generals rose and remounted their steeds. The valiant Bai Qi brandished his hand, and a chorus of hoarse whinnies erupted, resonating like the roar of tigers and the chant of dragons. Followed by the thunderous sound of wheels rolling forth. As they turned to look, a grand dragon chariot appeared on the horizon. Kai Yuanyao took a deep breath, feeling a sense of invincibility since arriving in this world. Yet now found herself on the verge of defeat at the hands of this seemingly innocent figure. The old woman raised her head to behold a massive black disk suspended ominously in the dim sky of the ninth heaven of the god of death, with dazzling starlight swirling rapidly at its base. Chapter 82. White Sail City. Phew, this time we have struck it rich. The spiritual energy here is considerably more abundant than in the first layer of space, and both individuals felt significantly more comfortable. Meanwhile, Tianzhong appeared exceedingly exhilarated, particularly recalling the promise made by the Void Taoist, which filled him with anticipation. Do not get too excited just yet. Xiao Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he observed the elderly man's expression from afar. Sensing an ominous undertone, Qing Feng was enveloped in sword intent, having successfully provoked Gu Peng. Just as he was about to take action, Zixia unleashed a tremendous killing intent, striking first. Damn it, something's gone awry. Xia Xiao had just picked up her phone and opened Weibo's trending topics when she stumbled upon news regarding the earlier incident. Yuanan lowered her gaze to process the information and quickly realized that Xiao Feng's intent was to allow his inner strength to sink into his dantian, subsequently refraining from drawing spiritual energy into his body. The combination of the two would yield a formidable qi. Moments ago, Enchuin had fallen asleep in the carriage. To avoid disturbing her, Quan Zimu simply lifted her into his arms. Those present had already acquiesced to this decision. Chuin, Zimu, you have no power to oppose, proclaimed Brother Quan. Quan Zitsai, Huaninger, for reasons unknown, found herself gazing at the demonic master with teary eyes. Her emotions teetering on the brink of overflow. It was only in the face of life and death that Gunyanshi discovered how profoundly this man had etched himself onto her heart, instilling a desire within her to never part ways. Upon departing from the school, Zhou Yangfei hailed a taxi. The hour was approaching midnight, rendering the pursuit by taxi impractical due to the sparse traffic at this late hour. Two cabs traveling in tandem would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Moreover, it was clear that Zhou Yangfei, capable of mastering multiple fields of study simultaneously, was no fool. Lan Yu once more felt the weight of obligation to be perpetually prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with those wicked individuals, whose treacherous actions were egregiously unlawful and remorseless. He despised his current lack of agency. There exists a legend among the Wujiang Ba people regarding the valiant hero of the Ba Kingdom, General Long Wei, known as Tu Qianqi. He was revered as the celestial general, having consumed one of the 5 dragon pearls, the golden dragon pearl, along with its spirit. This eventually transformed into the core scenic area of the Southern Karst World Natural Heritage Site, specifically the Tianlong Bridge, one of the 3 natural bridges in Wulong, Chongqing. Lan Yu understood that this was the pressure exerted by General Tao on Williams following Ding Zhun's sudden appearance. Among our classmates, few had witnessed bloodshed, and although no one was gravely harmed, one classmate stifled a sob, desperately biting his teeth to suppress any sound, yet his tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. After affirming the gravity of the situation, Shang Wanshi hastily departed, for he and Sun Shilin were the hosts that evening, responsible for attending to all the guests amidst numerous pressing matters. Chapter 83. The bright moon plaque. Tianzhong surveyed the bustling crowd, swallowing hard as he spoke. Just moments ago, he had boasted of his prowess to dominate everyone present. Yet, the cultivation levels of those surrounding him were not inferior to his own. One youth, appearing no older than a mere teenager, possessed a cultivation level that had already reached the Dongxian realm. This place bore a slight resemblance to the spirit realm's Wanling city. Chen Feng recalled their first encounter, which had taken place during the winter. Amid a flurry of goose-feather snow, the cold so biting it was almost unbearable. Unlike other serpents, the viper did not shy away from humans. It was unclear whether this was its inherent nature or a result of having no concept of danger from humans on this island. He decided to check on Gai Nie's strength, for Wei Zhuang was unwilling to confront him, leaving Gai Nie as the only option for venting his frustrations. Of course, one would not engage in unnecessary trouble unless there was a cause for concern. Huairen patted the Enterprise's head, reassuring her. In the void, figures occasionally rode powerful spirit beasts that whizzed by. Any one of them would incite fierce competition among celestial kings upon arrival at the Nanshan continent. He genuinely lacked memory of this world, and who could fathom what had transpired here? Had he irresponsibly left after a fleeting encounter? Otherwise, how could he wear the expression of a heartless scoundrel? Perhaps it was guilt that gnawed at me, for I could not absolve myself from the downfall of Xiao Han and her family. Xiao Tianyang sighed. In terms of sensitivity to life forms, Zombies were far more attuned than humans. That ghastly entity was less human and more akin to a living deity. Carl faintly caught her words, but before he could inquire further, he witnessed Elena sheath her blade and vanish in a flash. Her black hair melding into the boundless darkness, disappearing entirely. Today marks the first evening since Lian Qingbi was taken by Lian Zheng into the courtyard, during which he does not have to practice. Sure, we examined his body and concluded that his previous excessive training had placed a considerable burden on him. Thus, he must refrain from practicing and take ample rest. The production crew is pressed for time. And it is the hard-working staff behind the scenes who bear the brunt of the labor, while the students, as the representatives of this endeavor, toil even more intensely, thanks to the solidarity and cooperation of the 5 galactic federations. The pirates, who were on the verge of seizing the Huaxia Federation, have been completely driven back to the current Alpha Star, although it is customary for Ping and Yin to remit half to the Jin Yiwei command. The remaining sum still amounts to 10,000 taels of silver, meaning that the over 100 individuals, including the strongmen, would each receive nearly 100 taels. Ultimately, it was Bai Zhu who tossed a wad of BT Entertainment Fund transfer documents on a Su Lingfeng, who, upon catching a whiff of the contents, managed to apprehend a few more rats before relenting. Unbeknownst to him, the February Rakshasa troops had reoccupied Yaksa, prompting the Pure Prince to voluntarily join the fray. A couple of years ago at the Mulan hunting ground, the Emperor had witnessed the formidable power of the Han Army's artillery battalion, and subsequently, there had been attempts to downsize it. However, the artillery battalion, being helmed by both his brother and son as the principal and deputy commanders, had not faced excessive scrutiny. Shi Hui, Qi Yi, Yan Qixia, Sima Sanyang, Yan Hongye, along with Zhuge Luyan, are stationed in the capital, each vigilantly awaiting any signs of unusual phenomena. Should a new celestial demon or emerge, they would be the first to seize it, lest it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Such an elder deserves respect at all times and in all places, and history is replete with instances of generals from rival nations paying tribute to their adversaries. Yet, the audacity with which Hayden Botter insults Su Shijiao cannot be tolerated by Qin Fei. Chapter 84. An unexpected encounter miss. Is anyone here? Xiao Feng approached a table at the edge, seated himself, and inquired that a fresh set of utensils had already been prepared, seemingly in anticipation of Xiao Feng's arrival. There is someone. You may wish to find another table, replied Ruo Shi, her captivating eyes lingering on Xiao Feng as she spoke, casually plucking a piece of meat to savor. I have nothing today. Following the command, the opposing side fell into further disarray. Meanwhile, Li Lin had already positioned the prepared barricades and empty grain carts at the entrance of the tent, making it increasingly difficult for those inside to emerge. Moreover, the unpredictability of reality is remarkable. No one had anticipated that Zhao Yun, who had been at odds with Lu Meng, would suddenly faint and instead strike down Sun Shangxiang. They were concerned that Lu Feng's elite troops would pose significant trouble for Sun Shangxiang. Yet she effortlessly captured them without breaking a sweat. In the subsequent competition among Weibo platforms, although the new Weibo initially gained an advantage, competitors like Penguin and Wang Yi soon followed suit. Coupled with the turbulent influence of Feng Yiming in this era, the proliferation of online public opinion has far surpassed that of previous generations. Luo Yin sensed a subtle shift, realizing that even her father, a ninth-tier martial artist, might not stand a chance against her. Li sneered coldly, pondering, even if you are aware, what difference does it make? With the support of the Emperor, you cannot hope to overcome his grasp. Lu Hongyu, upon acquiring the firearm, refrained from engaging with Li Lin and hastily proceeded inside. As he walked, he scrutinized the weapon in his grasp. His fondness for firearms was well known, and he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding them. An urgent desire surged within him to test the gun and ascertain whether it was indeed as remarkable as Li Lin had claimed. The south, the sky ignited with tumultuous flames, resembling soaring fiends and beasts, which instantly lunged towards the underworld. Ma Zhong and his companions had already united with the elite soldiers from Sun Foreign City who had fled to Diting Lake earlier. Upon witnessing these relics, Chu Yunduan couldn't help but reminisce about the vivid scenes from his time in the Demon Lord's palace. The memories of their past interactions lingered in Wei Qingqing's mind, causing her eyes to unconsciously well with tears. Yu Qian, observing this moment, felt an unexpected sense of relief. How peculiar! Yet soon after, she experienced a profound realization. Feng Jingrui was indeed as formidable as she had anticipated. After all, in the face of such unforeseen circumstances, the first thought of those at the police station would be to maintain secrecy rather than disseminate information. Thus, without further hesitation, I addressed her, just as the two relatives were engaged in their conversation. Shi Wei was also conversing with her mother, with Shi Wei's father, Shi Jinbong, eavesdropping nearby. At this moment, Ling Wanru was consumed by an obsession, fervently believing that if significant events unfolded similarly to those in her past life, everything could revert to its rightful place. Wei Qingqing noticed that as she scrutinized Zhu Shanshan, the latter was gazing back at her with unmasked malice. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Feng Qian, who displayed not a trace of fear. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Qian harbored her own calculations. Thus he merely forced himself to stand firm and fight alongside her. The uphill and downhill trek was exceedingly taxing. Yet Ji Yuyo remained exhilaratingly spirited, brandishing a park map as she confidently led the way. Li Wei had distinctly sensed a breakthrough imminent, yet the sudden and unannounced arrival of Xiao Feng dampened that feeling. Upon hearing Lady Yang's remarks, Lady Zhu felt a surge of triumph within, though she maintained an outward appearance of indignation and grievance. Poised to embellish her narrative, her surprise, Lady Yang, having spotted someone, displayed a look of astonishment and promptly strode away, leaving her behind. Chapter 85. The Scavenging Couple. However, as Ruashi waved to summon the waiter, Xiao Feng pondered to himself. Yet, would it truly be so objectionable to live off Ruashi's bounty? After all, her status within the divine court was considerable, and her salary should reflect that. The more Xiao Feng contemplated this, the more reasonable it seemed. Ultimately, he would undoubtedly accompany Ruashi to the upper realms. Why not embrace the prospect of living off her? As long as he followed her into battle, he could simply claim the spoils afterward, the head bodyguard shouted, and while he could leverage the life of the underworld kingpin to command his forces. The sudden appearance of an assassin was beyond his control. The white jade bodhisattva on the table continued to emanate a gentle luminescence, gazing compassionately upon its devotees, sharing in their suffering. Lin Yuqing was astonished to see the usually composed Zhang Kaifeng making a funny face, prompting her to burst into laughter. Given that today's defense ceremony encompassed elements of outcome evaluation, Yang Rui had no choice but to consider these factors: gentle, enamored, and fond to an ineffable degree. The familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped the air, instilling a sense of tranquility that I momentarily froze. If my grandfather and the others were to discover that not only had I formed a bond with Chang Ku through the arcane art of yin-yang ghost summoning, but now I was also to marry Wei Changxing, their expressions would be beyond my imagination. The aroma of food wafted through the air, as several tables of guests were already seated, dining at the glossy darkwood tables that bore the marks of age. Initially, it was a splendid plan, but alas, I had unwittingly entangled myself, causing everything to unravel. If he had always dwelled in darkness, untouched by the warmth of life, Lin Yuqing would have no cause for concern, for this man possessed a heart encased in a resilient shell, adept at self-protection. Just as Xiao Yi's hand clasped the butcher's head, a harrowing cry erupted from the butcher's lips. Ahead, the soldiers gathered, their commands and shouts intertwining. Yet such clamor could not disturb the tranquility atop the tower. Within this silence lay awkwardness, tinged with a palpable tension that seemed ready to ignite. After an extended pause, Mo Baima finally gulped, swallowing hard. As for the plans proposed by the government, Qian Yuan had scarcely deliberated, approving each one in earnest, driven by a sense of urgency that compelled him to embark on multiple projects. Akin to a fervent builder, the potential difficulties in future interactions with the Holy Sun Guild were matters for another day. That I found myself rather pleased with these two individuals, but only in terms of their capabilities. After all, their willingness to abandon their own teams to join my ranks required not only courage, but also a deeper ulterior motive. Ironically, the voices of the common folk, though numerous and loud, filled with tragic fervor, would never reach the ears of those in power, destined to stir no significant waves. He understood clearly that confronting Wang Shi head-on would be detrimental to himself, thus he refrained from accepting the challenge. Amidst the ebb and flow of thoughts, when Shang suddenly recalled his first encounter with Yu Chu by the riverbank, where her garments were drenched. Yet, he had been but a fool then, utterly ignorant. The Fan family presented themselves as astute and shrewd, yet a few words from Yu Chu rendered them utterly speechless, truly a testament to their ineptitude. Chapter 86. Further developments. Xiao Feng composed himself slightly. He understood that he was now in another's domain, compelled to adapt accordingly. Regardless of his initial reluctance, since a path had been laid out for him, it would be prudent to follow it. Given his inability to resist, after all, whether the outcome is favorable or adverse remains to be seen. Have you heard of Baifan City in the upper realm? Rong Jin turned to glance at him. Meeting the warning gaze of Yao Hua, and with a slight curl of her lips, she obediently fell silent. The dining gatherings of the RC Club were typically reserved at this hotel, and upon navigating past the elevator's corridor, the 16th private room on the left came into view. The sounds of gunfire and cries of battle drew ever closer. Without a moment's hesitation, the commanding officer executed a decisive retreat. In the absence of a functioning phone line, he instructed his subordinates to fire 3 green signal flares before hastily leading the team away. What? Are there truly good people among the enemy? The gorilla and baboon felt the world had descended into madness. How could their company commander return so changed after this outing? The sight of the two drew the gaze of onlookers, who began to speculate about the identities of these unexpected dance partners. Xian exhausted every means to assist Yang Mo in gathering evidence to substantiate the matter at hand. Yet the outcome remained unaltered. The principal knew in her heart that this stepson was indeed forcing her hand. And unable to endure any longer, she reluctantly acquiesced to his wishes. Tao Xiangyang's countenance darkened significantly. That scoundrel surnamed Chu was truly despicable, aware that Lu Sui was sure Zui's former partner. He had the audacity to utter such words in Lu Sui's presence. Was it that a direct stab at her heart? An unsettling thought began to take root in Qi Huayan's mind. Rapidly spiraling out of control like a seedling bursting through the earth, pressing down on his inner turmoil. He was terrified, deeply afraid that the person who had fallen into the water was none other than Shinan. Sun Zia was entranced by the exquisite garments, momentarily forgetting her predicament as she succumbed to a dreamlike state. Suddenly, Dong Yu sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze, gritting his teeth as 7 swirling martial artist vortices surged violently, transforming into 3 formidable auras, each resembling a battle blade. Xiao Chenai wished to enjoy a hot spring with Yi Mo, yet unexpectedly found himself unceremoniously ousted. When had the dignified regent ever endured such indignities? Yet now, he found himself utterly helpless against her. Presently, the latest academic research has indicated that entities classified as level C and above may indeed possess a limited form of consciousness. Thus, the investigators were not entirely dismissive of the communication between Naya and Yoshida Mamoru. As Zhu Yuding stepped into the narrow, low, damp, and dimly lit factory shed, she was immediately overwhelmed by the pungent odor within, nearly choking her. The agent who had brought her there, fearing she might back out, hurriedly assured her. Outside, it's all work done by native NPCs. The environment inside is much better. Why? Xinjiuan was puzzled, for the high school Qihua Yu attended happened to be one of the prestigious schools in Empire B. Reputed for its excellent educational resources, many students from across the country aspired to transfer there. Jiang Xianjin donned a deep teal brocade robe, intricately embroidered with silver threads. From a distance, it resembled soaring cranes, while up close, one could discern clusters of vibrant silver bamboo. Truly remarkable. Chapter 87. Where does one need to spend over 100 million spirit stones? Shi'er, do you have enough spirit stones? Xiao Feng inquired. Spirit stones? I should have sufficient, at the very least. I can certainly afford to support you for now, she replied, revealing the bracelet she held in her hand. This was something she often wore before. Yet Xiao Feng had never realized it possessed the function of storage space. Observing this, Xiao Feng could only smile helplessly. Before the car halted for lunch, she had already retched once more, nearly emptying her stomach. She thought that perhaps refraining from eating would prevent her from throwing up again. Thus she declined lunch. Yi Hanliang also emanated an astonishing chill, poised to strike, her target being the shadow that had fled. That roll of her eyes. Was it due to Lu Fan having patted her waist, or because he had claimed to be unable to endure hardship? Father, mother, your son has arrived. This is my beloved maiden. He has brought them to meet you. As he spoke these words, tears welled up in Luo Lingqi's eyes. The night had grown late, and the intense monster hunting had left Li Qingyuan utterly exhausted. He had spent the previous night at the KTV, reveling until dawn, and had accompanied Su Shui early in the morning to buy groceries. In total, he had barely slept for a few hours. Just having removed his helmet and laid down on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Momo found her elder cousin's personality quite agreeable. He was lively, amiable, and exhibited a touch of caution. Indeed, a commendable character. After visiting her uncle's house, Yosanjia walked behind Jiang Momo on the way back and recounted the events of the previous encounter. Your ability to approach me without a sound indicates that you are considerably stronger than I. What do I possess that would warrant your desire to collaborate with me? Shi Wuchen inquired further. If anyone bullies you in the future, just let me know, Xia Chaoyang stated, tugging at Su Ainan's sleeve. guiding her from a secluded spot to the center for discussion. Chen Shi displayed no selfishness whatsoever. Should Jin Gu exhibit any potential in this regard, he would unhesitatingly allow Jin Gu to replicate his true superpowers when the spiritual energy rejuvenated in 10 years and the realm of exotic beasts descended. Upon hearing his words, Ding Do and the others felt a chill seep into their hearts, as if an icy wind had swept through, causing them to involuntarily shudder. Fool, why is there a long hair on your clothes? Don't tell me it's yours, Bai Muxue inquired, straightening the strand in her hand. With the might of the 7 absolute heavens technique amplifying exponentially, if the latter 2 absolutes were unleashed, they might rival, or even surpass. Lin Xiao.A.S. Su Man spoke. Lin Feng had already opened his acupuncture kit, revealing neatly arranged rows of silver needles within. I hope you all succeed, at your level as adventurers. It is almost without exception that you will be the first to break this barrier. The old man's eyes drifted, seemingly recalling an ominous thought. Because she had violated traffic regulations by running a red light, she was deemed at fault. The other driver had committed no error, while she was liable for damages to public property and faced penalties. Shin Suixin sat down in a chair and opened her computer, only to find it password protected. Despite several attempts, she was unsuccessful, just as she had anticipated. The mysterious figure steering towards the bank's entrance was none other than Lin Feng, whom she had previously handcuffed in the car. Chapter 88. Taking one's partner to the brothel. After a hearty meal, Xiao Feng led the 2 companions on their way to the Mingwei plaque. However, he now felt an exceedingly grave concern. The gender and appearance of Ruan Xi. To be frank, as they walked along the road, they had already attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. It was undeniable. Ruan Xi's beauty acted as a powerful lure for them. Thus, along the way, Xiao Feng pondered how the human warriors dared venture into Feiyu City to commit murder. Humans, do they have some hidden agenda? The white-haired elder muttered to himself. Lin Mo pinned Xiao Qi beneath him, gripping the knife tightly, and yanked it out forcefully, blood spurting forth and staining half of the white shirt. Edsu Zhen gritted her teeth and sat cross-legged on the ground, immediately besieged by an insatiable itch that coursed through her body like a swarm of ants. Every inch of her was tormented by both discomfort and pain. Upon hearing Kaidong's words, Dai Feng, too, ceased his struggles, fully aware of his current physical condition. Even if he were to force himself to persist, it would ultimately be a futile endeavor. I took a taxi all the way to Tianzi Township, during which I called Lu Haoran to ask him to pick me up. Ningrong calmly rose to her feet, brushing off the wild grasses and dust from her body, feeling a slight ache in her back from the impact of Zhao Yun's armor. Lu Xian and Zhou Qingwei silently gazed at one another, their hearts a tumultuous blend of emotions akin to a toppled jar of mixed flavors, complex and difficult to articulate. Her plan was to wait a month or 2 before claiming that Xiao Wei had met with a fatal accident on the road. She had already reached out to someone who specializes in forging documents to create an identification card for herself, and was also paying someone online to assist in securing a household registration back in her hometown, thus transforming the fake ID into a legitimate one when the time came. Furthermore, she ordered the gathering of all items that could be burned or shattered, instructing that they be transported to the east, south, and north gates, emphasizing the necessity of meticulous record-keeping, for after the battle, she would compensate them. With a grave expression, Ning Rong commanded. The Templar soldiers slowly advanced towards the rising sun. Walfun and Imo Lena watched them until their figures vanished in the morning light. Just as I nestled into the grass, my rear barely warmed and the engine still humming, a Chadian 25T suddenly emerged from the K2 woods, speeding towards F2. Upon finally entering the forest, the refreshing scent of trees and grass enveloped me. Inhaling the air brimming with the essence of life and stepping onto the soft ground carpeted with fallen leaves, I felt a long-lost sense of emotion that made me forget my exhaustion and pain. The moment those words escaped, chaos ensued. Hylon facepalmed, questioning whether Lele had considered the situation of the old master's villa. Was this a disgrace to them? Who do you think you're to slander us? Wan Yun, already provoked by her, immediately countered. Is it not unseemly? Why did I never notice it before? Why does Yinixuan's voice sound so alluring now? What did you say? Although Stan felt a surge of anger, the code of chivalry restrained him from lashing out. Alas, this is all we can think of. What else could we possibly do? Shui Hao sighed helplessly. Yet, in the end, he still arrived late. George was a quintessential gentleman. Yet he possessed an obsessive fixation on the concept of time. All right, this is the place. After an indeterminate duration of travel within the city, Jizei leapt from the vehicle, pointing to a residence by the roadside. Nanny. Mizuno Nobu's eyes widened in disbelief. In his view, Although they could not conquer Pei Xian, the Eighth Root Army had been utterly powerless against them. How could they possibly launch a counterattack at this moment? Mizuno even doubted whether Qintian, that old fool, had made a mistake. Chapter 89. I do not have affection for Long Yang. What came into view was a young man of approximately 20 years. Xiao Feng found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Yet, the man before him truly deserved the title of the most beautiful man he had ever encountered. Yes, the adjective should indeed be beautiful, because he bore an uncanny resemblance to the men who donned women's attire in the period dramas he had previously watched, attempting to deceive the audience with their disguises, with delicate features. Smooth skin, and hair intricately styled, he appeared as if he belonged to a different realm. For the Mongolian soldiers, Huang Fuxian had no time to indulge in their bloodlust, as their numbers were simply overwhelming. After hanging up the phone, Wei Changjung furrowed his brows and dialed the Suang Municipal Public Security Bureau. Although Mayor Yao had not explicitly stated the intention to lift the seals on those entertainment venues, the mayor's inclination was unmistakably evident, merely a step away from breaking the final barrier of silence. This was intolerable for John, the leader of the White Bone Gang, who immediately rallied his subordinates, armed with knives and guns, to challenge Wei Qingping. However, they had clearly underestimated the fighting capabilities of Wei Qingping and his associates. Damn it! Do not play the fool in front of me, or I will flatten your face. Yang Qingfang cursed. Qingshan, your incessant provocations are rather unbecoming of a young master of your stature, Qingye remarked, her bias towards Yun Qingfeng evident as she seized the opportunity to reprimand Qingshan in a grave tone. Gazing at the ominous black muzzles of the guns, Song Buohong was struck with pale fear. Had he known these individuals were so unreasonable, he would have initiated battle earlier. Yet now, what could be done? Even if those outside charged in, they would surely meet their demise beforehand. Hee, you are unaware of this, are you? I have even traveled to Europe and America. I am just short of a world tour. Shendong, said, half seriously and half jokingly. After the old prince departed, Longan turned to Xiaozhu and inquired, Miss Xiaozhu, have you learned any martial arts? Xiaozhu looked at Longman, perplexed by the sudden question. Nevertheless, for Long Yuanqing, these matters were of little consequence. At most, he felt a twinge of compassion upon witnessing his own brother being shot dead by a barrage of bullets, but to say he was overwhelmed with grief would be an exaggeration. Lingxi's departure was abrupt. Xian Kai Run gazed at Lingxi's vanishing figure, her tearful eyes shimmering like water. Convey the order. Let the remaining 2 Royal Mage Corps and 2 Commander Mage Corps advance. If we are to engage in battle, we must exert pressure on the second commander, otherwise, he will not take it seriously. Emperor Yenwu commanded. My testimony. Lu Kuan's eyes widened as he strained to recall the crucial points he had shared with Gu Hanho. Ling Lan, after much verbal negotiation, arranged with the elderly couple from the Qiao family to pick them up for the precinct the following morning before finally ending the call, leading 100,000 soldiers, among whom nearly 30,000 were armored troops from both Mongolian and Han backgrounds, along with an additional 60 to 70,000 retainers and followers. This strength was insufficient for conquering the Ming Empire. However, it was adequate for pillaging lives and treasures to replenish the Qing nation's deficits, and Abatai was certainly confident in accomplishing such a task. The people of the Jing Wangfu sensed something amiss and hurried to intervene, only to be blocked by Helian Yi. Since the King of Li was already aware of the situation, why inquire further? Would the King of Li be willing to openly reveal how I became his consort in the Grand Hall? Li Zhan's gaze pained Tang Ning, prompting her to speak while averting her eyes to another direction. Upon hearing He Xian's words, Ao Yang scrutinized He Xian for a prolonged moment, torn between amusement and annoyance as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Chapter 90. Tonight's courtesan competition at last. Xiao Feng returned with Ruo Shi and Tian Zhang to stand before the Mingwei plaque once more. This time, even Tian Zhang appeared considerably subdued, lying motionless on Xiao Feng's shoulder. His eyes brimming with curiosity, or perhaps one might say, a glimmer of lecherous intrigue. Conversely, Ruo Shi had lost the composure she initially exhibited, her face now a portrait of unease, revealing her palpable tension. Are you all right? Xiao Feng turned his head, noticing her lips twitch slightly. After much ado, it became clear that the intention was not to kiss her, but rather to erase the traces left on her during an attempt at resuscitation by another. Li Hani was notoriously known as a carefree, rich second generation, a man of wealth who indulged in leisure rather than engaging in serious pursuits. For those who relished gourmet food, the restaurant beckoned. Those who favored slumber found solace in plush beds and luxurious baths. There was no particular reason. It was merely that the current environment failed to bring her joy, prompting her desire for a change of scenery. Lan Xingxing buried her head, unwilling to allow them to perceive her inner turmoil. Still trying to escape, Bei Ming Tian Yuan roared, raising his black sword once more, a beam of sword light surging forth. The giant scorpion was cleaved in two, its dark green blood pooling upon the ground. I in my eyes. Apart from Qingqing, all others are but the same sex, Huashun remarked, sensing the goodwill these individuals held towards Sun Qing, thus affording him a rare moment of amiable demeanor. The figures clad in black on the helipad dashed toward the source of the gunfire, fortuitously sparing Zhan Mo Xiao and O Lan from further conflict. Not much yet. What do you desire? Si Qi hurriedly approached, keenly aware that Xianxi deemed this a rather formidable task. Beneath the night breeze, Luo Zixio uncharacteristically refrained from his usual practice. The tranquility of the moment allowed his body to relax in an unusual manner. The flower sprite bore an uncanny resemblance to Naiduona, albeit considerably larger in stature, exuding a maturity and composure that starkly contrasted with the seemingly naive Naiduona, her features radiating a gentle and steady grace. Dainier and Loda, who were entangled in a tug-of-war, stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they gazed at Naiduona soaring through the air. Wu Ji, left to languish by Yi Fan, harbored a simmering anger that he refrained from expressing immediately. He cast a cold glance at Yi Fan, as if to engrave the image in his memory, before joining the fourth elder and others in entering the hall. Firstly, Chu Tiansu had already reached the capability of forging exquisite weapons of the Xian tier. It would be challenging to advance further in the short term, with elevation to the earth tier necessitating relentless tempering. Without a gathering spirit formation, the remaining three formations were akin to a car devoid of an engine, rendered incapable of operation. What posed no threat to him was, for others, an existence that might require all their might to confront. Go away, go away. The white cat protested vehemently, transforming Lin Xian's pursuit into a chase involving two creatures, the white cat and the BB mouse. The insights contained within transcended mere Xian tier excellence. No longer confined to the Thousand Swords Annihilation formation, but rather pointed directly toward the quintessence of spirit formations. Such a scenario elicited a sigh of relief from the magic masters coordinating the matter. Subsequently, they escorted several injured individuals to the infirmary while others were protected and led out of the academy. Chapter 91. The Winds of Change on the Jiuzhou continent, outside the Mingwei cave dwelling. Zhu Mei stood quietly in place, her eyes tightly shut. However, an aura of formidable spiritual energy enveloped her, instilling an immediate sense of trepidation in those who approached that moment. She resembled a statue of a goddess, exuding an air of aloofness and serenity. Fortunately, her somewhat secluded position deterred any attempts at closeness. I pay my respects to the feathered general. Suddenly, several figures darted past, arriving directly before Zhu Mei. What gives you the right to interfere in my affairs? Why did you caution Xiao Putong to avoid the technical personnel during reconnaissance? Yu Qianhua inquired, her eyes wide with indignation. The battle between the two insects finally concluded with a fierce charge and bite from the red cricket, leaving the battered tyrant cricket sprawled on the ground, while the red cricket remained unscathed, continuing its relentless assault. With this thought, Long Aolong soared into the air, retreating several paces as his true essence surged forth. And the bloodthirsty demon dragon spear in his hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light, shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, crashing into the invisible barrier ahead. Ron Lang's face flushed crimson. He suddenly felt as though the chopsticks in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds, wishing to hurl the soup before him at the face of the person next to him. How could he be so shameless? Nevertheless, following this incident, the mood among the members of the escort agency markedly improved. Upon gazing at the perilous mountains surrounding them, they found them less menacing, almost pleasing to the eye. Chenzi scrolled through Ron Lang's Weibo, discovering only a few simple posts. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she had hoped to gain a deeper understanding of him. From the looks of it, not participating seemed akin to becoming lifelong adversaries with this adorable girl. Moreover, this enmity would entirely fall upon her shoulders. With this thought, she cast a glance at Lin Zhenghao, who had been gravely injured by Gu Kanglin, her eyes betraying a hint of concern and reluctance. I shook my head, bending down in a state of panic to retrieve the chopsticks. I was startled by his words, as the imagery in my mind was overwhelmingly vivid, especially when he remarked that he cherished everything. I immediately envisioned my aunt giving birth to a bunch of grapes, my body tingling all over, making it impossible to hold onto the chopsticks. The old monster's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If Ling Han were indeed a natural martial body, he would undoubtedly be a treasure, for merely observing his movements each day could yield profound insights into the martial arts, rendering him a living martial spirit stone. Then, a stout man strode in, clad in clothing reminiscent of the Republican era. His hair was styled in a boss cut, and his face was round and large, with equally large eyes, presenting himself as a figure of considerable authority. To her grandmothers, I cursed under my breath, recalling that we had initially agreed to share the credit for this achievement, yet it had now turned into a substantial effort by the national security. I understood his intentions and sighed silently, feeling quite vexed to be entangled with such a twice-married individual. Their arrival was intended to accompany them to the holy city, as the journey ahead was longer and fraught with greater peril. The Hua family and the Sima family, being long-standing friends, planned to take them along. Everyone was astonished. How could it be that, under such circumstances, with a complete disparity of 10 rules, it still resulted in a tie? My gaze turned frigid. Heh, it appears there is indeed work to be done at Liu Zhihao. I assure you, you will find it quite entertaining. Beneath several towering pines and cypresses, there were several meditation rooms, complete with stone tables and chairs outside. The backyard of the meditation rooms was adorned with numerous flowers and grasses, filling the air with their fragrant aroma, while several butterflies flitted about the blooming red flowers. Having entered the changing room to don a refreshing sleeveless top and shorts, Lin Yifan was met with an unusual sound as he stepped inside the house. Chapter 92. The 6 Ghosts Devouring Souls. After concluding their discussion within the Imperial Palace, the couple made their way directly from the Great Liang Palace. Their destination was, of course, the Mingwei Cave, however, in stark contrast to their earlier expressions of concern. An evident air of confidence now graced their faces. Trailing closely behind them were a dozen individuals, all of whom had accompanied the Great Liang royal family to the upper realms. Their strength had since surpassed the Dongxian level. She hesitantly extended her hand over the crystal ball, gritting her teeth. With a swift jab of the silver needle, she pierced a bit too deeply. Before she could pinch it, 2 drops of blood had already dripped from her fingertips. Everyone else contributed a single drop. Would her 2 drops affect the test results? Shenwei possessed an abundance of belongings, filling 3 entire rooms, though this was merely a fraction, as another portion had diverged into a different direction upon entering the city gates. The 3 purities united. How could the celestial master be unaware of my intent? At that moment, disregarding the assault on the sect leader, he wielded his treasured sword to parry the sect leader's Taiji 2-instrument sword, allowing the celestial master to retreat. Yang Shiyun continued to elaborate, explaining that the entire island base was established within this vast basin, though whether it was artificial or natural remained uncertain. The base was divided into 2 sections, the impoverished area nearest to us, and the privileged zone further away, separated by an iron wall. Qi Yang inwardly exclaimed in dismay. He realized that Linger intended to check his pulse and instinctively sought to evade her, only to recall that he was pretending to be asleep and was now too weak to escape. It was only when Lu Cong punished him that he truly grasped the meaning of feared. If Lu Xia were to suffer any misfortune because of him, he would undoubtedly be the first to chastise himself. How vast was the disparity between the world and China 1,000 years ago? As a citizen of China a millennium later, do you understand? Haha, General, you were unaware that the horses we traded from Shanggu County were not raised by the Xianbei people, but rather by the Wuhuan people of Liaoxi and Liaodong, who are affiliated with our Han dynasty. Su Shuang, noticing Lu Tianhao's lack of understanding regarding the situation, hastily clarified, and then, Yin Fan was no fool. He would not naively believe that an apology would lead him to comply, only to be captured, surrendering the beast crystal and submitting to torment. For a moment, Xie Xiaoxian was rendered speechless, her beautiful eyes fixated on Wang Yan, sparkling with admiration. The number of sovereign-level shipbuilders in the Eastern Han was scarcely more than 10, and given Sun Jian's current achievements, he ought to have none at all. Upon hearing this, Lung Ruhan dared not delay. With a swift move, he appeared beside Artemis, extending his fingers to release a chilling aura, successfully manifesting his dominion over the heavens and earth. Rest assured, General, this is a burden Shi San, shall bear. I will not shirk my responsibility. Shi gritted his teeth, fully aware that the greedy, evil spirit tribe would undoubtedly carve a substantial piece from him. Very well. Within 3 days, I will have you taste it now, Yin Fan declared, stepping forward to apply pressure to certain areas on Xiao Feng's body. Instantly, Xiao Feng was drenched in sweat, as if his entire skeletal structure were on the verge of disassembling. As the dog galloped from the distant plains atop the horse, accompanied by gentle snorts, it reined in to a steady halt beside Li Gu. Chapter 93. The Unexpected Purple Path. Mirroring Guiyu, he too was engulfed in a dense shroud of ghostly mist, seemingly a signature technique of their sect. Almost instantly upon the emergence of the ghostly fog, the other adept practitioners of Dongxian swiftly retreated. Unlike Gui Yu's mist, which possessed an alluring quality, his fog was intricately intertwined with his six-ghost soul-devouring technique, striking with an elusive and unpredictable ferocity that rendered defenses futile. Everyone present knew that confronting him head-on was perilous. He secured his flying claws onto the metallic tip of the tower, while the other end of the metallic bracelet firmly clasped his hand, perhaps due to historical ties, as Kai Yin was the wife of Wei Zhongdao. In this moment, Wei Zhongdao was completely entranced by Kai Yan's beauty, resolved to marry no one else. Shen Jie waved his hand, grasping his spear, which swiftly transformed into a dark crimson lance with a twist. Uchiha's intelligence, delivered twice, instilled a sense of vigilance in Tsunade and the entire Senju clan towards the village, just as he had anticipated. Dozens of metallic shurikens and kunai were suspended around the walls. And as the steel wire snapped, a relentless barrage of shurikens and kunai was unleashed. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak, nor is there mercy for the feeble. Having been away from Qingwan town for quite some time, he found himself inexplicably nostalgic, faintly recalling how he once intercepted a convoy from the Qimen escort agency to distribute to the impoverished townsfolk. As he greedily absorbed the essence, the horrifying injury on Uchiha's chest visibly began to mend. He had options: to head north to Guangzhou, east towards Su and Yu provinces, west to Izhou, or south to Jiaozhou. The magic core appeared to be an unassuming lowly girl seemingly under 10 years old, which indeed took Anger's expectations by surprise. However, what was even more unexpected was that Bai Lu showed no astonishment whatsoever. As if she had already grasped the essence of the magic core, Bai Lu's gaze towards the lowly transformed entirely. With 3 capable pitchers, each possessing unique characteristics, the unassailable strength of Qingdao High School lay precisely in this. It is worth mentioning that the series of tasks bore contemplate her attitude toward Xiaolong. In truth, she had long harbored dissatisfaction, yet she remained silent until the incident involving the new heart fruit erupted, at which point her discontent surfaced irrepressibly. However, with this outburst, her marriage found no respite. Countless individuals in the world are fervently devoted to the art of crafting artifacts and treasures, yet these ultimately remain lifeless objects. Lacking the agility of a puppet, Tio returned to the matter at hand. Qing Jiao had by now lost her patience, a realization that Yang Yi also discerned as he adjusted his combat stance and unsheathed the undying blade from his waist. "At our age, you still resort to sweet nothings to amuse me," she remarked, genuinely pleased within. In contrast to the infatuated Zhu Ming, who was enraptured by this marvel, Zhu Xin appeared far more composed. Although she was initially taken aback, she quickly grasped a significant issue. Chapter 94. An awkward situation. With the emergence of this matter, the atmosphere had undeniably grown more tense, yet no one dared to act rashly. Everyone was weighing the implications of the situation. Jume, standing in the corner, let out a faint sigh upon witnessing this scene, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly complex. The prowess and equipment displayed by Zidao were entirely beyond what could be found on the 9 provinces continent. Though positioned at a lower tier of the Dongxian realm, the White Tiger Legion was among the most elite troops of the Yanhuang Empire. If they could not withstand divine-level attacks, they would hardly be worthy of being called an elite battalion, for they possessed the strength to safeguard the empire. Thus, it was said that Guye's luck was truly poor. To encounter such a predicament in the very first round was an immense source of pressure. Was that the day? Yi Ling observed her disheveled appearance, yet her eyes revealed no hint of sympathy as she lowered her head and nodded despondently. That night, no one could find slumber. As the soul harvesting specters outside the cave seemed to sense the presence of the living and continued to linger, Lord Ting had never mentioned assisting others, only stating that he would go to Dama to discuss the Huang Pai business with her. Chang Yui's face bore no trace of emotional fluctuation as she fixed her gaze upon Song Chunzhong and spoke coolly. Song Tianyao regarded Huadong Jun and his companions, expressing with a tone of nostalgia, "Perhaps it is due to my advancing years, but I believe the vitality of youth is not necessarily a bad thing." Qin Feng could not help but admire her fortunate physique. But what he admired even more was her extraordinary psychological resilience. Were it him, losing for an entire afternoon might have driven him to uninstall the game in frustration. Unexpectedly, Guyi, who seemed indifferent to everything, displayed a serious demeanor when engaged in gaming. A face-to-face reminder, and yet, Dejuzi would feel grateful towards him. One would have to be quite foolish to engage in such nonsensical behavior as lighting a lantern in a toilet. It is said that eons ago, when the elf race dominated the realms, it was the peak of the tree shepherd's power with the elves and tree shepherds cooperating seamlessly, unstoppable in their endeavors. Zhang Ran immediately understood why the man communicated in Mandarin with the person in the cage. It turned out that those imprisoned included not only locals but also fellow countrymen visiting the area. A night of silence passed, and the following day, after an early breakfast, Chu Tianqiu personally went to the town to summon a physician. The doctor, surnamed Feng, was in his 50s, spirited and renowned as an esteemed healer. Meanwhile, those who had entered the place of inheritance early were filled with confidence, as if infused with adrenaline, believing they would undoubtedly acquire treasures, and rushed eagerly inside. Shen Yifan scrutinized Ziluo's expression and, with a sense of disappointment, ultimately realized that Ziluo regarded him as she always had. Despite her words being affectionate, she clearly still viewed him merely as the elder brother of Yor. Alas, Zijuan Che found himself in a state of confusion. Wasn't he supposed to exclaim, "Grandfather, you have awakened. How wonderful! How had the situation reversed so unexpectedly? Had the world become surreal, or was it he who had entered a state of fantasy?" His visit to Yinjing to oversee the military was primarily for the sake of Valia, and secondarily to meet his colleagues from the 6th Division, who handled non-human affairs and intrigued Guan Bing greatly. She did not falter in her abilities, but rather succumbed to the conscience of the judges. A notion she found utterly unacceptable. After all, according to previous discussions among Yifang and others, the entity beneath was formidable enough to rival the pinnacle of celestial beings. Initially, upon touching his skin, she felt as though her mouth had clamped down on iron and stone. Yet in the next moment, she discovered that the flesh beneath her lips had softened. This peculiar characteristic ignited a burning sensation on Ningju's face, compelling her to bite down harder, even as her heart melted. It was only when she felt a trickle of blood seep from beneath her teeth that Ningju finally released her grip. Chapter 95. The Grand Gathering. Yet, before Xiao Feng could regain his composure, the sky abruptly transformed in hue. What had been a bright sunny day instantly morphed into a tapestry of twinkling stars. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a glow reminiscent of midsummer. At that very moment, jubilant cheers echoed from afar, signaling the commencement of the courtesan festival. "Let us hurry over." Suddenly, Mu Tan lunged forward, rocks tumbling down and debris scattering as the boulders fell. A pine tree's branches lashed fiercely against Mu Tan's rear, prompting a sharp cry of pain as he bolted forward with remarkable speed. Startled, Mu Tan dashed away, while Jiang Ani's attempts at calming him proved futile. He could only cling tightly to the horse's neck, bowing his head and allowing it to gallop freely. When Zeke reached the door of the count's chamber, he heard no unusual sounds, only the thunderous snores akin to rolling thunder. "I have come to mediate, and also to intrude upon your delightful endeavors. I wonder how satisfied you all are with this explanation." Zhou Wutian spoke in a calm tone, mirroring the black-robed man's inflection, utterly unhurried, almost tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Chen Lin abandoned this line of inquiry, feeling no regret. He had numerous ways to seek out Hu Mang. Jiang Ani's hands danced like snowflakes, occasionally clashing with the axe's surface, producing a resonant sound akin to metal striking stone. Rao Qiangfeng felt the axe handle grow warm, and he suspected that his opponent was a master of internal arts, casting doubt in his mind about whether this individual was truly Feng Goen. It was reasonable to deduce that the likelihood of Xue Zheng being such a person was exceedingly low. Possessing such martial prowess, he would not have resorted to swimming across the river from Sheeta Pearl City in search of sustenance. Observing Su Xinpeng's demeanor, Qin Ming discerned that he was undoubtedly grappling with the question of the underlying cause. However, Qin Ming naturally could not divulge that it was due to his use of props. Accompanying Dong Xuexin to the Bodhi spirit tree, the blue-glowing mink perched on Su Ming's shoulder let out a squeak, gracefully leaping to alight upon a nearby branch laden with ripe spiritual Bodhi fruits. However, this individual insisted on purchasing it for a price significantly exceeding the value of the chrysanthemum bean. Do you truly believe that a film company owner who thrives in Hollywood would be a fool? Nonetheless, you are rather striking in appearance, which explains why so many young ladies in Shiyuan are discussing you daily. At this moment, Fu Shang added, "It is clear that you seek to level up through slaying. Yet no matter how many ordinary disciples you vanquish, the experience gained is minimal, hence your desire to eliminate a formidable foe for substantial rewards." Upon reflecting on this, Li Rui couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. She lamented her impulsive decision to come here and face death, as she had no desire to enter the battlefield. Therefore, if this premise holds true, his aspiration to be a leisurely prince precludes him from committing the grave act of assassinating the crown princess. However, when Lun Infeng departed from this place, he issued an order to the marine captain responsible for overseeing these individuals, permitting them limited access to the internet. At this juncture, should Wang Zuxian not still be filming her debut movie? This year's Lakeside will be quite cold. Even if the film is completed, it has yet to be released. How then could Feng Yihua have taken notice of her? Rather, it was the later rejoining of the colossal sword mark that truly astonished them. Chapter 96. Ice Phoenix and Bright Moon. As Tianzhong spoke, he patted Xiao Feng's shoulder, urging him to quickly unveil the embroidered ball. Oh, at such a tender age, you already seek a lady? Can your constitution withstand it? It was as if he was about to place it directly before Tianzhong. No, I am merely considering my elder brother's interests. By the time the three left the Xiang family residence, darkness had descended. The concrete path through the woods gradually succumbed to the shadows of night, while the distant construction site remained ablaze with light. The cacophony of machinery had ceased. After a day's toil, the workers were now enjoying their dinners and evening leisure. Fortunately, the group did not hear Mo Tianyue's subsequent words. Otherwise, the phrase money over life would surely have escaped unscathed. Not merely excellent, but truly genius. I envy you siblings, as your brother is an extraordinary prodigy, and your sister possesses a rare magical physique. Gu Ku's tone was tinged with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Wu Liang mentioned that as long as you are nearby, this Buddha speed will radiate brilliance. This speed is remarkably useful. Within this city of perplexity, it has saved my life on several occasions. Shen Shui nodded in agreement. An old soldier from the fire support company gauged the distance with his thumb. Launching an 82mm mortar shell, Feng Junzi, a night owl who relishes late rising and sleeping, although a securities analyst, rarely witnesses the stock market opening, as his work predominantly occurs around closing time. The following morning, Feng Junzi remained deep in slumber when his phone suddenly rang, the tone sounding quite urgent. Within a Michelin 2-star restaurant in Hangqing, Lu Haofei spoke once more. Over 6 years, he had undergone significant transformation. The only constant was his heart, still firmly tethered to the other. As Gu Yin engaged in combat with the scarred giant, the lean demon emperor and others swiftly took action. 1,000 demon warriors in the void obeyed the lean demon emperor's command, eager to charge into Zheshengzhou and unleash a massacre. The Sun Clan possesses the remarkable ability to carve, transforming any material into tangible creations through their skilled hands. The art of summoning soldiers from beings is the Sun family's most adept martial technique. Damn it. Brother Long is also called by someone like you. The stout man shoved Nia Feng, who promptly feigned losing balance and staggered backward a few steps. Let us join forces. I shall contend with that ice god. Yi Tian, the other opponent is yours, Ro Xian declared, gazing at Yi Tian. With a resounding crash, the eaves of the roof were shattered by Chun Liuha's forceful stomp, debris raining down upon Xing Suhai. Chen Chen is truly impressive, Zhao Yu remarked as she and Chen Zi occupied a window-side table in a tea restaurant, observing two individuals conversing outside through the glass. A figure clad in black leaped from the rooftop. A gleaming short sword swiftly aimed at Zhang Jingshuan's head. The onlookers were caught off guard. Despite Gan Shiqi's constant vigilance, his inexperience rendered him unable to draw his weapon in time to counter the sudden assault. No, Ro, you cannot leave me, Sue Duo implored, attempting to grasp Ma Ro's hand in a final effort. Feel free to smoke. You are our family leader, and our little one will not mind your habit. Li Mingxi smiled. The air was filled with the dance of gunfire, a symphony of bullets and the dual guns of the serpent battling the 5 hooks, heralding the final battle of this legendary hero. Chapter 97. Are you planning to cause a scene? What manner of person is this Minghua? She appears to be a figure of great renown in Baifan City, yet why is there no record of her? Could it be due to her unique status? Do you think her identity might lead to her being shunned by others? After the performance, Ruoshi and Xiao Feng immediately engaged in discussion, although Minghua was merely the opening act. The subsequent humiliation of the Baiyuan should serve to enlighten her regarding her standing in the martial world. She would struggle to even create a ripple, let alone dominate. Wang Xianling paid no heed to the doubts expressed by his nephews and nieces. Having entered the nascent soul stage, he retained the appearance of youth, fully understanding the perplexities faced by his relatives in such a secluded planet as Su Yangxing. Yun Xiao spoke up, and the other skeletons bowed in unison. Reminiscent of the valiant elite under Chao, Lu, and Sun during the Three Kingdoms period, evoking a surge of passion and bravado, Shuo Mao observed the approaching figure with calm, offering a gentle smile, as a flying dragon suddenly appeared above his head. Recalling Lin Yifeng's disdainful tone earlier, Su Di recognized that he still felt considerable indignation. I am a fool. Henceforth, this fool shall protect you forever, ensuring you are never harmed, Uchiha Tong declared, grasping Tsunade's hand. Upon hearing Xie Daoyun speak, Those present felt a surge of spirit, instinctively straightening their posture. This place is exceedingly bizarre. We must find a way to escape. Huang Xinling vowed that this was the most terrifying scene he had ever witnessed in his life. Even the corpse demons he had encountered previously paled in comparison to the horrors before him. At the foot of the mountain stands the grand entrance of a villa, reminiscent of a temple gate, flanked by several rows of wooden cottages, tended to by diligent caretakers. As the traveler Ling Yu articulates his intentions, one of the caretakers offers to guide him and Chen Xiaoji into the villa. As the ethereal energy washes over him, Huang Xuanling's exterior begins to exude dark impurities, accumulating into a thick layer of oily sludge. Murong Shu inexplicably senses that Mu Yan's gift of this knife was not an act of goodwill nor a scheme, but rather a gesture of not wanting to owe him anything. The internet is poised to influence every corner of the world and every industry. In the future, the vast majority of individuals and sectors will be inextricably linked to it. Within the realm of consciousness and supernatural phenomena, Chen Yi furrows his brow, gazing at the black hole shrouded in a membrane of supernatural forces, a foreboding feeling intensifying in his heart. Are you intending to hoard the treasures within for yourself? A man from the frenzied clan bellowed. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Shuer finally noticed Lu Yiming's unusual demeanor. There is certainly some hidden agenda at play. Qi Tianchen contemplated warning them. But would it even matter? These illusions had transpired long ago, and he felt as insubstantial as air in this place, incapable of altering anything. What on earth are they trying to accomplish? Why do they persist in tormenting the mountain god? What grievances or grudges do they harbor? The elegant Yu Huti approached gracefully, her eyes filled with concern as she regarded Lu Yiming. Involving the Buddhist sect and hidden aristocratic families, Hu Ba dared not be overly arrogant. His strategy was to conquer through cunning. Hoping to compel Lu Yiming's compliance without a battle, the light illuminated the scene. Rows of shops became visible, though their doors and windows were severely damaged. Resembling a series of black holes, the metallic carts abandoned at the entrances lay askew on the ground, and the air was thick with a musty odor. Chapter 98. Methods to enhance the performance. Although Xiao Feng spoke in jest, Ruoshi nearby was clearly moved, her beautiful eyes darting as she pondered her next course of action. You can't possibly be thinking of going up to dance, can you? Xiao Feng remarked with curiosity, having immediately sensed her unusual behavior. He certainly would not oppose her. If Ruoshi truly wished to disrupt the scene, he would undoubtedly join her, behind the tall and handsome figure. The obedient Xiao Lanlan followed closely, clutching something in her arms, accompanied by a wagging Kai. Chu Yunji's phoenix-like eyes were lowered, yet the system shared her perspective, revealing a layer of water film that blurred her vision, only to vanish with the next blink. Lu Che felt the oppressive gloom over Liao dissipate by half. Overseen by the Yulin Guard and assisted by trusted officials, the Han region's furnace had commenced large-scale reconstruction. He sternly silenced the raucous crowd, and several officers rushed to separate the two who had become entangled like twisted dough. Meanwhile, Li Jiying found herself the subject of her colleagues' gossip in the office. Her face flushed crimson. Anyone who stood before this mirror of sins would have their life's transgressions laid bare. As it is said, all dharmas arise from the heart. Although the Overseas Immigration Initiative has only made slight progress, it has succeeded in bringing the Foot Basin Island under its dominion and rebranding it as Silver County. As soon as Li Jingshuan's voice fell, a deafening roar suddenly resonated from afar, causing the surrounding trees to tremble violently. That moment, Wang Guiping resembled a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, charging directly towards a stone pillar at the bus station. If the chaos in Yushin County was orchestrated by him, why did he not seize control of the situation himself, instead allowing it to escalate? The ochre-hued energy sphere was forcefully hurled by the Minotaur warrior, and as it was flung halfway, the space suddenly rippled, causing the sphere to shatter like waves crashing against a reef. I must hasten my departure from this place. If there are superhumans on standby outside, they could arrive here within a minute. Yang Ren collected 30 superior-grade black energy dispersions into a medicinal vial and stored it within his jade pendant, subsequently placing 500 bottles filled with an unusual odor, along with the remaining 1,000 pounds of sulfur, into the pendant storage space. I have actually been paying attention to you for quite some time, he remarked coolly, pressing the gun firmly against my head once more. In Yali's eyes, the cultivation techniques he was familiar with might be formidable, yet they paled in comparison to Yang Tsong's yin-yang celestial decision, which seemed rather unsightly in contrast. The moment he sensed the disappearance of the teleportation array's fluctuations, he executed a swift teleportation, effortlessly pulling Ma Ling Kuer and Yu Tian out, thus avoiding the awkwardness of being squeezed together. Over there, Lin Huaqing and Tang Yun were equally astonished. None had anticipated that Ling Ming's culinary skills were indeed so extraordinary, capable of producing such exceptional dishes. When he attempted to unlock the fourth layer of the heavenly devouring record, he found himself unable to do so, no matter how hard he tried. This perplexed Han Ming until today. When the heavenly devouring record finally provided a hint, it indicated that such an effect could only occur under the condition that both the true essence and divine soul were sealed. Otherwise, it would indeed be rather useless. Chenner. Faced with Yi Buhui's imposing aura, Zhang Yun ultimately capitulated. In her eyes, Yi Chen's life was paramount, for she had already perceived the intense killing intent radiating from Yi Buhui. The elusive white cat, Qin Rong, certainly had an impression of, though she had momentarily forgotten. Now, upon Tang Rao's mention, her mind suddenly went blank. As her gaze swept over the slightly rising chest of the two, the tension in her heart finally eased. Although Chun Hao did not comprehend the situation, he refrained from inquiring further. His eyes briefly reflected a moment of questioning, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Chapter 99. Using spiritual power as a butterfly. Just a trinket, Xiao Feng stated, before manipulating various forms of spiritual energy to collide one after another. These energies were colorless in essence, yet upon collision, they manifested a spectrum of hues. Is it really possible to play like this? Tian Zhang was drawn in by Xiao Feng's antics, exclaiming in astonishment. Tian Zhang, possessing a fire spiritual root at 95%, found such matters intriguing. Sometimes, even I struggle to decipher the nature of my relationship with him. It is probably best described as a friendship that surpasses mere camaraderie, but has yet to blossom into romance. The only solace I find is that, after losing two close friends, I have gained such a companion. Yue Hua and Xiao Hua accompanied us proudly, as both I and Luo Tianjin were somewhat. No one knew if we would suddenly feel hungry in the midst of our sparring and run off to catch flies for a meal. The populace has exhibited a unified stance towards this course of action, with an incessant barrage of vitriol resonating across various online forums such as Tieba, Duban, and Tianya. The conflict has persisted for an entire day and night, dwindling from an initial throng of tens of thousands to a mere few thousand. Today, she has shed her heavy makeup, presenting a natural visage with a ponytail, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. Li Yang, I cannot come. My apologies, Li Mingxin murmured, uttering just a single sentence before disconnecting the call, while Huang Ying was reveling in her moment of triumph. A line of armed personnel outside the Iron Gate had already aimed their weapons at them. Of course, regarding these personnel arrangements and his own meticulous efforts, Xuanzong saw no need to divulge anything to Yang Qing and the others. Jing Zhichen observed the enchanting scenes of Luo Yi and Lu Zhe sharing smiles, his heart feeling as if it were being seared over an open flame, leaving him utterly unsettled. Dong Zhua, my son, possesses considerable prowess, having maintained a dominant position since the early stages of the game. Thriving due to his supremacy in Liangzhou, his rise has been remarkably smooth, bolstered by the presence of formidable five-star generals like Peng De and Yin Xing, and an implicit but strong alliance with the Ma family of Xiliang. Why go there? To intrude upon their romantic interlude? Shenhui remarked in a tone devoid of emotion, as if entirely unfazed. Suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for Caijin, she thought that if this continued, it would surely ruin her stomach. Could she afford to bear the consequences of such a toll on her health? Ultimately, it is said that after the Princess of the Ninth and Princess Xiaohua regained consciousness, the Emperor commanded them to kneel facing the royal tombs on the terrace, beseeching their ancestors for forgiveness until dawn. At the Zhonghai Sports Center, suspended in midair, the once raging blue flames had subsided. My face was long and expressionless, the serenity of my demeanor only evident to Manchi, while others could not discern any change in my countenance, as this expression had become my norm. Tuoba Rui and Jun Tiankong, while expressing admiration for her enchanting presence, also revealed a smile of satisfaction, only to have Su Ningxiao wearing a face of envy and jealousy, nibbling on her snack and lamenting that the disparities between people could sometimes be greater than those between humans and swine. Subsequently, a letter was penned to Tuoba Rui, urging him to reclaim the chaotic lands in the shortest possible time and begin cultivating his own power. The divine realm is far ahead in cultivating a path. We should seek a physician in this regard for her, Hua Rouge suggested. It was evident to anyone that Zhou Lijun did not hail from a wealthy background, as demonstrated by her prior collapse when the stakes at the gambling table became excessively high. Some gasped in horror, while others looked towards the ancestral land with incredulous disbelief. Chapter 100, a brief interlude. All right, We are the first to take the stage. However, her expression was notably peculiar as she spoke. What? Is it possible that no one is registered for this event? Xiao Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Ahem, perhaps we are simply too unique, she replied, while others performed for various female patrons. I found myself twisting my waist and body upon the ground, colliding chaotically. The wound on my neck was not particularly large, yet the brilliant blood flowed forth like an unstoppable torrent, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall. The attendants busily moved in and out, sprinkling the newly acquired talismanic water throughout every corner of the Sankai Hall. Meanwhile, a gaunt young man was enveloped in a chilling wind, shrouded in a veil of black mist that gradually dissipated, allowing him to silently turn away, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies, devoid of any visible wounds. Yet bereft of breath, Qin's eyes were misty with tears. She realized her elder brother was unreliable, and her only hope lay in stirring Jiangqi's heart. If Jiangqi continued to protect her, the old general would be powerless to assist. We shall faithfully obey the imperial decree and bear your majesty's admonitions in mind, never daring to defy them. Some righteous ministers, though they found such actions cruel, felt a sense of vindication within. Those with guilty consciences were terrified, their hearts pounding in terror. This was excessively brutal, and they merely wished to escape this calamity. Vowing to behave better in the future, she was naturally plump and restless, often suffering from insomnia, and that night was particularly torturous as she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Yun Xiao knew that many retained old possessions, even if they were seldom used or never even taken out for a glance or a sunning. They insisted on keeping them nonetheless. Listening to Lin Shiyun's words, Yifeng slowly released her hand, gently ruffled her hair, and spoke softly. Han Ruoyu emerged, looking pitiful, and said, "The doctor wants you to go in." Gao Haoyu nodded, gently grasped Han Ruoyu's hand, and pushed the door open to enter. Tang Fei squinted slightly. Although today's events had not greatly affected Yunhai film and television media, and had even served as substantial publicity, it did not absolve Dongfang Shun of responsibility. Shi Tete entered with a face full of trepidation, clearly already aware of what had transpired. Yang Fan cast a glance her way, the coldness in his eyes startling her, causing her already racing heart to beat even more violently, as though a heavy hammer were incessantly striking. The Mo family's kitchen knife lived up to expectations, slicing off 10 pieces of tree bark, though they were somewhat less than perfect compared to before. Nonetheless, it was all suffering in pursuit, something that could be set aside for the time being. Mu Chen was mesmerized, nearly drooling, especially at the tantalizingly alluring peaks of Lu Yushi, which were partially obscured, holding his gaze captive. Tomorrow marked the grand wedding of Princess Long Yuner, and the entire Long clan was abuzz with activity. Bustling about with the necessary items for the ceremony, observing the rising momentum around Li Yang, a look of surprise suddenly crossed Yifeng's face. I do not seek your sympathy, nor your pity. Our separation is entirely normal, so you needn't feel guilty, Xia Han replied coldly. Linjia village was nestled within the mountains. Not far from the village entrance lay a dry, cracked river, and there was but one path leading out of the village, which, at this hour, was always particularly lively, especially during the busy farming season. As Liu gazed upon the familiar icons within view, his mood lightened somewhat, and his furrowed brow smoothed out. Chapter 101. The Phoenix's Melody. What are you doing? Xiao Feng and Ruoshi arrived atop a platform formed by flower carts, both fixating their attention on Tianzhong. A mistake, a mistake. How could such an event occur without me? Right, Tianzhong slurred, having just taken a tipsy hiccup, and spoke in a dazed manner. I find myself utterly at a loss with you, Xiao Feng exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Although the Yuming Pool spans a desolate 10 miles, bordered by skeletal remains and devoid of any vegetation, the water lies in an eerie stillness, utterly lifeless and devoid of any ripples. The most terrifying sight is the corpse of a colossal bull, its size reminiscent of a mountain, regardless of whether it was a demon in life. Its mere presence is enough to instill a WIT, is also a rare and authentic Taoist method of swift success, capable of achieving an incorruptible celestial body in just 3 years, thus reaching the realm of heavenly immortals. I never anticipated that my descendants would fall to such depths. Bai Qi uttered a low growl, his foot striking the ground, causing the earth to crack, with dust swirling around, making the entire villa tremble. Yet, despite this, casualties continued to mount below the city, with some demonic blood knights even charging towards the city walls, unleashing their chaotic blade dance skill against the base of the wall, their brutal assaults sending shards of stone flying. While the wall's resilience began to gradually diminish, Prince Taohua nodded, The group deliberated on their route and set forth towards the unknown expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. I dismissed my mount and, alongside Shan Yu and Fusua, stepped into the grand hall, only to find that the members of the two studios had already begun to familiarize themselves with one another. The wings of angels fluttered, and the elemental spirits of space activated, allowing Yi Bai to flicker through the void as if teleporting. Uncle Zhou had vanished, missing for 3 days. Han Tianzhu sighed deeply. Initially, I caught a whiff of the Qian pill from Xiao Feng and his subordinates, prompting me to investigate Uncle Zhou's accounts to uncover who had procured the pills in bulk, seated cross-legged upon the bed. Han Zifeng bore an expression once obscured by frost crystal, his long hair resembling hardened iron. The cold poison lurking within him had finally erupted, now that there was insufficient vital energy to suppress it. Zhu Ziming remained in the same posture as when Mu Aoqing entered, reclining against the headboard, relishing her rare docility. The dark flame has unexpectedly found its way into your possession. How splendid. You are far more suited to wield this sword than my junior sister. Li Qi whispered to Yi Qing. Fu Jinchuan remained silent, but moments later, a nurse entered, redressing her damp wounds. The encirclement points we had deployed around the Yin Kingdom have all been obliterated at this moment. Shen Yuan wore a grim expression, realizing that upon reaching their destination, they intended to unleash the multitude of forces surrounding the points to surge into the Yin Kingdom, targeting their core city, Sheng Songling City. Thus, even though Yi Bai possessed merely the strength of the fourth heaven, he still held the power to contend against the ancestors of the Feng Yin clans from the sixth heaven. Zhuang Yinshu was equally perplexed. Lu instinctively shielded Zhuang Yinshu, categorizing this individual as a lunatic. After tossing his wine gourd into the air, he leaped upon it and vanished into the horizon. It appears that the wine gourd is not truly a flying artifact. Wang Jinwei, feeling quite embarrassed, glanced at them and quickly exclaimed, "I apologize. I have taken a wrong turn," and attempted to withdraw. However, this time, Chen Jin had no intention of exploring too far, choosing instead to circle around the perimeter of the pit to familiarize himself with the surroundings before extending outward. Once they have completed their supplementary lessons, the most exceptional among them shall don the virtual helmets crafted by Xinghai technology, allowing their consciousness to traverse into another universe, entering the supreme laboratory to serve the higher for planet. In the pursuit of truth, grandfather and grandmother, please enjoy some tea, exclaimed Lean and Lena in unison, extending their teacups with gentle greetings. Chapter 102. The Phoenix Rising from the Ashes. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Mingyue stood up, seemingly eager to descend and take a closer look. However, she restrained herself. Gripping her armrests tightly, it appeared that her suspicions were correct. As Ruashi danced gracefully, her peripheral vision caught sight of the flower cart above, and she silently pondered upon seeing Mingyue rise. Although her current dance was similar to Mingyue's, the reality was that Taolin's subordinates were all professionally trained and quite skilled, yet they still paled in comparison to Qinsong. Of course, there exists another interpretation, rooted in the age-old sense of superiority. Individuals from humble beginnings, no matter how high they ascend in rank, will still be looked down upon if their demeanor fails to earn respect. Initially, he believed that Yu Weiwei would not last long against an Yi, considering he had witnessed Yu Weiwei employing clever tricks in their previous encounters. This match had been agreed upon to be devoid of weapons and potions, merely a contest of martial prowess. Wedding photography follows suit, with not only Western-style gowns, but also various traditional Chinese attires being immensely popular. Do not underestimate the effort involved in photography. Simply put, it requires continuous shooting from dawn until dusk, besides placing faith in His Majesty's wisdom and might. Meng Tian possessed a general's vision and resolve. Her sincerity rendered Ning Fei unable to doubt her words, as they indeed presented a feasible solution. Originally, several counties in the southern Ping'an region had received orders to bolster their defenses. However, their forces had been diverted by Chan Dong, making defense a challenge. In a desperate battle, no team is weak. Those who have arrived here represent the finest musical ensembles from various regions and kingdoms. During lunch, Cheng Xiao suddenly recalled his conversation with Hao Di from the morning examination room and chuckled as he recounted it to Xieho. Lu Zheng lowered his head slightly, his cheek brushing against her ear, as he tenderly held her, who lay in a hospital bed, in his embrace. Many wished to meet Tong Yin and Tong Xin. Yet the two were not within the Xian clan but had been relocated by Qin Ming to the Thunder Ancient City, allowing them to interact more with Yuer and better integrate their memories. Through his own exploration and understanding, Yi Fan grew increasingly adept at wielding the water-severing sword. Otherwise, he would realize the unprecedented closeness between the Sword Sect and the Lord of the Divine Clouds. Even through a screen, the brutality of the scene was evident, let alone for those truly present within the Dragon's Roar sword array. Xiao Feng cast a cursory glance. The divine blood within the Blood Lotus pond amounted to 2,000 or 3,000 varieties. Should he absorb it, not only would he achieve the 7th transformation of Azura, but he might even complete the 8th. However, if the infiltrating individual and beast hailed from the Sky Domain or were Qin Ming's 9 infants, it would be even better, direct control. Seizing the secret treasure would indeed be a significant accomplishment. Fu Duo was instantly rendered speechless, her lips quivering as she struggled to find the right words. Thus, upon their arrival in the West, the two found themselves ensnared in the trap of the United Alliance, imprisoned within a house by the armored beings. In this dire situation, there was no room for deliberation among the dukes, who gritted their teeth and charged forth as the heavy artillery on Teeling began to roar in succession. Years later, the entire nation had transcended into the ranks of the world's developed countries, emerging as a transcendent entity. With the assistance of extraterrestrial beings, its military prowess gradually aligned with theirs, reaching levels far beyond what Earthlings could conceive. Chapter 103. The Mark of the Divine Beast. Xiao Feng gazed at Ruoxi, who stood firmly upon the icy surface, and then slowly seated himself. He was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue, prompting him to settle into a meditative posture. "Are you all right?" Tian Zhang naturally perceived Xiao Feng's condition and whispered. Although the ethereal form of the phoenix had vanished, the seemingly negligible blade aura, when the eyes were closed, concealed a potent force within. The appearance of the blade's momentum might seem unremarkable, yet it harbored the power of annihilation. Should it descend, not only Lin Yufei would perish, but also Shui Liuxuan and Lu Yu beside him would meet the same fate. The explosion consumed the rubble as an orange-red flame surged forth, casting a golden-red hue amidst the heat waves. Furthermore, Frankie and Desbagu, in gratitude, offered their services free of charge to provide designs, labor, and additional materials for Wang Lufei. It was even likely that Frankie had incorporated elements learned from the blueprints of the Underworld King into the Sunny, which far surpassed anything the Only could offer. He had already resolved that upon encountering the spirit beast, he would keep his distance, and, after enduring half a day, would simply leave without engaging in such trivial matters. After realizing his attempts were in vain, Lin Tianhua ceased his persuasion, noting that 2 of the ice silkworms beside him had already turned over, their bellies white, clearly exhausted to the point of death. Moreover, should the essence of the flames lurking within the inferno launch a surprise attack, it would indeed pose a considerable challenge for him at this moment. Fu Hong wasted no words and immediately terminated the communication device, issuing orders to support the supply station in Zone 3. If one could live for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, that might not be too shabby, Elizabeth remarked. Mo Fei's words echoed. Yin Dan and Wei Zhuang indeed distinguished themselves, with Yin Dan gaining an edge over Wei Zhuang by half a move. The mature, mutated spirit fungi were either guarded by beast soldiers or consumed by them. Thus the goal of Class 5 was to locate those immature variants. However, Zhu Yang, being astute, immediately began to maneuver after applying buffs to Qi Jinshun, refusing to linger in one place at this juncture. Uzumaki Naruto beamed with excitement as he glanced at Haruno Sakura, and then enthusiastically began his introduction. The feng shui had deteriorated so significantly, compounded by ghostly disturbances attracting even more spirits. The talismans used by the feng shui master to suppress these malevolent energies during the school's construction were ineffective against the overwhelming ghostly presence. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto exhibited a resolute demeanor, and as the two exchanged glances, Moegi understood that they were heading towards the land of rain. Langqing Xue smiled contentedly, reclining in a lounge chair with her eyes closed, displaying no fear of a potential ambush from Lu Yifeng. Meanwhile, as the grand vessel surged forward against the waves of the spiritual ocean, the leaders of the Dante organization and the Hell organization gazed at Xiao Xiao from afar, laboriously posing their inquiries. The Emperor is the beloved child of the Empress, and the tensions between this mother and son are matters that Sueha has always refrained from discussing at length. She carefully chose her words, offering gentle counsel to soothe the Empress Dowager's emotions, and swiftly redirected the conversation to another subject. She has always believed herself to be a remarkable and extraordinary individual, one who can be emulated but never surpassed, and that certain qualities in certain individuals are boundless. Although the Wanjian Sect lacks renown, the mere establishment of a sect implies that its leader possesses some degree of skill. At this moment, Master Yi became exceedingly cautious. His once youthful heart now subdued. It was hoped that the disciples of the Wanjian Sect would take the opportunity to discern the true nature of Xiao Feng. Chapter 104. Fiery Rage and the Phoenix. Where is this place? Xiao Feng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at a world engulfed in flames, his expression somewhat dazed. It is so scorching. Xiao Feng attempted to touch the malevolent flames with his hand, seeking to confirm whether he was ensnared in a dream. However, the searing sensation jolted him into full awareness. In his helplessness, the disciple seemed to have perceived the impatience on Lu Fei's face, and without further ado, quickly reported the truth. After losing consciousness, I had been genuinely concerned about my life, even in my dreams. This is true. Chen Mo had originally suspected that this person was Wu Onghua. After taking the position of Duwei, he had been unable to trace Wu Onggua's whereabouts. He believed that this individual had ceased to appear under Kong Rong due to him, yet unexpectedly, today he found himself blocked and challenged by this very person. It was through Sun Gonda's repeated mentions of Tianqing's merits that I reported to the emperor, thereby sparing you the expense of purchasing an official position in Donglai. He Jin continued. In truth, there was no need for him to feign pity. The right heavenly lord was eager to impart all he knew and learned to him, yet he remained deeply concerned. Although Sun Yi was astute, he was still merely a child of 13 or 14 years. Setting aside the subsequent matters, the arduous journey of 2,000 to 3,000 li to Taiyuan Sect was enough to test his endurance. Yes, Commander. Ding Jun led several hundred soldiers, cautiously advancing with their rifled guns. Xiao Shuezhing hung up the phone, resting the arm that had held the device against her brow, eyes closed. Hearing movement nearby, the man rubbed his temples and extended his arm. In order to deceive you, I had minimized the amount of chakra to the lowest possible level, yet unexpectedly, you still discovered it. Qiu Datsuji, having shaken off Li Xiuyun and other leaders, dared not linger in the dense forest. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he followed the rugged mountain path towards Shaolin Temple. After walking a short distance, Suji noticed flickering lights ahead and thought to himself, that must be the military camp besieging Shaolin by the court. She slightly opened her eyes, and once accustomed to the blinding sunlight, she saw a figure approaching her from afar. If his memory served him correctly, Shang Xiyuan had awoken suddenly during the night on 4 occasions in the past 10 days. Unable to return to slumber as dusk approached, Su Jia and Gao Min were already exhausted, their faces pale, beads of sweat dripping from their hair, forming a dense layer, their clothes thoroughly soaked, enough to wring out a basin of water. Yun, who understood Tokyo dialect, upon hearing his words, he suddenly turned, emanating a chill. Wang Yixing's temperament was well understood by the Wang family. However, she was acutely aware that Wang Yixing was a person destined for greatness. The disdainful glances and the whispered mockery that fluttered through the air were not mere bullying. They could shatter a person's spirit. Shou Yanli, reflecting on Shang Xiyuan's lack of grandparents, felt a surge of empathy and, with gratitude, blinked at her. He had resided alongside Lord Shang-Chi in the settlement of the Fallen for several years, although he arrived later and did not stay as long as Shang-Chi. His formidable abilities allowed him to contend nearly evenly with the strongest among the Fallen, thus earning a notable reputation there. Observing the youth emerging from the woods, who was of similar age, he felt a sense of awe akin to gazing up at towering mountains. Xiaoqi was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Jun Jinyan would make such a choice. Why did you select this? She inquired with curiosity. Such occurrences transpired frequently, each time shrouded in mystery as they were left in his room. At that moment, the doctor and nurse arrived, examining Mu Luoluo, offering a few words of reassurance regarding her minor injuries before departing. Time had etched its marks upon his face. A decade prior, his handsome visage had been unabashedly flamboyant. Yet a decade later, he exuded a more reserved and mature elegance, though faint lines graced the corners of his eyes. They rendered him even more dignified and refined. Chapter 105. Awakening. Xiao Feng too sensed something amiss. However, having lingered here for so long, he had explored every possible avenue, compared to enduring the searing flames elsewhere. Xiao Feng preferred to place his final hope upon this altered. As he approached the statue, the stone platform beneath him was already engulfed in flames. Those fiery shells burned even more fiercely in the inferno. Seemingly on the verge of being consumed entirely. I'm not leaving either, shouted a soldier, who was limping on one leg, as he forcefully tossed aside the suggested support, and surveyed the room, just as Ji Guangfei had remarked. Most in the hall were amicable towards him, indirectly highlighting Lu Tingfei's formidable status, powerful enough to be friendless that he had contemplated prior to appearing on television. Whether he should ascend to knock on the door to remind that unknown gentleman of an unfamiliar race to tread lightly. Previously, Kai had stated that if they required ant colony film to facilitate connections, they should simply give a nod to them, Ivyun remarked. However, witnessing the emergence of these exotic flames, the Zedong period cultivators of the local Taoist temple perceived the wonder of these flames more vividly than the higher-tier cultivators across other sects. In comparison, the commentary remained relatively composed. After all, in the first two matches, Xuechun had triumphed over his opponents with both Prince and Yasuo using the same hero, making the continuation of this trend somewhat predictable. The 6 individuals were none other than the Soul Hall's 2nd Heavenly Sovereign, Half-Saint Guyu, 4th Heavenly Sovereign Xuehe, 8th Heavenly Sovereign Qiudi, 9th Heavenly Sovereign Mou, alongside the Black and White Heavenly Sovereigns. With fingers weaving intricate seals, they incessantly absorb the power of thunder to refine their bodies, temper their true essence, and deeply comprehend the subtle laws of destruction contained within. This high-difficulty maneuver, typically challenging for an ordinary Yasuo, was executed effortlessly under the blade of Longzi Yanjian, rendering it remarkably simple. Just as this esteemed lady had not yet been dealt with, a new arrival had appeared, coincidentally colliding with her. Ji Yumin claimed to be unconcerned. Yet a lingering apprehension dwelled within her. She was poised to engage in a serious discussion with Xiao Zi when, unexpectedly, he called her. The tribulation of heaven loomed like the sword of Damocles over all soul beasts. Once one's cultivation surpassed 100,000 years, the threat of confronting this heavenly trial became inevitable. Just as the backward slide came to a halt, Lung Kong had already caught up with her. Leaving the fierce tiger with no time to rise, he beheld Lung Kong's enormous hand, stretching to its utmost limit, rapidly enlarging within his field of vision. Zhu Mei pressed the emergency summon bell. And shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a suit and bow tie entered politely through the main door. Indeed, Fu Jinchuan was no virtuous individual. Having stayed merely one night, he had already caused a shift in her grandmother. It was imperative that he never returned a second time. The room exuded a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of the scent lingering on Liangshe Wei, as his chest gently rose and fell. Moreover, those who resorted to artificial means, exploiting the living for their own gain, invariably met a grim fate. Summoned by the industry itself to face the wrath of Guan Yu, they were publicly punished to serve as a cautionary tale. Although various signs indicated a potential rift between Xue Qinghe and the 3 education committee members, this fissure was evidently not substantial enough for Xue Xing to intervene. The flames on his body took form as Shiva leaped high above Lung Kong. And then, with his right leg raised, he descended with fiery rings that resembled a cleaving AXEAT that moment. Xuerin preemptively secured a favorable position, yet his clearance was thwarted by the opponent's interference, preventing him from clearing the ball effectively. Chen Ying was filled with joy upon Wu Kai's agreement to dine with her. She promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal and set about adorning herself with care in the lounge. Awaiting Wu Kai's arrival while watching television in her office. Chapter 106, Ancient Secrets. However, Ruoshi was not genuinely angry. Fatigue quickly overcame her, and before long, she succumbed to Xiao Feng's coaxing and lay down for a moment's rest. Ultimately, those of the innate realm remained mere mortals. Observing that Ruoshi had settled in for a rest, Tian Zhang and Xiao Feng quietly exited the room. Once away from Ruoshi, Tian Zhang resumed his energetic antics, determined to uncover any signs of ancestral traits within Xiao Feng. Despite Xiao Feng's vigorous resistance, their playful banter was evident. Clearly, preparations had been made in advance. No sooner had Li Qing finished speaking than Sure Hao clapped loudly towards the hall's entrance. Instantly, over 20 soldiers, having undergone rigorous scrutiny, appeared before the assembled crowd. Although Major General Luo Ning still commanded over 400,000 troops, these soldiers had long been pushed to their limits. It was one thing to compel them to assault the Sena royal city now. Even the preceding forced march had nearly cost them their lives. While the words sounded appealing, Li Qing was well aware that the reason the middle-aged man before him had not visited during his initial days in Qingdu was simply because he believed that a pampered nobleman like himself could not contend against the deeply entrenched Xian Yu Zhongtong and could not seize control of the military and political power in Jiannan Dao. Upon hearing the term funeral attire, Su Xianrong felt a twinge of surprise, pondering how a monk could possibly don such garments while engaging in theft. Zheng Dian allocated all 6 points available for distribution to his attack. As he currently faced a significant limitation with his ammunition, Before the arrival of the ammunition vehicle, the only solution to this predicament was to enhance lethality. As night fell, Zhao Yujiang was exceedingly dissatisfied. Yet with war imminent, external assistance was preferable to none. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hai proposed a one-on-one duel, which brought great joy to Zhao Yujiang, who had been troubled by how to settle personal scores and was presented with a perfect opportunity to target Yu Lianchen. At this moment, he activated a thread of divine power left by White Alum, channeling his energy to undergo a transformation into the first realm of the innate DAODAS. He operated the eternal life divine body. His injuries began to heal, though the immense expenditure of energy would take time to fully recover. Meanwhile, after watching the video, Deng Zhao felt immensely satisfied and joyful, believing the footage had been remarkably well captured. Dead forest demon, where have you gone? I told you not to act alone. Why do you persist in ignoring my words? The third prince incessantly bickered behind Lung and I, becoming increasingly irksome. Is there a better way to resolve this? The madman approached and crouched down to ponder. The Earth Sovereign recited a verse akin to an incantation. It resonated like a spell, awakening the trident, unleashing boundless power that instilled fear in Tang Shui. What terrified Tang Shui the most was that his own bloodline power began to slip from his control as the Earth Sovereign's chant fell. The four houses believed that if the War House agreed to unite against the Angelic Clan, the Council, which had always maintained a cordial relationship with the War House, would also join the fray. Chapter 107. True fire enters the soul. It was unexpected to discover such secret knowledge, indicating that many matters remained unexploited. These issues were merely summarized as disasters in the upper realm. Tianzhang, feeling a tinge of sadness, remarked, perhaps recalling the ancestors of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. After all, their clan status and strength had been significantly diminished. The hidden truths within this context were not trivial to him. Seated on the bench, Darren turned to glance at the vacant-eyed old fool behind the substitutes. Though his gaze lacked the sharpness it once possessed, and his scolding voice was no longer as resounding, he would not be grabbing your jersey to whisper in your ear again. Ultimately, the additional damage caused by the transformation of the demon sect into the demon cut was entirely calculated based on mana. Once the easy, possessing both the demon sect and the archangel, fully stacked both, its mana would easily exceed 3,000 to 4,000 points, rendering it nearly inexhaustible. The onslaught of ghostly energy lasted over 5 minutes. The longer it persisted, the more fearful the patrons became. If this cloak lacked the ability to defend against ghostly energy, the Elder Bear, possessing Holy Grace-level strength, could transform into a monster, leading to dire consequences. After hearing this, Yu Qianxiang shook his head, pondering how the common folk, upon hearing that officials would be transported by vehicle, showed no fear of waiting. Alas, humanity often revels in its own folly. Observing Chu Yunxing, Master Hua also followed suit, fashioning a few willow branches to bind around himself. He appeared to be engaged in conversation with Li Wei, exchanging words and laughter, exuding an air of familiarity with him. However, Li Wei's countenance was far from pleasant. A stiff smile lingered on his rigid face, as if he were anxious that others might not discern his discontent. At that moment, the streets were sparsely populated, with only sanitation workers and elderly individuals taking their morning strolls. Nearby, Ma Zun, upon hearing this exchange, exhibited a flicker of irritation upon his face, his gaze hardening into a cold and formidable expression. Beneath the sea prison, there existed a realm of Chongming. Perilous as it may be, yet it remained a realm they could dare to explore. Upon hearing Bai Tian's words, a glimmer of delight emerged from Yin Shangren's featureless visage, his eyes glinting with a ferocious light, as a terrifying flame began to stir within him. You, my dear girl, have gone a tad too far. Withholding such a splendid map from us while offering it to the future is quite audacious. You have not yet wed, and already you are bending your elbow outward, Hua Jinro remarked. Qian Lao, feeling a bit awkward, hesitated to inquire about Richard's injuries, and simply nodded, offering a few polite remarks. With the conversation having reached this point, Hui Shi, feeling helpless, summoned his Hui Jun. Thus, those who overheard the exchange suddenly grasped the situation, respectfully bowing to Lin Chenfei, and subsequently they all partook in the jug of wine. The young man called out Wei Tsuerong's name. Wei Tsuerong was currently assisting an exhibitor with their affairs, and the young man's voice was exceptionally loud, not only catching Wei Tsuerong's attention but also that of others in the vicinity. At that moment, witnessing 3 successful individuals praising their son, Niu Dazhuang could not help but beam with joy. Father, who wouldn't he relish hearing others commend their child, perhaps due to early training. Though his face retained its youthful innocence, It bore an unwarranted resilience not typical for his age. Barcelona's coach Enrique was thoroughly displeased, but it was not with Busquets. Rather, his ire was directed at the main referee. Laos. Chapter 108. Departure. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed by Xiao Feng himself. The emergence of the Fire Phoenix was, in fact, a consequence of his own bravado at the time, but if the other party were capable of such feats, there would be no need for Xiao Feng to harbor distrust. He might as well admit his inability to escape their grasp. Contemplating this, Xiao Feng lifted his gaze to meet Ming Yue's eyes. I understand now. This news was precisely what Zhao Tian had long feared. The Zhou family had ultimately allied with the Long family. Oh, it was a 7-character quatrain, so it was a fine piece of work. Regrettably, it could not be seen sooner, nor heard earlier. Lan Fei observed the shifts in the expressions of the 5 individuals, instantly sensing something amiss. Something was wrong. The 5 before him had undoubtedly just undergone a harrowing experience. What could it possibly be? An urgent gaze, a look of disbelief, and a worry of being deceived, all vividly reflected in their demeanor. Initially, one might have assumed that tonight was merely an ordinary business banquet. But who could have known it would devolve into a debauchery of unsavory men? After inquiring about the situation at the Crown Princess residence, Zhu Ziyu, constrained by propriety, hastily exited the residence, vanishing around the corner of the palace wall. Originally, it was not mere consumption, but rather transformation, converting the elemental force of heaven and earth belonging to the 5 divine spheres into one's own. However, Fan Yu still could not comprehend how to utilize this elemental energy. Such matters, he believed, were best kept to oneself rather than seeking counsel from others, especially as it seemed unlikely that anyone could impart the knowledge he sought. Once the door was closed, Bai Lu soared to the rooftop, making her way toward the lotus pond in the back courtyard. The lotus pond was connected to a vast artificial lake, Zhangzhou Lake. Otherwise, the events that transpired here today would likely circulate throughout the world by the following day, with news media even in distant lands considering the happenings of the Far East as the headline of the day. With a precise strike, the Red Demon reveled in his triumph, only to be sent sprawling several meters away by the sweeping tail of the 9 nether dragon serpent, leaving him in utter disarray. The clamor from the audience was incessant, as everyone buzzed with excitement over the news, causing even several dignitaries in the VIP section to rise to their feet. The 3 items retrieved from Jiang Hui were quite intriguing. Could you elucidate what they are? The young eunuch placed a rectangular wooden box on the stone table and opened it, while Lin Lei inquired with a grin about a metal vial, a jade orb, and an object resembling a card holder. Father, the tuna has killed a warlock before, and that warlock can explode. Do not let him near the castle. Have the guards shoot him with arrows. William, witnessing his mother's palpable fear, anxiously proposed a plan. Kashili and Ziluo remained silent, neither in agreement nor opposition, showing no indication of her stance as the political turbulence within the council surged, as if she had resolved to relinquish Cain altogether. Regardless of where they might take her, as long as there was no one around, she could unleash the demon emperor to devour them, though that would be a last resort. Could there be some disturbance within the border city? Upon seeing the city gates firmly shut, Yang Fan furrowed his brow and anxiously pondered to himself. Sensing the sharpness approaching, Sakurai Junjin narrowed his eyes. The chains accelerated their rotation, and at the moment the sword's pressure met the chains, they intersected in a cross formation. The guzheng's melodious notes intertwined, and though I lacked knowledge of music theory, I was deeply moved, halting my steps as memories of leisurely tea conversations with Shirsi flooded back, softening my heart. Tomorrow, the 200 candidates selected from the 4 groups would convene for a mixed competition, ultimately reducing the number to 100. Although everyone had triumphed today, the atmosphere was far from jubilant. Chapter 109. Departure Part 2. Wang Yunfei's self-assured remarks once again chilled the atmosphere. The Yanbei king had merely brought him along because he had fortuitously recruited a Dongshin master at the Wanjian Sect, feeling elated enough to take him along. Yet, Wang Yunfei mistakenly believed that this achievement was solely due to his own efforts, thinking it would elevate his standing in his father's eyes. Clearly, however, he was too eager to showcase himself. At that moment, Yunfei felt no elation for Murong Chofeng's defiance against Shang Wanyi. Instead, his mood grew increasingly grim. As everyone pondered the source of the chime, at the horizon, a sinister aura erupted, prompting the 3 prominent families, including Lin Fan, to lift their heads. They beheld a shadowy figure soaring towards them with alarming speed, ultimately landing heavily in the center of the vast square. Wang Jiping, however, did not spare her a glance. He caressed every inch of her form as if he were admiring a work of art. Meanwhile, Xiang observed that the two within appeared to be peacefully asleep, which eased her mind. She couldn't help but curl her lips, pondering how her master had become increasingly rogue, wondering how much longer this could be tolerated. From the look of it, it seemed that the young master was on the verge of being entirely consumed. While such a fate would be inconceivable for others, it was different for I am Huang Fu Yi. Professor Jiang was once a close friend of my father, holding him in high regard. Regarding the matter of the key, he had promised me that he would inform me of any clues as soon as he discovered them, Huang Fu Yi explained coldly. However, considering that the old patriarch was the head of the family, and since he had already spoken his consent, there was no reason for Lai Yin to oppose the elder's wishes in the realm of Xuanwu continent. If one were to inquire about what is of utmost importance, the answer would undoubtedly be spiritual power. Yet, if one were to ask what the second most crucial element is, without fail, everyone would assert the significance of personal martial skills, highlighting the immense value of such techniques. Among the 7 individuals, the one radiating the most anger was undoubtedly the short, elderly man, followed closely by the drunken old fellow. The others remained composed, observing the 13 individuals before them, though their expressions were placid. Their fighting spirit surged to its zenith, ready to strike at any moment. It was astonishing how he conversed with her, as if discussing a matter with a trusted advisor in the wake of some incident. After forming an opinion, he still sought to hear the advisor's input, ensuring his decision was sound before taking action. Junemo bowed respectfully and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Throughout this, the teacher responsible for the assessment never once looked up to acknowledge Junemo if it were anyone else, even Yin Sha's uncle Yanran, or even if Xiao Qi had saved him from his own violent aura with the help of the black dragon Ruoya. They would not have spoken up for Xiao Qi, whose gaze towards him was filled with coldness, particularly in the face of Yin Sha's sudden fury. 2 dazzling beams of black and white light burst forth from Tang Feng's blood-red eyes, darting into the sphere in the blink of an eye. For some inexplicable reason, this scene felt oddly familiar to Xiao Bai, yet she could not recall where she had seen it before. In Chapter 110. Reconstructing the Great Formation, the focal point of the gathering was the elusive Zhu Mei, who had yet to make an appearance, especially after Shang Ziwu completed the task assigned to him by the Lord of the Divine Court. He arrived at the entrance of the Mingyue Cave. However, Shang Ziwu did not let this frustrate him or report upwards. Instead, he stood at the door alongside Zhu Mei, albeit with lingering doubts in his heart. If only Li Yazi could take pleasure in this, grinning as he collected flattering words that had not graced his ears for some time. Such nauseating yet ego-boosting compliments. Listening to their exchange, Li Jiuyang felt quite perplexed. I am a stunning beauty, with both my level and equipment ranking at best as moderately above average. I am not particularly impressive. Moreover, the presence of mercenaries equipped with enhancements suggests that their skill level is not particularly formidable. Joyfully plucking the celestial demon fruit, he placed it into his spatial ring. In a single moment, he acquired 3 celestial demon fruits, and even Yi Wushang, who typically refrained from displaying his inner joy, could not suppress his beaming smile at this moment. The performance of Gui Yin Yunyin today was indeed commendable, thus everyone welcomed him into the happy inn, and even Li Jiuyang had no objections. Aside from the long spear, the monster also dropped 24 copper coins, a reward significantly more generous than that of wild monsters. Yi Feng felt a pang of guilt, realizing that, in the entirety of the world, only he understood that no matter how hard the various immortal factions in Lingnan domain endeavored, they could never locate the crown of the creator god. Their futile efforts might lead to a series of consequences, such as encountering formidable spirit beasts during their search, potentially resulting in the loss of lives without reason. This made Li Liehua exceedingly exhilarated. The development of events lay wholly within his grasp. The insignificant Long Yiming was hardly regarded by Tang Cheng. Had this individual truly been a formidable adversary, Tang Cheng would have long since drawn the divine sword, and would not dare to act so brazenly now. Thus, the next best outcome would be to inflict pain upon the peasant rebellion, ensuring they remember the lesson and refrain from approaching the controlled area of the Runing army. Who are you? The invaders, realizing the situation, revealed fierce expressions. They were not foolish and could not be easily intimidated by a few phrases in Japanese. This moment, it seemed that everyone sensed the shift in atmosphere within the hall. Occasionally, someone would cast furtive glances at the composed Yin Jun or look with schadenfreude towards Hui Zhu, exchanging knowing glances with those nearby, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Yin Wan, unable to contemplate, gazed at the arm within reach and instinctively bit down. The metallic taste of blood surged to her tongue, nearly inducing nausea. However, the desired effect was entirely unachieved. Due to the plan failing to keep pace with the changes, many matters were not as meticulously considered as anticipated. Xiechun observed the events above. Upon hearing his words, Huatong realized this situation as well, calmly placing Long Yuji down before swiftly climbing onto the bed, wrapping himself tightly in the quilt, and blushing furiously while looking at Huatong and Fenlong. The area of Qinghui City was not particularly large, even smaller than Songlong City. Given Lu Fei's current speed, covering a distance of 10,000 miles would take merely a few hours. Lu Fei did not descend outside the city but directly flew to the teleportation array beside Qing City. After listening, Hui Zhu felt a chill deep within, her right hand instinctively gripping the round fan tightly. A wave of despondency washing over her as she closed her eyes and reclined on the couch, dismissing the gathering of people. Proud as a fierce deity, one could only fear that the actions of the demon emperor had trampled heavily upon his inflated pride. Not long ago, that man had accompanied her during the Mid-Autumn Festival, expressing genuine affection, and after a brief hesitation, she ultimately clinked her cup with his. Chapter 111. The heavenly mechanism masked after a considerable time. They seemed unable to identify a weaker point, thus they made a move to test it. They had lingered here for quite some time. The citizens in the capital, though unaware of their true strength, understood that those who dared covet the royal palace were certainly not mere trifles. Hence, they naturally distanced themselves from this place. The affairs of the royal family were beyond their capacity to intervene, nor did they wish to involve themselves. Blood Cloud Palm. As soon as that person bellowed, just as Xia Yuechan's words had barely settled, the phone suddenly rang. Xia Yuechan answered, and the front desk notified her that representatives from Tianming Group had arrived. Li Shi nodded, aware that his own zombie, a member of the Hanjia clan, awaited the resolution of the perpetual curse that emanated with malevolent energy. Would it not be even more troublesome to encounter a weakened Thanatos? The purple water lily, with its exquisite floral shape, boasted petals of violet encasing a golden center. Its symbolism embodies dreams and purity, and it is said that its blooming period lasts only 7 days each year. The words of Shihi were imbued with an overwhelming authority, akin to the declaration of a profound truth, compelling acceptance without room for rebuttal. As the gust of his fist dissipated, where once stood 7 figures before Zhou Shan, now only the frozen expression of Yang Chao remained. But I, Old Tang, took the lead in speaking, feeling that my modest understanding of arcane arts rendered me most suitable to accompany him. The allied forces stood resolutely by the lightning river, arrayed like an impregnable fortress, prepared for a battle to the last. The Turkic warriors lined up across the plains, akin to soaring eagles, exuding an imposing aura. The southern and northern armies faced each other, swords drawn, the imminent clash of war palpable in the air. What? Angelia gasped in surprise. Had I truly heard correctly? Was he suggesting he would teach me that seemingly enigmatic energy? Surely, this could not be a ruse. Huomi Duo's voice began to choke with emotion as tears streamed down the face of a man over 50. That the tears scattered in the wind, gathering strength in their wake. Chu Nin stretched his body, feeling a wave of soreness, his stomach still churning slightly, yet he was no longer in grave discomfort, save for a mild dizziness. There was naught else demanding his attention. Sherlong was taken aback. When had these 3 appeared? He had sensed not a single trace of their presence, and their identical appearances, as if sculpted from the same mold, were utterly astonishing. The two engaged in a dialogue, exchanging words until they gradually succumbed to slumber. Zhen Biao, while fanning himself, fidgeted restlessly, prompting his mother to realize he was not cold, but rather agitated. The crowd quickly turned to find Shiyun's mouth covered by Zhang Tianyu, rendering her speechless. It was only at the moment I plunged the knife into that rogue's chest that I suddenly felt no hatred toward you. In that instant, clarity washed over me. It became evident that all of this was my destiny. Humph, who was being forced? Aziz snorted coldly, yet had already resolved to feign disinterest in his martial arts while secretly seeking to learn them. From these past few days of interaction, it seemed her 2 younger sisters possessed profound internal strength. She was determined to investigate further. The black magical energy seeped in from outside, enveloping the spacious room. Meanwhile, Lillian timidly glanced at the still sleeping Chuyu beside her, trembling as she pushed open the door and stepped outside. Why Ili was fearful of separation, yet ironically, her name contained the character for leave. Growing up, she often pondered that perhaps destiny was preordained, which is why she was named Yili instead of Yiju. His vivid recounting seemed as though he had witnessed the events firsthand. Linghu Yuan and Lu Linger exchanged glances, both contemplating whether this elder Luo Wu was indeed that scoundrel. Upon hearing that sound, Jiao Qiong abruptly turned around, and there, approaching with measured steps, were Jiang Ziyu and his shadow guard. Chapter 112. The enigmatic scene.it also serves as a form of assurance for you. Even the individuals from the Divine Court would not easily confront those from the Tianji Pavilion. After all, given your prowess, that feather general would still hold some trepidation. The Empress Dan spoke slowly. Very well. Once you have completed your task, make haste to find me. Observing the Empress's evident concern for his well-being, the Emperor of Daliang refrained from further objections and replied, there is no need for such stark distinctions between spouses. Unlike supernatural abilities, celestial martial arts, or magic, 3 parts depend on fate, 7 parts on luck, and the remaining 90 parts are entirely dictated by destiny. Suddenly, a hand emerged within the view of the blood corpse, seizing its head and pressing down with great force. Speaking of the Shenghui Repair Department, it is indeed quite renowned. This repair division, though modest in size, boasts an exceptionally bustling business, attributed to 2 primary factors: their superior craftsmanship and excellent service. Those shrewd businessmen arrive well prepared, akin to cunning politicians, presenting an array of bizarre excuses while feigning financial distress. Though fully aware of their fabrications, evidence to refute them remains elusive. Ultimately, their gains are meager, akin to drawing water with a basket. The He brothers, He Jiangshu and his sibling, hastily disembarked from their vehicle, their faces etched with fury. They pondered, having reached their doorstep, how could such an unfortunate incident arise? Should any misstep occur, would it not render their efforts futile? Then we shall maintain our distance. The tone of Gu Fengchun brooked no dissent. In any case, there is nothing of value there. Chen Si, noticing the eerie tranquility aboard the fishing vessel, swiftly retrieved a flare gun and pulled the trigger towards the heavens. This signal, superior to others emitted from the ship, indicated a grave predicament, a call for immediate evacuation, a distress signal typically issued only after mission failure. With a telescope in hand, I observed the scene at the city wall, where the skeletons continued to fire under my control. The meat was roasted to perfection, truly delectable. Song Yuping exclaimed in delight as he savored a slice. Presently, Feng Ling and his companions had been transformed into grotesque figures resembling members of the demon clan. Yin San, your abilities are remarkable. Under your management, the Second Army has indeed made significant strides, Wang Bo remarked. She too leapt down, and the 2 plummeted into the lava below. To the average observer, they might have seemed doomed. Yet the situation did not unfold as such. They landed at the edge of a cave, with molten rock below. What ultimately became of that aircraft? Lin Xiao inquired urgently, recalling the previous plane, eager to ascertain whether it would indeed self-destruct. At that time, Pan Jinlong earnestly implored Du Mingyuan. Coupled with the original owner's lack of legal awareness, he remained oblivious to the gravity of accepting that transaction, merely perceiving it as a typical side job. After a moment of distortion, Qin Mu awoke in a daze, his head throbbing as if ensnared by countless threads, a piercing headache overwhelming him. The system has undergone an upgrade. It must have been optimized. The system elucidated. The lottery panel was overly complex, so it was naturally streamlined. The entire afternoon slipped by with little respite, as I delved into the intricacies of setting up formations to capture spirits. By the time I recalled my encounter with that peculiar individual in the alley, dusk had already fallen. The elder spoke with palpable excitement, having entrusted the management of the Yamada group to his son early on, with the intention of providing him with valuable experience. Given his impulsive nature, it was all too easy for him to face setbacks in contemporary Japan. A bit of hardship would serve to mature him. Who could have foreseen that this time, the price would be so grave? Chapter 113. The prelude to the grand performance. Are you saying that the formation in the palace has been repaired? Wang Huainan fixed his gaze upon the 3 individuals before him, reiterating their claims. Indeed, despite our utmost efforts, my brothers and I found ourselves unable to breach that barrier of spiritual energy. Moreover, we had never encountered such a barrier previously. Hence, it is our belief that they must have sought someone to restore the formation within the palace, declared the eldest of the twin fiends. Once preparations were complete, Xinyuan Shao unleashed his consciousness, racing forth with astonishing speed, unburdened by the weight of 4 Taishan talismans, augmented by a surge of spiritual energy. Duh? You can't drive? Faced with this possibly affluent individual who surprisingly lacked driving skills, Luo Bing found herself quite intrigued at that moment. I just feel something is off about her. Brother Long, could she be in trouble? Baisha expressed her concerns, standing beside Mo Wuyin. Nietzsche donned a black coat. His head bowed in visible turmoil. After a moment, he looked up, ready to speak. The group halted as they observed a figure in blue riding towards them from the distance, urging his steed onward while calling out anxiously. Upon seeing the man in blue, Yin instinctively sensed that he must be seeking something, prompting her to glance toward Murong Yin. However, Murong Yin merely smiled, clearly conveying his intent for Yin to make her own decision. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Old Master Mu has arrived. The entire sitting room fell into silence. Soon after, they beheld Mu Tianda along with several of his friends and Old Master Zhua emerging from the inner chamber. He understood that any action on his part could lead to the demise of more brothers. As a servant of the Xiao family, should such a situation arise, his family would not fare well in the days to come. The mention of Buyu elicited laughter from Luo Yin, while Xiao Yuan awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a twinge of guilt for having to rely on Buyu, considering she was, after all, his mother. The interior of the stone chamber was chilling and expansive, with the great hall's walls adorned with enormous blocks of ice hewn from the river, towering from the ground to the lofty ceiling, casting an oppressive gaze upon any intruders. Then, Lin Sheng smiled faintly and remarked, "As for my work schedule, it is quite conventional. I typically rise at 8, begin work at 9, and conclude my day promptly at 5. After struggling to consume a piece of rabbit meat, Gong Jinda discovered that it had released a considerable amount of blood. The pain from the earlier blows had left her feeling as though her heart had been cruelly wrenched apart. For many ordinary Ming soldiers, navigating the rivers on boats was a common experience, yet they beheld a colossal sea vessel for the first time, its towering presence akin to a building, instilling a profound sense of awe within them. However, contemplating the life of Zhu Yujian, who spent a considerable portion of his existence, more than half, confined within the walls of a prison, it is only recently, after a mere few months since his release from Fengyang prison, that he has tasted freedom. How could one, having endured such a prolonged absence of liberty, still possess the vigor and spirit of youth? Although the kindergarten is a newly established institution, the Lin Group boasts substantial financial resources and has employed a director and teachers who are seasoned educators in Huaqing, possessing an abundance of experience in early childhood education. After laboring diligently for nearly 30 years at the glass factory, he has garnered numerous accolades, yet ultimately, he has been allocated only a modest 2-bedroom apartment spanning over 60 square meters, leaving leeway to sleep in the living room. In recent days, Shunlai has spent the majority of his time outside the city fortifying defenses, ensuring that the hooves of the dragon eagle traverse every inch of the rivers and mountains within a 30-mile radius of Hujing. Chapter 104. Shattered space. While the outside world was engulfed in chaos, Xiao Feng successfully departed from Baifan City, returning once more to that familiar realm. Yet this time, the atmosphere of this space was far from the earlier desolation. Within this realm, a gathering of individuals was dispersed, and upon a mere glance, Xiao Feng recognized several familiar faces. Among them were Wang Bongru's elder brother, Wang Bongxiu, as well as the scions of various sects, and even members of the divine court. Xiao Feng glanced outside at the sunlight, momentarily blinded by its brilliance. Such warm sunlight is indeed a rarity in the early January of the British Isles. Nianhua raised her brow and declared loudly, "If you do not permit me to intervene, then I shall do so regardless. Moreover, how can you ascertain my capability to assist without disclosing the matter at hand? The sword in my hand is not for show." With that, she drew her sword, slicing it through the bark of a nearby tree before sheathing it once more. Chen Qi set off again, soaring through the tranquil night sky, a streak of light racing swiftly, leaving behind a myriad of dazzling stars. Song Yuanxiao and others promptly straightened their appearances, with Song Yuanxiao addressing the two elders. "Forgive our impudence, esteemed seniors. We, the younger generation, were overwhelmed with joy upon encountering Wuji. Momentarily losing our composure. Please, ascend the mountain." He gestured invitingly. Suddenly, a long arrow shot forth from behind Nianhua. Sensing something amiss, she swiftly ducked, the arrow whistling past her head by mere inches and vanishing into the night, leaving only the sound of its passage. Hao Bai felt a rush of emotion. He was but an ordinary person, lacking in distinction, and an orphan at that, having been discovered by his grandfather. The two had previously relied on each other for companionship. Beneath Xiantian Peak, Hanyan led a throng of dozens towards Jinglin Kingdom, and upon witnessing Hanyan's entourage, the onlookers could not help but display expressions of reverence. Thus, it can be concluded that although this stone tablet may not possess overwhelming strength, It holds significant research value, possibly comparable to the price of a pseudo-spiritual treasure. Upon finishing his statement, the individual gazed at the stone tablet with gleaming eyes. Every person is obliged to join the martial arts guild. The guild imposes no restrictions on its members, yet once one becomes a member, they shall receive the guild's protection. At this juncture, Xiao Feng no longer concealed his prowess, not only striking fiercely to seize the foundational elixir but also dispatching his Qing Nyo avatar to acquire the Jiao Yuan golden pill. Han raised his hand, and the alchemical furnace opened its lid. 10 pills, radiating a faint green luminescence, soared into the porcelain vial he had meticulously prepared. Fan Li glanced at Mo Ran and remarked, "I choose to believe you, yet it is easier said than done. The two energies within the yin-yang flute must be cultivated in tandem. Do you understand why you can adeptly wield the power of yin, yet struggle with yang? It is because you are innately attuned to the forces of yin." Meanwhile, on this side of the dilapidated bridge, the myriad demon cultivators and Lin Chuan's pupils dilated in alarm. Some demon cultivators even trembled, pointing at one of their own. Should the investigation trace back, the Xie family had records of past events. Even the slightest disturbance would attract undue attention, and there would be no way to absolve themselves. "This skirt is excessively long. It needs to be shortened by 2 inches, Qi Ro declared, tossing the fabric toward Hu Qing. Indeed, even though the Fire Crow divine clan had fallen into disarray, it still boasted a formidable figure of the free and unfettered realm. Unless one were to engage in a desperate struggle that would leave them grievously wounded, they could not prevent the sacrificial rites. Should the rites not be conducted, the ancestral primordial spirit of the Fire Crow divine clan would be beyond their capacity to confront. His position was strategic, allowing for both offense and defense. Zhuo Yiqing joyfully approached, cradling a brocade box containing 3 frost honey fruits, which he presented to Zhuo Mingjun, when the bearded man from the previous night stood once more. Targeting Mo Ran, she could not help but scoff inwardly. It seemed that this world was never short of individuals willing to risk their lives for monetary gain. Chapter 115. Fight until submission. Tianzhong felt a throbbing headache after listening, pondering how such a promising opportunity had suddenly vanished. To receive his guidance would surely facilitate rapid enhancement of one's abilities, even for an inept individual. Listening to him, he felt despondent, gradually resting his head on Xiao Feng's shoulder. How had he failed to seize this promised opportunity? Just then, the host announced a text message from an audience member stating, "I am currently offline, likely exhausted from spending last night with my wife. Having gamed continuously for many days, it seems rare to have a day of leisure." Director Guan, a veteran with a police background, quickly seized upon a weakness in Xiao Han that he mused that the physical education teacher from Lingnan University had managed to apprehend 2 thieves barehanded and deserved a thorough reprimanding. Xiao Han was taken aback, observing the boy, who appeared emaciated, clearly suffering from prolonged malnourishment. "So, you are a fugitive from Jintua Temple," Yang Nan said with a knowing smile, his gaze fixed upon the glistening white flesh of the Golden Scale King. His eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, the blade whirled around Li Xiang before the once firm ground softened instantly. The yellow-black earth transformed into a quagmire, filled with a powerful suction, as Li Xiang attempted to move. His legs sank halfway into the mire. The chaotic dance of spring and autumn, accompanied by a blood-red vortex, surged forward. As the warhorse reared and struck down, it unleashed a fierce flame slash that trembled the earth. "As a pilot, I cannot smoke," Wu Ping remarked, feeling a sense of revulsion upon noticing the bloodstains on Hua Feng's suit. His declaration about not smoking as a pilot was merely an act of bravado in front of Hua Feng. 4 American fighter pilots were known to indulge in smoking and drinking. Regarding the proposal put forth this month by Sun Chenfeng, the elders of Dark Knight Paradise engaged in fervent discussion, their spirits soaring. The sound of gun barrels rotating pierced the air, followed by the jarring echoes of gunfire. Flames erupted, illuminating the surroundings, as 30mm caliber bullets shot forth, instantly unleashing a tempest of lethal metal. At that moment, he officially became a bounty hunter, ready to traverse the seas in pursuit of the wanted criminals, exchanging their capture for a reward. Chang Cha's expression shifted unexpectedly. He had not anticipated such a reckless maneuver from me. Yet in the next instant, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Heish activated the magic circle, which shone with dazzling brilliance. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoming sensed a connection with the 2 pieces within Heish's body. or rather, the bloodline of demons, while also feeling the demonic pieces within her undergoing a transformation in both attributes and color. As night fell completely, I rose to my feet. My earlier frustration evaporated, replaced instead by a flicker of excitement, muttering to myself, "In softness. This is the essence of in softness. Gentleness can conquer rigidity," followed by a hearty laugh that resonated by the riverside. Xiao Ming let out a cold snicker, charging directly into the explosion, evading the monstrous black fireballs spewed forth by the Beast King, seizing its massive tail and flinging it aside. As gaze traversed the fallen leaves, discovering deep palm prints embedded in the tree trunk. These sunken imprints resembled bite marks on blue rubber candy, lingering without springing back, perhaps requiring an entire night to heal from such damage. Xiao Feng entered the lounge and opened the wardrobe door, revealing a large mirror before him. That he stepped back slightly, shedding his white coat, scrutinizing himself from head to toe. Chapter 116. Ambushed. The disciples of Wanjian Sect were genuinely incensed, their current onslaught showing no signs of restraint. However, what they did not foresee was that none of the individuals before them were to be trifled with. A dozen assassins surged forward in unison, due to the sluggish movements of the Qingyan statue. They effortlessly leapt atop it, unleashing their fists upon the seemingly invulnerable figure. 10 tails. Yi Yuqing felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his face. Countless individuals toil their entire lives without amassing 10 taels of silver. Where is the justice in compensating the fallen with such a sum? The position of head of the Su family was owed to the elder Su's debt to Su Mubai, having been abandoned at birth, bearing the burden of an illegitimate child for nearly 30 years. All of this was originally meant to be endured by Su Yinjin, yet it became Su Mubai's cross to bear. Feng Yue dreamt a dream, finding herself in a pitch-black room, with a red gauze canopy overhead, dimly illuminated. Song Ruosi was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning behind those words. Once she grasped the implication, her face flushed crimson. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, tears springing forth as she rose to depart. Since the old master had fallen, the mistress remained by his side day after day, seldom attending to other matters, as if she could not trust anyone else to care for him. Upon reaching this conclusion, he decided to display for sale the few old root carvings he had previously hesitated to part with. In addition to the azimuth indicators, positional instruments, and altimeters, the comprehensive tank gun parameter calculation system serves to further elevate the already formidable 90mm tank gun, making it an even more fearsome weapon. Wanlong Guhuang is the ancient sovereign of the chaotic dragon nest, while Huangjin Guhuang naturally represents the ancient ruler of the golden ethnicity among the alien nobility. Both met their demise in the latter stages of the Heavenly Shield narrative. Wanlong Guhuang and the Baihu Daoist, who spoke that fateful day, perished during the fierce contest on the immortal path of Facian Star. Huangjin Guhuang was slain during the era of Yifan 2. Just as he was about to press the switch but had not yet truly done so, a violent roar pierced through, causing his eardrum to throb painfully, and he soon spotted a silver MiG-15 adorned with the insignia of the Chinese Air Force breaking through the clouds on his right. In pursuit, Gao Hang let out a resigned smile, patted Cheng Jinji on the shoulder, and turned to walk towards the gate where the carriages were stationed. Cheng Jinji feigned a troubled expression, her mind racing with countless potential scapegoats, and in an epiphany. She had already settled on a target. In the days of Pangu, when the heavens and earth were split open, the mightiest axe not only obliterated the 3,000 chaotic demons, but also ushered in the first ray of light for the newly born primordial world. This was no mere demonstration of the law of strength, it also integrated the powers of other laws he had comprehended, embodying an all-encompassing essence that shaped the cosmos. This scene left Julie utterly perplexed. His purple gold lightning, infused into the heavenly dragon spear, was said to be indomitable, capable of annihilating all, even specialized defensive treasures which struggled to remain unscathed. Yet, the opposing force had effortlessly deflected it. Upon hearing the snapping of fingers by Yuanping, the prince initially felt a twitch between his brows, but then relaxed, a smile gracing his lips as he met Yuanping's gaze, which was entirely expected. Of course, I wholeheartedly agree. Iron Man believed that Ma Jun was also a mad scientist, and he held a favorable impression of Ma Jun, hastily expressing his thoughts. Chapter 117. Frozen for miles. Sheer, please stay here for a while. Xiao Feng prepared to take action, intending for Ruoshi to wait momentarily in this spot. Very well, but do exercise caution. That he was acutely aware that seeing Ruoshi nearly get hurt had ignited great anger within him. At this point, persuading her against taking action was virtually impossible. Thus, Lu Xie personally inscribed the imperial edict, instructing Dong Qing to secretly escort Qin Duan out of the palace, ensuring that no one was to be made aware. To everyone's surprise, Helian Chun and Min Bewei appeared to harbor some animosity. A mere disagreement quickly escalated into harsh words exchanged. Moreover, once the spiritual water merged within the body of the demon clan's young beast, the innate magical power it had cultivated would undergo a cleansing, purging impurities and purifying its essence, stabilizing its dantian, akin to a rebirth, bestowing lifelong benefits upon the young demon beast. Ultimately, Lin Qin emerged, leading the large black dog to stand beside Li Yongxing. The silkworm silk mask had been damaged, and he had now donned a new one, this time even more handsome than his original visage. You must at least tell me where we are headed. Jin Zhonghua, entangled by Li Xinxing, felt utterly exasperated. In the cardinal directions of east, south, west, and north, it can't be that Klitsch, right? I am also known as the Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, and Central Divine. Isn't the recent Nanshan one of the South? Upon hearing these 5 words, Li Yuan was struck by a vivid sense of watching a martial arts film. The only concern was whether Zheng Zhulong would sense something amiss and incite a rebellion. Although the impact of this matter was minimal, it was nonetheless something to be wary of. By Mingzi timely reminded, laughter erupted among the crowd, for this was an obvious conclusion. Many simply chuckled and abandoned their intentions to tease Lu Hong. The discussion shifted to the distinguished individuals who had visited in recent days, with some even taking pride in recognizing a few among those currently present in the building. She saved me. And I saved her. We are even. Lin Qin followed Li Yongshang towards the exit of Mo City. What are you going to do? You can't sing. Just soak in the bath, Huzi remarked, to which Guzi pondered for a moment and concluded that Huzi had a point. Thus, he jumped into the bathtub and settled down quietly. Amidst the roar, Sarah reached out with a swift gesture, and Han Bing's sword had somehow found its way into her hand. In the blink of an eye, Sarah, wielding the ice sword, had already struck above Chen Yufan's head. As Luo Yi retrieved the double-edged giant axe from the treasure chest, its attributes emerged before him. Seeing this, Luo Yi was not particularly surprised. Having been in this world for some time, he had come to grasp many fundamental concepts. Zheng Yi exhaled. As the gorilla's movement was obstructed, Yen Ti was successfully escorting him away to a vast plain with a dark red terrain, where the air was thick with the scent of blood. Jing Yi gazed at the dimly lit Washu sword in his hand. Its current attributes had now equaled that of a hostless state, and the extraordinary enhancement it once possessed had dwindled to less than a third of its original might, rendering it little more than an ordinary stellar weapon, with the immense power of a 7-star weapon entirely sealed away. After bidding farewell to Yi Fengyu, Han Bing, and others with a distracted demeanor, Chen Yufan logged out of the game amidst the envious gazes of others. Loss? Huh. You haven't truly lost anything. You understand the principle of balance in life's gains and losses, Qi Yue remarked, and this is merely the beginning. As technology continues to advance and strength improves, the defensive perimeter will gradually expand to Mars, Jupiter, and even the fringes of the solar system. Chapter 118. Seeking one's own demise? Xiao Feng chose not to continue reading, for there was no longer any necessity to prolong the battle. Although Ruashi possessed only innate strength, her techniques far surpassed what such a realm should entail. To instantly encase so many innate practitioners in ice would likely require a high-level destiny. Moreover, her control over ice was not of ordinary strength. Standing beside Ruashi, Xiao Feng could feel the overwhelming presence of those who wished to impress Jin Xing with an unforgettable facade. Yet most had met with failure, their aspirations dashed. However, in recent years, the very personas that those boys had yearned to project had been effortlessly embodied by this newcomer. 2 polar bears were in agony, their heads pounding as 2 quantum forces clashed within their brains. They rampaged wildly, narrowly avoiding collisions with Bai Chun on several occasions. As Pei Xiaonan and Sheng Tuyao occasionally cast glances toward Lin Yi. This scene, observed by Chen Linyan, inexplicably filled her with a sense of gloom, prompting her to devour her meal with fervor. Meanwhile, the group gathered under a large sunshade, their table adorned with a self-service barbecue grill, surrounded by an assortment of uncooked chicken wings and various ingredients. Although Jin Long Shijun had previously held Xiao Fan in high regard and treated him well, he had always regarded him as a junior. Now, they stood as equals. As for Zhu Xing'an, it was likely just a phone call away, effortlessly summoning his formidable connections in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Watching the pieces suspended in midair, a sudden impulse struck her, and with a smile, she gracefully ascended, casting spells to direct the movements of the pieces. Meng Xiaolin, observing Lin Yi atop the boxing ring, was acutely aware of the dynamics surrounding the arena. They suddenly felt compelled to investigate the bloodline heritage of this Master Lin from Haizhou. Just as she was about to reach the pinnacle, Wan Nua hesitated, and her body, uncontrollably, began to slide down the tree trunk. Embarrassed, as a member of the logistics department, she wasn't a mere companion. Yet, she could not voice such thoughts. After all, she was accompanying General Kong and represented the dignity of the branch company. She had to select a dish that would please everyone. Sanyu reluctantly took the menu, scrutinizing it carefully. The secret room was laden with traps upon entry, yet presented no such obstacles upon exit. Thus, upon witnessing Liang Shanghong depart alone, Wan Nua followed suit, reasoning that the presence of such a scoundrel only tainted the atmosphere. What is the matter? You nod and shake your head. Shang Yu gently prodded her after speaking that I want to learn. Shang Yuan privately mused that this knot, positioned just beneath Lu Tingchuan's enticing Adam's apple, would undoubtedly be quite appealing. Are you almost done? Sanyu suddenly recalled her promise to accompany him for a gaming session. With no work today, it was the perfect opportunity to pass the time with a few rounds. Hearing the words, Li Shui'er felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. If what the other party said were true, then they would indeed be doomed. Xiao Yuya had never held much regard for hierarchy, and upon learning of his own lineage, he had always viewed Murong Xiao as a sister. However, his brash demeanor left those around him feeling alarmed. Ryan sat beneath the large tree in the courtyard, leaning against its stout trunk, gazing up at the night sky. Chapter 119. The Yearning for Dao Heart and Power Miss. May I inquire as to the identity of your esteemed master? Might you introduce me? Disciple Wang Bangshu earnestly stated, kneeling before the impending attack of the assassin. To the astonishment of those present, he expressed a sincere desire to join her teachings. Xiao Feng was aware of his obsession with cultivation, yet this was the first time he had witnessed someone so eager to seek knowledge from a powerful figure. Such individuals were truly relentless. Internal energy surged, blood coursing through his veins with a fervor that made the sound of its flow distinctly audible. On the city ramparts, a swarm of mech warriors, 50% more than before, descended in droves, charging forward. Meanwhile, a large number of source dragons were also released into the fray. 5 centuries hence, she returned once more, yet in Han Sui's eyes, another had already taken her place. A half-baked mirror master, incapable of even coalescing a life mirror, could hardly be deemed her equal. When she, with the best of intentions, proposed to leave with Han Sui, he coldly rebuffed her. After all, she was his own aunt. Although Xian Yuelon felt a surge of anger, she still made her way to the county's premier hospital, where she encountered her aunt, uncle, and cousin Du Lei. Everyone believed that a man of Li Yunyan's stature dying from illness was far too incongruous. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the power he had acquired through dubious means seemed to know no bounds. Han Dong, seething with rage, yearned to strike someone. He would resolve the family matters himself, ensuring that his parents joyfully accepted Su Ran. His sister was meddling too much. Wasn't this merely adding to Su Ran's distress? Black whirlwind furrowed his brow, and the creature within his eye seemed to sense its master's anxiety, beginning to scurry around the center of the eye, as if eager to devise a solution. I gazed at Bao Yuan with a rigid expression, pondering that if he dared to let Li Yinyong go today, I would sever all ties with him. The one static space shattered with a crack, akin to breaking glass, revealing countless fissures. After Lu Wanjian examined Sun Fengzhao's severely injured posterior, the wounds miraculously healed, scabbing over and restoring to their former state within mere breaths. Confirming some unspoken truth. He then began to sift through Sun Fengzhao's garments, probing to locate the armor that adorned him. Although the Wind Sai had forcibly concealed its presence for reasons unknown, Deus still detected her. Had it not been for Amon's timely intervention to halt the conflict, being tainted by Deus's bloodlust would have rendered even Wind Sai incapable of retreating unscathed. The visage before me was a grim shade of blue, shaped like a fox, with sharp, elongated features and a menacing countenance that was more terrifying than a Zhong's. In terms of cleverness and acuity, my sister was unmatched. However, your naive kindness and lack of guile may well prove to be your undoing in the future. Xining lamented. Under this oppressive weight, the external manifestation of Xuanwu and the corporeal form of the Imo duo both displayed expressions of extreme anguish. Simultaneously, a bizarre hissing and roaring sound emanated from their mouths, as both figures were forcefully driven down from the sky by the tremendous power. Raising my hand, I severed the vines obstructing my path. The King of Earth glanced at the nearly verdant sword and could not help but sigh, resolving never to traverse such treacherous terrain again, fraught with the risk of falling insects. Stop dawdling, he admonished, Supporting the barrier against the increasingly potent suction, Ming felt utterly exasperated by the self-satisfied Song Qingjie. Yet, it was hardly surprising. For beings like them, such devouring entities were indeed akin to natural enemies. Zhu Xian's voice grew softer, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile, as though he were on the verge of reuniting with the one he yearned for day and night. Chapter 120. The Resurgence of Malice. The two proceeded, gradually passing through the third door. The interlude had not been lengthy, considering that Ruashi had dispatched the opponent in a single strike. However, upon crossing the threshold, they once again found themselves rooted in place. That it was as if they were caught in a continuous loop, for they had returned to Baifan City once more, upon the towering city walls. The plaque of White Sail City hangs high. However, it has succumbed to decay, no longer resembling the form they once beheld. He believed that as he busied himself with tasks at hand, he could temporarily escape the distressing thoughts that plagued him. Throughout my life, I have yet to experience the tender embrace of romance. Regardless of your identity, I shall ensure you face a well-deserved reckoning tomorrow. Accompanying the footsteps of Nagashima Yoshino, a series of ominous sounds echoed. Akin to a moving Mount Tai, bearing down upon the crowd with an oppressive weight that made breathing laborious. Confronted with a relentless assault, he found no recourse but to evade and defend with counterattacks. As no better strategy presented itself, as anticipated, tears glimmered in Shu Meichi's eyes, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed below, her left hand pressed against her chest, appearing utterly overwhelmed by the blow. The individual known as Nagashima Yoshino exhibited an arrogance that bordered on the intolerable, a veritable white-eyed wolf. Gu Ling could not help but curse that a few muffled sounds rang out, as Li Yuanming swiftly eliminated the most vociferous provocateurs. Simultaneously, several self-proclaimed formidable opponents had encircled Li Yuanming. Yi Chunqing discerned that the polite knock at the door could not belong to Qi Xiao. It was likely Lu Geng, or perhaps a servant from the villa. How could we ascertain whether consuming your elixir would yield any adverse effects? What if it were a poisonous concoction? Feng Qi scrutinized for faults in every detail. Of course, this was merely a sensation. In reality, Mo Feng had never witnessed his master engage in combat throughout the past 16 years. It is widely acknowledged that the moonwalk was invented by Qin Xiaodang, who later popularized it through the illustrious King Mike. In a sense, Qin Xiaodang heralded a new era in the realm of popular dance. Sun Xingyao looked up and recognized the arrival of Li Zhongke, the deputy director of the Bureau of Government Affairs. Li Zhongke, in his 50s, had already lost most of his hair, having spent his entire career within the bureau, thus earning a reputation as a seasoned veteran. The flames roared like a fearsome dragon. Stretching across the stone bridge, dense black smoke swirling with the wind, spreading toward the southeast. Despite the frigid weather, they could still feel the searing heat emanating from the fire, even with the stone bridge separating them. Do not venture too far. The four kings of calamity have spoken of the formidable strength of the dragon eagle of the Sacred Alliance. Gu Tai remarked, maintain your convictions, dear master, if this is indeed your will. I shall not oppose it, Xing Kai-shi responded. Do. I had thought you were diligently at work, Gu Tai said, casting a surprised glance at the crystal fragments in Gao Gong's hand. Wang Guangrong's body trembled as he inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Wang Zijian offered no further persuasion, merely meeting Wang Guangrong's gaze. On the other end of the line, Zhao Lianxing chuckled as well. Lu Genfu, growing increasingly pleased, found himself addressing the boss with newfound ease. Xia Yang paid her no heed, settling down to meditate, refining the pure energy acquired from the recently devoured peaches, while awaiting the completion of Hualinger's task at this moment, among the dozens of peach trees. Only 30 bore fruit. The once bountiful scene of peaches was now reduced to fluttering peach leaves, a stark portrayal of desolation. Lin Chaoxi's words filled the room with anticipation. They were soon to have a new home. And with Lin Jinda's leg healed, the prospects of their lives appeared increasingly hopeful. What was ultimately implanted in those individuals' minds was not a potion for the continuation of life, but rather a parasitic entity that thrived on flesh and blood. Using the human body as its host, this parasite, intertwined with the essence of trees, has come to be known as hybridization. Chapter 121. The erased traces. Thus, one may ponder, is this truly not a consequence of the altar of malevolent flames? Upon hearing Xiao Feng's conjecture, Ruashi raised an eyebrow and remarked, at present, this remains unclear. One can only say that we cannot entirely dismiss this possibility. However, it is improbable that Baifan City would permit the apostles of malevolence to construct an altar. It is likely that they emerged only after the calamity had struck. Xiao Feng's expression grew slightly solemn as he spoke. Should I interpret this as you harboring feelings for me? Lu Xing inquired, feigning a naive demeanor. Although Qin Hanwei was aware that the silver dragons leading the charge would suffer significant casualties, she could not afford to dwell on such matters at this moment. She urgently commanded Haiba and the Sea Emperor to protect Qin Songhai and the others. Following the thousands of silver dragons as they surged towards the breach, the monstrous army trailed closely behind. At this juncture, the elderly matriarch, Xie, found her care for Yin Gu increasingly agreeable, while the first young master reveled in the envious gazes directed towards him, which only inflated his sense of pride. How vexing! It seemed there were still remnants of those ensnared. Despite being utterly exhausted, the thought of my master's benevolent smile compelled me to temporarily set aside my desire for rest and muster my spirits to complete this task. Fear not. Watch me, Grapes exclaimed, palms pressed together, and with a resounding shout of Lotus Lantern, a brilliant light instantly illuminated the cave. Zhongmu understood that Shakid resented him for not assisting in capturing the infant. Thus he chose not to respond, granting Shakid a semblance of dignity. Consequently, when faced with Cole's instructions, Ye Guiyan felt an incessant drumbeat of anxiety within. Nevertheless, Ye Guiyan had no choice. Cole was the earthly representative of the demon god, wielding unimaginable power, and Ye Guiyan lacked both the ability and the courage to resist. Upon our entrance into the cave, Grapes displayed a sinister expression and gradually advanced deeper within. Hey, have you lost your voice? Speak up. Xiaoyu gently pushed Lu Xing, expressing her discontent. What a tease. Yet, she harmed our child. I shall not allow her to escape unscathed. After all, she has 2 children. What does it matter if one perishes? With that, she attempted to drop the child, prompting Duke Qingjun to rush forward, ready to catch the infant. Just as his hands reached out, they met empty air, and Duke Qingjun shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. His heart gripped by fear. At that moment, Zhou Weiguo was dining with Li Chang, who casually inquired about something. Zhou Weiguo handed over a telegram, which made Li Chang acutely aware of Zhou Weiguo's trust in him. Indeed, now that Zhou Weiguo had publicly revealed his identity, there was little left to conceal. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from afar. It was well known that this was the sound of the Mongolian arrow tower being struck by the catapults of the light army. Yet, the noise was so sharp and thunderous, it seemed as though the catapult had launched from mere paces away, the stone projectile crashing down with such force that it shattered the entire structure of the arrow tower. Wounded by the soul-seizing blade, the blood from this injury would continue to flow. Even if it were a beast that had cultivated for millennia, there would inevitably come a day when its life essence would be entirely expended. However, Sui did not elaborate. Although Lin Qinghan would eventually become aware of the matter regarding the lower realm's guidance, it was still too early to explain, and quite troublesome. It would be more acceptable once it became a natural habit. Setting aside the matter of combat prowess, this alone sufficed to demonstrate the practicality of this magic, which proved to be quite formidable. Be it the towering world tree that stretched endlessly into the sky, or the golden luminescent dust cascading from above. Both served to accentuate the breathtaking beauty of this magnificent town. Had it not been for Bai Yao's quick thinking that day, the others would likely have awaited Su Yi's arrival in vain. Their gazes toward Bai Yao had since transformed. All right, third brother, I shall have someone bring you your military uniform and equipment shortly, Zhou Weiguo said excitedly. With Lu San present, he felt that certain plans could now be set into motion. He then summoned a soldier to escort Lu San to change into his military attire. Chapter 122. The Ink Residence chart. Something feels amiss, lad. They are indeed coming for us. We have been discovered. Tian Zhang maintained a vigilant stance, yet a sense of impending danger heightened his awareness of the situation. There's no turning back now, Sheer. Can you manage? Xiao Feng's expression was grave. This marked the first time since entering the Mingwei cave that he truly felt a sense of crisis. Even during his time in the illusory pavilion's trial tower, a silence enveloped the dark alleyways, broken only by the heavy breathing of Wu Wei, which sounded particularly jarring. From a distance, the atmosphere of the banquet was raucous. He was unaware of what Lu Ran had whispered to Sun Lia. Sun Lia responded with a sweet smile, slightly nodding, her demeanor modest as she followed Lu Ran toward the back entrance of the banquet hall. Whether it was deliberate or accidental, someone had interjected between Yu Fei and the young master, causing her to take a step back and thereby increasing the distance between them. If Su Xiaoxiao were nearby to whisper sweet nothings, it would not be surprising for Director Wang to terminate his contract with Gao Meiwei. That evening, Tang Shi had no dinner engagements nor overtime. At 6 o'clock, he left the office punctually and drove toward his apartment. Human, you've ruined my makeup. It's quite a hassle to redo. How do you intend to compensate me? One sultry girl said to Simon in a voice that was sweet to the point of being cloying, enough to elicit a slight reaction from the male onlookers, indicating their respect, finally arriving at the city gates. Yang Linglan felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing the tall, gleaming mirror at the entrance. Following a dull thud, Xiao Wuming, struck by Xiao Shirsi, was unfazed, yet Xiao Shirsi's complexion suddenly turned pale. He then let out a grunt, his steps becoming unsteady. Ultimately, Xiao Shirsi lost his footing and fell unceremoniously to the ground. She was indeed overdressed. Fortunately, due to her abilities, no one paid her much attention. Otherwise, her appearance would have surely attracted notice. In the video, a taxi steadily followed behind her mother, eventually catching up. At this moment, the window rolled down slightly, prompting her mother to halt. For instance, the currently popular dogfighting LOL section saw the announcement that Wuhu Decima had been affected by this incident. It is best so. Tang Yu also smiled at Han Lin, a dark horse who emerged from the lowest ranks and is equally deserving of respect. She would not show leniency simply because the Han family is a subordinate force. The family of the county magistrate wept bitterly, and he gazed up at the beams of the Grand Hall. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, it was the duty of the county magistrate to defend his territory. Sharing fate with the county, the previously clear azure sky suddenly turned oppressive, as ascending currents began to coalesce into a formidable eye of the storm. Above Hongchuan, moisture began to gather, forming an enormous cloud system that gradually spiraled into near perfection. With a sudden clarity of thought, Ouyang longed and ceased to be troubled. Known for his bravery and slaughter, he lacked a keen strategic mind for long-term planning. It was far more suitable for him to command soldiers in battle than to ponder deeply over matters. We shall all prosper. In the future, our cooperation will surely lead to mutual wealth, interjected Ma Wanli, seizing the opportunity to speak. They had not forgotten that their grenades were depleted and ammunition was running low. Every bullet fired diminished their stock, and when their weapons were exhausted, what then? A familiar yet eerie scene reemerged as the wound in his palm, cracked from the shock, rapidly healed under the mysterious power of the black flames. The pain dissipating unnoticed, yet the brilliance was so blinding that even Xiao Songyo, the practitioner, had to avert his gaze to avoid being injured by the intense light. Thus this rare and magnificent spectacle went unrecorded. Chapter 123. As one wave subsides, another rises. With assistance at hand, Xiao Feng and his companions hesitated no longer, their figures flashing as they charged outward. The ink-washed figures encircled them, deflecting all roaring attacks and various projectiles one by one. How fortunate we are for Ruashi Escroll. Otherwise, we would surely perish here, Tian Zhang remarked, still feeling a lingering dread. However, Xiao Feng did not respond in kind. Under the fervent insistence of the crowd, Bai Dai finally commenced the background music on the computer. A fierce wind, combined with the power of fortune, transformed into a colossal sword that enveloped the future holy sun, causing even Song Ming to feel a jolt of fear. Speaking of blood warriors, it is necessary to revisit the disintegration of the Kunlun Mountain as Xiojia ancient clan. Yet, Xu Yin understood that as the representative of the divine realm, the recent proclamation echoed not only in the skies of the dreamless domain. Hu Xiangdong engaged in a prolonged battle with the beasts, but for Tang Yi, a single arrow sufficed. How then could one compete? At that moment, his fist struck forth, conjuring a tempestuous force, reminiscent of a fierce tiger charging forth. Though not yet collapsed, it was akin to ruin. It was, after all, rendered useless if your only aim is Wei Zixuan. Then I have nothing further to say. Being allowed to develop outside of school does not equate to abandoning your basketball dreams, Xiang Yu stated calmly. What are you waiting for? Hurry and lead the way, Song Ming commanded, raising his hand, and the rotund figure was hurled in like a cannonball. Excellent. No problem. Upon hearing his father's words, Yang Yang felt a newfound sense of responsibility, which imbued him with confidence. He and the cat did not linger any longer. There were still matters awaiting Qi's attention within the clan of white cats. After bidding farewell to Fan Jin, they departed. In their wake, millions of dragon cultivators were instantly suppressed, their primordial spirits shattered, and their bodies exploded with a thunderous crash, akin to a spectacular display of fireworks, disintegrating into countless fragments. Who said I was waiting for you? Fan Siren retorted, exasperated, eager to dissociate herself to avoid any misunderstanding from Lin Zifen. I intend to challenge Huang Rong. The mountain demon paid no heed to the words of the disciples from Mount Shu and made a move as if to pounce on Huang Rong. Observing the battle fervor of his subordinates, Sha Wudi felt a degree of satisfaction, confident that he could still maintain control over the entire confrontation. Within the void of time and space, in a fraction of a billionth of a second, an ethereal figure emerged, wielding an unparalleled divine sword, striking towards the dark demon king. Humph, I never specified whose mother-in-law I was referring to, so I have nothing to fear him, Odaibe chuckled, his demeanor remarkably composed and unruffled. The astounding maneuver executed by the Heavenly Emperor, resulting in the fall of a divine emperor in less than a billionth of a second, left everyone in shock. All 14 divine emperors retreated in fear, while countless clans observing from the galaxy platform were engulfed in utter bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a meal, the members of the Divine Seat Pirates languidly reclined on the sofa, sated from their feast, while Nami and Perona clung to Li Yi's arms. Living Buddha. Why don't you say that Tathagata won't let you descend? Old Zhou remarked. I reckon this fellow is simply insane. Perhaps we should leave, as there is another person being pursued waiting for our rescue. There is no need to waste time with this lunatic, suggested the officer. With a creak, Yuan heard the sound of bones dislocating. And upon closer inspection, he discovered that Fu Chao's head had been ensnared by the soaring serpent, blood gushing forth from above his head, clearly indicating that the earlier crack was the sound of his neck breaking. Chapter 124. Is it over? At that very moment, Xiao Feng felt an immense pressure descending from above. That enormous hand, laden with boundless strength, surged toward him, rendering him incapable of resistance. His expression bore a hint of confusion. Or perhaps it was indifference. Having faced death once before, he was acutely aware of its nature. Yet, his mindset had shifted significantly from what it once was. After all, having lived this long, he thought, can you, who wields power, truly let go? Ailes was a person with a strong desire for control. She had known this from the very beginning. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated before me, followed by a wave of intense heat on my face. The brightness so overwhelming that I could scarcely keep my eyes open. Fury ignited in Titan's eyes as his massive fists crushed the rubber bat, drawing the attention of the other inmates. The guard promptly blew his whistle, admonishing him to sit down. Refreshing Su Xian's account, I found no new chapters had appeared, prompting a sigh of disappointment. Oh, Aunt Wang, it has been so long since we last met. How have you been? Steadying myself, I grasped Aunt Wang's hand, suddenly reminded of my mother, and Xuanzao's eyes glistened with tears. The Celestial Dome has ceased all communication with her and has barred her from entering the Immortal abode. Evidently for compelling reasons. This must be intricately linked to the earlier incident where Haier seized her wrist. Upon turning around, she caught sight of those several individuals wearing ambiguous smiles, which incited her ire towards them for their indifference in the face of danger. Provoking a chorus of laughter among the crowd that it would indeed be splendid if we could resolve this matter. But should we fail, we too shall remain entombed within that secret for eternity. Yi Xinyu, unperturbed, merely shifted her gaze from his face to Xiao Shui's as he spoke. These two legendary powerhouses do not merely represent themselves. They are backed by their respective factions, be it the Harpist Organization or the Lion Knights, both of which are renowned extraordinary forces across the old continent. Naturally, one cannot overlook the divine assistance from demigod-level destructive beings. It is estimated that a third of these 8th-tier annihilators have perished under the aftershocks of their elder brother's wrath. When the terror tyrant suddenly resorts to cunning schemes, even the so-called master of metamorphosis, the crafty Jiqing, is not immune to traps. How much less so for mere mortals? For in practicing such a maneuver, his own body has disintegrated countless times under unbearable pressure, leaving him shattered. The individual conversing with Charlie is Gillis, who has directly merged with Charlie, engaging in a dialogue of souls. Gillis is currently sharing the vision of his encounter with Lauren with Charlie. A communion of souls. Chunin placed the separated animal hides beneath the soles of both boots, and upon donning the lingyin, she immediately gained over 5 centimeters in height. Perhaps, upon hearing such an absurd question, the one who threatened to behead Feng Yuan actually pondered it seriously. This is due to the fact that Zhou the Blind has, in a shocking display, adorned this crimson coffin with an array of explosive barrels. From a distance, it is impossible to discern that it is a coffin. All one can see are countless explosive barrels swaying ominously. Is that you calling? Who are you? Are we acquainted? Chening coldly pointed towards the entrance, stating, if you are here to dine, eat properly. If you are here to stir trouble, then leave at once, showing Lu Tianlong no semblance of respect. Moreover, the one this Xia Sangmo is quite something. Xia Huai is their younger brother who has just turned 12. Today marks his inaugural participation in the hunt, and to his astonishment, this rather frivolous second child has captured his attention. The homeland is inhabited by aberrant beings, and this is her first revelation of her true identity. Appearing provocatively before the crowd, clearly demonstrating her audacity and contempt for humanity. Following the announcement of the termination of cooperation that propelled the Fran group into the public spotlight, Gao Yun initially took action. Initiating the substantial project cessation. A pair of fair hands gradually reached from behind Mo Yufan's neck, gently encircling it in an intimate embrace. Yet, the fox has not emerged empty-handed, at the very least. His standing in the hearts of the onlookers remains unshakable. Previously, due to his desperate situation, he mustered the last vestiges of courage to seek out this night ritual. But now that safety is restored, this fellow seems poised to become entirely ineffectual. If it were a theatrical version, it would likely suffice, especially since the interface Emperor hero is the protagonist. However, that is not feasible now, currently. You are in the storyline of the first installment, where all armors play a part, and to consolidate fortune, one must wait for them to unite as one. Fortunately, each ledger begins with a record of the initial sum. Thus Yun Sang need only calculate the total expenditures using Arabic numerals and then subtract to arrive at the correct result. Pingli observed the aura of the transcendent realm emanating from the other party, along with the formidable wolf-toothed club of divine artifact level in his grasp. What has happened to you? With this thought, Mu Jingnan's gaze darkened as he strode directly toward the bedside. Suddenly, an inexplicable ringing disrupted the tranquil atmosphere, infusing the previously still air with a hint of clamor. This is the very place where Sister Shui and I parted ways. Su Xin suddenly became animated, her voice tinged with a sob. Please explain to me what the power of the ancient gods entails. Zhang Byron displayed a curious expression. Pushing open the door, sunlight streamed in. And raising an arm to shield his forehead, Ning Shui regarded Ning Yu with a grave expression. At this moment, Jin Hao recalled that his phone had been switched off. He had turned it off earlier to infiltrate the mine. Over the past 3 days, he had not ventured outside, remaining within this forge, while Wu Jiang had expended countless gold coins to procure numerous mana potions for him. These professional buildings are exceedingly fragile at the time of establishment. While they might not collapse with a mere touch, they cannot withstand several assaults, let alone those amplified by professional attacks. This is somewhat complex to explain and is not the purpose of my visit. May I see the patient? Chu Feng did not wish to waste time. This is a fact. The physical form of this beast is terrifyingly powerful, to say nothing of its exterior golden scales, which are comparable to weapons forged by ordinary cultivators, let alone the immense divine power contained within. Only a weapon like the Crystal Tower could withstand it. Chapter 126, Rebirth, Mingwei Cave. By Fan City. The swirling dust gradually dissipated, and this once thriving city, now in a state of utter decay, has once again returned to tranquility. The sound of the whistling wind echoed eerily. What is the situation? Tian Zhang, upon witnessing the scene before him, gasped in astonishment and exclaimed. Xiao Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, and then the two of them almost in unison voiced, could it be that some unforeseen event has transpired here? Lu Yin directed his gaze towards the figure of Zhou Kai, a slender middle-aged man with 2 tufts of mustache at the corners of his mouth, who bore a sword and shield upon his back. To most, these dishes may appear as mere homely fare, yet for the Jiangwan family, this constituted the most ceremonious hospitality extended to guests. It raised its head to gaze upon Chu Mu. And within its beastly eyes, there was no trace of the ferocity typical of demonic creatures, only an enduring demeanor of docility. However, today was different. Fong Sun's mother had come along, which rendered the usually introverted girl hesitant to venture outside. Amidst 5 or 6 dark, fleeting shadows, Lu Yin's movements were a blur as he evaded the 5 shadow cats, which were unable to inflict even a scratch upon him. No man could withstand the allure of cannons, giant ships, and excavators. Friedrich rubbed his nose in contemplation. At this moment, King Maximilian II of Bavaria was vehemently opposed to the unification of the German states, yet a diminished presence does not equate to non-existence. Xiao Yu pondered why she would utter such words when suddenly, someone tugged at his collar, lifting the seemingly frail boy who appeared to stand shorter than him, despite being a sturdy one. 8 meters tall, he had contemplated numerous ways he might perish, beaten to death by meddlesome superheroes, slain by the supervillains of this world, or even by the likes of Odin or Ancient One, those formidable entities that I thought to give her what she desired. Yet I am bewildered as to why she failed to catch him Aer Nyangzi, unwilling to yield, found herself embroiled in a verbal dispute, with each party adamantly denying fault. Elder, though I know not who lies within this coffin, I can assert with certainty that this individual is undoubtedly alive, Qiu Chuji declared. Helian Yao, accompanied by Shen Qian, arrived at the infirmary, only to be informed that the iodine disinfectant was depleted, leaving only alcohol available. Within the military, surrounded by robust men, the absence of alcohol often went unnoticed, and minor scrapes and bruises could be tolerated with the available alcohol. Indeed, he had already discerned that the compass would lose its responsiveness at a certain critical juncture. "Silly child, at such an age, you still refuse to call for your mother," old lady Chao remarked. Stroking Du Deshang's hand, "Madam is just about to attend to important matters. Surely you would not wish to impede her, would you?" Mo Feng said, not loosening his grip, his tone affectionate yet tinged with resignation. Lan Zimo cherished the icy jade slip in his hand, smiling gently at Bai Shi, nodding in affirmation with a soft yes. Subsequently, he retrieved a large bottle of spirit spring water from his storage bracelet to present to Bai Shi. On the other side, Huowudi was similarly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiang Yang would be so shameless as to barter himself for a celestial artifact. For heaven's sake, this was hardly an exchange for a celestial treasure, but rather a flirtation. "No more speaking on his behalf. I am quite upset," Ivy declared, assuming yet another had come to defend you, Fan. Not even lifting her head. "I dare not inform my grandmother." Mao Xiaoxia trembled violently, her chest erupting with a roar of tears. Indeed, trending posts were mostly from influential figures urging netizens not to emulate such behaviors, advocating for the necessity of ensuring one's safety while rendering aid. Chapter 127. Game load, game load. Xiao Feng murmured to himself. He recalled having read a novel and watched an anime long ago, in which the protagonist similarly encountered an infinitely repeating cycle of time. At that time, he found such a phenomenon to be profoundly romantic and heroic. Within this endless loop, relying on his own strength, he sought to attain the perfect ending he desired, amidst the eternal and infinite repetition. Lucian felt Su Yun's arm brush against him, causing a slight tremor throughout his body as he anxiously turned away. Lui Ying gazed at us solemnly, a faint hint of shame on his face. But more so, an earnest attempt to offer comfort. All of this was far beyond my expectations. One might say I was so taken aback that I scarcely knew what to say, my mind swirling in confusion. My thoughts vacuous, longing only for silence. He examined the screen on the instrument, which displayed a series of data, and his complexion turned ashen. He glanced back at the remnants of the original palace, now reduced to ashes. Fortunately, due to the protective array, the gourd remained intact, and everything inside it was shrouded in silence. At least, there was a silver lining amid the misfortune. Yang Feng's expulsion was already a foregone conclusion. I had initially thought that Depang might escape this fate as well, but I was disappointed. Both Yang Feng and Depang were among the instigators, and the school showed no favoritism. These wooden towers leaned against the ground between the walls of Horn Fortress, a colossal reminder that appeared like a sudden wooden staircase, the base of which was tranquil, yet Horn Fortress trembled with activity. Holding 2 trophies, Du Yojia was foolishly surrounded by fellow trainees from JYP, awkwardly presenting a stiff smile to the camera. However, this very photograph would later be hailed by her fans as the moment she smiled the most joyfully. To which Du Yojia could only respond, "Child, you think too much." Ping Li was unwilling to compromise. The mere thought of Zhao Ishan's cold and detestable countenance ignited a fury within him that he could scarcely contain. The lost soldiers of the demon army could be replenished from the rear, albeit at a slower pace, but it would only take a week or two, a loss entirely within acceptable limits for an army of 50,000. However, upon further reflection, the overwhelming presence of ice elemental energy emanating from the ice spirit ring would surely lead Dong Fangyu, Huang Fuqin, and Feng Wu to misunderstand, believing it to be an artifact of a mage. Currently, he still had 25 basic free attributes and 5 unused random hidden attributes. Lulu Xiao was aware of the weaknesses in his battle formation, yet there was little he could do. The human forces did not have the numerical advantage, making it impossible to disperse their attack from the outset. Such an action would only result in greater casualties. Kim Taeyun maintained a cold expression, frowning as she wrote in the palm of Du Yujia's hand. "It's fine. You need not concern yourself with me. Go about your business." Upon reflecting on this, the Crane King began to tremble slightly. Although the memories passed down through bloodlines were somewhat vague, he was acutely aware of the true strength of the King of Humans. The situation was manageable within the urban area, but venturing into the wilderness, particularly in the territory of mutated beasts, would markedly increase the difficulty of hunting. Xiaomingyi excelled in strategic planning and decisive actions, while Tang Yun took a starkly contrasting approach, seldom initiating offense, predominantly engaging in passive defense. Chapter 128. The Final Hope with a Gentle Exhale. Xiao Feng lightly descended upon the altar of malevolent flames before promptly settling into a meditative posture. He retrieved a substantial handful of spirit recovery pills from his pocket, initiating the process of replenishing his previously expended spiritual energy. Under such extreme circumstances, the objective was merely to restore as much energy as possible. The Frost King's eyes brimmed with resentment, perceiving that these two individuals intended to drive it to the brink of despair. Originally, it had contemplated transforming them into delightful ice cream balls, to be savored at leisure. It knelt, only to be hastily supported by Wang Ling, while a throng of others also knelt, causing Wang Ling to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Tong Mu, he remained indifferent, wholly absorbed in his cultivation, meticulously adhering to the regimen of consuming the celestial clarity pill in pairs, 2 pills per day, white during the day and black at night. Initially, when she had sent those eyes into the Spirit Soul banner, she intended for He Yuan to investigate thoroughly, but now she harbored neither that intention nor the desire for dialogue. While I may not possess the qualifications, the Mo clan certainly does. As these words were spoken, the Grand Master of the Mo clan exhibited a gaze drenched in despair, his countenance resembling that of a malevolent specter. Liu Yin pressed his lips together in silence, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yunping, causing the latter to feel a pang of guilt. In the past, he had suffered greatly at the hands of these individuals in the jungle, and he had crossed swords with Wang Yunping, albeit unnoticed at the time. Bang! A resounding clap of thunder reverberated, this time clearly heard by the ministers of the Tang Kingdom, who were left bewildered, whispering and speculating among themselves. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the disciples below had become lively, with even practitioners from other sects unable to resist stepping forth to experience the swordsmanship of various schools. As you previously proclaimed, you have ascended to kingship. This is an undeniable truth. However, I must assert that you are lacking, which is also an irrefutable fact, as remarked coldly by Sun Xing. The carefully selected generals under Manzi Feng, totaling 20, remained within the palace, presumably engaged in discussions regarding the assault on the giant clan and the apprehension of Yi Xiu. Yet, Yin Hong bore no concerns, for the collective ire of those present was directed squarely at Xiao Feng and his companions. Thus, regardless of any dissatisfaction felt by the warriors of the vast grasslands or the Xiong clan, they would refrain from acting upon it at this juncture. For instance, it was quite possible that at that moment, Qinshi and her companions would withhold some funds for the production of a new film, this being a common practice among many film companies. The heavens and earth were drenched in blood, encapsulating Yu Xiu's world, a realm solely belonging to the Shura sect. At that instant, the 5 disciples from the Tianshan sect, along with the members of the Qinhuan sect, inadvertently fell victim to a misunderstanding orchestrated by Xiao Feng. A misunderstanding that neither party could currently unravel. In such a scenario, these individuals were likely to be exceedingly exhilarated, as the recent demise of Qin Shi and her allies stirred the emotions of the masses, leading to a chaotic uproar. Truly vexing, the thought of sending Old Bai to convey a message. In the midst of familial strife, the legitimate son of the Wang Tian clan aimed to confront the 4 elderly ladies. As the steward of the Wang Tian clan, he was inherently without options. Aiding outsiders would indeed be a rarity. Chapter 129. Guidance. Tianzhong shuddered, only to be abruptly awakened by a kick from Xiao Feng. Listen well, Tianzhong. Your forthcoming task remains of utmost importance. The fire pearl you possess is the sole means of preserving the sacred flame. You must safeguard it diligently and follow closely behind us to collect it. Xiao Feng's gaze met Tianzhong's, and he spoke with solemnity. Why must it be me? Wouldn't Ruashi be a better choice? Murong Ting narrowed his eyes, visibly displeased with Yun Yu's eagerness to depart. As a soldier, he was bound to obey Zhu Gui's orders, especially since Zhu Gui had informed him of a strategy designed to prevent him from falling into a trap. For martial artists, the enhancement of soul power, even for alchemists, is achieved through the elevation of one's cultivation level, often aided by consuming potent elixirs or comprehending certain alchemical techniques. However, there has never been a martial art dedicated to the cultivation of soul power. The expressions of the 5 clan leaders darkened, their brows furrowing in unison. It was evident that Zhun Jian intended to confront them, and a rift was imminent, with his shadow no longer present. Zhuer awakened from her stupor, realizing that she had seemingly fallen victim to Jing Liqing's sorcery. 10 minutes elapsed, and after completing their warm-up exercises, the team commenced their morning training, running 100 laps around the court. As for subduing this behemoth, Lu Xian held no hope. It was a cunning and treacherous entity, far from the simplicity he had envisioned. After the old master Su finished speaking, he attempted to disembark from the vehicle. determined to confront Yang Lu. Startled, Yang Lu recoiled several steps, clearing the way. With a crack, the body of Wind Young Master resisted momentarily, but it was to no avail. He was swiftly shattered, flesh and blood scattering. Even the protective sword aura surrounding him crumbled. Given this scenario, any further pursuit would only lead to demise. His own involvement would considerably increase the odds, as the experts within his Starbirth Tower were no trifling matter. As Badalu self-destructed, the Soul Flower remained elusive. If the poison were not neutralized within 3 hours, the consequences would be dire. Simultaneously, the myriad demons became acutely aware of this predicament and instantly fell into a state of panic. Meanwhile, Bali De Feng maintained a faint smile, his left hand resting behind him as he extended his right hand, seemingly effortlessly blocking the heavy fist of the burly man, his robes dancing in the wind, producing a rustling sound. The overwhelming aura of the burly man's punch dissipated in an instant. This scene was clearly unexpected for Xine, and those outside the battlefield were equally bewildered. It must be noted that Bali De Feng had 2 primary objectives upon entering this chaotic battlefield. The first was undeniably to secure first place in the shortest time possible and then to exit. The second was to locate a suitable earth demon to concoct the 3-pattern clarity pill for Duan Muqing's vision. Having spent most of his time within the highest tower, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of the battle demon Luo, leaving him little inclination to admire the scenery. Reduced to a puppet, a machine, bound by restrictions laid within his consciousness, he was manipulated by Beishan Laish, tasked with hunting the students of the celestial demon star. The sound was akin to a fist striking a drumhead, yet it remained the sole echo, for the thunderous drum produced no other sound. In Chapter 130, only him. A moment of pause ensued. Wait a moment, do not venture out just yet. Xiao Feng suddenly grasped Tianzhong, who was about to step out in search of the soul flames, just as the sacred fire was nearing its halfway mark. What is it? Is there yet another calamity looming? Tianzhong, abruptly seized, immediately became vigilant. The awe that White Sail City instilled in him was palpable. Zhang Yu tiptoed softly, intending to surprise the cat, only to be met with a pair of sparkling eyes, which, upon her arrival, widened in surprise, causing a few indistinguishable substances to spill forth from her mouth. Xian contemplated the mere 1 yuan he had left, realizing that even a bottle of water was beyond his reach. Wandering the streets felt exceedingly tedious. He thought it wiser to purchase something to satiate his hunger. Old Lin sighed deeply, resigning himself to the fact that, aside from trusting Jiang Yu to help them navigate this predicament, he truly could find no other recourse. Li Wei glanced around, noting the unique decor and furnishings of the room, further piquing his curiosity about Miao Qingji. Moreover, the monthly expenditures of Song Qingqing surpassed even the cost of medicinal herbs. He had no inkling of how much silver she possessed, but at this rate, with such extravagant spending, bankruptcy was inevitable. In the front passenger seat, Tang Jing clutched the seat cushion with one hand while gripping the overhead handle with the other, her body swaying uncontrollably, her ponytail dancing wildly. At that moment, it seemed as though the human cultivator had become mere prey, like fish on a chopping board, left to their whims. You must be the assistive hero in martial arts, perpetually conjuring up foolish ideas. Is it not evident that you are merely offering yourself to the maw of a behemoth? Before her hand could reach the switch, Song Yin-Qing seized it with a powerful grip, her fingers reminiscent of a vice, as if intent on crushing Yu Qing's wrist. Xian wore an expression of mockery. The sudden laughter drew the attention of students outside the office, who regarded Xian with a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. She herself felt no concern, confident that others could not pin anything on her. Yet her parents were ordinary folk who, under another's roof, always gauged others' expressions. Even when granted ample respect, they would feel out of place. For it was, after all, an unfamiliar realm. Baozhu understood her aunt's intentions, likely sensing that she had lost her in-law status, and, feeling inadequate compared to her uncles, hesitated to take more money. Just as Yuan Shui wore a perplexed expression. Unable to discern the source of his troubles, a gentle breeze suddenly swept in from outside, causing a wind chime by the window to jingle, the melodious sound ringing sweetly in his ears. He shuddered involuntarily, as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind. Zhong Li Qing'er nodded, deliberately avoiding a glance at the captain, who had clearly benefited, and entered the city through the side door, without a sideways glance. I nodded in agreement and made my way to the convenience store across the street to purchase a bag of beer, tearing open a can and handing it to Wang Zi while I opened one for myself. In perfect synchrony, we both downed our drinks in one go. In that instant, the hefty fellow, along with 2 security guards, followed suit, while Xiezhong, looking utterly bewildered, trailed behind, her mind consumed with questions. Emozone? At the street corner, a furtive figure continuously glanced towards Zirwei. With a swift motion, Zirwei waved his hand, and a concealed weapon shot forth like the wind, sending the intruder crashing onto the bluestone floor. Writhing and clutching his abdomen in agony. There is another matter, albeit one of less favorable news. Are you certain you wish to hear it now? Weiichi slightly raised an eyebrow to be why this time. The afternoon had passed, and the courtyard lay in hushed stillness. Baozhu had just settled onto the Kong and was beginning to feel drowsy when a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the courtyard. Witnessing the old Wolf King fall, the new Wolf King approached with an air of triumph, chest out and head held high, standing beside the old Wolf King. Chapter 131. 1,000 Faces. Evil fire gives rise to the phoenix. Have you finished yet, kid? After more than half an hour had passed, Tianzhong had been frantically darting between the realms of life and death for so long that his body was beginning to falter under the strain of such intense exertion. He gasped for breath, pausing at the altar of malevolent flames to speak. He genuinely feared that he might perish before drawing another breath. Yet, before him, Xiao Feng remained with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to his words. All right, you. Qin Mu swallowed hard, suddenly filled with desire to tea that moment. A pair of hands could not help but begin to explore Yi Qingyao. Many of those present were merchants of this generation, transporting their goods upon horseback. Thus the crowd could only lead their horses forward. This statement was merely a tactic to intimidate him, leaving him uncertain of his own standing. Chu Linfeng, with a single punch, sent Chu Lin high flying, prompting several disciples who were out for morning practice to gaze at him in astonishment. This action was only possible because Li Qingyan held an official identity. It was reasonable for him to bestow rare plants upon the island in his name. After all, he was a seeker of the Tao, capable of wandering far and wide to locate precious tree species. The Fox King nodded in understanding, realizing that his gamble had paid off. He believed that this young man would not go back on his word. Cui Chuanchong nodded in agreement with a smile, then gestured into the distance that a bodyguard clad in black approached, carrying a black leather case. Zhao Wanqing shook her head, stating, I want to listen, to which Han Ning replied. All right, I trust you. Han Ning straightforwardly presented his evidence, devoid of any reason for doubt. This exceeded Qing Feng's expectations. Upon hearing the news, the others fled in haste, while those unable to escape were surrounded by the specters, gradually sustaining injuries, until Lin Tian cast them into the devil's coffin. According to previous assessments and classifications, these white tigers were, in fact, demons from beyond the realm. In other words, they were equally adversaries to the human race. Chu Linfeng surveyed the surrounding forest, finding nothing particularly remarkable aside from its abundant life force, identical to any other. However, he was aware that the situation was certainly more complex than it appeared. Otherwise, Tian Yuan and his companion would not be so anxious at this point. Lei abruptly halted. The words that followed were ones she could not possibly utter. I want you to do push-ups. And I want to sit on your back while you do them. Zheng Xiuyan glared at Yu Yingfeng, slowly articulating her demand. Xiaoliwa cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Hua, then lowered her head, lightly brushing against Lu Yua's body a few times. Song Qing is quite renowned throughout the Beiyang army. Although he has since cut off his braid, the commanding officer still recognizes him. Upon entering the city gate alongside Zhang Zuolin, Song Qing voluntarily surrendered his weapon and followed the officer to Nie Shiqing's residence. It is said that the armored general crosses the pass under the cover of night, while the ministers rise early in the bitter cold of dawn, toiling tirelessly for fame and honor. Meanwhile, the sun rises high, and the monks in the mountain temple, who seek not for fame, remain in deep slumber, indulging in the exquisite leisure of life. This illustrates that the pursuit of fame and fortune pales in comparison to the quest for tranquility. Liang Shan humbly remarked, In reality, as long as there is breath in his body, he finds it not difficult to revive, even in death, as long as the person has yet to be reborn. It would not be a challenge for him, given his current prowess, to restore life. Upon arriving at the Du family fortress, Du Rue instructed that all village heads within the fief be summoned. The village head of Du family fortress, uncertain of Du Rue's intentions and too timid to inquire, complied and went forth. They should have teleported from the surrounding cosmic domain, and having formed a team. The moment you struck down that emperor-level master, they must have been somewhat intimidated, hence the necessity for 5 to come together this time. Huowu communicated with a laugh, the longtime county magistrate. Wary of Fang Shu's unique status, dared not act unilaterally and planned to report the matter to the Dalai Temple. Little did he know, Feng Shu, without a shred of hesitation, boisterously proclaimed that the current emperor was his cousin, showing no reverence for the sanctity of the county court. Chapter 132. Burn. Purify. After Xiao Feng brought Ruo Shi over, the time for that avatar had also arrived. However, at this moment, Xiao Feng did not feel fatigued. Instead, he calmly approached the statue. The night was drawing near, the sky gradually darkening. While the monsters within the city began to display signs of agitation, Xiao Feng felt no surprise. For if successful, Baifan City would be purified, and all the monsters would cease to exist. The Tang King, his queen, and their only young son, Jin, had fled from a concealed ferry by the river 5 days before the city's fall. At that time, they insisted on taking Dan Jiao with them, but she adamantly refused, simply stating, "Someone must guard this city." The tense standoff continued, with no one daring to utter a sound. Only the forces by the Anhe River. From the Qingyan studio, quietly observed this tragic farce. Wei Fu's face flushed crimson as he pointed at Gu Wanqian. Speechless, on one hand, he feared Gu Wanqian, while on the other, his earlier words had left him at the mercy of public opinion. Jin Jinxiang observed as Lu Qianfang withdrew a white porcelain cup from her sleeve, which contained a white stone and a delicate pink celestial meat plant growing within. It seemed that this was the very technique employed by the individual in the box. Li Shi felt that aside from Manzili Gu, no one else could achieve such a feat. When the yellow beetle arrived in front of the Red Fort Hotel, the place was desolate, clearly indicating that they were alone. "Yes, grandfather. This is a millennium-old red fungus. I found it quite beautiful and thought you would like it, so I brought it as a gift for you," Xiao Yao remarked, upon hearing the guard say that Helian Xuanyu wanted her to leave. She felt utterly abandoned by the entire world. There exists another type, characterized by favorable conditions, a simple populace, and remarkable individuals. However, they are generally remnants of once prosperous families, now fallen into obscurity for various reasons. Lao San's hand trembles in the duel. He has never quaked while fighting, yet today, as he signs, his hand quivers uncontrollably. He wishes to spare Ji Iran from distress and sorrow, and since she has yet to make up her mind, he resolves to wait. Subsequently, Lu Nianjiao uncovered several other varieties of wine, sampling a glass of each. After tasting the different wines, Lu Nianjiao's gaze became somewhat unfocused, imbued with a hint of intoxication, her delicate form leaning against the table. This fellow, having tidied his appearance, languidly sat in his wheelchair, basking in the sunlight while observing his younger sisters frolicking with joy, utterly at ease. Compared to a Zhang Yi, even 100 such imperial jades would be effortlessly cast aside by Ying Xian for Zhao Yang. One cannot deny that Ning Firen possesses considerable talent. Despite enduring the emperor's suppression, he has steadily risen. Nearly 100 individuals, a rather